What's up, friends and family? It's the Halo World Championship warm-up part 2. It's the sequel presented by Complexity. I'm your host for the day, Hunter JJX, and I'm joined by the morning crew. Let's bring in the casters. We want to get right into the games. We want to keep you guys waiting for too long. Up first, it's the man himself. Why not Tony? And if you've matched him in matchmaking, you know not only does he cast, he also carries. How are we feeling, baby?
Don't be lying to people at home, okay? Let me tell you, you might have mixed it up, getting carried, but at least I'm here on the broadcast a little different. I promise you, my casting game is a lot better than the shooting. Don't worry.
Well, it's great to have you, Tony. I'm stoked to get into these matches. We also have my boy, Garrett, a.k.a. Tools. How are we feeling this morning?
I'm great. Hey, I gotta say, Complexity does this right. We came in, I got that guitar riff going. We're rock and roll over here. And I'm excited for some great matches. In fact, I think we got some great stuff right away on stream today.
Yeah, up first, we're going to jump right into OpTic Gaming versus Into the Breach. Here we have our series layout. The players are feeling antsy. We're just going to skip the layout. We're going right into the player intros. Formal looking good. Tony, early predictions for the series.
Last time these two matched up, it wasn't a 3-0 in favor of OpTic Gaming. Give me OpTic. They look like they want revenge. They're tired of second place. They're ready to finally break the curse.
And Garrett, if you're Into the Breach, obviously going into the series as a clear underdog, what are some keys to success? What can they take away from this series?
This is where you put all your practice to work, right? It's for these moments, one best of 5, to see if all that work that you put in the film and the scrims, all of that can come to fruition where you can win 3 games against one of the best teams to ever play in the HCS.
And here we have our series layout. Game 1, Argyle CTF, double snipers on the map. You'll love to see it. Big play potential there. Game 2, Aquarius Slayer. Game 3 will be Live Fire Strongholds. Game 4, if we get there, obviously Into the Breach being 3-0'd last time. We're hoping they get to Game 4. Game 4 will be Streets Oddball. And to close things out, Recharge Slayer if it goes the distance. Tony, what do you see? How do you feel about this series layout?
I definitely like seeing Argyle between both of these teams. I know it's going to be a long game where both of these teams are really going to be able to fill each other out and really get warmed up here in your Halo World Championship warmed up. But then after that, we're going to see a lot of action. You're going into Aquarius. You're going into Live Fire. These are maps that can be punishing, fast-paced, and what we want to see. And of course, when we get to that game number 4, I always say you're looking for a fight. You got to take it to the streets of New Mombasa. So I love the game number 1. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be a grinder, but they're going to be warmed up for the rest of the series.
Lots of big names on both rosters here in this series as we take a look at our pool play breakdown for this event. Want to keep in mind for folks at home, we did have a shuffle situation, so the top teams of each pool are right where they need to be, but everybody else in the pool is shuffled around. So no mixed matches from matches they're going to have in their Worlds pools next weekend, right? So we'll have some fresh matches here this morning. Garrett, looking at the breakdown, what pool stands out to you as the dangerous one?
Oh, Complexity. I thought this was supposed to be your own tournament. You got to make things a little bit easier for yourself. You got Shopify Rebellion in that first spot, and then Pure in the 3rd seed. Hey, that's not Complexity's fault. Pure, they had a little bit of a slow start at SLC and weren't quite able to recover. And you got some hungry Lat AMs in that 4th spot with Slot. Lat AM. So this is, to me, a very, very tough pool, but this is the pool that makes champs. If Complexity come out here and get first in this pool, creating some great upsets against Shopify and solidifying their spot against Pure, well, then I think Complexity is going to be looking A-OK going into Worlds.
Yeah, I'm going to need the graphic to go black. Just black out the whole screen while I call League Ops, because I don't know what is going on here with this pool. Like you said, Pool C looking absolutely insane, but hey, better practice, right? I want to talk about matchup number 1 here, though. OpTic versus Into the Breach. Tony, big names on both rosters. Who are your players to watch from each team?
Well, for me, it really comes down to the dynamic players for each of these rosters. Like, you know, I'm a big fan of like a Formal on the side of OpTic. Mr. Consistent, always having his reticle placed perfectly, and the man simply doesn't miss shots. You know what you're going to get consistently out of Formal, but one player that I kind of gravitate towards, like the kind of that X factor, that dynamic player, and that's Lucid. That's the player when he's popping off, the team is just winning and looking far above anybody else in the lobby. He's the playmaker for that squad. And similarly on the other side of things, when it comes to Into the Breach, come on, man, we're talking about dynamic players, we're talking about X factor players, you gotta look to that W, you gotta look to that W key, and that is Woo Tom. When he's popping off, when he's dealing damage, he frees up the map so much for his teammates to navigate easily. The X factors are going to do it for me.
While we're waiting for that match to get started, there is action going down all across the scene. On their bottom left, you see Native Gaming versus Space Station is deep into that game number 1. And on the top right, we've got Lethal Fox versus Dark Inside. I'm going to go ahead and get out of the way. Casters, why don't you go ahead and take us away?
Hopping right in. OpTic Gaming versus Into the Breach. Don't worry, this is gonna be our featured matchup, but we're gonna be hopping on board with some of the other ones, keeping you guys updated throughout the rest of the tournament. It's pool play, and we're gonna find out who's prepared and who's making it into bracket.
Graphics might look a little bit fancier today above that Lenovo Legion pool play. We'll see, we got some name tags, baby. Formal on screen, sniper in hand, and this is prime Formal on this map. You don't really expect him to see him past that 50-yard mark until his teammates are pulling that flag. A very back sniper, but he's always going to hit those long-range snipe shots and give his team that advantage as they push in.
And in my opinion, this is the player that you give the sniper in the beginning of a dual sniper map. You give it within the hands of Formal. You know what he's going to do with it. However, maybe getting a little bit too overzealous there, trying to play that angle too much, ends up being caught out, and now Wootsum finds the backside of Trippy.
I think you said it best about this kid. He is going to be the X factor in this match. Woodom's an interesting player because he loves to be in those front lines, and you'd think a mouse and keyboard player would be a little bit more comfortable in the back, long range shots. No, with him, he is all gas, all speed, all the time. Expect to see a very aggressive Woodum in this game.
Woodum making sure that that vent side is cleared out before he's able to grind forward here. Wants to catch up to the rest of the crew, but Formal ends up with the flank, and now back-to-back kills are going to favor OpTic. An early pull by Lucid, trusting his teammates to cover his back. That's the efficiency out of OpTic Gaming.
Trust is going to be the word of the day for OpTic Gaming. They have it more than just about anyone else in the league. They will make the play trusting their teammates to make the best possible play for the play that they're thinking of. And, well, OpTic Gaming, they don't only score the first one, they also get a 3 down right away. Drippy blades Chick. There's nothing he can do, and OpTic Gaming is just pressuring Into the Breach.
You know you're going to have a tough time if you're Into the Breach when Trippy's starting off the game 7-2, and assists to go along with it. Into the Breach are going to have to find a way to slow down Trippy, and then the rest of the members of OpTic Gaming, you find yourself down 0-1, but Mighty's, he's finding a lot of damage. He also found himself a Formal.
See, Woodum, that mouse and keyboard sniper can get you out of a lot of tough situations. Dead to rights, he's able to hit the shot. Formal goes down, and Woodum's right back into those front lines. He loves to close the distance. 4 down, and Chick was in prime position, able to pull as the players go down. It allows him to get just the 50-yard line before anyone can truly contest.
The spawning players from OpTic are starting to move in position, and so is Wootsum, snapping onto his opponent, leaving Lucid just a step behind. Can't exactly find the angle, but looks like Trippy was able to take down Chick, and now Lucid takes down Mighty. This flag is not in yet. In fact, Trippy is going to delay it even more, making sure that flag is out. Into the Breach have to play the return before they're able to play the capture, but Lucid and OpTic have built up that wall, and Breach, they're not able to breach through it.
It's such a tough position for ITB because Lucid's in the middle of the map patrolling with that sniper. They don't have the safety of running out and touching the flag. Instead, they have to try to take it step by step, but Lucid's teammates get up into the action. They start getting kills. He gets 5 in a row. The sniper a big part of that. And well, ITB, they went from tying this game up to suddenly thinking about how are we going to stop this second one from going away. This is Lucid's prime real estate as he patrols through the back lines.
13-3 right now is Lucid, and now finding his way behind enemy lines at the moment here. Jimbo is able to sniff him out. That's a huge nade and kill coming out of Jimbo.
Fantastic kill by Jimbo. Probably the most important that we've seen from Into the Breach. Yeah, OpTic Gaming was like a pack of wolves rounding around the base of ITB, and that was all gonna start with the pack leader, Lucid, getting into that base and getting that first touch. Instead, he goes down early, and ITB, well, they have a chance for some offensive action. Chick finding a weary dead zone, and well, ITB, here's their next pull.
A very sneaky angle coming out of Chick. Surprised it wasn't a back smack, but still ends up taking him down and almost gets the stick onto Trippy, but still Into the Breach are 3 down. This is OpTic's opportunity to turn the defense into offense.
Stick was in. Is there anyone from ITB to get there in time? No. OpTic Gaming with another strong defensive effort, and ITB is going to learn quickly in this match that you might get a couple of flag opportunities, but getting them home is a completely different equation when you're talking about a team like OpTic Gaming. They just won't make mistakes. They're going to make the best possible play every single time.
And that's one of the things that make OpTic Gaming so deadly to deal with on Capture the Flag. It ain't just the offense, it's the defense as well, as Lucid's able to take down Chick. Mighty's having to find the exit route and knows that he's going down, so waste a bit of that sniper ammo. Not enough, you ask me. You got 5 bullets in the hands of Lucid.
Yeah, ITB, they might be from overseas, but OpTic Gaming giving them a lesson in some Americana, because Lucid and Trippy looking like LeBron and D Wade right now. These two are dunking left and right, and I just don't know how you deal with this. You take care of one, the other one's got the sniper in the back ranks taking care of the next. You have to find a solution for the long-term duo. These guys have been teaming since 2017, and there's a reason they have a world championship.
Over a 3.0 KD coming out of Lucid of OpTic Gaming, and already on the pistol side of the opposition, who find himself half down, making it 3. Jimbo, the final player alive, and Trippy and OpTic know exactly where he is, limiting his movement, so he portals out. Oh, his big spin pocket.
That's a man after my heart. I love to see those QT trails in those back lines. Got to be careful. You might catch yourself on the respawn screen if you find yourself close enough to that QT. But Jimbo's doing his best to try to get forward with that quantum translocator. There just was no opportunity. OpTic Gaming, they're up 1-0. They're not going to leave a gap until they see a 3-4 down and know that they can push into the base. If it's even numbers, there's no reason for them to ever pass that 50-yard line. To them, it's just securing every lane, not letting anything through. It's 5 in a row. That might just turn to more for Trippy. You'd think that this game would be over with the way that these two are playing.
He's had some slow games here in 2024, but this ain't one of them. Trippy with the 22-10. Lucid already on that flag, being the objective mastermind so far for this team right now. OpTic looking a little different, but it could be the same result. It was 3-0 the last time these two matched up, and that flag stopped short. Jimbo with a huge snipe.
Hey, one snipe, one opportunity. That player was grappled in high ground. The flick shot was enough. Jimbo got the kill, and the flag is out. But it's certainly not done yet. ITB still have to get players onto the return. Jimbo still hitting shots as he's able to put a couple more down to 1 shot. It's just Lucid that's last alive, but he's in the front lines. Was it enough? No. OpTic Gaming with the touch.
Jimbo almost single-handedly creating that return with the way that he played. The damage, the snipes, everything was huge, but it still wasn't enough. Trippy back on the return. ITB find himself 3 down, and although it was a valiant effort coming out of them, it's a 2-0 for OpTic Gaming.
Efforts might give you good stories, but execution's how you win championships. And so far, that's been the difference between these two teams. OpTic Gaming, when they need to execute on the play to score, that's when they've been able to do so. ITB have done so many great things to get to that point, but just haven't quite been able to put it across the finish line yet. You're out of opportunities. There's only one more flag cap for OpTic Gaming in just over 3 minutes in this game. ITB have to find their solution.
And that really feels like the problem for ITB right now. You have just over 3 minutes to capture a flag against a team that is just so good at baiting you into traps and setting up the defense before pushing up. They make very little mistakes to OpTic Gaming, and there's really no avenue for ITB to play through.
The snipers have just been such a sore point for ITB. When we've seen them get control as snipers, that's when we've seen their opportunities. Whether it was Woodum hitting his shots, Jimbo having the grand save, and then getting into those front lines with the next sniper to get 2 shots in. But OpTic Gaming, it's just been dominance whenever they have it, and that comes because of the first pick, the first kill that they're always able to get. That trust in them hitting that shot allows them to keep pushing up the map. But ITB pulling a flag while Formal has that sniper patrolling. He was last alive, and this is the opportunity ITB's been waiting for.
Yeah, ITB can't really wait for the opportunities to come to them. They have to create them, and that's exactly what you're seeing right there. But now they have to slay around that flag, which is so tough to do when Formal's using it as bait, and so is Trippy and the rest of OpTic Gaming. The return comes quick, almost as quick as ITB go 3 down, and now another sniper on the map for OpTic to play with. ITB, you really are in trouble.
I think Dead Zone might have hit the tippy top, making a buzz cut right there as he just took the scalp of that player on ITB. But that one kill is enough to pull the flag out. This one doesn't look to secure its way home, but it's making ITV play reactionary, and you only have 90 seconds to make 2 flags come home. Into the breach, you need every single player on the offensive play.
Things are going down. Jimbo having to jump off the map, utilizing that grapple to get right back in, and now Slingshots is so forward, and Dead Zone isn't aware of it. Now Dead Zone gonna find out the hard way, not able to connect with that snipe, and a quick 2 down, make it 3. ITB put themselves in a position to maybe capture this flag. Grapple was out.
Never say never. Look, he's gonna get perfect timing on this to get the pull out. His teammates are well positioned. That grapple not able to keep him alive, but Woodham will pick up the mantle. He will move that flag, but OpTic Gaming make every phase of the game so hard. Kill after kill on these flag runners. They're not necessarily concerned with this flag getting home. They're more concerned about having players remain on those front lines. Even with this capture, they only have to hold off for 30 more seconds.
It really feels like a smart play coming from OpTic Gaming. Know when to hold them, know when to fold them. Even if ITB capped this flag, you just gotta make sure it's not a double cap. And even the cross-map shots from the BR working well. And on top of that, ITB don't even get that capture. And now with 12 seconds left, you know us cast, we love to say it, it's mathematically impossible for ITB to win it. Game number 1 belongs to OpTic Gaming.
It's methodical the way that OpTic Gaming moves up on the map. They were content with letting that flag go, but because Formal was able to find that first kill on Woodham, it allowed the team to keep creeping up. They'd find one more pick. The individual skill is shining through in those spots where they're finding another kill and opening up the map a bit more and a bit more. They've done it twice now where that flag looked to be home, but ITB was just swiftly dealt with, put to that respawn screen, and even though the flag is just meters away from home, you know, shout out to the EU boys over there, I'll use the term for them, just meters away, they couldn't do much. It's just Lucid and Trippy were dominating on the map with those snipers, and it felt like every one-on-one was starting to head their way.
In our first game from OpTic Gaming, you know, they seem already kind of in the rhythm of things, even though it's just game 1, right? But one of the things I want to talk about, execution, right? A team like OpTic Gaming, a team that I would consider to be, you know, all-time levels of greatness, they're not going to give you many opportunities to cap or secure or win. And so when you do get a chance, you have to capitalize. And there were 3 flags in that game that stopped on the pedestal into the breach, not able to close it out. I mean, just speaking to the focus of OpTic Gaming, but also maybe a little bit of missed execution there by ITB, right, Tony?
It really felt like it, but I mean, I feel like it was more of OpTic Gaming and their excellent offense and even their defense that really stopped ITB. Like, I feel like there was times where ITB played it so well and OpTic just ended up clutching it up, and that's what happens when you're going against an OpTic Gaming that's preparing for Worlds. You're going to see the best out of them, and that snipe from Jimbo, that was nasty.
And so, Gary, I want to talk a little bit about just how insane this OpTic Gaming roster is. I mean, any type of scenario where Lucid can be the player on your team with the third best stats, I mean, that's just insane to me. Trippy was absolutely going off that game.
It was the terror duo, right? The long-term established duo, especially at the beginning of the game. Lucid, Trippy, they were able to dominate. And as we shift into game 2, into the breach, they're going to have to swiftly deal with that. Don't let Lucid and Trippy heat up in the early game. Force OpTic Gaming to beat you as a team. Don't let one or two players dominate the game. This time, things going a little bit different. ITB able to win those opening slays. They get the overshield into Jimbo's hands. This might be danger for OpTic Gaming early.
Last time these two teams matched up was back at LAN, and the Slayer did end up being a 50-41 win for OpTic Gaming, but that was on recharge, a lot different of a map than Aquarius. I expect it to be a lot more high speed, and maybe Into the Breach can use the smaller map in order to maybe just make the game a little bit more muddy or make it more disorganized and make OpTic really have to get dirty and work for it.
Formal made such a great play by doing nothing, and that's when you know players are in their bag, is when they stop moving and understanding the assignment. Overshield was looming ahead of him. He trusted his teammates to give him the right calls. He lurked and waited for the damage to go in, and Jimbo's overshield largely ineffective for their team. OpTic Gaming should be down at least a round of slays based off the start of this game. Instead, they take a small lead as we go into double digits.
Lucid having to give up that height advantage, taking way too much damage, down to one shot, and buys a lot of time, but eventually getting backsmacked by Mighties. Mighties with the cleanup, but Trippy and Formal back-to-back kills out of them. It's a bit of a struggle right now for any semblance of map control on both sides, and before you know it, another overshield is coming up.
This time ITB's there early, but OpTic Gaming are gonna have a couple of kills to get up onto the map. Trippy, you can tell that he was listening in that gunfight. Notice how he turns his position almost 180 degrees to go track down the weak player, give their team an advantage, and overshield now in the hands of Dead Zone.
He's gonna use that overshield, get up high here, and no more overshield to work with, at least able to get one kill out of it, but we're tied up as 16 apiece, and right now ITB have map control.
And one thing we've noticed so far is the overshield's being quickly dealt with on both sides. There hasn't been a lot of true value to come from those yet, showing that both these teams calming extremely well, dealing with threats quickly. And the most important part is they're able to identify what's the biggest threat on the map. They're taking care of the most important piece of the puzzle right away. ITB finally able to put some distance between them and OpTic Gaming. This is where the true test comes in. Can you hold off a juggernaut like OpTic Gaming?
Yeah, it's still early in the game right now, so you definitely don't want to take your foot off the pedal. ITB needs to continue this aggression, continue to have the same energy, and right now it's OpTic Gaming with some huge nades. ITB immediately go 3 down.
You don't see that too often, right, Tony, where a team goes 2-3 down from 3 different nades from the other side. OpTic Gaming showing that they are listening to each other, they are cleaning up each other's kills, and well, they've definitely practiced those nades. Almost a dot for Mighties across the map. ITB, they only have that 1 kill lead now, and Trippy, he just closes that space more efficiently than I think anyone else. That was a pretty kill on his end.
OpTic's defense looking good, clearing out the car side. They know ITB want the strong side of the map, and OpTic willing to fight for it as dead zone across map onto shots with Jimbo. And now this overshield about to come up is so important. And man, OpTic Gaming doing a great job of clearing out those perimeters to allow Lucid to get aggressive onto the OS. Another 3 down, and Lucid waiting for his shields to go back up before playing that OS.
Risky maneuver still from Lucid. He grabs that overshield before they're able to push those players off that top base. Takes a ton of damage, but the extra shields give him a second chance at this attack. Lucid still putting down that hurt, and so far he's been the lightning rod for OpTic Gaming. Double digits, first in the lobby, 10 kills for his team.
Great kill advantage here for OpTic Gaming. On board now with Trippy, who has that P-side control and a great angle to cover Formal's back, but knows that Lucid's putting down damage. He's just trying to support everybody here on the map of Aquarius. Trippy get involved in every single fight. Maybe he doesn't have the most kills, but those assists really start to add up.
The assists across the board for OpTic Gaming are so impressive, right? These are the assist numbers that you'd almost expect to see at the end of the game. Instead, we're at the midpoint, and OpTic Gaming are largely assisting every kill on the map. The couple times that Into the Breach have been able to get these wipes, it's been because they've been able to find those players on OpTic Gaming before they can get their trade outs, before that team help comes in. That's going to be their win condition for the rest of the game, minimizing the assists of OpTic Gaming, forcing them into more one-on-ones where that team help isn't going to shine through.
Formal making sure that his car side belongs to OpTic, and when you have that car side control, you just put down the damage, raining down the hell onto Into the Breach. That's a full squad wipe, and now staggered spawners being created, and now influencing the spawns exactly where they want them. OpTic Gaming 5 kills away from taking this game. Meanwhile, Into the Breach struggling just to spawn up safely.
Formal's POV exudes confidence. He will take a fight. He is going to beat you down. There is no question about it as he ends this game. Look how fast he is as he trusts his teammates to help clean up the rest. And well, this game was close until the very end. Then blown out. OpTic Gaming fly forward, and well, Formal's confident kills, I think, a big part of that.
Huge performance coming out of both Formal and Trippy right there. The kills out of Formal, the balance between the kills and assists out of Trippy, that's the OpTic Gaming that you want to see early on in the tournament. And if they can carry it out throughout the late game, OpTic, they may just break the curse.
And I like seeing there a little bit of, OpTic put to the test early on in that game. I was really interested going into Aquarius Slayer to see what version of OpTic we were going to get. We obviously know that in the past, throughout history, Aquarius Slayer not been one of their strongest game types. And, early on, they were kind of looking like the OpTic of old, kind of bunched up. Into the Breach actually had the lead early on because of it. But as the game went on, their spacing got better and better, and they just ran away with that, Gary.
It's incredible to see how they can just turn on the jets, the afterburners at any point in time, right? It's Into the Breach for, I'd say, 60% of that game were in a winning position. It's shocking how fast things can turn when OpTic Gaming's on the other side.
Yeah, great plays out of them as we take a look at our big picture view here. Space Station up right now, 1-0 versus Native Gaming, and looking to close out game 2. That's a close one, but let's get back to our series on hand. OpTic Gaming up 2-0, looking to put Into the Breach away with a clean 3-0 sweep. Tony, take us away.
It was a 3-0 back in Atlanta. Now OpTic Gaming one game away from doing the same here to Into the Breach here in your World Championship warm-up. But right now, it's Into the Breach. Early double cap out of them. If they could hold it, they could really put OpTic in a hole in the beginning of the match, which is kind of where they want to be here early on Live Fire.
See Dead Zone trying to get further and further back, but not going to be able to stay alive. His life will be void, and Into the Breach were able to deal with the threats fast from OpTic Gaming. That'll give him a scoring opportunity, but OpTic Gaming never truly out of the fight, right? They're always going to be aggressive when the opportunity presents itself. They get 2 kills, but what do we notice about those 2 kills? One's furthest to the right of the map, one's furthest to the left of the map. You get incredible spacing for OpTic Gaming to go and work on their next stronghold because of it. They're controlling the perimeters. They might not be scoring right now, but it's just a matter of time with the way that they're playing.
41-0 run coming in from Into the Breach. Loving what I'm seeing out of them, but like you said, it feels like OpTic starts to move in position, and once they take control, it may not let it go. We see Chick looking to take a right back, trading out Charlie for Alpha. This is huge. Great job out rotating them from Into the Breach.
Honestly, I'm a bit surprised at how fast Into the Breach was able to get towards A. Not only were they fast to the attack, but they were able to win the fights outright, able to keep that numbers advantage at A, and well, they were able to score 57 unanswered points because of it. OpTic Gaming, they're gonna get their chance. Let's see how far they can take it.
4 kills, 5 assists, has only died 1 time right now. Chick having one hell of a live fire. Still has that sniper enhanced. 3 down quickly. Go OpTic Gaming Into the Breach. Starting to look dominant here.
This is Europeans, right? They are so good at strongholds. There's something about EU Halo, the speed and the rotations that they have that has quickly made them some of the best stronghold teams on the planet. It's incredible to see them at work, but finally OpTic Gaming, they get the deed done. 4 players going down. They have control. They're pressuring into the trip cap, and they have camouflage. Talk about having everything on the map. The question is, how far can they stretch this?
It's OpTic Gaming's multitasking that make them one of the most dangerous teams in the league, and now when it rains, it pours Into the Breach, finding out the hard way here. The shot's looking good out of Trippy. He's also going to stay alive, prioritizing keeping that camouflage on the map, and Into the Breach once again getting trip cap.
OpTic Gaming, this is where they're dangerous, right? It's not necessarily about controlling the game for the most amount of time. It's about controlling the trip cap, being able to put those 2 points on for every second. Woodham, he's going to try to find some reprieve. That sniper on the mouse and keyboard, good enough for 2, but the 3rd will take him out, and the trip cap is right back into effect.
And that's what I was talking about before the match. You know, when you need a play to be made, Wootham's going to be that dynamic player. He's going to be the one to make things happen, and that's what Into the Breach needed. They needed to heat check OpTic Gaming. Meanwhile, getting creative with the movement, but 3 down go OpTic Into the Breach. They take back control a little bit, and now it should be scoring here soon.
Sniper for Chick, just patrolling, looking for one player from OpTic to make the mistake and give his team an opportunity. But right as he looks away, that's when Dead Zone comes in. Frustrating moments for Chick, but can he eventually find his cleanups? There's the first, but as he got those kills, his teammates started to go down, and things are going to be tough for him in this B hill.
88-86 lead in favor of OpTic Gaming at the moment, and just waiting for the player to QT back. Chick contesting the hill, ends up finding the one-shot player. Alpha and Bravo now once again belongs Into the Breach, and it's OpTic Gaming stuck over toward the Charlie side. And look how ITB are playing. They want to get aggressive here.
So they will Chick able to bat down that next player. It's 3 down for OpTic Gaming. The scoring stops, and ITB having their chance at an attack. And look how aggressive this Into the Breach roster is on trying to push in for that trip cap. OpTic Gaming, they handle that pressure masterfully, but one sticky grenade makes the difference. What a massive double kill for Mighties. Able to stick one, the AoE does the damage for the next, and ITB remains scoring.
Both teams understanding how important that camouflage is. OpTic Gaming do a great job of slaying right as it comes up Into the Breach, and them going 4 down, and now the spawn manipulation is in. They know exactly where ITB are at every single point on the map, and it is crazy to watch how OpTic Gaming work. When momentum is on their side, they are dominant. They are hard to beat.
It's not just about OpTic Gaming making the right play. It's about how fast they make that play. There is no hesitation at all when they go to make their move, and you see how fast things can turn into a trip cap situation for them. ITB, a lot of work ahead of them. Woodham leading the charge for this side with 13 kills thus far, but notice how high the death count is as well. He's in constant engagements in those front lines. ITB, I'd like to see someone else rise up to the opportunity, start slaying out just a bit more to alleviate that pressure for Woodham. It feels like he's trying to do too much at the moment.
3 down, go ITB once again. And it looks like Formal wants to be that forward player with the sniper, knows that Jimbo's pushing toward the tower side. And it looks like he and Trippy are gonna try to slow down this double push out of ITB, but Formal can't exactly find the angle with the sniper. And now finally 1 kill goes down, but Formal has to go 1 shot in order to create that opportunity. Luckily Lucid is there quick on the push, and the trip cap is held, and so is the lead by OpTic Gaming.
It might only be 1 kill that Formal gets right there. That might be the best play that I've seen all day. Notice he stays alive, he keeps that sniper in action, and well, the second opportunities are what makes Trim true. Double kill for him. Formal. Oh my God, the plays that this guy makes, it is always top tier. And he can do it with the flashy snipes, with the crisp shots, with those long range, with that long range damage. But he also has that little Ola in him occasionally, where he's like, oh, I gotta stay alive. I'm 1 shot. Everyone knows my position. Everyone knows I have sniper. It doesn't matter. I'm Formal. He stays alive, gets another kill, and well, OpTic Gaming, they remain scoring into the breach. They go 4 down once again, and this might be the beginning of the end.
Another camouflage coming up, but I don't even know if OpTic need in order to close out this game, because although it's just 185 points for OpTic, the trip cap has been locked in, and ITB have been struggling for a bit. The slaying, the speed, the objective efficiency, the multitasking, everything working in favor of OpTic Gaming right now. Finally, ITB are able to start scoring, but they lose the camouflage in order to get it.
Well, OpTic Gaming did a cost-benefit analysis, said, hey, we'd rather have this camouflage than allow ITB to have it. We'll give up the hills to do so. And well, ITB quickly put that into a trip cap. OpTic Gaming, they were pretty confident that if they got this camouflage, they'd be able to answer back. 3 players take down the camo and Lucid, but as they were distracting, you see A, B switching hands. OpTic Gaming back into a 2-cap situation.
That stick was nasty by Jimbo. Dead zone ends up going down, and because of that, Bravo's secured and Lucid is stuck onto Mud side. 3 down go OpTic Gaming, and ITB, the trip cap is in. They've slowed down OpTic and now have taken complete control on the map here on live fire. That melee, don't know where exactly it went. At least he's able to trade out his life.
OpTic Gaming, they've had such great control throughout this game, but as we approach the end, it's ITB that find the score. They've been able to take advantage of some rotations, get these brief trip caps that give them some great spacing, and well, they take that small lead, but OpTic Gaming never count them out. The second you think that things might change, that's when they solidify their position. C moving hands, B in contention. It's going to be up to Trippy to make the big play.
Triple push out of ITB. They're looking to clear out the Bravo side. Trippy with this snipe trying to provide some supportive fire, but it isn't going to happen. OpTic Gaming end up going 3 down. Trippy may have gotten the kill, but right now ITB continue to score.
More shots should be getting that damage, but there's just no follow-up for OpTic Gaming. Might be the first time in this game where we've said that phrase, no follow-up for OpTic Gaming. They need to find the first pick, get the first kill, and move up onto this map into the breach. So they're making themselves tough to find on the map. The rotation's in for Mighty's. Trippy will be able to find it, but it's pulling players back from OpTic Gaming. They're not able to get into these hills. They might get 2 down, but there is no follow-up. There is no attack. It's 2:46 before Trippy's able to get in, and he's already 1 shot. 4 players are up for into the breach. This is going to be a tough spot for OpTic Gaming. B is contested.
But luckily, Trippy and Dead Zone able to work together in order to clear things out. Charlie and Bravo now belong to OpTic Gaming. Just 4 more points needed here for ITB. But OpTic, if they can have a perfect hold, they can steal this one away and make it a 3-0 sweep.
As Trippy rotated away from B, ITB put all their numbers on. All 4 players are here ready to attack. Bravo secured so for Dead Zone as he stayed alive at the back of green. Trippy's the tip of the spear. Dead Zone's their strong foundation on the backside. They're ripping apart ITB. They're seeing everything crumble ahead of them. And it's all been because of those two. Dead Zone is somehow still alive.
ITB may want to start calling 911 because right now OpTic are about to rob this game. Even the double push over toward the Charlie side is going to be stopped. Bravo and Charlie continue to be held. It is locked in as ITB continue to spawn staggeredly. Lucid guarding the Charlie side. The final seconds, ITB needs to dive in somewhere, but there's nowhere to go. It is not stolen? Oh, yes, it is.
Just a simple one tap gets the job done. And honestly, so impressive from Trippy and Dead Zone at the end, but foremost the reason that they get there. He had an incredible pace to start this game, established what the OpTic Gaming game plan was going to be, and although ITB were able to get just to the finish line, crossing the finish line is a whole different part of the equation when we're talking about OpTic Gaming.
And if you're a Streets or Recharge fan, sorry, don't know what to tell you. OpTic is out for blood, ending the series in a 3-0 sweep. You see the GGs in the chat there. Awesome showing there from OpTic Gaming in our first series. However, on that game 3, I mean, we saw a little bit of that quadrant DNA sneaking in, right? We talk about Chick, the fact that he was on that roster, that quadrant roster with, you know, the most insane game type streak in the history of the scene. You know, bringing some of that over. He was an architect of that machine. But yeah, as we look at the highlights here, Dead Zone with the sick no scope. One of the things I noticed was Lucid. Honestly, there were 2 or 3 situations where it looked like Into the Breach was going to take the stronghold control, take majority control of the map, and Lucid down numbers multiple times, making huge plays to kind of shift the tide of the game. Tony, what did you notice here in this game number 3, and who stood out to you?
Well, 100% boots up on the side of ITB. I love the plays that he was able to make in order, even when they were like 2 down, 3 down, in order to kind of keep things close. He would have this like random multi-kill, just be putting down the damage, just involved in so many fights. That's what you want out of your mouse and keyboard players, what we saw. And then from on the other side of things, it was just OpTic's organization, their quickness, and just like you can tell they just were so prepared and coordinated. When they got those kills, they were quick on the attack to not only get an objective but to work on the spawns and then onto the trip cap. It was just everything, just it was so fluid on the map, I guess is the right word to use, man. OpTic, they're looking in championship form.
Yeah, we just see sick play after sick play. Trippy hitting the double kill there. But look at Formal stats as we're going through the highlights, right? 10 kills ahead, basically the rest of his team. Hitting every snipe. We saw the sick no-scope double earlier. This was a crazy part in the game, right? Because up at this point, we really felt like ITB had an opportunity here. However, OpTic, they just clamped down, Garrett, and they didn't let go.
It was honestly like some of the cleanest Halo I think we've seen all day, or that we might see all day. When you're in that spot where you have to start playing perfect, and you have the 2 cap and the other team's putting all 4 players in it. It's basically a 2v4 that OpTic Gaming were able to come out on top of. So scary stuff that we saw from there. And well, looks like we got maybe another potential sweep happening on our screen right here.
Yeah, we're switching gears over to the Lethal Fox versus Dark Inside series. Surprisingly enough, Dark Inside up 2-0 in this series. Not what I was expecting to see in the series score. I was expecting a little bit more of an even situation. However, Lethal Fox currently up here in game number 3.
Yeah, I feel like I'm definitely not surprised that Dark Inside are winning, but I'm surprised it's looking in a 2-0 fashion. But now we're seeing Lethal Fox maybe start to play a little bit more towards their strengths. When you look at Com, you look at Haynes, Ramy, and Jackson, they're quick, they're decisive. Strongholds definitely favors them more than probably what that first objective was, and you're seeing them about to close things out if something doesn't change quickly here for Dark Inside.
See, Ezzo's leading the charge. A new kid on the block, 17 kills, but I don't think it's going to be enough. TLF able to find their kills on the other side. Haynes with 18 for his team, and That's exactly what they needed to start getting themselves back in, right? That was a scary situation. But Hunter, look at this one, Native Gaming. Tony, Hunter, I want to believe. You know what I'm saying? Let me believe right here. Can Native Gaming make the impossible happen?
I'm gonna give you a little bit of gas for that flame there, Garrett. So when we tuned into this series earlier, it was 2-0 and Space Station was winning, which means Native Gaming didn't sneak away the Slayer like you normally would see from an underdog. They bit down and they won that Strongholds on live fire versus Space Station. So that's a great showing from Native Gaming. And looking at the stats right now, Barcode going off.
Early lead for SSG here, but an oddball. It feels like the early game really doesn't matter much. And so tight, so contested. One round of slays can change things so quickly. Eco understanding that and getting the huge kill onto Barcode. Knows the tapping button's weak, continues to pressure him. Does Stellar. SSG, they want to get these kills quickly so they can hop on that ball.
Tapping buttons. I love the idea. It's like, hey, we're both one shot. Let's just go our different ways. You know, I say you get your shields back, I get my shields back, we reapproach. And unfortunately this time it's not going to work for tapping buttons. Two players find him as Barcode tries to move that ball out and away. Space Station Gaming, they've been having to find some scrappy kills throughout this game, but they're starting to come their way. Eco finds the first. Can he get the double? No, Barcode's been a monster. He's at 10 kills already.
That he is, and now we switch gears over towards APG. He wants that ball over toward the A side. Actually, no, we're spawning Charlie, so it looks like Native Gaming want to advance this ball towards Charlie, but it's Legend and SSG that are coming in so quick over towards the mid-map. They need the slays. They're able to get it, and finally that ball secured, at least for a moment.
Native Gaming's been very quick to pick up the ball and try to find their opportunities for points when they present themselves. The biggest part of that equation is finding the kills after. Barcode, tapping buttons. Notice how far up on the map they are on opposite lanes, trusting themselves to win crucial one-on-ones and tapping buttons. Well, 5 perfect shots later, Space Station gonna have to wait just a bit longer to make this push a reality. In the meantime, Native Gaming and APG just cleaning up that ball time.
That they are, because SSG still spawning toward the PD side. They're forced to break out of it, and the triple push will work. Immediately, Native Gaming end up going 3 down, and Legend right on that camouflage, and now right onto putting the damage onto the spawning players here for Native Gaming. Once again, multitasking coming into play, but this time it's SSG, and here come Native.
Barcode with some efficient nades right there. So far, he's just about double positive in this game. And they're finding crucial kills, and it seems like him and tapping are always in the right spot to find crucial kills for the team. Though so far, Barcode gonna take his turn as the ball carrier, and well, here comes the push. SSG, they're putting their pressure on.
The moment tapping buttons goes one shot, he takes that ball away from Barcode, but still 3 down, go Native, and now Legend on the hunt for the final player. No player left behind, at least when it comes to SSG.
Finally, SSG has the setup they've been wanting. They have that ball far away. Native Gaming, they're going to take this approach in a 2-2 split. Gilkey and Barco are going to work up on the cafe side of the map, while the remaining 2 players work on B. And, well, the B side, they were able to get to that cross. It pushes Legend down for the time being, and now Legend has some math to do. I got a player coming from the right. I got 2 players pressuring me on the other side. How long can I hold this ball? When do I play this?
It's a great angle coming out of Gilkey. The initial damage allows him to push forward, but runs into a double, a lay-bound combination. Trades out his life, and APG getting a bit of the cleanups as well. Native Gaming slaying a lot better so far in this game, and they have the lead 66-44. Time will become a factor soon.
Yeah, with only just over 60 seconds in neutral time remaining in this game, it's going to be crucial to get this next camouflage. Barcode's there early, but down to 1 shot. He'll have to find a reapproach. It's just Stellar remaining for SSG. APG able to back him down. He can't go for the camo, and the nade jumps up. Oh, that might have been the smallest bit of damage needed, but it was just enough for Gilkey to get away with the camouflage. Win condition secured for Native. Just need a few more seconds of time to put this thing away.
but that missed back smack is going to cost him every single day of the week. Eco ends up ripping a double kill out of nowhere, and just when you had control, just when you had that advantage towards the end game, you're not able to get the kills, and SSG are going to take advantage of those mistakes.
Barcode, he's also slowed down quite a bit. Remember, we saw him at 13-7 in this game, now at 14-11. SSG starting to find their solution to their biggest problem in this round yet.
3 down go SSG. So a great bounce back coming out of Native Gaming. I thought those mistakes would cost them this round, but they're able to come off a spawn. They're able to get the slays necessary, and if they can keep SSG off the ball for just 7 more seconds, this could be it right now. That ball is bait. Barcode has a perfect angle with this PR. Nobody's able to grab a hold of it, and that's beautifully played by Barcode and the rest of Native Gaming.
Native Gaming did an effective job of playing the time towards the end of that game. They understood this lead is going to have to be enough. They started to play a bit more scrappy, a bit more trade for trade, and more focus on keeping SSG away from the ball rather than getting the setup of their own. Turns out to just be enough to win that first round.
Quick read down here for Native. SSG not happy with the results of that round number 1. They want to come out quick and make their presence known, but Native ain't giving up without a fight. Camouflage about to come up. Stellar gonna use that shroud to grab a hold of it. A huge play out of Stellar.
Legend, Legend jabbing left and right, was able to find that first kill. He makes himself tough on the map, even though it's a 1v2 in that situation. He's able to at least take one player from the other side with him, but Native Gaming were able to find their answer early on. Kill after kill goes their direction. They're able to grab that ball once again. APG, he was able to put in a ton of time that first round. He's always going to be fast to feel the rotations out. Would like to see the ball in someone else's hands, simply because he has that stalker rifle. You want to have a little bit more freedom with that weapon in your hands.
So far, Native Gaming, great job of burning the camo, great job of getting into the early setup, and they take the lead because of it. Native Gaming looking a lot more coordinated so far here in this tournament, and I mean, hey, SLC definitely went their way, and Native starting to catch fire in the tail end of the season, which is kind of when it matters most.
Things that have been really impressing me from Native Gaming is their accuracy in this game. We've seen some crucial 5 shots when they need to matter. APG weak in the one spot, but Kilkey gets that red gun that was left on the ground, instantly puts it to work. Only 1 shot left in this thing, Gil. You might want to just put that thing onto the respawn screen and tell your coach, hey, put a minute on the clock. We're gonna make sure we get this next red gun.
Despite not having the numbers, Native Gaming confident enough to go after that ball early, push it back towards the PD side. Will they be able to use that ball as bait and slay around it is the real question, because you allowed Legend to grab a hold of this camouflage. Now it's Danny Phantom, who's just gone ghost and is on the attack, but not able to get the trade. Gilk Duds is here, but so is Bound. It's still a 3 down for Native Gaming, and that ball stays towards back game.
Native Gaming pretty happy with what they were able to accomplish, though. A massive amount of time on that hold, and Native Gaming's been very efficient throughout this game. Space Station have to be conscious of this and do not let Native Gaming get free opportunities. Don't let them get into these back lines for free. Barco gets behind 2, and this is going to be devastating to SSG.
The flank was huge out of Barcode, and now SSG need to get Barcode out of the PD side while the rest of Native Gaming are surrounding the area. Barcode making an absolute play, but finally Bound gets the kill. Ends up going down as well, trading out their lives, but Native Gaming are the ones on the ball.
Only 4 seconds that separate these two. This is the crucial moment of the game where someone's going to take a decisive lead. Bound was able to find the kill. Legend rotating that ball, and that's when you know things are scary. Whenever Legend has that ball, he's so quick with his rotations. He understands the plays so well. Honestly, in my opinion, one of the best ball players in the game. You see how he drops that, puts it out into the open field, says, hey, it's my turn to slay. He's able to find one. He stays alive for just a bit longer as well. Legend starting to have a hell of a performance in the second round.
Native Gaming going down at probably the worst time here, right as camouflage is coming up is not what you want to see. They fought so well so far early in this round number 2, but can they grab a hold of this camouflage? And I promise you, if SSG get their hands on it, it's going to be a problem. But the same for Gilkey, because now a one-shot Eco's not going to survive. Bound has found the exit route. He hightails it out of there, but a nade by Stellar over toward the cafe side is going to illuminate the camouflage player, and APG can only trade out his life here, which is not what Native needed. SSG stop the camo, they stop the push.
Something you don't see every day is Space Station just punting away that camouflage. They didn't put anyone close to it. Instead, they solidified their perimeter and trusted that they would spot the camouflage and get the kill before it did too much damage. So far, a strategy that works out well as they're approaching the end of this second round. Native Gaming desperate to get kills.
11 seconds needed here for Space Station Gaming, but they're the ones who go 3 down, leaving Stellar by himself. Doesn't have the help that he needs, but he does spawn Eco towards the back Charlie side. And although the damage was looking good out of Stellar, even better out of Barcode, now it's a double push out of Native to clear out the Charlie side of the map. Eco has to fight a 1v2, and yo, what was that? Eco!
He's got fisticuffs for anyone. You want to come into the cage? He's got a 1-2 punch. I'll lead a shame. What in the world? I thought he was dead to rights.
I guess we learned something real quick there. Hey, don't count Eco out of any fight. That was beautifully played, but he also want to shout out to whoever that teammate was towards bottom mid, providing the extra damage over toward that C angle was huge, but man, Eco looked clutch in that one.
Barcode had a massive round 1 to help them get that first round on the board. We're going to need to see that Barcode once again in a crucial moment. Round 3 off to the front lines. He is ready for action. Native Gaming, once again, very quick to get to this ball. They are not going to let this thing sit if they see an opportunity to grab it.
Stalker in the hands of Legend right as camouflage is coming up, and the rest of SSG are able to spawn towards the strong side of the map and take a direct route towards it. 3 down for Native Gaming. That should be an easy camouflage grab. That's until Gilkey gets a double kill, kind of equalizing the situation just a bit. Legend gets one of his own.
Perfect shots from Legend. And they almost surprising the Legend. He's like, is this ball like this free to grab? Can I just get away with this? No. Unfortunately, it ends up being a poisoned pill for him. A nade comes through from Barcode, and Space Station starting to take some heavy damages, but Stellar, one shot, does not care, able to find his value, gets the kill for his team. But Native Gaming, well, we're going to see it all round, folks. If they have an opportunity to pick up that ball, they're going to be quick to it. They are effective and efficient throughout their oddballs.
Normally the scrappy plays don't work too much against SSG, but it's been working here for Native. They've been scrapping away a little bit of ball time at a time, and eventually those seconds start to turn to minutes. A 22-4 run now by Native as Tapping Buns wants to take a center angle, and Stellar, he wants to moonwalk into Tapping Buns.
Unbelievable pace from Tapping. He is just charging forward. And once again, Native, it's a 2-on-2 in this base itself, but even then, they're holding the ball. They're taking damages. They're saying, hey, like, come get us. you will. They are forcing the other team to come deal with them. They'll take the little bit of time when they can get it, and so far it's given them a 25-ish second lead.
SSG have control, but they don't exactly have the ball time here, and now the spawning players from Charlie have a direct line of sight on that ball, so SSG have to slay before they're able to commit to it. But how is that not a backsmack? Doesn't matter, Native still get the kills. So does Eco.
Well, Eco suddenly is the last one alive. Thankfully that ball resets, so he's pretty quick to this action. Well, this is a fragile position. He's got 2 players looking for him. Eco realizing the situation, plays that corner well, waits for the reinforcements, and now will take his challenge.
SSG with the slays advantage once again. Won't see the shotgun coming into play here. It has been GA'd, and 4 down go Native Gaming. SSG now have the opportunity to advance this ball toward the subway side of the map.
It's the first time all around where Space Station's going to get clean time. Native Gaming, they haven't been in this position too often where they have to find a clean break. And so far, things not going right. Bound finds the first kill. Gilkey will get the answer, but it's up to him to get more. Double from him, but SSG doing a great job of equalizing numbers, and Native Gaming will have to go back to the respawn screen and formulate another plan of attack.
Took a lot of scrappy time for Native to be able to put that 31 points on the board, but now SSG finding the clean kills. That's another squad wipe right there, and watch SSG points start to gain. They already have taken the lead, but they're looking to put some distance in the scoreboard now.
That might have been the scariest moment in the entire game for Native Gaming. They're coming off a respawn screen. SSG is getting ball time. What do the remaining 3 players of SSG do? They charge into the front lines. They take the team fight on 3v4. We're able to cleanly win it, and that gives them a ton of ball time to maneuver with on the other side. Gilkey's trying to pick up the pieces, but that's all that's left. It's just pieces. They need to get themselves clicked together, solidify themselves as a unit once again. Space Station Gaming has thrown Native in for a loop.
I will say Gilkey and Native Gaming do come in like a wrecking ball right now and do have SSG on their back foot. Now the Slays started to go in favor of Native Gaming. They're getting the kills necessary. They're putting down that damage, but just as I say that, SSG quick on the attack. Even the Shroud not enough to stop them.
See, look at that, a game 5 that's going to be on our screen soon. On the other side, Native Gaming just one more round to force a game 5 of their own. But SSG, they are making things tough. You can see why they're the champions. This has been a dark moment for Native Gaming. They have not been able to find the break. They have not been able to make this scrappy again. SSG are spreading upon the map. They are conquering. And what's so incredible about it is the space. Look at Eco's long flank here, as he's going to be able to find himself a kill, but so much space on the map for Space Station. Native Gaming has to make this harder.
A high risk, high reward maneuver come out of Eco, and we're going to find out if it pays off. And actually, they're the ones who go 3 down. Native spawning closer towards that ball carrier, able to get the kill, now able to put some points on the board here. It's SSG that spawned towards the opposite side of the map.
I think SSG's not too concerned with what happened. Essentially, Native Gaming gets this break because of a 50-50 spawn chance, right? Space Station, they were in, ready to get that last little bit of time, but Native Gaming, they got a better spawn, but SSG, look how fast they take over. Legend back on top of that ball. Eco has control in the red room. Camouflage up for grabs, and it's going to be Gilkey that gets it this time, but you only have 15 seconds to go make your play.
Native needs to get that ball out of the hands of SSG. They need to do it quick. Gilkey, he gets towards the PD side. A double kill will slow them down, and actually a full squad wipe. SSG go 4 down.
See, it's going to be Native that gets their ball. Barcode's going to be the one that has it in his hands. Space Station, though, 1 break away, 1 wipe, and this is game.
65 points and counting, but it feels like a perfect hold is what's needed. If I'm Native Gaming, I'm grabbing the Bulldog at this point. They need to be able to hold the map, because just 7 more seconds is all that SSG need. And Gilkey spawning toward the Charlie side. Barcode doesn't have the help necessary. Stellar's on the ball. Gilkey needs to make a play, and he needs to make it now.
There's nothing he can do. He just helplessly has to watch that final second tick away. And Space Station Gaming showing who they are. Stellar dropping a 40 bomb to find that victory, and they won't see it themselves in game 5. And honestly, so impressive how they were able to accumulate their time in that 3rd round.
A great showing there from SSG to close out their first series of the day, 3-1 over Native Gaming. A good showing there, though, from Native. I mean, Barcode, Gilkey, APG, all with 36 kills apiece. The boys slaying out, but we'll talk about that series later. We got a game 5 on our hands, boys. Dark Inside versus Lethal Fox. It looks like Lethal Fox is now 1 game Tony away from the reverse sweep. They're heading to Recharge Slayer. Early predictions.
And this is really what we expected to see here. When we saw Dark Inside up 2-0 in the series, I was like, whoa, this should be a closer matchup. Well, like you said, 1 game away from pulling off the reverse sweep. We're going into Recharge, and I feel like I really like this team, Lethal Fox. I really do, but I think Dark Inside have an advantage on a map like Recharge, where they're able to slow things down and get into an early setup and kind of run away with it. Give me Dark Inside. Give me Ezzo and the crew.
I'm going to go against you. I'm going to say give me Lethal Fox. They're a little bit more of a structured team. However, with the shock rifle, the pop-off potential is there. Gary, for Dark Inside, who are you looking at here in this game number 5?
You see, you put me in the breaking point. You know what I'm saying? I gotta make it swing one way or the other, and
so much power.
Give me. I think Ezza's gonna have something special in him in this game. I'm a big fan of the new kid on the block, Dark Inside. Let's see. I think they're going to be able to get some pressure going over here, but either way, not surprised whatever way this one swings, though. I'll give a little bit more to Dark Inside.
Well, we're going to hop here into game number 5. Love seeing a game 5 this early on in the broadcast. It's Lethal Fox taking on Dark Inside Recharge Slayer. We're staring at the elevator here, Tony. But before we jump into this game, number 5, which the players are obviously loading into, let's talk about the shock rifle.
I mean, the shock is going to be magical. We were staring at the elevator because let me tell you, the competition is being lifted right now, and it has been all year long. It's continued to get better and better and tighter and tighter. And now TLF and Dark Inside, who although may be underdogs going against some of the bigger teams in the league, they can create upsets. We've seen it time and time again. Camouflage in the hands of Envor. If they got the shock, they might want to feed it to him.
That's exactly what's happening, Tony. Does he have it bound? I don't think he. Okay, there we go. They finally get to see it go down, and they will add that shock rifle to their arsenal. But one thing that you'll notice from TLF is they had a clear plan of what they wanted to do in that round. They got the shock rifle. They got what they wanted, and none of it mattered. Camouflage went to Dark Inside. They're able to find those opening kills. TLF was putting a lot of dependency on finding those opening kills. It didn't go their way, and whoa,
Rami coming out with the huge nades, a bit of insta-splode action, literally rips apart the setup that Dark Inside were looking to create. They end up going 3 down, and now even the spawning players are starting to be pressured by Jackson and the boys. Dark Inside, they regain, they take the lead.
On their corners, Piggy able to get that damage in. Triple for Ezzo. Overkill for the new kid on the block. TLF, it looked like they're putting pressure, but Ezzo had something to say about it, and he's not done yet. Charging into long haul, he'll find himself the delayed kill tack. We'll take the spree instead. This is incredible from Dark Inside early.
This is why they brought Ezzo on the roster. They saw what he could do in the free-for-alls and even in the 4v4s. If he's able to find out where that damaged players are, he's going to pounce on it. He's going to turn it into multi-kills. This kid is something special. TLF for finding it out the hard way.
Battling in, let your teammates clean that up. Oh, Ezzo, it's aggressive into the fight. He had that camouflage ready to help clean up the rest. Dark Inside should be able to solidify their position over at C. Yaxon and the rest of TLF will have to make a home at pipes. They see that shock rifle, but that is a poison pill. Go for that. You will get shredded by the players on Dark Inside.
Not only do TLF know that shock is up, but so do Dark Inside, so they were using it as bait for a bit, and now Descendant. Shock and camouflage combination. The nades are going down, but so is Chris Common.
The shock rifle is a problem for TLF. There's still 4 bullets left in that. They're down by double digits in this game now. So much map presence from Dark Inside. This is where the game can quickly get out of hand. It's important for them to find the kill on Descendant. He's the most important player on the map. Has that shock rifle in his hands.
Ezzo controlling that tower side. He does have a bit of help with them. Meanwhile, TLF spread across that A and the gold side, and they're just waiting for a player to try to make a move and maybe take advantage of it. And Envor and Descendant are deciding to push up towards the golden glass side of the map. They're going to be the ones to try to create some action here, but it's slow. They want some damage first. 23-12 lead. Dark Inside having a clear advantage.
Piggy, interesting maneuver from him. He stays low on the map. He was almost able to find that pick on Haynes in time, and Haynes, he's going in for seconds. Haynes, ooh, aggressive, but he opens up an opportunity for a pick. Jackson goes down into the pit, a risky maneuver, but it pays off for TLF. They're able to at least splinter the players from Dark Inside, get some more space to work with, and now Team Lethal Fox look to be the ones on the attack instead.
Dark Inside very comfortable with their lead, and they're willing to slow the game down. Dare TLF to push up into a trap, into a bit of bait, but TLF aggressive onto the one-shot players. Chris Common now gonna try to stay alive. I believe that camouflage is up, but Haynes is more forward on the map. Grapple belongs to him, and slowly but surely, Team Lethal Fox is starting to claw their way back into the game.
That's the thing, though, Tony. I think it might just be a little bit too slow at the moment. We need to see one of those clean 4 down, get control of the map, and get that big swing and momentum. Common might be the one that is able to make that happen. I believe he has camouflage on him as he approaches into the stairs. Ramy's going to work with him. All the players from Dark Inside ready for this attack. Here comes the fights.
Ramy's reticle almost reminded of like a Counter-Strike player, just making sure that that reticle was placed perfect. Still, it's Dark Inside that hold on to the setup. 30 kills now. Meanwhile, TLF haven't been able to accumulate 20 just yet. A full-on push, though. TLF deciding to change up the strategy. They're going to get aggressive together. They're going to double, if not triple, push these angles.
Finally, important moment right here for TLF. They're able to find 3 kills, but the way that they go those 3 kills is what matters. They didn't let any trades happen throughout that fight. Envor, though, a one-man army on the other side, able to bat back with a double of his own. Though we're gonna need to see more of that from Team Lethal Fox. Unanswered, untraded kills throughout this game.
Remy trying to make sure that nobody's able to push through the A side, and although the Sentinel was weak, he finds the kill and turns it into a double kill. 10 and 5, 8 assists on this young man, formerly known as Carbea. Jason really has become the X factor here with Dark Inside.
Even though we've seen all this action, we really haven't seen the game state change much. That 10 kill lead has remained resilient for Dark Inside for the most part. And if you're Team Lethal Fox, you're quickly running out of runway. You got to speed up and find some lift, get some wind underneath those wings, or else you just won't have the opportunity to make your comeback.
And this is really what I was worried about for Team Lethal Fox when Hunter asked about predictions. I love TOF. I think, you know, on game types like Strongholds, on maps like Live Fire, that's where they really shine. They want to play quick. They want to put you on constant staggered spawns, but with Recharge being as big as it is, with all the angles that you're able to create, with how many times you're able to slow the game down, that's what Dark Inside want to do, especially when you look at players like an Envor, like a Piggy, and because of that, you're seeing an 8-kill advantage. Off screen, though, Ramy was able to take down Ezo. Envor wasting this ammo. That means he knows he might just go down here.
Anticipating his takedown, and honestly, I'm a bit surprised that Dark Inside isn't taking this game a bit slower. Right? It's okay to, when you have such a big lead, it's okay to not move. It's okay to force the other team to make the plays. Instead, Dark Inside, they've been on the front lines. They're the ones causing these engagements, and well, we've seen kill after kill start to head the other way. What was 10, now it's just 5. I think Dark Inside is giving Team Lethal Fox a chance in this game. In my opinion, I think they should slow themselves down, force Team Lethal Fox to make the plays.
That's what Dark Inside are best at. Looks like that's what they're going to move to. Quickly putting Lethal Fox 2 down here are Dark Inside. Chris Common with the cross-map shots onto Piggy. Look good. No kill just yet. Camouflage is up, and you know that Dark Inside are using it as bait at the moment.
Just out of bullets, Piggy. Never reloaded his bandit. Got caught out in a tough spot. That's 2 unanswered kills, and what was 11 has turned into the 5 still. This is just a slow chip away at the lead. Double for Jackson. Are they going to be able to make up this difference in time? Dark Inside still on pace to win this game, but Team Lethal Fox getting some much needed momentum, closing the space little by little.
42 kills here for Dark Inside. 2 squad wipes away from taking down Team Lethal Fox in this game number 5. Do or die for both of these squads. Off screen, you do see a couple of kills start to go towards Team Lethal Fox. Piggy and Dark Inside now gonna slow it down once again. It's this gold side setup that got him this lead. Maybe it's this one that ends the game.
Pipes is a hard spot to break for Team Lethal Fox just because Dark Inside can play close together. They can bat out these doorways. Here comes the push. They get 2 trades. Let's make it 3 as they 0-4 down, but they remain in the lead. Just 1 kill, though, that separates them. Team Lethal Fox, they've officially made their comeback.
Dark Inside got to be kicking themselves right now. It felt like they were the clear favorites to close it out and make it look easy. 7, 8, 9 kill lead is what you expected this to end with. But now just 1 kill separating these two.
Look at this,
Once
Tony.
again, the game slows down to a snail's pace.
But this is once again, it's Dark Inside. That's the team that's trying to make the play. Like Team Lethal Fox, they're content. They're not moving, right? They're staying. Their perimeters are solidified. They're letting Yaxon go free, trying to get different angles with the sniper. But they're playing more that Dark Inside is gonna give them an opportunity rather than Team Lethal Fox taking the push. And that's what's happened. 2 kills swing because of Yaxon's shock rifle. He has grapple for the camo. The camo does get up into the room, not on his body yet, but. Wait, where did that camo go? Did it fall through the floor? What happened to the camouflage?
I thought it might have landed in needles, but honestly, I have no idea. Clearly, Yaxon does because he's it was stolen. It looks like somehow it was stolen by Envor right there. But either way, 48-46, 2 kills separate the two, and now it's Team Lethal Fox that just need 2 more kills to end it here.
Team Lethal Fox isn't gonna move. Haynes, oh wait, no, it's Haynes that got camouflage.
What?
That's a special feature. Yaxon's been putting down so much damage with that shock rifle. He finally hits the respawn screen, but 2 one-shot players from Dark Inside. They can't afford to die. It's only 1 left to go. Team Lethal Fox, they've done it.
A comeback that we're gonna remember for quite some time, especially Dark Inside. That one is going to be tough to watch in the film review. That was your game. In no way, shape, or form do you lose that. But Team Lethal Fox are the ones to clutch up and take that game number 5. Oh my gosh, that was one hell of a game.
Absolutely insane finish to the series here, Lethal Fox with the reverse sweep over Dark Inside. And that game number 5 was a bit emblematic of the rest of the series, right? It was Lethal Fox off to a really slow start, down by 10 or 11 kills majority of that game, yet somehow, some way able to claw their way back into the series and that game and close things out. And really, Gary, one of the things I want to talk about, I always mention being able to play with gears, right? And it seemed like Dark Inside sadly kind of got stuck in one gear. It was working for part of the game, but then when it wasn't working, they weren't able to transition. However, Lethal Fox, they made the adjustments, right? They started playing one way, they switched up the game plan a little bit, stopped getting bottlenecked, able to close it out. I want to talk to you about that, Gary, the ability to kind of switch up your game on the fly.
Honestly, they needed to shift down at some point, right? But they never did it. And it was, you have that 10, 11 kill lead, and you constantly see the pressure. At some point, Team Lethal Fox, they realized that we don't have to move. And you saw it at the end of the game. They put one player on one perimeter, one player on the other, and they said, hey, Yaxon, go free. You have shock rifle. You play the middle. You find the players that are going to try to do a little bit too much. He kept finding kill after kill. And once they got the camouflage, it was GG. But it's so tough to realize when you have to shift that gear. But on recharge, whenever you get a big lead, rule of thumb, slow the game down. It's so much harder for the other side to make a comeback if you aren't giving them free kills. Force the other team to win the game rather than you potentially losing it.
Absolutely great points made. Tony, Gary, you guys are absolute machines, just casting your way through like 3 or 4 series back to back, no break. So Chat, everyone watching at home, we're going to give these guys a quick commercial break, a chance to refill the waters, but don't go anywhere. We've got more action coming your way from the Halo World Championship Warm-Up Part 2, presented by Complexity. Welcome back to our Halo World Championship warm-up presented by Complexity. We don't even have time for a break. There's so much action going in. The players are loaded in for our featured match of the day. No bias here whatsoever from me. It's Complexity taking on Shopify. Tony, walk us through the series layout.
Well, first of all, before we even get to the match, I'm more impressed that there's no bias from you whatsoever. I mean, come on now. It's Complexity's tournament. You can't help but root for him a little bit, just a tiny bit. Complexity.
Maybe just a little bit. I'm not, trying to stay neutral.
Complexity versus Shopify Rebellion. This is going to be a fun one. Shopify Rebellion have been quite consistent throughout the year. That 4th and 3rd place finishes that we've seen has been real out of them, and Complexity maybe a bit slower to start, but they've really caught fire at SLC, and you know they want to continue that momentum here. Honestly, it really could be anybody's game. Complexity, not the favorites in this one, but they can win. I can definitely see a world where they beat out even the likes of Shopify Rebellion.
Oh, it's Shopify Rebellion, Tony. This is a team that has consistently seen Sunday, right? They haven't had that great success that we've been wanting to see from them on those Sundays, but they're going to try to get it all together for one last run at Worlds. And if I'm a betting man, I want to take some good odds, I wouldn't be surprised if Shopify Rebellion create some of the biggest upsets that we've ever seen in Halo's history come Worlds.
Yeah, it feels like Shopify Rebellion have already beaten like the top teams in the world. They've beaten the SSGs, they've beaten the OpTics, they've beaten the FaZes, even the other teams like the Sentinels, the Pures. Everybody else is kind of in their way. Now it's time for them to do it when it matters most. Doing it on a championship Sunday and doing it in an elimination bracket semifinal, so you finally make a grand finals to be in position to win the tournament. We know you have the potential. Now it's time to raise that floor.
So far, Mental finding himself some easy shots. Heads are moving into his direction as kills start to swing towards Shopify Rebellion. Chase from underneath. Mental, he goes back for the reach shot. What a monster. That's how you know he's confident in his abilities right now. He was eager to try to take that snipe shot.
Ryan with a bit of a sneaky spot, waiting for his opportunity to strike. Cycle down to one shot and a well-placed grenade to take him down. Make it a double count of Ryan. 5 and 2 to start the game so far. And when Ryan's playing like this, Complexity could be pulling this flag, could be taking the game.
Complex is going to have to make the most of their chances when they arise. This is going to be the first of them. Ryan causing mayhem. Huss ready to help with the challenge. It's going to force the sniper off the map. And Complexity, they did the first step of holding that flag, but I like how they maneuver out and focus on the slays next. They're not too focused on just trying to get that flag as far as possible, but rather playing the process of the game, getting those kills and getting that clean flag capture. Not going to work out this time, but the thought process is there. They know what their job is next time that they pull that flag.
Although that flag was used as a bit of bait, it was still returned, and I thought we were going to see some grapple action there, but even hunted down off the map. Sniper is played off and breaking shots, hitting shots, taking down Mental, but pushed out by Soul Snipe.
That flag's still out and away. It's for grabs from both sides. Soul Snipe working his way forward. Let's see, can he hit the skill jump? That's a tough one, Tony. I've been trying to practice that one. That one is a tough shot, tough little jump to hit.
Soul Snipe ends up being taken down. Complexity do have a bit of control, but Ryan do ends up finding the snipe of Mental, and body shot. It's a breaking shot. He's body shotting everybody. 3 down go Complexity. Mental feeling himself with the snipe.
So far, Shopify Rebellion done an effective job of batting away some opportunities from Complexity, but I want to see more of that offensive action from them. It's going to be suppressed in Soul Snipe. They're going to try to get it. The long-range help from Cycle with that BR. Be effective. The only damage he takes is from a rogue nade from his teammate left on the ground. As Cycle pushes forward, one thing you'll notice from this guy, he's so effective at staying alive. 1v2, almost got that shot back down on the breaking shot. Not quite able to keep it up, but opportunities are coming for both sides. Soul Snipe trying his best to keep this offense afloat.
Psycho staying alive, moving and grooving, getting involved in every single fight possible. Loving the way he's been playing, and we're right back on him off his spawn. Meanwhile, Huss and Complexity, they're running a flag, and Psycho ends up being taken down. He had to stay alive in order to stop this flag from going in, but nobody will. Huss and Complexity go up 1-0.
Not only did Huss capture that flag, he also was able to stay alive. The last little sliver, Quantum Translocator comes in clutch. Allows him to get back onto those front lines quickly, and Complexity trying to bat for a second flag. Suppress will bat them back down though. Double kill for him. He'll be the first to 10 for his team. A battle between him and Ryan for the top slaying spot in the lobby.
3 down, go Complexity. Shopify Rebellion have control, and now 6 bullets in the sniper, and finding a spawning Ryan, who beautifully played as Psycho puts down damage onto the newly spawning members, and Shopify Rebellion are still moving this flag forward. Breaking shot. He wants to try to get involved. So does Ryan with this sniper, but it's a bit of a snipe battle that Ryan simply can't win. Suppressed might just try to cross that one in. Ends up being stopped. Complexity may be able to pull off the return.
There's gonna be a big emphasis on that. This is still looking to be a Shopify Rebellion's flag, as they're still getting these kills. Noticeably, no one from Shopify Rebellion too eager to try to just pick up that flag. They'll find it just in time. Breaking shot not going to be able to get to that corner, and now it just feels a routine play for the rest of Shopify Rebellion, waiting for that flag to come home. They'll tie it up 1 apiece.
Psycho still has the sniper. 7 bullets. Make it 6 after barely missing out on that knee shot. Wants to work a 1-2 combo here with Soul Snipe. Soul Snipe takes down 1, and Psycho takes down the second. A 1v1 now between Psycho and Ryan Noob. And Psycho takes the vent. Ryan Noob takes the opposing one. 4 bullets to work with. A bit of a jiggle peek battle, but Ryan forcing Psycho away from the high ground, and Rain almost gets a huge flank off.
Psycho, man, he's been so fast to reposition. One thing you'll notice from him is he doesn't really think of those grapples as anything else but an opportunity to reposition quick, right? It's not about getting in and getting a flag out with it. It's more about repositioning and making it so the other players have no idea where that next fight's going to come from. Makes it so he's so tough to find on the map. Complexity having a bit of a struggle on keeping cycles away from their base and away from that offensive action, something that they're going to have to change throughout the rest of this game.
One weapon that's not G8 on the map is the Needler.
I don't think we've seen a Needler in months. I would love to see it out.
Hey, it's in the back pocket of Mental right now, and it's out so far. Here it is.
You see why he doesn't get picked up much.
Yeah, you got to be in a specific range for it.
Well, one thing you could have done is scope in with that Needler. Helps it just a little bit more into that fight. But either way, I don't think there was much more you could do. Sometimes that Needler is either going to be the best weapon in the game or the worst one. Just a matter of how far away that opponent is from you.
Whoa, huge headshot come out of suppressing the enemy team's fire. With his firepower that he's putting out, Complexity immediately going 3 down, and Ryan is going to follow the rest of his team. And look how quick Mental is to repulse over towards that flag. Huss and Rain, they're gonna push through the pistol side, but they are not quick enough. Soul Snipe had the grapple.
So fast from Soul Snipe as well, lines it up perfectly. And Complexity, I don't think they were expecting the flag to be captured so soon. Not even able to try to stop it. Mental, he's still in that back base causing mayhem. Another flag out. This one probably not going to be the same situation where it quickly goes home, but certainly a problem that Complexity will have to deal with.
Rhino, with a bit of a high-risk, high-reward play, grapples right up to the vent, hunting down that player, and now too quickly going down for Shopify Rebellion. It feels like Complexity's opportunity to run this flag over toward that pistol side, but it stopped short. On the mid side of the map, Shopify Rebellion's defense looking tough.
Rebellion just is not giving Complexity free kills on the map, and although that flag gets to the halfway point, there's still plenty of members from Shopify Rebellion to deal with it. The return is swift, and Complexity will go back to the drawing board.
2-1 lead here for Shopify Rebellion. It is a double push out of Complexity. They've already made it on one side, one perimeter being controlled. They're not going to be happy with that. They need a secondary round of slays, and Rhino, right up the mid, breaking shot was able to take down Soul Snipe, but they end up going 3 down still. Portal's right back out towards the vent side as Suppressed and the rest of Shopify Rebellion are trying to find the angle, but they can't even find Rhino.
So slippery throughout this game. Both flags right next to each other. It's a brutal fight that's happening. But so far, it's Shopify Rebellion that seems to be on top. It's just Ryan Noob that remains, and that flag will go back to home for Shopify Rebellion. Now they're thinking about how they can get their final flag back to base. And so far, the slays remain in their favor.
Soul Sniper aggressively challenging Huss. Huss hits those. Down to 1 shot. We're going to stay alive towards this vent. Power position that Huss and Complexity want, and Mental wants as well. So look how aggressive breaking shot is being, forcing that player out of the vent side and trying to work with Ryan to control the 50% portion of the map.
Quantum Translocator down on the ground for either side. There's so many goodies ahead of Suppress, and Complexity will be able to find those kills. So not only do they get those weapons, they'll also get a grapple and a Quantum Translocator to work with. This might just be enough for them to find their tying opportunity. Rain, though, finds himself off the map. Unfortunately, that lip, the engine one, the elbow underneath just doesn't quite reach far enough for him to stay alive.
Less than a minute on the clock. You already can tell that Complexity are feeling the pressure to try to make something happen with this flag as time is quickly starting to wind down here. Psycho, though, allowing Complexity to play forward while he gets right behind them. This is why he's one of the best flanking players in the game.
He might wait for his teammates to get a couple kills. Instead, they're gonna let them pull. He'll find the kill himself. A bit harder than I think he anticipated. It's tough for Cycle because he can't make the next best play right away. Instead, he'll have to take a longer route, ensure he gets his shields back, and instead of even trying to play for any offense, they're gonna try to clear their side. Complexity staying alive, looking for a last-second opportunity to keep this flag alive. The extra time, I don't think is going to come on the board. I think Suppress will get this in time. Overtime, there is no overtime. Complexity not quite able to survive.
Yeah, almost felt like Shopify Rebellion were waiting for the time to wind down before getting that return, and then right as it hits, the 0 second does as well, with Shopify Rebellion hold on to the lead, hold on to that win on Argyle CTF.
Here in this series, Shopify going up 1-0 over Complexity. I don't know about you guys, but every time I watch Cycle's screen, I'm just blown away. I mean, the kid just plays incredible fundamental Halo. His attention to detail, honestly, is just immaculate, and it's super standout to me. This Shopify Rebellion team, they're the monkey that Complexity just can't seem to get off of their back, right? It feels like ever since Cycle went his own way, he's had Complexity's number and continues to put on a show every time he plays against us. My lord, like, give us a break. We're hopping on board here with the highlights. I mean, early on it seemed like a pretty even matchup, Gary, but then, I mean, Shopify just ran away with it.
I think Cycle started to activate on the map a bit too much. He was getting behind enemy lines. His little Ola-esque gameplay where he's so effective at getting behind lines, and one of the best players in the HCS at such a young age. Though I don't want to make that seem as if he came out of nowhere and started putting on pressure. I remember me and Tony, back when we first started casting, we were casting him at 12 years old when he was playing in these HCS tournaments. So still a long grind to get to where he's at, but he's hitting his prime right at the right spot. He's quickly becoming one of the best players in the HCS, and he's got a long career ahead of him.
Yeah, and I love the fact that you bring out the fact that, you know, he is very, very Ola-esque in the gameplay. Just such a nuisance, such a thorn in the side. But I want to talk about Complexity, obviously, Tony. Who are you looking at on this Complexity roster that needs to step up in order to even out this series?
I don't even know if I want to say, you want to use the word stepping up, because I feel like he really has been that guy for them for so long now. But to me, it's breaking shot, because I feel like he's just so important for this roster. His ability to play the environment, to stay alive as long as possible while working a pole and putting down shots. He's so creative with the way that he stays alive, and he's aggressive with it. I think that's what Complexity need. When he's laying down damage and winning those battles that he has no business winning, well, that's when he's at his best. That's when Complexity's at his best. So I don't want to use the word step it up, but I feel like he's definitely the one to have your eyes on his breaking shot, because this team will go the way breaking shot goes.
Definitely looking for him to go above and beyond, right? Like, just being great isn't going to be enough. Like you said, he's already playing good, but needs to transcend, go to that next level. Looking at the rest of this series layout, though, we have Aquarius Slayer in game number 2, Live Fire Strongholds game number 3, and I really hope we get to see Streets Oddball for game 4 and potentially a recharge game 5. Garrett, though, I'm a little nervous here, though, going into game number 2. You know, such a fast-paced game type against a team like Shopify.
Yeah, Shopify, this is their bread and butter. The teamwork, the fast, aggressive play. This is where they started to make their name in the HCS early in year 3. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Prime Shopify Rebellion here, though. This is the best possible practice that Complexity can ask for.
I will say, I think obviously Shopify Rebellion are the favorites on Capture the Flag, but Complexity will surprise you a lot on this very game type and map combination. CTF Aquarius is their best flag and map mode combos, so if there's anything to kind of lean on, I'm sorry, excuse me, Slayer Aquarius, excuse me. If there's anything to lean on as far as that, is that Aquarius definitely is one of their bread and butters. Excuse me.
I think that Complexity loves to make complex game states and Slayers where they're aggressive, they find kills, it's chaos right on the map. They're constantly playing forward. The problem for them in this specific matchup is Shopify Rebellion loves the chaos. They are one of the best teams at handling that chaos, at setting players into the right spot and maximizing value. You've seen that early in this game. We're not even 2 minutes in. We have 21 kills between the two teams so far, and Shopify Rebellion has taken a tremendous lead. Complexity's normal game plan just isn't going to work against a team like Shopify Rebellion.
Over double the scoreline of the opposition have Shopify Rebellion. Cycle only has died one time so far, and the damage looking real, not only onto breaking shot, but on Rain as well. Soul Snipe, aggressive, almost gets to double himself. Cycle can't exactly get the cleanups, but he always prioritizes staying alive so they can get into a new fight.
That's what makes Cycle so dangerous. Look at him, 5 kills already, 4 assists to go with it. Has died just one time, but as he's staying alive, he's finding that next kill. And it's scary when you have a player like that is constantly maximizing value of their life. Cycle's going to be a pain in their side. Finding a solution to him going to be a priority in this game. Soul Snipe, we're not even past one overshield rotation, and one camel rotation, and he's already got double-digit kills. 10 for him. This might be one of the fastest games of Aquarius you'll see.
Soul's not going to run into 3 members of Complexity, but no numbers, no problem. Soul Snipe navigating that fight perfectly, as Complexity are the ones who go 3 down.
To keep an eye on, though, we're gonna have the Soul Snipe cam, but the question is how many kills can he put on this game? Cemental stealing away number 13 from him, but Soul Snipe at the pace that he's playing, I wouldn't be surprised if we see him somewhere close to 20 by the end of this.
I mean, it's crazy to me. He has 12 kills by himself. The entire Complexity roster have 16 as a unit. It's crazy. He's almost outslaying the enemy team by himself right now with Soul Snipe, and the rest of his team around him getting slayed. That's back-to-back kills. Cycle and Suppress as Complexity are ones that are getting cycled.
It's funny, the only reason why Soul Snipe has slowed down at all in this game is just because his teammates aren't leaving him any kills. They are running around, finding player after player for Complexity, and Complexity, they're trying to do their best to sprint out of these situations, but the pressure's just too immense. Complexity are desperately trying to find 4 players on the map at the same time. It's just not happening. Shopify Rebellion are pressuring their spawns within a few seconds of those spawns coming up. Look, Ryan, he's been alive for 3-4 seconds before he's already feeling 2 players breathing down him. There is no time for them to think. It is all reaction. And this might be one of the biggest Slayer differentials you'll see all tournament.
At this point, the question really doesn't become who's going to win this game and how well done do you like your steak? Are you medium rare? Because right now, it might just be served up well done and burnt. If Shopify Rebellion keep cooking like this, it's going to be a long series for Complexity, and maybe Shopify Rebellion pull off a win here in your World Championship warm-up.
I think this is going to be some 8-5 Wagyu. With how fast this game is, this is a quick sear. You put this thing on the grill for half a second, it's done. But we're not even 5 minutes into this. This is blistering pace.
Let me tell you, if you're taking Wagyu and you're cooking it for over 5 minutes, because Shopify
we got to talk about cook time to game time ratio. It's not 1-to-1.
They've been cooking since the game started. They've been cooking. They done cooked it. That thing is burned. You're done disrespected the Wagyu. You gotta put it up. We gotta cut it up.
There's a lot more than just putting it on the grill.
I was gonna call Best Man after this series to see what he fed his boys for breakfast, but it's clear that it was steak and eggs. I mean, 50-20 there for game number 2.
Wow.
Like I said, the Shopify team is one of the scariest Slayer teams in the league, and they showed you just why there. The difference between winning a CTF game 2-1 and winning a Slayer game 50-20, let me tell you, those guys were on a roll there from the beginning. Like you said, Tony, taking a look here at the stats, damage across the board, looking good, suppressed, an absolute turn on the map. Look at the difference between his damage dealt and his damage taken. He was dishing it out and not receiving it in return, right? But I think that just speaks to the level of pressure that was all over the map. But looking at game 3, though, live fire strongholds. Tony, if you're Complexity, what do you need here to get yourselves in this series to crack the door open here a little bit?
I mean, for me, that game number 2 was really told about the damage differential. You saw nobody outside of that 2,000 club in the Complexity camp. Meanwhile, Shopify Rebellion damn near having every player in 3,000, almost a player in 4,000 right there. So if you're going into this next map and game type combination, you have to find a way to maximize the damage that you're putting out there and minimize the damage that's being returned to you. Otherwise, it's going to be the same thing. You cannot allow a team to look that comfortable on the map and then continue that from one spawn rotation to another. It just can't happen.
Yeah, and to piggyback off of what you're saying there about the damage, I just noticed from Shopify's POV that all 4 of them are just so good at prioritizing the right things in those chaotic moments, right? They're finding a way to still shoot together. They're finding a moment to make sure the high priority targets are getting taken down. But we're taking a look here at a little series on the side. It is Cloud9 versus Mindfreak. Gary, so far, Cloud9 looking strong, up 2-0.
Yeah, I've been keeping tabs on this on the other monitor just to see how the boys from Australia are playing, and they've been keeping it close. So Cloud9, they won game 1 3-0. Game 2, it was a 50-49 between these two teams, in which Mindfreak had a big lead at the end of the game. Cloud9 were able to just get it away, and it looks like Cloud9 are going to cement themselves as just that tier above right now, unless Mindfreak makes some crazy play happen towards the end of this. Though I will say, Mindfreak, a team from Australia coming all the way over to North America a bit early to boot camp, and they're getting themselves a big opportunity here, being able to play against some of the best teams in tournament situations right before Worlds. This is a crucial moment for them to try to find a solution. And well, I thought this game was over. Mindfreak, they're staying in it. They're making it difficult.
Really feels like valuable practice here coming from Mindfreak, and you know they came into this series knowing that although they weren't the favorites, this was a winnable matchup for them. But Cloud9 playing absolutely lights out, and so is Suspector with that sniper, doing everything he can to contest this B. If his teammates find the kill around him, he could be able to steal it away, but the reset goes down. And so do 2 members of Cloud9. Make it 3.
Oh, okay. Mindfreak, they're starting to get kill after kill. It's going to be a 4th that meets the respawn. And the way that Cloud9 dies here is what's important for Mindfreak. They're able to put 2 on the respawn screen as 2 were coming up. It forces Cloud9 to slow down their gameplay. But Septify, are you kidding me? While One Shot is able to make a crucial play, Camouflage went into the hands of Sab, and B is quickly changing places.
Just 4 more seconds needed here for Cloud9, but looking like the hardest 4 seconds to get. It is Mindfreak that eventually go 3 down, and there's a player that has to make a play here, and he ends up going down. Septify gets the kill. Cloud9 take Bravo, and nobody from Mindfreak in position to hop into either. That's the win. That's the series sweep.
Yeah, good looking series there from Cloud9. I do want to give a shout out to Mindfreak though. Those players, I mean, they got 2 mouse and keyboard players on their roster, and for the viewers at home, this year's Worlds was a little bit different, right? There wasn't just a guaranteed spot given out to their region. They had to earn it at the last event, beating out many top-ranked NA teams to qualify for the World spot. So they obviously belong. A rough series to start against Cloud9, but this is just amazing practice for them. As we go back to our featured series, though, it's Shopify versus Complexity. Tools, take us away.
Solsnipe picking up right where he left off. The double kill with those nades. He has a quantum translocator, and don't expect to see this man not moving up on the map anytime soon. He is flying at his opponents.
Camouflage should be coming up very soon here at Shopify Rebellion. Understand what's on the table. They need to secure these kills so they can grab access to it. And Psycho wants Charlie as well. So far, Complexity don't find himself anywhere near either Charlie nor the Camouflage. That's a free one for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion is making things difficult. Once again, they thrive in chaos. They love to push up. They love to make things difficult for the other side. Complexity, although they're chaotic in the Slayers, usually very team-oriented onto these objectives. You're going to see them try to focus up and get those 4-man pushes and coordinate well. Shopify Rebellion, they don't necessarily feel the need to have their teammate right in their pocket to make their play. They trust that they'll eventually get there as fast as possible. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Complexity struggle to make their team plays happen.
The body shot connects, but couldn't exactly connect that snipe onto his mental, onto the head there, and eventually 3 down goes Shopify Rebellion, and Complexity have Alpha and Bravo and aggressive towards Charlie, looking to play for the trip cap.
Bringing shots in. It's interesting to see all this pressure. Look at all 8 players on the map are on the left side. Complexity, they go 3 down trying to fight for that position, and well, the 4th will join them on the respawn screen as they come up, slowing them down on spawn once again. And Cycle, he leaves the spawn open, does a little NASCAR, right? Only turns right, a little loop right back into the spawners. He'll take down the first, and here comes the flank from the other side. Shopify Rebellion cleaning up the rest of Complexity. That might be one of the cleanest wipes you'll see.
Not only able to put Complexity 3 down, but holding on to that 65-9 lead and continuing to find the kills onto the newly spawning players. This feels awfully a lot like what we saw in that game number 2 on Aquarius. Shopify Rebellion asserting their dominance on Complexity.
The dangerous part for Complexity right now is as players go down, when they have 3 players down, that last player is going to the respawn screen as the rest of his teammates spawn up. It has a devastating effect where where Complexity is just always down numbers inherently. You always have a player on that respawn screen. It takes a while for there to be 4 players up in the neutral game. Complexity wants as much of that neutral game as possible, as much of that 4v4 to make the difference. And unfortunately, they're just not getting it. Cycle puts another 2 on respawn. Ryan Noob's the last player alive, and this is where we gotta be careful of, right? You see Ryan Noob? Notice how he dies as his teammates are about to respawn. It makes it tough for those players that have any true action right away.
123-9 lead. Shopify Rebellion have firm control not only on the game but also on the map as well. Huss is going to try to make a solo play but run into a bit of a Shopify Rebellion sandwich there. They continue to score. They continue to attack them spawn after spawn, and now 135-9. Things are getting out of control way too quickly here.
Huss tries to take his chance over at C. Notices the sniper is soul sniping. The problem is Huss, he knows there's a flank coming in from Soul Snipe. His teammates go down on the other side, and all four join the respawn screen once again. The problem now is that the spawns are secured for Shopify Rebellion. They know that the screens are the next location to look. They're able to find the first. Ryan Noob and Rain did a great job of immediately putting themselves in that tunnel and getting out before Shopify Rebellion could finish their collapse.
Complexity are able to take away Charlie. They're also attacking Alpha at the same time, so finally we can see some scoring out of Complexity, but will they have to give up their life in order to do so? Apparently not, because Huss finds Soul Snipe portaling back, and now a momentary trip cap, and quick as Ryan is on the attack, Mental hits the black screen, and the trip cap is going to be held by Complexity.
All right, we see it 182 to about 10 was when this started, when this scoring run starts for Complexity. Let's see how far they can spread it, how effective they can be when they're the ones that are being offensive.
Oh, it is a double push right towards that back green side, exactly where Shopify Rebellion want to be in order to attack Bravo. Complexity trying to adapt, going all the way towards Alpha, but Rebellion are attacking two bases at the same time.
Rebellion constantly splintering their players into these 2-2 splits, working as duos. As Complexity, they're very much focused on the 3-1 split, where they try to go in as a full team to make their plays happen. Shopify Rebellion, though, they've been able to keep a lot of presence in multiple areas because of it, and Complexity struggling to handle that.
241 lead in favor of Shopify Rebellion still. Cycle gets the stick. There's no way he was ready for that player, yet he still makes the play to trade out his life. Complexity may have taken Charlie, but it takes two to tango, and right now Shopify Rebellion are dancing, getting sturdy on them as Ryan Noob and Rain hit the black screen. A 3 down for Complexity. They may just be moving in for another trip cap.
It's just so hard for Complexity. There's not really much that they can do in this situation. The simple solution is just get slays. It sounds easy, but the execution on that is a whole nother level, especially when Shopify's playing with the confidence that they are. Look at Cycle so far in this game. 20 kills for him. He'll make it number 21. He cannot be stopped.
Bravo and Charlie already belong to Shopify Rebellion. Complexity have to make their way into one to stop the clock, and although they're able to do it, Soul Snipe deals with them quick, and that's Shopify Rebellion putting the period as, or no, putting the exclamation point on that one. A 3-0 sweep here in pool play.
An absolute insane showing here from Shopify. What it seems like to me, Garen, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but you know, outside of our big three, right, our OpTic, FaZe, SSG, Shopify is oftentimes looked at as that team that could potentially, you know, get mixy and mess things up and make a big move. And it seems like they're playing like it.
They are playing at a pace that I don't think I've seen in a while. You know, this is what it feels like when pro teams go into matchmaking as a forest tag. Not a. All right,
relax.
Hey, I know this is Complexity's tournament. I love you guys, but game 2 we saw a 30 kill difference. We went 50 to 20. In game 3 it was 250 to 40. Like these are matchmaking stats right now, and I don't think it's because Complexity's playing bad. I think Shopify Rebellion's taking their game to a whole nother level.
Yeah, absolutely insane plays out of them. I'm actually just going to wipe the record clean. We haven't seen Complexity play on broadcast yet, but I've been hearing that Shopify's been playing pretty good, you know. I mean, that series just kind of didn't happen to me. But looking here, all the players, you know, getting ready for some other matchups. We're going to see ITB is going to be taking on Dark Inside. I expect that series to also go the distance. Pure on the top right there, a team that I'm absolutely looking out for. You know, it's Pure and Shopify, those two teams are kind of nipping at the heels of the big boys. And, you know, Shopify, Tony, I mean, they just look unbeatable at the moment.
They really do, and they really have been literally all year long. I mean, from fourth place to back third place finishes, we've seen Shopify Rebellion just look so good. Like my questions for them really doesn't even become like, can you beat out teams in the big three? Can you beat the SSGs, the OpTics, the FaZes? I don't even have that question for them anymore. Like I was talking about before, my question for them is, can you do it when it matters most? Can you do it in elimination bracket finals in order to make it into a grand finals? Can you look this good on a championship Sunday? That's what's been kind of eluding Shopify Rebellion for a bit, and I know they have it in them. Now it's time to execute, and every step along the way just feels like momentum moving forward until finally doing that at Worlds.
Yeah, and I think you bring up an excellent point there in terms of the pacing and the way you pace out your weekend, right? We see it with teams like SSG all the time, where it almost feels like they're kind of playing with their food early on in the tournament, not really playing to their fullest, but they know how to turn up when the time comes, right, on a Sunday. And so we'll see if Shopify can maintain the pace that they're playing at. But, you know, we don't have time for a break. We're hopping into another series. It's SWAT LATAM. Some of the finest players from that region taking on one of the hottest teams of this season, Gary, here in Pure.
This Pure team is ready to do some work at Worlds. One thing to notice, though, is the four not there. I know that the southeastern United States been getting hit by some heavy storms, and that's Last Shot. He's a player that plays on satellite internet, so he's probably having some problems over there. Well, hopefully everything's going good for him and in his place. Obviously going to be taking his spot in the tournament, but I believe Last Shot might be making an appearance later in the tournament when things start to become more solid for him.
Yeah, obviously he's been subbing around for a few teams. We saw him subbing for Dark Inside for a little bit. We now see him subbing in for Pure. He's the man to call, and he's gonna be able to step up and kind of fit in like a glove no matter what team you're on. I got the chance to interview the former Rainbow Six player, and he has a good head on his shoulders, and I think Avicii actually has a pretty bright future in this league. Watch out for him going into next year.
But Avicii's a Rainbow Six player, huh?
What was he? He actually used to play with Jinxie back in the day.
Oh, hey,
Yeah.
that's a G connection, right? You know what I'm saying? You gotta call up the old dog and say, hey, I need a spot. I don't know who has to go, but you gotta make a spot for me over there.
Let me tell you, Stellar, watch your back. If you start slipping, Avicii's there.
So far, like you said, he has been subbing for teams left and right, and you know, that's always a great sign. It reminds me of Rami in his early career. In Halo 5, he was the substitute when it came to the Pro Series, was constantly getting himself into teams, and he eventually was able to parlay that into a professional career. Would love to see the same come from Avicii. And so far, though, SWAT LATAM quickly moving a flag. It's just about home. Mexico trying to get his way back to the base. He'll find another kill, and this one almost feels like it's guaranteed to go home.
SWAT have come to play, and they're looking like it right here. 3 down, go Pure. That means a cap is going in, and SWAT, they're the ones able to strike blood first. They're the ones able to go up 1-0.
So I love seeing Strikey and Rorsch play together once again. These guys, long-term duo. You'll see them just fly on this map. Don't give them too many opportunities. They will make the most of it, and so far we see that connection. Been a big reason as to why that first flag goes home.
On board now with Druck. A bit of a slow start here with only 2 kills, but he should be able to speed things up real quick as we switch on board with Johan as well. Now a bit of a snipe battle. It's Johan versus Druck, and Johan gonna win that with counter snipe as SWAT going to play aggressive through that.
They got the next flag out. They have everything situated as well. Pure stuck on the opposite side of the map. They're going to depend on their cross shot. Cherish from the bottom of the map was able to find a double kill. That slows down the flag just enough for Pure to have an opportunity at this return.
Cherish 9-4 right now, but also grabbing this return, which is going to be great for Pure. And look how quick he is to convert that defense into offense now. Pushing forward, and so is Avicii, but gets caught out. Ended up in a 1v2, not the 1v1 he thought it was in.
Porsche able to get those shots in, flag moving. And Mexico gets it all the way to the 50-yard line, and SWAT Lad AM, they have been fast, they have been efficient, and most importantly, they've been winning the slays. Pure will have to find a solution to that as this game continues on. This one not going to go all the way back for a point, but SWAT Lad AM has certainly made their presence a known commodity that Pure will have to deal with as this game continues.
Taller guaranteeing that return. Getting his shields chipped away a little bit, and what a nade placement out of Ward. One thing I always notice about the top level of competition, their nades are crazy.
Shots in, great from Avusi. That's going to be 3 down. Mexico, the only one left alive, and well, his position's known. This will allow Pure to get that flag and know what they're dealing with on the other side. Cherish also was able to steal the sniper SWAT Lad AM. So although they pull that flag towards the spawners, they're more concerned with the sniper going back towards their hands. They see a longer term play here.
1-0 lead, still in favor of SWAT at the moment here. Talik, 7 bullets to work with, 6 after planting 1 on the head of Warsh. Aggressive body shot onto Strikey. He's gonna win that one as well. 3 down goes SWAT, and this is valuable map position that Pure have earned.
Talik caught by surprise on the one side, and oh, that's a devastating effect. They wanted to keep that sniper up and ready for their next offensive push. Instead, a lot of reactionary Halo having to be played. They're dealing with the pressure of SWAT Lad AM, and well, Johan is going to try to go for a counter of his own. Aggressive plays from SWAT to try to capitalize on an opportunity. So far, it's working. This flag more than halfway home.
Fantastic cover fire coming out of Strikey there, and Druck is the most forward player, but again, it's those nades that are driving him back and what are going to allow SWAT to most likely push this flag through that snipe side. Return is in. Cherish ends up going down, and this flag is on the move. It's a 2-0 lead by SWAT.
I don't think many would have had this on their prediction. SWAT is playing an efficient game so far. Their slays are starting to slow down, but they took a huge risk to pull that flag, and Johan's risk paid off handsomely. A 2-0 lead now, as there's only about 5 minutes left for Pure to find these 2 flags. And when a team starts to play strong defensive positions on this map, it can be so hard to get your flag opportunities.
We always talk about how important these vent sides are. With Pure going 3 down, Johan had control but ends up being naded down. Luckily, that portal is set perfectly up there. Portal's right out of danger and into Druck's grenade, apparently. Talik, 12 and 8 right now. Can he step it up here? Can he do even more than what he's doing, I should say, and allow Pure to maybe get some control, maybe get a flag across the map?
For SWAT, they're just keeping Pure ahead of them. They're not necessarily concerned about getting that 3rd flag in right away. Priority for SWAT needs to be denying sniper opportunities to Pure. It's okay if they get their sniper, but you just don't want them to be able to put themselves in a winning position because of it.
Cherish does find some good shots onto Johan. They're going to trust his teammate to hunt him down. That's going to be Druck awarded the kill for that one. And look, now you're starting to see some presence in the base of SWAT. Pure is finally starting to wake up a little bit. 3 down goes SWAT. The final player is getting damage put on him, but the spawning players from SWAT should be able to get activated on the map quickly here. This flag isn't going to be easy to move across map.
They never dealt with Druck, though. They knew he was in the back base. They never sent a player back to deal with him, and well, the repercussions have been immense. A double kill that turns into a spree, and now a sniper that goes into their hands. So not only is this flag likely to go home, Druck now has the opposing sniper to work with to keep this pressure on.
Down by just 1 at the moment. 3 minutes and 22 seconds on the clock, so plenty of time for anything to happen here. Adversary playing awfully aggressive, putting down some good damage on the map, and now quick on the pull, trying to get it toward the PCs, but knows he has some other players to deal with. Also knows he has the reinforcements of his teammate. This flag could be going home. That's 2 down for SWAT. Advocacy towards the front base, and just like that, we're tied up into a piece.
When it rains, it pours. Oh my. Pure are unleashing on SWAT Lad AM. I'm fairly certain that they haven't traded out a kill in the last a minute and a half of game played. SWAT Lad AM just have not been able to get a kill, much less stop these flag runs. Advocacy's already meeting them on the front lines. He'll get the trade. Cherish grapples back, knowing that the only player that can stop this is Mexico, and his position's well known. There's nothing they can do. 3 flags in under a minute and a half. Unbelievable pace right now for Pure.
Advocacy and Talik are already over towards the sniper side. You see Johan and Striking now starting to move in position. The one shot Advocacy so tough to take down, but eventually Striking gets the kill, retreats to get his shields back. This flag is still being fought for. It's a bit of a stalemate right now, and SWAT are able to get the return. Pure need to be careful.
So scrappy. SWAT Lad AM were able to accomplish the return, and now they're just looking for a 4 down. You get an opportunity for a flag pull. Talik unfortunately was able to get that kill. That's going to stop SWAT Lad AM, and that's also going to solidify the sniper for Pure. SWAT's offensive maneuvers over.
Talik always doing a great job of anticipating where the enemy can be, from the basements to the back base spawn. Talik has his reticle ready for action. Druck, who was struggling in this game earlier. At one point, he was 3-11. Now 13-13, 9 assists to go along with it. SWAT end up getting squad wiped. Their adversary is going to be quick on the attack. They might need another round of slaves, but look, they're ready for the spawners. That's 1. That's 2. Everybody back to the black screen, as Pure might have just pulled this one away.
Pure, when it's going right, it's some of the most beautiful Halo to watch. Let me just say that was the flag captures that they had were from perfect Halo, simply as. At the very end, it's very rare that you see a 4 down in that fashion, where you see 4 down players all hit the respawn screen within a second of each other. Just allowed them to set up completely on the map. 8 seconds of unfettered freedom to get where you want to be. They're able to instantly put those players on the respawn screen, and there's no second chances for
what a showing from Pure for our first time having them on broadcast. Tony, it felt like for like a 2 or 3 minute period there, the kill feed was all blue, right? Like we saw so many kills unanswered, and they capped 2 flags at the same time. Just insane resiliency from them, right? To go down 2-0 and, you know, not let it get to them. They just kept playing their game, and when they started rolling, man, did they roll.
And that's what's crazy to me, is that you saw the kind of turn of events happen. For a large part of that game, SWAT were controlling it completely. They were getting the slaves. They started up 2-0. It was looking like there might have been a 3-0 at some points, and then something just snaps, turns around, and Pure just get a little bit of momentum and feel like they just run away with it. Once they're going downhill, at that point, they're at a full sprint.
Well, the stage is set for that to potentially be a fun series. SWAT LATAM obviously coming out swinging, but we're going to change gears a little bit. This is a series that I had circled on my day 1 schedule. It's Space Station versus Sentinels. The Sentinels team that has just felt like is just almost there kind of all season, right? Like they're just right on the cusp of greatness, but haven't quite had that breakthrough event. Gary, looking at the series layout here, how you feeling about both these teams? How you feeling about this matchup?
Sentinels is the team that has the biggest just like question mark over them this entire year. You know, obviously they started off the year top 16, a placing that we never thought we'd see from a team like Sentinels. Had a bounce back at London when they added precision to the roster, and since then it's been a series of ups and downs. I'm sure they just want to hit the top of their roller coaster at this moment. You know what I'm saying? A lot of down periods for them, and in order to do that, you're gonna have to find big wins against teams like Space Station, like OpTic, like FaZe in these final moments because of their seeding. They're just not ever going to be able to go far in tournaments if they cannot beat the best of the best.
And Tony, we saw Space Station earlier on stream, kind of, not gas pedal, not all the way down floored, maybe a little half speed against native gaming, but, now taking on a team like Sentinels, they're going to have to turn up a little bit.
I would have to imagine so, because kind of what Garrett alluded to, Sentinels, we talked about them creating a big four going into Arlington, the first event of the year, and it's been up and down. It really has been. At times they look like the fourth best team in the world, and then last event you get top 12. You lose 3-0 to Alpha Esports. I don't want to disrespect Alpha. I love what they've been able to do, but Alpha didn't even get out of the open bracket through the winner's side. Like, Sentinels have been up and down, and more recently a little bit more down than up, so I can imagine they're hungry right now. I can imagine they want revenge. They want to prove that they are ready for Worlds, and they're ready to be in their final form. SSG are going to have to be the ones to maybe wake up early and respect what Sentinels are going to put on the table, because I expect them to come out with the heat, but SSG have an eco, so
Well, when Sentinels plays their best, they're just as good as any team in the HCS. It's scary how good they can be. Precision's a big reason for that. If he can turn up and get those kills and be that main slayer that this team needs him to be, Sentinels is scary. When they start to have that struggle, when he's not able to quite get going, or they just aren't on that same page, things can turn disaster. They can start finding themselves losing to teams that they have no business losing to. We'll have to see how this one plays out in this World's warm-up, but I hope that they find that solution as we head into the final tournament of the year.
you know how snowbally of a map interference can be. Once you gain control, you have the ability to really pressure those spawns and really put teams on a cycle. And one of the reasons why we're seeing an 85-0 start here for SSG is exactly that. I will say though, Sentinels can gain their footing, get a couple kills in their direction. They can do exactly to SSG what SSG are doing to them. It may just start with an overshield. Right now, Sentinels won't get that.
That's just been so clean from Space Station. They never left the inside of the map until that overshield comes up, solidifying their positions, ensuring that they had numbers to guarantee that overshield, and stopping Sentinels from securing their final push over at B. Finally, the map flips out, but not before Space Station has already won their rotation at CB. Still not grabbed for Sentinels, and Valkade's trying to get there. They're keeping them away, and so many distractions on the map right now as Space Station finally finish that reset at B, and there's just nothing Sentinels can do to stop this offense that Space Station has, man. They are flying at Sentinels.
Yeah, I felt like earlier Eco and SSG were trying to lure Lethal and Sentinels into kind of a false sense of security, and they were able to get Alpha, but weren't able to get presence on the map. Now it's SSG bit of control here, but they just go 3 down, and Lethal and Boo Boo Doo find the kills necessary. Now the spawning bound is being pressured as well. We talked about it. It's snowballing. You get control, you run away.
Let's see how long this run can be. 152 points were unanswered for Space Station. Now Sentinels having their chance, and they'll quickly put in the trip cap. This game can get close very quickly whenever you find this this specific condition. The trip cap with the players being stuck inside of A. This is their chance.
Stellar finds himself some good shots onto Lethal there, forcing him out of the play, and now Stellar ends up over towards the engine side of the map, but meanwhile Sentinels get the kills and the reset. Legend may have spawned and pushed C safely, but we know it takes 2 strongholds in order to put points on the board, and Sentinels still control Alpha and Bravo.
Space Station want to get this overshield if they're going to break out of this position. Bound quick to get back towards A. He'll shoot players into the back, and be the one in charge is maybe potentially stopping that overshield. It won't be able to stop the overshield, but they will be able to start scoring once again. Precision doesn't have much team help in this fight, although he's able to get the first. He's quickly put down to no shields, and Space Station have found themselves in the scoring position now.
Man, So crazy to watch some of the better slayers in the league, man. You put them at a disadvantage in a gunfight, and it still feels like they can win it as he puts damage onto everybody on the map, and including that wall. But the nade is going to be the one to take down Legend. 3 down, go SSG, and Bound by himself will be taken down by his former teammate, and that Sentinels once again hopping on Bravo.
You feel that the momentum has certainly shifted throughout these games, but Sentinels, they have to be able to find a solution to Bound and his flanks. Every time that they've gotten out of these positions is because Bound has found his way to A and behind players. They're going to be able to secure that home. Now, these next slays are what's most important. The first one goes to Sentinels, but Stellar in a great position to try to clean up the rest. Space Station not quite done with this push. They think they can still secure it yet, but Falcated hiding at the highest ledge. Nothing that Space Station can do, and Sentinels continue to score.
158 to 103 lead in favor of Space Station Gaming, but it is Sentinels that have all the momentum, and the second half of this game has been glowing red right now. It's been all Sen City. Stellar with the damage onto 2 different players, but the kill won't follow. Legend now tries to capitalize on that damage and running into denial grenades from Boo Boo Doo. Boo Boo Doo still there, still willing to fight. Legend thought he might have ran away with it.
Boo Boo knew that he had to finish that kill onto Legend. He did whatever he could, use that thrust as his advantage, and doesn't necessarily get caught up on trying to get the trip cap. Instead, understanding that his team needs kills, he finds the flank, gets the damage for his team, overshield go in their possession, and now Space Station, who were able to start this game off, I believe, 153 to 0. Suddenly they find themselves quickly looking in the other direction. Sentinels are going to take a lead in this game, and Space Station going 3 down. Things are starting to get scary.
Sentinels take the lead, but Legend wins out his fight against Precision. Luckily for Sentinels, Boo Boo Doobu's quick on the cleanup, and SSG will leave with nothing but Charlie while Sentinels hold on to this double cap. It may just be a triple push out of SSG is what's needed. Stellar and Bound able to take down Falcated and Lethal. Boo Boo Doobu fighting for his life and fighting for this double cap. Where did Precision just come from? He takes down both players. He's still fighting. He takes down another. 3 down go SSG, who had all the advantage in the world just moments ago.
Well, what's been the difference between the first half of this game and the second half? Precision. It's simple as 22 kills, double positive in this game. He is flying at the players of Space Station and just cleaning up every bit of damage that's left behind.
That is so crazy. Space Station Gaming had the numbers advantage. They looked like they were about to take back that double cap. Precision makes the play. 22 kills to his name while only dying 11 times. Bound, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. So the rock was the cover, but the hard place is all of Sentinels surrounding him. Another 3 down. Stellar, the first one to come off the spawn, and Precision is going to work on him as well. He doesn't freaking miss.
Check the back spawns, make sure no one gets the A spawn, no one there. There's nothing Space Station can do. What a run from Sentinels. What a run. I think it was a 250 to 5 run to end this game.
That was absolutely unbelievable. I mean, that basically was a tale of 2 halves, right? Like, that's the best way to put that. We have Space Station jump out to an early lead and kind of were styling on Sentinels a little bit there, up like by 150-ish points. Sentinels, though, they locked in, and I mean, that boy Precision, he is just something special to watch. He absolutely went ballistic starting around the midway point of that game, leading to a Sentinels turnaround. And boy, oh boy, looking at the damage here, we see Precision 1,100 damage ahead of the next highest player on his team, as well as in the lobby in general, right? Highest damage in the lobby by over 1,000. Just an absolute showing from him. Man, I don't really know what to say. Sentinels looking like 2 different teams in that same game, right, Tony?
It really did, and I want to start off with what I'm about to say. In order to put on a comeback like that, team has to be all playing their part. Everybody has to be doing their damn thing. It takes a full team to put on a comeback like that. But what I will also say is Precision is special. The dude is clutch. The dude is aggressive. Not just one of the best young slayers that we have in the league, but one of the best slayers that we have, period, in our league. When SSG had any kind of semblance of an advantage in the slays, who was the player to step up and get a nasty double kill? Who was the player to step up and put that extra damage, that extra oomph, the precision? Dude, he is special, and I'm former Gears of War player. I'm happy to have you here. I don't even know what Gears of War is. I don't even know. I love having him here in Halo.
Oh, you could tell he's coming from Gears the way he was playing those walls, right? Like we saw earlier in the highlights, just the insane awareness of his environment around him, and with the strafing speed and infinite, the map around you becomes another weapon, right? We see Precision maximizing that in his fights. It's so frustrating to play against when you got a player peaking that fast, right? But hopping into game number 2 here, Gary, for SSG, I mean, that had to be a bit of a wake-up call.
Yeah, SSG, I think they quickly learned that when things start going right for Sentinels, they're just as good as anybody else, and I think they find themselves a bit upset about what just happened. This is an interesting situation where we go from one of the maps that has the most momentum-based results in interference strongholds to a Slayer that also has some of the most momentum-based results in Solitude. So for Space Station Gaming, it's imperative that they don't let Sentinels get that momentum. Don't let them have the spawn traps in this game.
7-3 lead early here for Sentinels on a map that you would think would favor the likes of Space Station Gaming on Solitude, but Sentinels riding that momentum like you talked about before from that game number 1 here into game number 2. And Falcated with this shock hasn't even died a single time just yet, and won't be dying anytime soon if he continues to shoot like this.
Trolling, looking for an opportunity. Eco gave his head just at the right time, right when Falcated went away. He'll get that info to his team, and Falcated, he has a decision to make. Are you going to be aggressive when you don't have this team help and force yourself to hit the shot? Precision finally comes up in time, but right when they start to collapse into blue, Space Station Gaming, they're fast to move out.
Camouflage coming up in just over 10 seconds right now, and it is Sentinels that do have a numbers advantage and map control. SSG gonna have to slay their way into the mid side, and off screen, Legend takes down Precision, and his camouflage just being used as bait right now. Bound, heads up play to start off that battle. Jiggle peeking, excuse me.
Bound, he's got himself this camouflage, and he is certainly ready to put it to work. He gets the first, jiggle. Teammate comes in to help with the second. Bound stays alive, and this is important because now Sentinel spawns are known. They're going to be stuck over towards this lift. Bound has camouflage and ready to pounce on this.
When he jiggles, he folds the enemy, and that's exactly what's happening to Sentinels right now, who once had the lead, now find himself down by 5 kills, and momentum swings big in the favor of Space Station Gaming. Eco manning the top mid side, putting down that damage necessary. Sentinels need to find a way to break out of their spawn here, but it's tough to do when the likes of Legend and SSG continue to get kill after kill.
Imperative for Boo Boo and the rest of Sentinels to find spacing on the map. It just has not been coming to them naturally. And even now, as Space Station hits onto those respawn screens, you can see Sentinels is still fairly condensed. Only one player towards Nest. It's lethal with that shock rifle, but everyone else is stuck into blue. They want more space, and it's going to have to come from the slays on the map. And right when they need it, that's when they get it. 3 going down for Space Station. Now they are the ones that can start forcing the spawn traps.
Bound with the final player alive versus SSG, waiting for his teammates to spawn up on that bottom LR side. He even gets the stick. It's a 2v2 situation, so it feels like this next slay gonna be so important. And Legend takes down Precision. Falcated quick on the cleanup, and also quick to wrap back towards his spawning teammates.
Falcated, Boo Boo, Doo Boo are gonna be the ones that link up together here. And long-term duo, they've been playing with each other off and on since 2017. somehow they always find a way back to each other whenever they end up splitting, and they've had some great successes winning a championship underneath that Splice roster, and they've obviously had their downs this year on this with the Sentinels. They have so many great expectations for themselves.
Camouflage in the hands of Legend. Precision takes a couple of shots that forces them back towards the LR side, back towards the rest of SSG, pushing in a well-timed collapse out of Space Station Gaming.
Everyone from Sentinels is basically occupying the same lane. They're stuck at the nest. Legend goes down to one shot, but he's just waiting for his teammates to come finish up the rest. Players from Sentinels seeing that respawn screen once again, and the lead just continues to grow. Space Station making things so difficult for the players over on Sentinels.
36-30 lead. Space Station Gaming still looking very good. Sentinels early lead favored them, but now stuck in the cafe side. You see the pings and the nades going down. SSG trying to create an opportunity through that damage to try to push up, and a weakened player towards the umbrella side is going to win that fight. Back-to-back kills. Sentinels fighting out of the cafe side of the map, but still find himself down 6 kills.
Legend taking heavy damages. So he tries to get back towards Bound to help solidify the spawn and to generate space that's so needed for Space Station to stop Sentinels from having any sort of collapse. And you can see how effective that space is as players are winning fights over by that nest spawn. Legends all the way on the other side, creating opportunities as players come to react to that damage. He finds a nice flank, gets that kill, keeps the lead to 6. They grow it to 7 now. Sentinels, you're running out of time. This next camouflage is top priority.
A bound combination right through the flowers over toward the mid-map. Legend forced to trade out his life with Boo Boo Doo there, or excuse me, with Lethal there as Boo Boo Doo on the low side. Damage onto Eco. Navigating the fight fairly well for being at a disadvantageous position, but eventually he's taken out. And now one squad wipe away from taking this win. Our Space Station Gaming and Sentinels are just way too far behind.
Sentinels, they're trapped over by this flower blue area. Legend has the camouflage. He's ready to get right into the front lines, getting info. He goes down to 1, but everything's so fragile for Sentinels here. It's not only that they have to find these kills, they can't trade out because Space Station's at 47 kills. They're so close to finishing this. And Legend's found his prey. Falcated had no chance in that gunfight.
Just 2 more kills needed here for Space Station Gaming. Off screen, you did see Bound end up going down, but the same for Falcated as well. And this is where SSG do. They start their push with some damage, and then they find an entry in. Stellar finds the backside of the defense of Sentinels and turns it into a huge bounce back win. Space Station Gaming tied things up.
Space Station looking good here in game 2 of the series, tying things up 1-1 against Sentinels. Man, Space Station, I've really never encountered players or a team like this where they can go from kind of lackadaisical to locked in just on a dime, right? Starting that game off, Sentinels was looking like they could potentially steal that game away, but at some point in time, Space Station just decided they were going to control the rest of that game, and they never really looked back, Gary, heading now into game 3 with a tied series.
This is the Space Station that we sort of expected to see, right? It's the Space Station that we saw in the first half of that interference game. Sentinels just weren't quite able to keep up with them, and this road just became so much harder. It feels like you need to go up 2-0 against a team like Space Station. Once they start to figure you out, it's gonna be a tough task.
And looking at our big picture view here, we see Pure with the 3-0 sweep over SWAT. LatAm looking good there. We've got an intense series of Native versus Akave. I hope that's how you say it. They're tied up 1-1 and tied in game number 3. Bottom left, though, into the breach, up 2-0 over Darkenside. Crazy how fast things can switch up, Tony. I mean, Darkenside was just in a game 5, and now they're 1 game away from being 0-2 in that pool.
Yeah, I believe I did see that they were up 1-0 in that game at least, so definitely putting up a fight, and maybe we see a game number 4 out of them. I also found it interesting, Tapping Buns and Native Gaming going up against his former teammates, a lot of them over on, I believe, a Conve roster. Interesting to see him go up against, like, Drift and Noble and them, as far as, like, he's known them so well for so long.
Oh, Stellar just hit the craziest late jump to get that overshield. He basically was off the map and then came right back, got that extra shields, and you can see the flag is quickly moving for Space Station because of it. They're scoring. We're not even a minute into the game.
Double kill.
Boo and Stellar go at it with the snipers and just barely missing out on that headshot onto Eco. Boo smart, high IQ, repositions, doesn't want to stay in the same spot for too long with the sniper, especially against SSG. Ooh.
Okay, I see you, Boo. One more shot left to get some value. Eco Legend show their face, but it was Stellar that came from behind that made things difficult. He'll be able to find that last sniper bullet. It's almost guaranteed he's gonna find something with it.
Well, he does end up getting a body shot, not quite the head there, and Senso's able to get ahead of the competition. It's Falcated clearing out the sword side before he pushes up. Senso looking to collapse onto SSG from multiple different angles, both Eco and Legend on the black screen, and Sentinels gaining ground quickly.
Looking for this push. Here we go. Space Station gonna come in, a battering ram through the back. But Eco and Legend, oh, they're able to secure those 2 kills. That was fantastic work from them, taking 2 very different angles, but having each other's help the entire way.
Space Station Gaming at a man disadvantage right now, but still trying to clear Lethal out of the sword side with Overshield and Rockets about to come up in about 10 seconds here. Sentinels gaining some valuable space. Stellar backs down Lethal. We do see Sentinels surrounding the rocket side, which is where they want to be, but with Bound taking down Falcated, will they be able to hold on to both rockets and Overshield control? Legend gets the win.
His reward, a couple extra shields to work with. Rockets, though, they went over to Precision, and they're just gonna box Legend out of this fight. They eventually find him. The green goo just a stray, but there's no one in the game that jiggles better than Precision. Are you kidding me? It's so hard to finish in any gunfight whenever he has any sort of cover. The way that he's able to get those extra shots in while dodging, he really is second to none.
Active listening out of bounds will net him 1 kill toward the runway side player, but Lethal wins his one-on-one on the training side. We do see some presence from both sides of the map here, and with SSG going 3 down, make it 4. This is Sentinel's opportunity to push up and maybe eventually tie up the game.
Bound, though, last player alive was able, or I should say first player up, was able to stem that push right away by pushing Boo down. 5 great shots that alleviate that pressure for now.
Precision now, careful with this sniper, limiting the angles that the enemy is able to create onto him while maximizing the angles that he puts down his opponent, and he puts down SSG. That's all 4 players wiped off of the face of Empyrean.
There we go, 3 spawners up on the right side. Precision takes quick count. Falcated blocking out that back spawn. They'll know where this action's heading towards. Now it's just about executing. 2 snipers on their side. Precision with 1, Falcated with the other. Have some fun hunting.
Killing spree.
Sentinels are being awfully aggressive here, and that's because Space Station Gaming just find themselves 3 out of 4 members on the black screen, and Legend gets headshotted as well. Falcated starting this run, and although going down to 1 shot, Sentinels looking very good, but Stellar makes the play, taking down both Lethal and Falcated.
That might just been enough, man. It really shows you the difference. It's just 1 shot. That's the difference between a flag capture and a flag going back home. Falcated did so much work, but just was a bit high with his reticle when Stellar wrapped that corner. Stellar keeping himself low when he slid through, trying to keep that body as minimal as possible. As for space, and they hit. Rockets up and in the hands of Precision early. Space Station makes him use those rockets early. Now, I like that play from Space Station. So you lose it, send your numbers quick, right? Do not let that rocket get into your base and start finding kills as they're pulling out flag. Instead, rockets went to Sentinels, but Space Station's the team that's on attack.
Good damage out of that sidekick coming out of Stellar, making it look like the main character here as a full happens. Legend already through the Mauler side. Now it's 2 down for Sentinels, but well-timed kills out of Space Station Gaming, and timing is really what's going to be the effort to push this flag forward. Through the long haul side it goes, and Lethal is trying to move in for the cutoff, but Eco anticipates it so well, putting his body between the enemy and the flag runner. That's a 2-0 for Space Station Gaming.
Teamwork gets that flag, and no one in the game is faster at running that thing than Legend, though. It was a foot race between him and Lethal. They started at the same side, opposite lanes, and Legend was beating them while he was juggling a flag out. It's an unbelievable pace from him on that run, and then Eco obviously doing a great job playing bodyguard, preventing Lethal from hitting that shot. A frustrating moment that Lethal just has to accept.
Huge snipes out of Precision. A triple, and he's not done.
He should take his teammate's face. Get the unofficial over.
Hey, you know, when you're flying like this, everybody's in your way. Everybody's an enemy. He's seeing red right now, and so as says she, they're seeing Sentinels red with Precision and the sniper.
Reminds me back in the Halo 2 anniversary days, the first year of the HCS. We saw that from a player on Sentinels. Lethal, he got that triple kill, saw his teammate, he said, hey, I'm peeling you for my overkill. Took him down on lockout.
5 minutes remaining.
Still a 2-0 lead here for Space Station Gaming, and although Sentinels do have this flag out, it's Eco feeling confident enough to try to play for the return. Legend is there, or was there. Boo Boo Doo Boo takes him down, and Boo Boo Doo Boo ends up putting down the damage to allow Lethal to get the cleanup kill. Stellar luckily is there to rip a double out of nowhere, but it's up to 2 members of SSG, now 1, as Bound left alone. Stellar goes down, and Bound will be dealt with. It was hard fought, but it looks like this flag should be going in for Sentinels. Oh my gosh, Precision's so nasty.
Double kill.
Precision said he's not just happy with the flag capture, he's trying to get himself in a position where they go back to back. Bound, though, able to quickly deal with it. Sentinel still applying that pressure, and Lethal, he stays alive and still has a little bit of shields to work with. He's making himself a tough cookie to beat. About enough time, overshields in the base. Sentinels, they're not just looking for one, it's back to back that's on the mind, and that overshield might make life easy.
Yeah, I'm gonna just start eating your cookies and not beating them. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
We're going crazy over here, man.
Beat them up, put them in a bowl of milk, and eat them like cereal. I don't know. But 3 down goes Space. 3 down goes Space Station Gaming. Sentinels now moving this flag through the long haul side, and nobody from SSG in position to stop Sentinels from tying it up at 2 apiece. A swing, game number 3, and now a swing flag gap.
Look at this. They have 2 players ready to beat up onto that left side of the map. They know where these spawns are going to happen. So much influence right now for Sentinels to manipulate the spawns of Space Station.
Both snipers are going to be coming up here very soon. How will Lethal and Sentinel decide to navigate their way through this? He does some good damage onto Eco that's on the tower side, and eventually Precision comes in quick to take him down. But Stellar's here, and Stellar gets his own sniper. Can Precision get out of his hands?
Precision's been in this back base for 20 seconds. They'll take a body shot. Stellar put the second in. Gets the kill, but they certainly aren't safe. Boo Boo has a sniper on the other side. It's a duel, and he finds Legend. That'll give him crucial information on what comes next. No, the clamper not in. Sniper off map. Lone sniper now in the hands of Stellar.
Bound with the mind the gap medal. Boo Boo Doo was gonna say that he was calculated with the way he played the sniper off the map.
If he would have dropped sniper while he went off the map to keep it on the map, I would have given him it.
Still tied up at 2 apiece right now, with Stellar taking I was gonna say a lot of pressure here, but now taking that pressure and kind of shifting it back to Sentinels. A full squad wipe, 4 go down. Precision the first one to come off a spawn. What will he be able to do when Stellar is staring you down? Flag on the move, rockets in the hands of Stellar. This game might just be over.
Nothing good is going to happen here for Sentinels. Too many goodies on the map. And Stellar will get the double kill to potentially end this. Precision got the kill on Eco just in time. Bound goes down to 1 shot. Oh, it's a 1-man army. He got 2. Is it enough? No. Bound secures it. Precision trying to play a miracle, trying to be a miracle worker there, but not much he can do.
I was about to say.
Wow. And then, like, ridiculous end to that game there. Thinking about this Sentinels team, though, I mean, from my perspective, it's like their ceiling is so high, like, but their floor is also pretty low. And it's like, Tony, could you imagine if Sentinels just played at a high level from the beginning, right?
Yeah, I mean, things could have been different. I mean, it's tough to do when you're going up against the likes of SSG. SSG are known to start games hot, especially on a map like Empyrean. But going down to the wire, Precision gets a clutch kill. Falcated gets a clutch kill of his own to avoid getting tripled from the Rocket player. And maybe, just maybe, they stop that flag and get a counter cap of their own. But this feels like the story that we're always talking about with Sentinels, like the argument that they play up to their competition, because when they're going up against like the Space Station Gaming, they played them tight. You know, whether it's a game 5 or like a really close game 4, Sentinels are always in it when they go up against the likes of the big 3.
Yeah, I mean, they started that game going down 0-2, right? And then before you know it, they cap back-to-back flags, Gary, and I'm asking myself if we're going to have a repeat of game number 1, you know? But at the end of the day, I always say you can have the best teamwork, the best strategy, but excellent offense wins all. And at the end, you saw Stellar hitting the no-scopes, the snipes were coming in, just crazy individual plays from Space Station down the stretch really kind of sealed the deal there.
Yeah, Space Station, it feels like you give them the opportunity, they'll capture it, right? Like they aren't going to let it go. The 3 flag guys we saw from them, very easy in the sense of getting the flag home for the most part. On the other side, Sentinels, it feels like they have to do so much more work to get their opportunities. And I think that's been the big difference between these 2 teams in this series, is that things just feel a bit easier for Space Station. Like the teamwork is perfect whenever they need it, whereas Sentinels are relying heavily on Precision getting a triple kill or some big play from Falcated with the sniper. Like those just aren't guaranteed to happen game to game.
Yeah, I mean, Precision at the moment leading the entire lobby in damage dealt. The man is just an absolute unit on the map. But Tony, what's it going to take from the rest of the Sentinels roster to kind of match his energy and push this to a game 5?
Well, that's the one thing. I mean, I thought Boo Boo Dubu was excellent throughout that game. You know, I think Falcon has definitely had some moments as well. I definitely feel like Sentinels are kind of firing all cylinders and putting themselves in position to win these games. Now it's just time to clutch it up in those final moments. And that's really what King of the Hill feels like it's about lots of times. These hills go down to the wire, and it becomes, what do you do? How do you give yourself that extra inch to steal one away?
Space Station aren't feeling any pressure early on. They find kill after kill. They know Precision's lurking at the top of gold. They'll send 2 players to deal with it. That's respect right there. Space Station took their player out of hill, said we're going to double up and we're going to make sure we have 2 players to take this one guy down, knowing how important it is to make sure that he did not stay alive inside of pipes.
Yeah, you definitely know when SSG are calling out like players by name, and they'll definitely prioritize making sure they get that main Slayer off the map. Loving the way SSG have been playing so far all series long here. But there's Sentinels that have that gold side control. They have the shock, and they had a shock.
Yeah.
My bad.
That was a quick routing from Space Station. They're able to find it, and that shroud screen can help Eco stay alive. So he potentially gets towards this hill, damage in, but no follow-up right away for Space Station. Instead, it's Legend. I'll try to do the work that Precision was doing earlier. He gets in the pipes. He's forcing Sentinels to come deal with him.
Legend does a great job staying alive here, and now with his shields back, he's back into the fight. Going after what was a 1v1 against Boo Boo Dubu, but Falcated pokes out at the wrong time, and both players end up going down. The gold side of the map cleared out, and that's SSG about to hop right back on the hill.
Enemy team took the hill.
And then they know the spawn's over at C. The space station, they'll be able to get themselves on this cross and getting great information in. Nades, though, primary way for Sentinels to deal with that hill. They're able to quickly get them out, and still a lot of work ahead for space station to still get this hill.
So close are both of these teams. A 1v2 is what Lethal has to navigate, and Eco's already here, putting that damage down. Lethal does find the kill onto Bound, but it's tough to take down both. Eco, he might just finish it off here.
Some nades are going to be the only way they get him out, and just not in time. In fact, space station getting a couple big kills as the hill is captured allows them to be able to run to those front lines while this rotation's in. So Sentinels, although they're getting these first couple seconds, it certainly isn't safe, as space station's already found themselves into the back.
Sentinels can't allow SSG to get toward that back C so easily. We're finally seeing Sentinels back into the action, but it's through the long haul side they go. Legend takes down Lethal, but ends up going down himself. Now Bound being forced out of the tower side. Sentinels now have control here, but Stellar is so quick on the attack, and Precision by himself, but with the green gun.
Wow. Hey, it's always a satisfying kill to get. Stellar reversal metal in the feed, and Hill going towards space station for the time being.
We do see an active camouflage about to come up soon here. Legend on this head glitch. Boo Boo Dubu and Sentinels really want to get him off of that, but they can also attack through the front side of the map if they want. Legend gonna relocate here, while Sentinels do send two players right through the front of the map to drive Stellar out, and looks like Legend's gonna be forced to hightail it out of here, but can't get out of dodge. Sentinels, they get the break.
Camouflage coming out. This is a crucial moment for Sentinels. Precision Shroud Screen will get him the camo, but it doesn't necessarily mean he gets away with his life. Eco spots him. The nades kept him one shot, and the value from the camouflage is gone. Space Station, they still have a chance in this hill.
Falcon to take some damage, but he stays alive. Legend has to make a play here and is able to take down both players. Stellar is going to live his best life towards the Trip Stacks pit, and Stellar and Legend working a nice 1-2 combo on the map.
Sentinels, they're so close to getting this one done, but as they try to desperately push towards Hill, two go down right away. Lethal will join them. It's just Fallocated. He's nowhere to be found, nowhere close enough. He joins them. Space Station steal Hill 2.
They're shooting and looting our Space Station Gaming, and from one side of the map to another, top A already guaranteed. Gold side cleared out. Falcon, the only player on the map, he's out in no man's land. It's already a 2-0 lead here for Space Station Gaming, and with the slays happening like this is where they're at their most dangerous.
Aggressive, risky play from Bound. He wanted to find Boo Boo before he could get to glass with that shock rifle, but the risk was handing over a full shock rifle to Boo Boo Dubu and the rest of Sentinels to use to find the break. Space Station just about 2/3 way there. If Boo Boo Dubu can keep this shock rifle alive, you think they'd have a great chance to find this hill still. But instead of risky maneuvers from both sides, it's getting mixy in the middle of the map. Sentinels for now control this hill, but Space Station still applying some pressure.
Prioritize getting those kills before just going after that shock, and that's going to lend Sentinels a lot of time here, but also the map control they wanted. Falcon watching Lethal's cross and vice versa. This is a nasty setup that Sentinels have, but it's SSG. They know they want to break it, so they send two down the long haul, and eventually the cross map shots are able to finish them off. It just takes a little bit of damage for Space Station Gaming to activate on that, and just like that, SSG, they take over recharge.
Sentinels might be getting a case of the deja vu, as they're so close to capturing this hill, but Space Station applying pressure. Now, Sentinels gets a big break by getting those back A spawns. They're going to have a chance to contest into this hill quickly, but the rest of Space Station is here and ready to fight. It's going to be a tough battle for Sentinels to come out on top.
Lethal taken down. So with 2 members on the side of Space Station Gaming, actually 3. Stellar, the final player alive, allows Sentinels to close out that hill. And look how quick precision is from the tower side, trying to get the back C spawns as well. Sentinels not out of it just yet. In fact, they may just be on fire.
Give them an opportunity to see how far they can take it. Sentinels starting to find huge kills on the map. They'll be the first into the next hill, and they're starting to win the one-on-ones. Lethal takes down the MVP from year 2, Stellar. And Sentinels have plenty of space to work with now. They will be able to be the ones that dictate the pace of this.
From capturing the A side hill to slaying their way through the tower and the C side, Sentinels looking very good here toward the second half of the game, and already halfway done with capturing this hill are Sentinels. But maybe Lethal feeling himself a bit too much, ends up in a back smack. He backs that thing up onto Legend, and Legend gets that back smack.
Sentinels, this looks more and more likely that they're gonna tie this up as long as they can find Legend before he does too much damage. That's a big ask. He does find 2 before he goes down. It's just precision that's alive, but Legend's kills have huge ramifications. Not only did he block out those C spawns, shock rifle stays in Space Station's hands. I believe they also get away with camouflage as well, so Sentinel's gonna have a tough time here breaking this hill.
Trying to fight out of the tower side, it's so tough to do. Legend takes down Falcated, and even willing to give up his life to trade against Lethal as well. 2-1 lead in favor of Space Station Gaming. Sentinels may have gotten back in the hill, but Boo Boo Doo didn't account for Eco ratting that C-stairs corner.
Space Station, they might start playing a bit of a calculus in their head on how they approach this hill. They might decide that if we're gonna do this, we need to have our Slayers up on the map. We're not even gonna try to capture this thing, as there's only 60 seconds left, and they still need a full 40 seconds in this hill to get the capture.
The Sentinels are the ones that go 3 down, make it 4, so this will give us all the information that we need. As Bound, the only player up, but Lethal gets a god spawn right through the long haul. He goes, and Bound will have to fight Lethal, and now Precision here.
Bound's in a great position to at least play preventative Halo, but Sentinel's got a gifted spawn. They'll have quick access. It's just about finding those opening kills. So far, it's been a struggle for them to get a player into position. Boo Boo will be the one that breaks the Campbell's back. He goes in. Kills starting to go for either side. Sentinels, they only need a few more seconds. The kills start to go their way. It's just Legend. He has to take on all 3.
And with that, not able to do so, doesn't have the shields to fight it out, and Eco gets shredded from the moment he comes off a spawn. Sentinels tie things up at 2 apiece and still have the favorable side of the map.
Stellar got that shock rifle. It's all gonna come down. One final hill. Last time it was Space Station, I was able to capture this hill. We had it first rotation.
Enemy team.
Sentinels though, oh actually no, this one held bottom mid. Sorry, not in that back center yet. So C spawn is going to be what's important. You want to see both teams favoring those spawns. And you can see, although Sentinels was getting time, look at Space Station. They spawned over at C. It prevents Sentinels from staying in that hill. They instantly had to leave and focus on the slays. Falcon has camo. He's doing his best, but this is tough.
Was SSG that came off for 3 down, and now Eco, the first one to spawn, is able to take down a camouflage Falcated. Huge kill coming out of Eco as that first one on the map, and now you see Legend get his trade, and just like that, Sentinels had control, but now it's SSG.
Both times now we've seen teams that go get hill control, not very cautious about giving up those C spots. Lethal is doing his best, but here comes the rest of Sentinels. You see the priority, right? It's not about getting them out of hill. It's about securing these spawns, in particular Bound. The People's Elbow makes a difference. He stays alive. C still secured for Space Station, and that one kill can be the difference between Sentinels having an easy break or Space Station being able to put this one away.
Man, the jiggle peak is strong, but sometimes you just gotta keep that reticle up and just wait for them to strafe their way into your shot. That's what Precision does, and does so masterfully. And now all 4 members of Sentinels set up on the map. SSG, they need a break, and they need it fast. They were the ones in control, and now it's next point wins. Legend, the final player on the map, and Sentinels still have all 4 up. This could be it. SSG are spawning staggeredly. Oh my gosh.
Game 5.
Wow, 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 wow. Sentinels bounce back after being down 0-2 yet again, only this time, unlike game 3, they seal the deal, punching their ticket into a game 5 matchup against Space Station here. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath, but man, plays on plays on plays. I don't know about you guys, but I love to see beautiful Halo, and you know, it was around that bottom blue tunnel hill where, you know, Sentinels really turned things around. For a minute there, I thought we were going to be talking about, you know, how strong Space Station is at closing games out and series out. But Sentinels, I mean, from the back foot, able to completely turn things on its head. And Tony, I don't even know who to pick now in game number 5.
Well, much different than what happened back in London when Sentinels up 2-0 in the series, and then Boo Boo Doo stretched out his hand, tried to use the force. Well, it looks like Sentinels have been locked literally the whole series long, whether they were up 1-0 or even when SSG go back-to-back, Sentinels stayed locked, stayed keeping their eyes on the prize, and now going into this game 5, we talked about it before, like, you know, SSG coming off a win, maybe that's when you kind of take your foot off the gas a little bit. They've won 3 out of 4, where if this is Sentinels, they're getting top 12 at SLC. You know, they've been up and down so far. This means so much for you, and a win against the defending champions right before Worlds, stay hungry, my friends.
Not to mention, we saw there for a moment in the stats, Lethal turning back the clock, most damage on the Sentinels roster. He was absolutely feeling himself. Garrett, one of the things I want to talk about is the resilience of the Sentinels the roster, because not only did they go down 0-2 in that game, like those were 2 heartbreakers, right? Like those were close hills that were stolen away from them, and yet they were still able to pull it together and pull out the win.
Yeah, it's staying resilient, and we've seen it in every game so far where Space Station comes out strong, Sentinels starts to make their comeback. 2 times they've been successful, 2 times it's been the other side. It's going to be a game 5 that determines it. I'd love to see Sentinels flip the script for once, so come out strong. You know what I'm saying? Give me a lead. I don't think my heart can handle so many of these crazy comebacks.
Well, we're going to hop right into that game 5 right now. No rest for the wicked. Tony, take us away.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's game number 5 between the Sentinels and Space Station Gaming. It's gonna be live, it's gonna be fire, and it's gonna be live fire as our game 5. First to 50 kills takes the win. 12 minutes on the clock, and both teams fighting for that camouflage, which just popped up.
Neither team having instant access towards it. They have to find more kills before it's going to be theirs. Legend is causing mayhem in the back 4 ranks. That quantum translocator allows it to get 2. Lethal, though, will find that back smack. They'll give up the camouflage, but they gain the sniper. We'll see which one comes in more value in this game.
Now down to 1 shot, but looking to stay alive towards that back Charlie side. Meanwhile, it's Lethal with the sniper over towards back green. I love sniping this position. You can catch a lot of teams off guard. Body shot onto Stellar. The bandit finishes him off. Bound, better watch out. You can get it too, as Sentinels may be down by 1 kill, but Lethal still has the boomstick.
Well, Lethal getting that information about Legend. He saw the shadows on the wall. Lethal said, hey, there's a guy back here at green. Come help me out. They get the kill. Let's keep it at 7 apiece. And 2 sniper bullets left for Lethal to play the tiebreaker.
There's Legend over toward that back tower side. Lethal trying to sniff him out with this sniper. Everywhere he looks, Legend is relocated. He's too quick. You can never anticipate him, but the body shot onto Stellar will slow down SSG just a bit. Just barely missing out on that shot against Eco, and Legend, the original target, gets the double kill and shuts down that push from Sentinels.
See, the difference in this game is going to be down to those plays. That fraction of damage, right? 1 more shot from Lethal, that turns into Legend going down and Eco following after. Instead, Legend stays alive. Eco helps him out in the gunfight, and it's a 2-kill swing for Space Station. Fractions of damages are going to be the difference between victory and defeat in this game.
Camouflage coming up here. And it is Legend just waiting for that QT to come back, but Sentinels have complete control of the camouflage side of the map. Great stick out of Falcon and trade out his life. I'm pretty sure that I was gonna say Sentinels might have got away with camouflage, but I don't know what happened to it.
It looks like it is Precision. Look at the Precision's assists already. 8 assists in this game. He has over half of the assists for the kills that they have. If you take his engagements in the kill feed as well, he's been involved in like 70% of their kills.
I mean, that's the thing though, when you're that level of a damage dealer, you know, it doesn't matter whether it's the kills or the assists, some way you're getting involved in the fights, and right now, he's just allowing his teammates to get those cleanup kills, and it's working for them, at least to put them only down by 1 kill, but what's also working is Legend with the sniper, 21-19 lead, and plants 1 on the body of Falcated.
Oh, Falcated making himself such a difficult kill. And once again, it's a one-shot that gets away, and that could be the difference in these games. Falcade tries to reapproach, no luck this time, but great job making himself a difficult target.
Legend over 2.0 KD, not even counting the assist with it. Incredible game so far here. A large reason why it's Space Station Gaming with the 2-kill advantage. Aggressive with the sniper, doesn't just want to sit over toward the tower side, wants to get in the face of his opponent, as that sniper ammo does end up running out, and he's just running around, just collecting new angles.
Finds his target. Legend's been alive for so long now. He's over double positive in this game, 11-5 to start. And you can see that's the difference in this game is him. He's been slaying for his team by a considerable margin, but on top of that, has the least has been able to minimize his deaths as well. A 2-kill lead, I think, largely due to the way that Legend's been playing this game.
It really does feel like a battle between Legend and, I would say, Precision right now. You know, Legend with his 12 kills and 3 assists has participated in 15 of his team's 27 kills, while on the other side, Precision, 9 kills, 10 assists, 19 of his team's 26 kills have been influenced by him, and with that, a 4 down for Space Station Gaming. The rest of the players starting to get involved as well.
Never surprising to see the young kids on both teams making impacts, right? Precision, newest player for Sentinels. Legend added to this SSG roster. Oh, we've seen the dominance since. Boo Boo Doo Boo just gets help in time from Lethal. That was going to be a kill that Legend was going to secure that had huge ramifications. Instead, Boo Boo Doo Boo gets to reign free with a camel for just a bit longer.
Active listening from Boo Boo Doo Boo finds the one-shot Stellar, and now with a 4v3 scenario, Sentinels like to get aggressive through that, try to put down that damage, try to take advantage of the damage that's on the map, but SSG's defense just as good as their offense at times. They're holding Sentinels back until Falcated comes in, lays down a double kill, and gives Sentinels a 4-kill advantage.
I think it largely has to do with Boo Boo staying alive with that camouflage. Lethal got that kill. Boo Boo got another 2 from there, and well, you can see that has changed this game. It was Space Station that was in control and had the lead. Now Sentinels with their own opportunities. Falcated spraying it. As he's able to find another, suddenly this lead is expanding faster than we've seen all game long. Sentinels commanding this game as we approach the 40 kill mark.
Falcon is stretching across the A side corner and wants to make sure that SSG spawn back green, and now there's only one place for them to go, and that's through the A side, which they were ready for, but both Falcated and Boo Boo Doo Boo end up going down. It was a great thought, a great strategy there, but the action just wasn't, and SSG break out of their spawn.
Just a 4-kill deficit that Space Station has to make up. Nico will help with the first. Second is down below. Space Station cutting that lead in half so quick as no answer comes in from Sentinels. And what's scary now is Sentinels start to split on the map. The spawners will be at the back of A, but Boo Boo, lost in the grass, gets behind a crucial kill for his team. And look how he doubles back, trying to get towards the sniper as soon as possible, minimizing the impact that Stellar can have. Sniper off map, boo, boo, do, boo. Might not have the flashiest stats, but might have just made the game-winning play.
5 kill advantage here, but I believe it was Eco that was able to grab a hold of that camouflage. I think he's stretching all the way back, allowing his teammates to be that shield to keep him alive. 46 to 42 lead. Sentinels have control, but trades are going down here, and every trade inches Sentinels closer to pulling off the series.
Crucial moments. Precision goes down, just a 2-kill lead. Sentinels have to be careful about what comes next. These spawners will spawn away from the rest of the team. This is the opportunity that Space Station's been looking for. 47-49, the push is in. Eco is trapped. He's throwing great nades to keep him at bay, but Sentinels, no, just one more.
Both players stuck over towards the hole, and it's, oh my gosh, the kills are coming in. Bound with the nades. He's able to get a double kill, and now 49 to 49, just 1 kill, and Stellar and SSG pull off the heist of the century, stealing that one back. Oh my goodness.
Guys, what just happened, right? It felt like everything was going the way of Sentinels down the stretch there from the moment Boo Boo got the camo to the team collapses that they had to maintaining the lead. They were up by 5 or 6 in the 46 to 40-ish range. But Space Station just never going away, never giving up, never waving the white flag. Come back at the very, very end to take game 5, 50-49. Garrett, that might be one of the craziest ends to a Game 5 Slayer I've ever seen.
That is, I'll say it, don't go up 47-49 against Space Station Gaming. That's the difference. Cloud9, they were up 47-49. Things go wrong. Space Station might be the iciest team in the history of the HCS. That is unbelievable.
It was 49-46.
Are you kidding me?
They got the full team wipe without dropping a single kill. And this moment here is where I actually got scared for Sentinels. I saw how pinned they were in here, and yeah, Space Station executed perfectly, taking down both those players, collapsing, and you see Boo Boo and Foul both kind of like realize we gotta run, and at this moment, Space Station just full confidence. Stellar flying in with the help from Legend, able to pick up that last kill. 4 unanswered kills there at the end by Space Station. Tony, too dang icy are those boys.
They really are, and let me tell you, SSG, they better be careful, man. Salt Lake City, Utah, they are strict when it comes to their rules, and you come out here stealing like that. You come out here pulling off robberies like that, you may find yourself in jail for the rest of your life. That was a crazy win. Like that is Sentinels supposed to take that easy and be moving forward, all the momentum, all the confidence in the world, and dude, SSG, like you said, they may just be the iciest team that we've seen in the HCS. Wow.
And the curse lives on, right? Ever since Boo Boo Doo Boo went for his little forced choke, it seems like Sentinels can't do anything but choke to SSG. But with that being said, after an amazing series like that, we're going to take a moment, go to a quick commercial break, recharge, and get ready for some more epic action here. It's day 1 of the Halo World Championships warm-up presented by Complexity. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, more action.
Enemy team scoring. Enemy team scoring. Enemy team scoring. Enemy team scoring. Team scoring. Enemy halfway to victory. Enemy team scoring. Enemy team scoring. Enemy team nearing victory. defeat.
Friends and family, welcome back to the Halo World Championship warm-up presented by Complexity. Once again, I'm your host, Hunter JJX, and I'm joined by Why Not and Tools. And we just witnessed absolute highway robbery by Space Station in our last casted match versus Sentinels. On your screen now, we have Eclipse taking on Mindfreak. Mindfreak putting on a show, but Tony, let's talk a little bit about these teams. Eclipse, you know, probably one of the the most up and coming, I guess, freshest teams that we've seen on broadcast and in the mix. Tell me a little bit about the squad.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to the Eclipse boys. Oh my gosh, I was actually at their house back in Salt Lake City late on Thursday night, and I told them, I was like, yeah, you guys have an amazing squad. Like, you know, I used to play Octagon with Sylvanic for hours back in Halo 5. The Spiteful and Big Teachers are absolutely incredible, and I even got to, I think I grinded with Looney a little bit on some matchmaking as well, and I used to watch like some of these kids, especially the Spiteful and Big Teachers. I was like, dude, there are players this good who aren't pros, which is crazy. But on the other side of things, Mindfreak, dude, Mindfreak are the real deal as well. And if I remember correctly, Garrett, didn't Mindfreak beat Eclipse in that last chance qualifier?
Yeah, it was a game 5 that they were able to clutch up on. I will say they came out just as hot as what we're seeing now in that series. They did the same at in that last chance qualifier. They went up 2-0 in a flag game. They had like 20 kills when Eclipse had 3 or 5, and they ended up choking that game 1. So I wouldn't count Eclipse out at any point in time, but when Mindfreak is rolling, this team is just as good as your top 8, top 12 teams in the HCS. It's just about being consistent. I mean, even when we go back to Atlanta, they lost a game 5 to Native Gaming to get out of open bracket. They lost a game 5 to Carolina Gaming, which was that Mortally roster at the time. They lost a game 5 at Salt Lake City to get out of open bracket. They just had a lot of heartbreak in the open bracket, and a big part of that is because there's 2 mouse and keyboard players on this team, and in the open bracket, those guys have a mega nerf on them because they have to play on those Xboxes. This team, when they're on PCs, is a very scary roster.
One thing that's a little scary right now for me is the fact that Eclipse, I was about to say, at one point the Spiteful and Sylvanic were goosing for a bit. Now the Spiteful has 3 kills to his name. Meanwhile, Sylvanic still trying to find his first kill. We are deep into this game right now. Like, as of right, Mindfreak almost have 30 kills. Eclipse haven't eclipsed 10 yet. This is kind of one-sided.
I feel like you're seeing the buff. Like, I don't know if Hunter has any experience with this, but the difference between playing online with your boys, like Eclipse is still a team, right? But these guys are all around the United States. Mindfreak right now, they're boot camping it up in Dallas. They have all 4 players right next to each other. I feel like it's a huge buff for a team in an online tournament. Rice, a mouse and keyboard player, in my opinion, when we talk about aiming with the mouse and keyboard, one of the best, if not the best, in the HCS. He is absolutely unreal with the mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, and the boot camp buff that I'm just going to call it isn't even necessarily 100% because of the internet or connection situation, but something about having your teammates next to you, especially in a boot camp environment, you just kind of naturally are more locked in, right? You're less inclined to get frustrated and get down on yourself and have, like, you know, pitiful moments emotionally when you've got your boys all going to battle together near you. And we're seeing that right now. Mindfreak absolutely in full control of this series, dominating Eclipse here.
I'm just letting you know right now, Garrett, I'm telling Active what you said about Rice and mouse and keyboard, and I'm sure he's gonna have some words with you.
I've actually had a really long conversation with Tim about, like, the mouse and keyboard players, because we have 3 big pros on the mouse and keyboard, right? We have the 2 from Australia, and then we have Woodham over on ITB. Those are the guys that are usually making the biggest waves, and I think when we talk about Halo play, the best in the game on mouse and keyboard is Woodham, for sure. Like, he has Halo knowledge, or Halo, he knows how to play Halo on mouse and keyboard, and he's playing Halo. But when we talk about just mouse and keyboard raw input skill, Rice is like another level of good.
Amazing players, but I'm going to pull us out of that series as we get ready here. Tony, I'm extra excited because for the first time, definitely the first time on broadcast, we're going to get to check out Complexity taking on SWAT. Why don't you break down this series a little bit for us?
I mean, it's great that we're seeing Complexity for the first time here in their own tournament, and they're gonna be going at it against SWAT at the moment here, because we're totally not gonna talk about what happened the last time. I mean, there was no last time. I'm sorry. Excuse me. There was no last time.
This is the first time.
This is the first time. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You see the guy, I think it was Huss in the pregame screen was in the BXB with that battle rifle in the splash screen. Love that. But so far, breaking shot and Complexity find themselves down early in this game. SWAT Lat AM getting themselves into that trip cap right away.
That they are, but it is breaking shot that's going to attack the Bravo side, and Complexity weren't able to complete Alpha, but I was going to say they're staying alive really well until both Ryan and Huss hit the black swing. Breaking shot going to have to make a play, trading out his life. Not going to be good enough to get away with the base, but here comes Rain.
The problem for Complexity, they get into that hill, they go 3 down. And it prevents them from having a lot of space to work with to prevent the rotation from SWAT Lat AM. Instead, Complexity has to essentially dive into A right away to try to score in this position, but they leave themselves very exposed to SWAT Lat AM by doing so. Now it's up to them to clutch up. In these crucial moments, you see 3 players from Complexity over towards C. Strikey on an island. Huss wins the fight, a crucial fight to help Complexity solidify their AC hold.
You got to see a little bit of the meta and the counter meta. You know, Huss obviously aware that the meta is to hide on that bat ledge and wait for a player to play Nest. Well, he anticipates it as his reticle ready and wins that fight, and eventually Complexity get a trip cap, and now it's Johan forced to play the Charlie side. C has been acquired, but it takes a second one in order to score, and with Overshield now about to come up, Complexity have that map control they're looking for.
Overshield onto the body, a breaking shot, giving them that extra shields to work with. Getting plenty of damage, but unfortunately none of those teammates are alive to help clean it up. SWAT Lat AM gonna be able to push over towards B. They'll start the transition of power over there, but still the kills have yet to go either way. It's Mixie over at the engine. SWAT Lat AM get kills, but not the hill. Complexity start to stabilize.
They were so close to taking Bravo Wars SWAT, but yet to be reset, but also yet to be taken by SWAT. War's going to take the initiative to get aggressive towards there, and finally Bravo will change hands. Johan also able to take down us, and now SWAT scoring once again.
Here we go, breaking shot flying, able to find his kill towards B. That'll move Complexity. The problem for Complexity right now is they have to rotate to 2 hills. Double dilemma for SWAT Lat AM. And they're going to commit towards A. Mahiko going to make his push. The help coming through. SWAT Lat AM have a great chance to win that fight. And it's going to be at the breaking shot to give them the rotation.
Alpha and Charlie right now belong to SWAT, but breaking shot quick on the rotation toward the Alpha side. Knows he has to secure this kill before he can feel comfortable to commit to that. And almost like he's playing SWAT, he's able to take down Strikey, and now it's right towards this back carbine spawn.
Landon down to hurt. Tries his best to stay alive, but SWAT Lat AM, man, they are making themselves tough. Kills on the map. It's a triple for Strikey, and he could potentially find the 4th right off spawn. With Overshield coming up, it's Strikey's responsibility to keep Complexity away. Extra shields on. SWAT Lat AM, huge opportunity.
Aggressive onto the chase, all the way through the sewer side, guaranteeing the kill onto Ryan Dude, and active listening leads them into 2 players who were stuck towards engine 1. One of them goes down, but Huss retreats towards bunker while all that chaos happens. SWAT are put on the triple cap, and Ryan Dude, he spawned towards bottom nest, but he's going to conceal his presence. Oh, there he is.
Oh, Strikey. Strikey had a hanker, and then there was a player hiding over at B. They'll find Ryan Noob and quickly take him out. Complexity struggling just to get towards a hill.
168 points to 73 lead here for SWAT. Rain wants to try to find a way into a power position, but it's tough to do when SWAT is surrounding the map. Eventually, though, SWAT go 3 down. Now Complexity wants to make his way toward the Bravo side of the map. This now could be a trip cap for Complexity, who moments ago didn't have any control whatsoever.
SWAT Lam doing their best to get themselves at home right away, as Complexity's trip cap will be stopped, but this really is the way that this map is going to play so often is the trip cap pressure. One team's going to be able to apply it, the other one's going to be that defensive maneuvers, and usually it comes from finding kills in disadvantageous situations is how you break out of this spawn cycle.
A one-shot Johan somehow will survive towards that back nest side of the map. He ends up back up high, but now forced back, and eventually after Magic off the map. But hold on, Magical makes a play, a double kill out of him, keeps Johan alive, and now Bravo is going to change hands. SWAT already have the lead, and now they're scoring once again.
Plexi's trapped towards this bunker spawn. Mexico's going to make his play close. Oh, breaking shot made it difficult, but the last shot connects. Mexico trying to get away with his life. Rain, though, cleans up not just 1, 2, let's make it 3. The force ahead of him. Rain was playing clay pigeons out there, just boom, 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 getting kills that were pivotal. The Complexity getting out, but a crash.
He was playing a little SWAT against SWAT right there, but it was crazy. The final player that actually ended up staying alive was the player that got the overshield, so wonder exactly how that would have played out. They were 3 down, but had overshield and then a bit of technical difficulties. I see the score line of 200 to 115 on that matchup. We're going to see exactly how things go from there on the reset. Meanwhile, FaZe triple capping their way into taking game number 1 against Cloud9.
I was going to say, on the other side of things, we see FaZe laying an absolute beat down there onto Cloud9, and Mindfreak up 2-0 in the series and 2-0 here in Game 3. They're looking to not have a repeat of the last time these two teams met up here and close this out clean. Gary, some of the teams here on day number 1 really coming out with some force.
I'm excited to see when we get into that bracket play how these 2 and 3 seeds match up against each other. That's gonna be the crucial show is when bracket starts. But pool play always giving us a nice taste of what we're seeing, and this for Mindfreak is basically to solidify themselves at minimum that 3rd seed. And I don't know if they still have a chance for that 2nd. Unfortunately, they did lose 1 match earlier. I'm not sure what their results have been so far, but I have to say I'm very impressed with Mindfreak. Cloud9, the other match that they've had, they lost that 3-0, but I was watching on the Slayer, I was going back, looking through. It should have been Mindfreak's, right? And that's where Mindfreak, this is their chance to get all that out of their system, get themselves in prime fighting form, and see what they're able to do come tomorrow when bracket play starts.
And once again, reminding all of you keyboarders at home, Mindfreak with not 1 but 2 of the top mouse and keyboard players in the scene, in Scoopmeister and Rice, both excellent players. Love that they're getting this opportunity to boot camp as well and getting up and, you know, match up against the top competition in the game. It can only do wonders for their game and their confidence heading into Worlds. But for me, Tony, I talked about it a little bit while we were on a break earlier. It's the fact that with this Mindfreak roster, I feel like they finally sort of assembled the Avengers, so to speak, from the region, right? Like the best of the best when it comes to the talent from the Aussie region, you know, put on a show here.
Yeah, you know, kind of very similar to how, you know, Legend was stolen from Europe, and even tapping buttons away from that top Latin American roster. It's been life after Barcode, trying to figure out how can we make this top team in Australia and find a way to be competitive when we get to North American soil. Well, Mindfreak have been getting better and better, and it's only a matter of time before maybe we see them start to catch fire, and maybe at Worlds, that's the buff you need.
Makes you think, what if they put Barcode on that roster? You know what I'm saying? Like, what if we actually had the 4 best players for that region? Barcode, an incredible player from Australia that plays in North America right now. Just how good that Australia team could be.
Yeah, but then it's the question of who you replacing, right? And does that mess with the chemistry? Clearly, they've found a recipe for success here. You know what I mean? We've seen quote unquote like God squads get formed in the past, and a lot of the times it kind of falls flat. I mean, I go all the way back to, this is going to be a mega throwback for you guys, but I go all the way back to like those Heaven and Earth rosters back in Halo 3, where it was like you're looking at 4 all-stars, strong side, Killer Drew, Karma, all these cats in the same team, and just never really panned out. You know what I mean? So yes, you want to have as much talent as humanly possible, but that chemistry, that sauce has got to be there.
I think I have the way that we solve that. Bring Barcode back, clone him, and then make him the coach and the 4th player.
Oh, that's the easiest solution for sure.
That you just solve the chemistry problem. At that point, the coach is there. We can make it work.
See what? Now that's the interesting dilemma or like question that you can pose. The ultimate question is if you could clone one player and make 4 of that single player. Like who is the best one player that you could build a team around? Because I don't think it's like necessarily the MVP, but it's the player that does like everything, right? You want like 4 snake bites, right?
I was gonna say snake bite for me. It's got to be one of those players that, depending on whatever the situation calls for, is always able to provide, right? Whether it be leadership, whether it be objective efficiency, or just hitting nasty shots with a power weapon, and for me, snakebite definitely checks those boxes, and we're getting to watch him right now as they're in a tied up game here, Cloud9 and FaZe. And Cloud9, a team that got top 12 last event technically, but was in a game 5 inches away from knocking out the team that ended up winning the whole thing. So Tony, talk to us a little bit about this Cloud9 roster and as they're trying to find themselves.
Yeah, you're looking at one point it was half of that Proton Gaming roster and Suspector and Sab, and then they ended up joining Septify and Tusk, who were kind of the original members of that Cloud9 roster from the beginning of the season. Eventually, Tusk gets swapped out for Manny, and you have this Cloud9 roster who had high expectations coming. I think their first tournament, they ended up beating OpTic like 3-1, and it was an open series tournament, but still, it was really fun to watch, and since then have gotten better and better, and although their placings don't always reflect that, they've been in the conversation to pull off these massive upsets. They were so close to 3-0 SSG and then almost beating them out in game 5 in round 1 of the elimination bracket back at SLC. The very team that won that tournament almost got knocked out in round 1 in championship bracket, and that's because of how good Cloud9 have been. So definitely a team, if you're looking for a dark horse squad to watch out for that may be flying under a lot of people's radars, dude, give me Cloud9 all day, every day.
And the Manny pickup has been just everything they could have needed. I am on record as a huge Tusk fan. I love that his big picture view of the game and the vibes that he brings to the squads he's on. But they kind of felt that they needed that firepower, right? So they go out and they get someone like Manny, who is was a wild card on a lot of those Funk 4 teams, a player who could just absolutely go off and individually hang with the best of them on his good days. And so far, Garrett, it's paid dividends for him.
Yeah, I think Manny's come in here well. I got a little bit of a hot take about this Cloud9 roster. I think they're one of the best Slayer teams in the game. Like when we talk about the Slayer game type in particular. And in particular, look at Septify, right? He's 10-4 in this game. When I was doing some deep dives into just like stats on all these players and all these teams, one thing that really spotted out to me was this Cloud9 roster. In their previous iteration, Septify, he'd hover between like a 0.8 and a 0.9 in the objectives. Slayer game type, 1.2 to 1.3. An unbelievable, like I don't think I've ever seen that much of a difference from game type to game type from one player. Like Septify is a true bona fide like Slayer player, and it's so interesting whenever you watch these Slayer games, like how he can take over and is always kind of in the right spot for his team to get crucial kills. And so far they're taking FaZe to task on the Slayer.
The thing that I love about this Cloud9 roster, and I'll use the FaZe roster they're playing against as a perfect comparison. On the FaZe roster, you sort of see like specialists is the way I would put them. Like we obviously know what Royal 2 is going to default to, which is being a turret on the map, anchoring down the back line, controlling power weapons, and being a specialist in that sense, whereas Snakebite kind of the specialist with his leadership. Cloud9 to me kind of comes across as like four role players on a team, right? 4 players that are super scrappy, 4 players that are willing to just throw their lives out there on the line to get the job done, and they play some beautiful Halo, man.
Here we go, back. Oh, sorry. I always get excited when we use the when we're able to put the score back. I just got really excited when we see the 115 to 200 right away.
It's definitely a much needed change that happened that definitely makes these resets a lot easier. Obviously not an exact 1-for-1 of the situation. It's kind of hard to replicate that, but definitely good as far as moving us in the right direction here. And I was about to say, what happened to the overshield there? I thought Ryan who had it. Who stole this man's overshield?
If I'm Ryan, I'm a little mad. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, bro, I was there. Like, why are you taking this thing away from me? Either way,
I feel like it's a good strategy, though. I feel it's a good strategy to send two people over that overshield like that, because how many times have you grabbed overshield, tried to clamber away, and then you die, you have to pass that overshield to a teammate? So maybe that was the play by Ryan Noob and Rain.
Either way, that overshield gave them the space needed, a couple kills to get themselves scoring. Rain quick on the rotation to help get over at C. And ooh, did they clutch it up? Tony, they clutched it up. Cloud9 win the Slayer against FaZe.
Big win coming out of Cloud9. Surprisingly, especially against FaZe. FaZe have won a tournament this year, and coming into early this year, they look like the most dominant team in the league until SSG had something to say about that. A big win coming out of Cloud9, and maybe we can see a big comeback out of Complexity here. A lot of points being put on the board. It started off 200 to 115. Now Complexity slowly starting to eat away at that lead as SWAT end up going 3 down, and even the spawn is being absolutely rained on as far as bullets by Breaking Shot, who might just make a play for the overshield as well.
I like Breaking Shot pushing past that overshield, making sure no one got to white corner. It lets Ryan Noob secure this. Huss, I'd like to see, can he keep the donut for the rest of the game, and again they win with it. Because so far, for him, it's a bit frustrating. You see his stats 0, 1, and 2. It's because he's the one that's been anchoring spawns like all game. So he's been in the back anchoring. He just hasn't really been able to get into those fights.
I mean, we do have a hidden rule in HS where if you win a game with getting 0 kills, you win the tournament.
Yeah.
That's it. So I mean, I don't know if it counts as far as a reset. We'll have to like hit up Celeste, and then we'll talk with Bittersweet and figure that out. By the way, one of the best admins in the business. I'm just saying.
Maybe we let them win the match instead of the tournament. You know, it's like
okay. I could see that. I could see that.
Might be a happy compromise, but so far, Complexity with the trip cap and Spotlight AM's in danger. There's no way they're staying alive at C. Double kills for Ryan Noob, and well, they're just one strong swipe away from securing this game.
Enemy team
Complexity have the lead at the moment here. Bravo and Charlie being locked down. Meanwhile, Rush and Strikey want to push from the tower to the gold corner side, and damage is what's going to be tough for SWAT to deal with, because every time they try to make a cross, they're doing it while one shot. Rush and Strikey, the first ones to hit the black screen. Johan does make a flank play, but he's by himself. What a good nade, though.
That might have just been enough. That nade gives them B. They're working on C at the same time. They're starting to get kills. This thing not over yet. Huss, he says, oh no, I gotta get kills. The tournament. It doesn't matter if we lose this game. Gets the double for his team, and with the overshield coming up, this might be the last chance for Complexity. The trip cap's still in. They're scoring. He couldn't get the overshield away. Huss gets another massive kill, but he can't get into the hill in time. SWAT let him. Just moments away. Breaking Shot saving it for now, but fragile. Oh, Rorsch went high in the sky to try to get that kill. It's gonna come down to this fight.
There it is. Alpha and Charlie being held here, and Rain was able to get away with the overshield. Although Strikey and Rush are able to push Alpha, Complexity gonna send overshield to distract them while also going after Bravo. Oh wait, Huss is here. And Huss goes down. Hold on. Johan's about to finish off Alpha. The nades are here. And Ryan Noob is going to finally be the one to clutch it out. 250 to 248. Complexity stealed that one.
And that's what I'm talking about. A 100% win ratio on stream from Complexity. First time on the broadcast, takes the dub. 250 to 249 there. Insane though, Garrett. The game plan down there towards the end of the stretch, they decided to throw rotating out the window, and they sent every single resource they had to stop SWAT LatAm from capping that A base.
It was a risky maneuver, to be honest, and it was a great nade by Huss that made the difference. Oh boy, if Huss didn't hit that nade at the end, I think SWAT LatAm makes it. Dude, Huss didn't have a kill until they needed him. And then he said, "Let me get every kill on the map." He went absolute blinky mode for a little bit right there.
Yeah, we really saw, like you mentioned, the fact that he was kind of in that anchoring role, right? This is one of those game types where it is important to have someone, you know, managing and maintaining spawns like that. And so he wasn't really able to play at, you know, where he thrives, be in a thriving situation until the game got mixy, right? And then once he activated, boy, did he make plays. And this is what I was talking about here. SWAT LatAm sent everyone at A, and so did Complexity. Complexity able to close it out, though. The captain, Ryan, the last guy into the fight, he was like, you know what? You guys go ahead and fight. I'll come in last and clean up and be the hero. But it ends up working out 250 to 248. Complexity up 1-0 here, Tony.
I mean, it's a huge win coming out of Complexity. Again, when we started that reset, it was 200 to 115. SWAT had the advantage going into that reset, but Complexity clutched out that one. And we talked about it before with this series layout. It's very interesting for the first two map and game mode combinations, from a very snowbally interference into another map that's very, very much momentum driven. Solitude Slayer going to be our game number 2, and I always feel like if you can win on interference, I feel like that skill set definitely transfers often into Solitude, the difference maker being that one is Slayer, one is Strongholds.
Yeah, one of the things you know, I wanted to bring up, trying to be as unbiased as I can, though, when genuinely looking at this Complexity team, is I hope that sort of everything they've had to face so far today, including that game one, has now sort of warmed them up a little bit, Gary, like kind of woken them up, because they were just playing with such low energy earlier on in the tournament, and even the first half of that game, right before the reset, they just did not look like the same team that they were there at the end, and they're showing why they are where they are now.
We gotta get that engine warm. And that's I just like don't know how you solve that problem necessarily as a team. If you're a slow starter, we see it with some of the best teams in the HCS, like Space Station Gaming. They're notorious for early days. You have a real chance of taking a series off them. We saw the Sentinels, right? That 3-2 that went to a 50-49. Awesome mistakes that we don't normally see a team like Space Station make. Figuring out the solution to getting your engine hot and ready at the start of the day rather than later, I think can be a big difference, especially for these teams that are in the top 8.
4-2 lead, making 5-2 lead in favor of SWAT at the moment, starting off hot. Very similar to how they did in that game number 1. Breaking Shot and Complexity gonna look to just slow the game down, get everybody off a spawn, and now get a full reset here as Breaking Shot finds the positioning of Magico.
For another spot, Breaking Shot not able to clean that up, but he finds himself a player that's just isolated. And oh, that's always so frustrating. I don't think there's anything more frustrating
Double kill.
than when you see that that sticky come out of that man's hands right when you're about to get the kill.
Complexity able to eat away at the lead just a bit. Strikey holding onto that high ground until he's forced down. Going down to one shot. Some battles going on across the map, some separate battles at that, but looks like SWAT favoring that A side, at least for now, while Complexity trying to keep them stuck in yard.
Oh, knows that there's a player underneath. Ryan has a couple times he's tried to play that snake in the grass role. SWAT LatAm always able to figure out the play, but Ryan, he said, I don't know. It doesn't matter if you know that I'm down here. He ends up finding a huge kill in Complexity. Now look how they expand on the map. 3 players flying, and it's going to be Ryan Noob that's left alone to hit a flank.
Ain't just a sneaky snake. That's Voldemort's snake right there. The man won't die. And Huss rips a triple kill that gives Complexity the lead, 12-10. And look at that. They know exactly where SWAT are spawning.
That's because Ryan, once again, on that flank, he's able to block blue spawns out while the rest go to loop. They force the best spawn trap in the game. they weren't quite able to execute on those first couple kills. They get away with the camouflage, but these are just going to be equalizing numbers. As Rain gets huge kills, double for him. The camo's still playing impact, and there they go, 4 down. Look at Breaking Shot. He's going to move back towards blue to block out that spawn. Rain's going to get activated up on the map as they block loop. Spawn traps in. This is going to be tough for SWAT LATAM.
We see the S1 spawn trap a lot, but to cycle them from one round of slays into another and keeping them there, I haven't seen that too much at professional gameplay, but Complexity making it look easy. It is SWAT that eventually are able to spawn out of S1. And now Shock in the hands of War. 7-4 is the scoreline.
I tell you, you said it. You don't see that too often in pro gameplay, having that back-to-back spawn trap, but you don't see too often, which happened in both the spawn traps, is a team that got spawn traps won the fights. Like, they got out of it. SWAT LATAM making big plays, and now Rorsch with the shock rifle. This could be the tool that gives them the advantage they've been looking for.
Right now, controlling this back tram spawns right now is Rorsch and SWAT. I do see active camouflage coming up in less than 20 seconds, so these next round of slays feel so important. That map control could net you a camouflage, and when you have Rorsch with the shock, you must be feeling good. If you're SWAT, Ryan Noob aggressive, but he's going to be taken down as well, and with that, SWAT might just net them an active camo.
Rorsch has become a man possessed as soon as he got that shock rifle.
Look at Huss.
Huss, man, oh, he gets pinged out. They spotted Huss. It doesn't matter. A couple times on Complexity. That last player alive, the strategy, just go hide in the corner, stand completely still, hope that SWAT LATAM forgets about you. And they've been able to get some crucial kills because of it. That could have been SWAT running away with this game if they found Huss.
Yeah, I mean, it was a sneaky hustle, and like you said, he was pinged, so it seemed like SWAT were ready for it. It seemed like at least 2 people were looking there, but Huss makes a play, and now Complexity keeping it within 3 kills, now 2, after Huss continues to get kill after kill. 3 down goes SWAT. Strikey gonna be the final player alive here. Can he make a Complexity-like play while being that last player?
Great work by Strikey to get back towards safety, right? Get numbers and push. He saw just on the edge of his screen as he pushed through. Huss goes down because of it, and that'll break some space for SWAT to move, but Rain and the rest of Complexity are putting a lot of pressure on these remaining players. They might have been just a bit too early, though. It's up to Breaking Shot to finish this fight.
Ends up played by Rain, but maybe his teammates weren't there to provide the cover fire needed. And now Breaking Shot ends up going down, and it feels like staggered deaths being created by SWAT onto Complexity, who up 33-32.
Rain through the bottom of the map. He almost caught by surprise that he didn't see anyone on his way to that soda machine in the corner. He's going to be able to find one before he goes down, but things starting to get trade heavy in this lobby. It isn't free kills that are be given out. You get a little bit of damage on, the rest of the team is usually there to collapse in. You see it once again, 2 kills for SWAT LATAM, answered by 2 from Complexity. It is trade for trade in this late game.
As the game starts to get a bit muddy, as the game starts to get maybe less coordinated at times, that's where SWAT thrive. You know, Complexity love that coordination, but SWAT, they want to play fast. They want to muddy up the game, and that's exactly what seems to be happening in the end game, 41-38. And now with Strikey having that shock, Complexity really feel like they're in trouble.
That was when they took their big lead earlier in the game, when Rorsch had it in his hands. This time it's the long-term duo. Strikey not gonna be able to do much. Rain gets control of that shock, and this is tough for SWAT LATAM. They're trapped. Their positions are known. Suddenly those trades that we were seeing earlier in the game stop becoming trades. It's clean kills for Complexity. They've tied it up 42 apiece. This next fight could determine it all.
Not much ammo to work with here in the shock.
5 minutes.
It only needs one headshot in order to make a difference, to create that advantage that Complexity are looking for. Love that nade coming out of SWAT, and now seems like a 3-man push through the yard side. One that Ryanoob and Rainer trying to stop short on Flowers. Huss is the first one to go down. Ryanoob is going to fall as well, so that leaves Breaking Shot by himself, and it was a 3-man push on the Cafe side, while a 3-man push back from SWAT takes them down, and then eventually Rain loses that shock as well. 46-42, SWAT with a clutch break.
Oh, just looking over to the right. What's the final? Oh, Shopify Rebellion gets their kills. SWAT LAM, though, they're just moments away from securing this one. Breaking Shot and Rain are trapped. Can SWAT LAM find the finishes?
Borscht is 18-9 at the moment, but he's also by himself as Johan went down toward the LR side, but luckily Complexity not watching that center lane, so now the final player could turn to a flank, but now spotted. Ryanoob full shields and hunting down the one-shot Warsh. He hits the black screen right as the 3 members of SWAT are pushing through the snipe side. You see the pings going down as SWAT navigates, striking right into the hands of Breaking Shot, and they tie up the series.
Game number 2 going to SWAT LATAM there. Off of the back, some incredible individual plays as well as some team breaks down the stretch there. We saw SWAT LATAM multiple times that game kind of burst out of the snipe side spawn trap, which, you know, bodes well for their teamwork and communication, their coordination to get out of that situation. But we don't have time for a break. We're hopping into the other series that we were taking a look at. It's Cloud9 versus FaZe Clan, all tied up in a sudden death situation. Next cap would win for FaZe no matter what. A cap for Cloud9 would tie this game and send us into overtime. Gary, it's an intense situation we're popping into here.
Yeah, flag standoff in extra time. Cloud9, they need to get this capture to at least force overtime. But Frosty has gotten the new sniper, and he's going to be the one responsible for trying to get his team forward. Big thing to focus on, Rockets coming up in just a few seconds. And it looks like FaZe early to that fight, but Manny with a couple clutch nades, he got 2. He gets around the corner, Rocket secured for Cloud9, and the flag, it's almost returned by itself. A player got through, Frosty doesn't know. Oh, the touch is in. Whew, I thought someone from Cloud9 got in.
No, that was Roll 2 double.
Oh, it was Roll 2. Okay, that was hard. I was having heart palpitations right there for a second.
I noticed that too. I was like, but the reason why is because he had the flag. He drops it to go get the overshield, then doubles back to keep the flag alive and pushes with that overshield, but just died right now. So Royal 2 not able to get the return. Maybe Frosty can. A double kill out of Frosty. Now playing for the triple, just about gets him, but Suspector will stay alive, and the touch happens. The stalemate continues. FaZe are up 2-1, but this reset isn't easy for anyone, and Suspector making the S7 look easy.
This is intense. We're gonna keep it in the window for now. You can see Complexity on your top screen there, putting a lot of pressure onto the other side, but it's a standoff between FaZe and Cloud9, and this might be some of the most extra time you'll ever see as Ryanoob gets a triple on the top screen.
Everybody seemingly making plays here, but meanwhile, it's 3 down for Cloud9, and the 4th player was the flag, and it looks like Royal 2, who has been the objective player so far, 2 caps, was involved in the actual standoff, holding the flag, and then the one to get the kill and the return. Never seen Royal 2 play that much objective in my life.
Welcome to the LPG split screen, folks. That was intense for a second, but here we go. Complexity, while we were watching the picture-in-picture, they were able to put up 1 score of their own. But it looks like SWAT LATAM have been able to pull their own flag, and they have players on both sides of the map. This is going to be tough for Complexity to stop.
Complexity up 1-0 right now, but it is Strikey and Warsh, I believe, on the side of SWAT that are trying to advance this flag through the first BR side. Well, Johan's able to get it through, and they have bodies up, and although Breaking Shot was great on the tower side, I don't know if it's enough. Can they get the return now as that flag has made the cross, and SWAT still have bodies up on their side of the map?
It looks like they're starting to win their fights as well. Johan's going to leave that flag as he doesn't see anyone from Complexity nearby. This should be enough for the return. I don't think anyone from Complexity will be able to stop it. Tied 1 apiece. Rockets will be up in 20 seconds. SWAT LATAM starting to get the kills at the right time as well. They could try to parlay these rockets into another flag grab potentially.
Both rockets and overshoot are coming up, so these next round of slays are going to be so important. Pay attention to what's going down on the map. Warsh and Johan, the first ones to go down. It's Magical playing forward and staring down a 2v3, and somehow Magical and SWAT are able to slay out. That's 4 down for Complexity. They should be grabbing Overshield and that flag very soon here.
That was one of the best triple 3 downs that you'll see for a team, but Strikey has to be a bit more patient with those rockets. You know there's only one player alive. Be patient. It's okay if you die with the rockets. Your teammate's right there to pick it back up. Instead, they waste those rockets right away. They got a flag grab, but Complexity controls the SWAT LATAM base.
3 down goes SWAT. It's gonna be Magical, the final player alive. He's over on the opposing courtyard, and it will be Ryan that gets the triple kill. One shot Strikey. Almost the overkill. The assist just as good, and now the spawning players are trying to take down us. We're pushing down the line of sight of Ryan, who relocates over to steal a snipe.
Wouldn't be surprised if we see Ryan who could just go back into the 50. Instead, he's getting aggressive. This is an aggressive play with the snipe. If he gets that kill on Strikey, it'll help tremendously for his team. But you see Strikey, he's a fast jiggle.
3 down goes SWAT. That flag still on the move, relayed forward, and now the spawners in trouble as breaking shot as his reticles trained on him. At this point, SWAT are more worried about clearing out their base than trying to stop that flag that just went in, and Johan just lost his head.
Ryan, you've shown that sometimes it's not about having that insane flick shot, but rather just knowing where to aim. Perfect pre-aim gives him an easy snipe shot in that frame of opportunity and Complexity that they can brute force this flag back home. Breaking shot, lasers down Johan. Mexico's the only player alive that can really contest. They're not going to get there in time. Instead, Rain runs the 3rd flag home.
Defeat.
Beautifully played by Complexity. Quick, coordinated, and decisive out of them on their way to a 3-1 finish in that game, and now a 2-1 series in the lead.
Excellent execution there down the stretch by Complexity. Ryan, you've turning back the clock a little bit there. Back in the day, for those of you that are new to the scene, Ryan used to slay back in Halo 3. I don't care what anybody says. That kid was cracked and used to grab the sniper on some of those Warriors rosters and absolutely put in work. And you know, people think that just because he's gotten a little older that that's not really in the playbook anymore. But when the moment calls for it, we saw him hitting some nasty shots. I'll never not be impressed by players in Infinite who, you know, when pre-aim low so they have the reticle ready for someone sliding at them. Ryan picking that kid in the Mauler was absolutely disgusting. A 3-1 win there. Complexity now with a commanding 2-1 lead here, Gary, in the series.
This is looking prime for Complexity. I feel like the struggles that we saw them have in game 1 and game 2 dissipated in game 3. That's where we saw the Complexity that we sort of expect to see in this series. SWAT LATAM have a tough challenge ahead of them.
It is also a little bit of a boomer game type, right? I mean, we've been playing the pit for, you know, going on
Honestly,
20 years here now. You know, it's like, right, it's kind of been here, done that. And it plays, I would say, still extremely similar to how it played back in the day. And so a little bit of that experience there, a little bit of that leadership from Ryan. But yeah, like you said, executed to perfection.
I think you make a fair point. Yeah. We gotta take it out, replace it with another Halo 5 map. Let's get Coliseum in. Can't have any of these Halo 3, any of these boomer game types. We gotta have all new school stuff.
Brandon, I just want to confirm, we're getting Garrett out after this series, right? Like, we're swapping in new casters next. I think we're going to do a lineup change. I just want to make sure that production confirms that for us. But yeah, heading here into Recharge King of the Hill, game number 4. Tony, if you're SWAT LATAM, what are some of the keys to bounce back here into this series?
Well, I mean, it's for Magico and the crew, it's simple. You know, don't play a map that Ryan has been playing longer than you've been alive. I'm pretty sure Ryan has been playing that map longer than Magico has been alive. So, I mean, it's not very fair. Going into Recharge King of the Hill, well, it's a little bit more fair. Both you guys start at the same time, and if you're SWAT, if you're SWAT Lat AM, all you gotta do is just make sure your holds are strong through multiple rounds of slays and coordinated with your breaks. You know the complexity are going to be stretched out thin when it comes to their setups. They're gonna have players over toward the A side, over toward the gold side. So when you come at them, it better be coordinated. You better not be trying to take a 1v1. Otherwise, you're gonna end up into a 1v2, and you're gonna lose that every day of the week.
And looking at our picture-in-picture for a second there, it looked like it was business as usual. All of the top-seeded teams cruising in their pool play matches. Let's hop back into the full screen here. It's Complexity versus SWAT LATAM. SWAT LATAM fighting to stay alive in this series. Tools, take us away.
Well, Gamma right away. Things looking right as long as it comes to the power-up control, but Complexity's been content to stand in this hill, and they just keep accumulating time. SWAT LATAM don't even have a kill.
Complexity just about closing this one out. Luckily, Rorsch able to make a play, or at least a bit of a play toward the back gold side of the map, but Complexity slay him out, and Johan about to get caught out in no man's land right now. Not exactly where he wanted to be, and Complexity so close to finishing out their first hill.
Ryan will be able to move his way back out to try to secure these pipes. It's going to be the priority number one, is having these pipe spawns controlled, and Strikey try to put hold Brian. Oh, well, hey, usually you're supposed to throw those nades at your opponents, but sometimes you can hit yourself, and then you try to move yourself into the player, you know. So it's like, you ever play Call of Duty World at War, Tony? It's like
of course,
a little martyrdom. Just leave the nade on your body. They might run through you.
Well, with that, SWAT have an opportunity. Take a little bit of control so far. This back gold side of the map, that can turn into a hill real quick. Multiple kill going down. Ryan Noob now by himself. A bit of a 1v1 between he and Whoosh, the first one to come up on the map.
Well, Noob combo into that pocket. Ryan Noob flying forward, securing the spawns. Love the process that Ryan Noob's playing here. Not necessarily important to get into this hill right now. Your teammates can clean that up. More important that you make sure SWAT LATAM can't get control of these pipes.
Breaking shot ends up going down to join Ryan Noob. Luckily, Rain comes out with that double kill, and Strikey, the first one to spawn over toward that A side of the map, is being pushed back and forced into the A side. Meanwhile, Rorsch gets an off spawn, which could have been a good thing, but Rain is on point.
Rain's playing his best game yet. 10 kills early to start this one. On the other side, Mexico's trying to keep up with 9 of his own. So the battle between these two players, traditionally, Rain, not your traditional slayer for this team in particular, but taking him back to his prime right now, as he's been just stunting on this scoreboard.
Meanwhile, Johan struggling to get his first kill so far. 4 assists, but not going to be enough with Complexity are playing discoordinated on you. Tower side is going to be cleared down. Rorsch was able to take down Hudson. That, of course, is breaking shot out of the hill for just a bit. Huge cross-map shots, but now it's SWAT with the double push towards the blue pipe side.
I love how good players are with movement in Halo Infinite Year 3. When we see a breaking shot jump, he catches the lip of that panel behind him for maybe a fraction of a second and uses it to hit a curb slide. Some great improvisation, but not going to be enough to get him out of that situation. Too many players around, but Complexity overwhelming SWAT LATAM right now with the slays. SWAT LATAM going to have to find a nice 3-4 down to get themselves some much needed breathing room and slow down this game a bit. Complexity just being able to force their will on this game.
Well, they might just find the 3 or 4 down you were looking for, but it may be them the ones to go 4 down. Actually, never mind. Rain, although some great damage with the BR, SWAT sends resources and bodies towards them, but I'm not sure if Rorsch was able to burn that camo.
It's a tough. I think the camo gets burned. SWAT. Hit him with that left, right, left. the 1-2 punch enough, but Complexity still win the spawn. SWAT Lamb struggling by just getting outslayed. It's simply the problem for them. They have not been able to find the first kill. They have not been able to dictate when they spawn or how they spawn. Instead, they're at the mercy of Complexity making mistakes.
I feel like a lot of times with Complexity pulling that player out of the hill to make sure they secured those kills, it feels like overwhelming pressure. Almost feels like a daggone 5v4 sometimes because that player not being used as bait. They're getting their kills first, then they're playing towards the hill. Complexity end up putting SWAT 4 down. The strat is working.
Yeah, the strat does two things, right? The first is you're getting kills. Kills always going to make life a lot easier for you. Second is because you're up 2-0, as long as you're confident that you're going to get this hill, it doesn't matter how long it takes you. In fact, it's better if it takes you longer to get this third hill than if you would get it by having a strong 40-second hold. So play a little bit extra Slayer, burn off a bit more neutral time on the clock. That way you give yourself the option as you go later into the game to play that neutral clock. And you see that happen right now. They get it to 99% of the way there, step out of the hill. Now you're trying to burn off as much of that neutral clock on the bottom of your screen. They hopped out around 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Let's see how much time they're able to burn.
You're now starting to see how back in season 1, it was E United back then, but you're seeing how Ryan Newman and Rain were able to win a King of the Hill live fire 1-0. It's because of strats like this that's so tough to deal with. They could take this hill at any point in time, but they're daring SWAT to finally be able to push through and burning so much time off the clock. Complexity have this game pretty much locked at this point. A minute and a half is the Slayer they're playing.
It's tough for SWAT Lamb because you have to pressure Complexity to get into that hill, but Complexity doesn't necessarily mind if SWAT Lamb gets in the hill either. Yeah, it's to them, it's like, hey, we have such a massive lead here, we don't have to get it, but for simplicity's sake, they jump in. They're gonna leave a minute and 25 seconds, so they're able to burn just a minute off that neutral clock. But now they're up 3-0. There's no reason for them to ever get into a hill for the rest of the game. They can just play the neutral clock. It's 40 seconds to capture a hill, which, you know, if you have firm control, go for it. Otherwise, you gotta get 3 hills at 40 seconds apiece. That's a lot of time for SWAT Lam to play with only having just over 60 seconds of being outside of the hill, period.
Well, you just lied to the people at home right there. There was a reason to hop in that hill, and that's for Rain to cross the long haul side and try to get towards back C so they can continue to slay and trade the clock down. 3-0 lead in favor of Complexity right now, and they are just trying to slay out for a minute and 2 seconds. But while SWAT are in this hill, time will not wind down, so it's up to this triple push by Complexity to force them out. Off-screen Huss with the double kill. And it was Johan, a patient play out of him. He takes down Breaking Shot with the back smack and forces Huss down to 1 shot and over and out of the play. But 48 seconds is all Complexity have to play with.
It's hunting down the last player. Huss will leave a bit of a blueberry on the chest as a parting gift. And Complexity, see the strategy. They're focusing those back C spawns. A couple big kills for SWAT Lam. That's going to make life a bit easy, but got to remember, because they're playing that neutral clock, Complexity can keep playing the middle of the map. They just need to force them out of the hill. It's not necessary. It's not necessary for them to win the spawns.
Did you say a blueberry?
Yeah, you gotta leave them blueberries behind, them sticky grenades.
You're calling a sticky grenade a blueberry?
Mm-hmm.
I knew those things were dangerous. That's why I don't.
It's a little small.
I knew those things were dangerous. That's why I don't eat fruits or vegetables, man. They'll be the death of me.
I'm a couple players SWAT Lam and Hill, but remember, this is the middle of the map, so exposed. Right, getting some great damage. There's just one player to deal with. They'll go down. Rain will quickly lead the hill. Just 26 seconds left. Complexity looking to go into the final motions of this game. It'd honestly be impressive if they lost from this position.
I mean, forget perfect Halo. Like, at this point, if SWAT wins this, I will make sure that Tools pays everybody in here $500.
You have to be like a self-saboteur at this point, right? Like there's just no way. Well, thankfully, my wallet not going to get any thinner. As we see the 3-1 finish for Complexity. The strat came in that third hill when they left it for a minute's worth of time, and well, eventually get a 3-1 win.
There it is, Complexity closing out the series in a strong 3-1 fashion there. We saw a little bit of some body disrespect there from a SWAT LATAM player at the end of that game. I mean, shoot my body all you want. I took the series, you know what I'm saying? Complexity looking like they woke up a little bit during that series, Tony. And, you know, like we always say, in a 3-1 win, typically the underdog, they'll steal the Slayer. But the objective, in my opinion, Complexity was all over it.
They really were. And I mean, that game number 1 was really exciting to watch. And I feel like that right there, if SWAT win that game number 1, then go into game number 2 the way that they did, who knows, with momentum now under their wings, maybe they go into that Empyrean capture the flag with a bit of a new energy, as opposed to maybe like a sigh of relief winning that game 2 and tying up the series. So I think that game 1 win really kind of reared its ugly head at the end of things, because if they win that, I think we're having a bit of a different conversation around SWAT.
Yeah, that's a great point there. Tools, I do want to chat about this Complexity roster. I mean, we saw them at the last event win out their pool, right? Come out in first. And obviously today, a bit of a slower start. I always bring up the ceiling floor situation. If you're Complexity, Tools, how do you raise that floor, right? Like, how do you get yourself going?
I feel like when you see the rain that we saw in this game, you know, the old heads, if they can bring up that slaying presence in 1 or 2 games a series, it makes the game so much easier for Complexity. It's unreal how often they win whenever Ryan Noob or Rain becomes a top slayer on the team, because it's a lot of pressure on Huss and Breaking Shot to be those slayers, though that's their responsibility, right? But if they have more freedom to just run on the map, because Rain's dropping 20 kills in the first half of the game, right? Like, I think that's prime Complexity. I just want to correct you. Not only did they get first in pools, but they also won themselves a championship in day 1 over at Salt Lake City. You know, the Halo 3 crown is currently Complexity.
I mean, you love to see it, you love to hear it, right? Getting dubs wherever they can. And just like that, closing out that series in a 3-1 fashion, starting to wake up a little bit, right? Starting to get off a little bit of that rust and dust and get rolling. SWAT LATAM, though, Tony, they're in a bit of a pickle now, trying to figure out how to get out of this pool.
I mean, it's gonna be tough, but the one thing you know is that you have the ceiling of it. Like when SWAT are playing at their best, they're pushing Complexity to the limits and almost beating them in a map and game type combination, like a Stronghold's Interference. You beat them in a Solitude. Like, you know, if you get the right game types and maps, you can beat out teams that are on paper supposed to 3-0 you at times. So I feel like, get the right maps and game types, come in, clutch up, and at times just don't even worry who's on the other side of things. Play your best version of Halo, and you know you can beat almost anybody in the league, you know, outside the big 4. Sorry, that's a tough one.
Yeah, and for Complexity, they got to be feeling a lot better at this very moment, being 1-1 in the pool instead of 0-1, or even worse, 0-2, right? Kind of knotting things up a little bit. They're going to be taking on Pure for their last pool match, and we know every time those two teams have matched up in the past, it's been fireworks, so I'm really looking forward to that one. With that being said, we're going to take a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. When you come back, we'll be returning with more action from the Halo World Championship warm-up presented by Complexity.
Enemy halfway to victory. All drop. Enemy has the ball. All drop. Enemy has the ball. All drop. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. All drop.
Welcome back to day one of our Halo World Championship warm-up presented by Complexity. Once again, I'm your host, Hunter JJX. I'm joined by Why Not, and we had a little bit of a switch up. Like I said, we were going to kick Tools off the broadcast for his blasphemous comments earlier, so I went and I got a real OG. It's Eli the Ninja. Thank you so much for being here, and belated happy birthday to you.
Appreciate you, man. I cannot wait to get into this tournament and to next week at the World Championship. All these teams got to be just trying to prove what they've got going into the last tournament of the year. It feels like it went by super fast, man.
It absolutely did, and I'm excited to see how things shape up next weekend. But obviously, we're here today. It's a battle. We've got the two teams in red, Native Gaming versus Sentinels, about to go at it. Tony, give me a little series preview of what you're expecting to see here.
I mean, I'm expecting to see two teams on kind of two opposite sides of the spectrum. You had Sentinels, who started off hot in the beginning of the season, and since then has had a bit of a roller coaster type of year so far, including a top 12 disappointing finish at SLC, where Native Gaming, who struggled early on in the year, have finally started to look into form, finally looking like the team that we know that they should have been in the beginning, and I'm excited about that. But while we're waiting for that matchup to start up, we still got OpTic Gaming going up against Dark Inside, 43-1 at the moment here in round number 3.
However, if you're looking at the game score, you will see that Dark Inside did take a round from OpTic. So Eli, I mean, that's got to bode well for a team that's the clear underdog here.
Absolutely. I mean, and if I'm not mistaken, these guys are now 0-2 in the tournament. So this is a pretty important series. If they somehow pull the upset against OpTic, would be monumental to start in the winners bracket instead of lower bracket. The problem is it's OpTic, and I feel like when you beat them in one round, they just get angry and just power up into Super Saiyan mode, which we're starting to see here in this round too.
Yeah, certain teams know how to turn on the jets, especially when they feel even remotely threatened, right? OpTic Gaming obviously coming out completely dominating here in this third round. Tony, if you're looking at Dark Inside and you're looking for one player to step up and kind of be a catalyst for the squad to potentially steal this game away, who would it be?
I mean, it's funny because normally I have this Descended as like my ultimate X factor, because I know we're picking on for going to be consistency. They're going to hit shots. They're a good foundation to build a team off of. But to me, it's like it's still Ezzo, because even though Ezzo's now kind of proven himself, he's made it into pool play, he's still the newest kid on the block, and I want to see him continue to have success like he's been having. The spotlight has really been on him, and so far he's answered the call well, but they're going to need even more out of him and the rest of this Dark Inside roster if they're going to beat out the likes of OpTic Gaming, who are now just 5 seconds away from taking this round 3.
Yeah, and the OpTic is going to close things out here. I'm going to throw everything I said out the window, though, because, Eli, do you see that stat sheet from Formal, 41 and 26? He's been on one today.
I was just about to say that. I'm like, Formal doesn't care about your X Factor. That's just the reality, man. He's been the X Factor since he came onto the scene. He's going to continue to dominate constantly. I mean, this guy, we're watching the replays. I haven't been here all day, but it felt like every single replay this guy had similar stats. So he just showed up and said, you know what, I'm just going to slay out as hard as I possibly can today.
And we're jumping into another matchup that's happening right now. So much action in the pools. This one, ITB and Lethal Fox. Why not? A lot riding on this series. I believe both of these teams are 1-1 at the moment.
Yeah, and it's going to be a tight one. Like, obviously, ITB the favorites going into this matchup, but Team Lethal Fox will surprise you. In fact, we saw them really push Dark Inside the distance earlier on in that pool play matchup. And against this ITB roster, I can see a world where TLF pull off the upset. This is an important matchup, and one that I'm going to keep my eyes on.
Yeah, a lot here on the line for this. I do want to remind the viewers at home, though, a little bit different of a format here for this event, for this pool play. We will not be eliminating the bottom team in the pools. We love for a good redemption story, so every team will have the opportunity to battle their way back. However, whether you start in the winner's bracket or the loser's bracket of the championship bracket can make a huge difference, Eli.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to play essentially twice as many matches to get the same result if you're in that lower bracket. So these guys would rather not start down there in the trenches, rather start in the winner side of things. ITB, I think, has already locked that up. Currently, actually, no, neither of these teams would have locked it up. They're both 1-1 right now. So this actually a lot on the line here in this match. I think earlier today, wasn't it Team Lethal Fox with the reverse sweep to take out Dark Inside, which was a massive victory, which should have propelled a lot of adrenaline into the bloodstream for these guys, and hopefully they're still riding that wave to put up a good fight against ITB.
Yeah, both these teams fighting for the security blanket, for the blankie, right? Neither one wanting to start things off in that lower bracket. However, Tony, we're finally getting things started here. It's our main match of the evening, Sentinels versus Native Gaming. Take us away.
Gonna find out who's able to build up that security blanket fort between Native Gaming and Sentinels here in this round number 1, and we're already starting off with a huge stick and some huge plays out of Boo Boo Doo Boo.
Very beginning of these games, always so interesting. Usually it takes a long time before anybody can get the ball into a comfortable position to actually rack up time. That's exactly what we're seeing here. They win the opening break, but nobody's in position to grab the ball. The ball's also just so exposed. They know the timing of the spawns makes it too risky to extend out for it. I think what Sentinels want to do here is get a couple more slays before they pull it into gold.
2v2 scenario, so it feels like this next slay is so important. It is Sentinels that end up going 3 down, and Boo Boo Doo Boo getting out of dodge just a bit. He'll get quick on the ball pull, and that's because Tapping Buns is there to watch his back.
The shock rifle is so deadly in the hands of every member of this lobby. It's going to be a huge part of this map throughout the entirety of this match. Barcode so far is facing heavy pressure, though. That's exactly what you want to see if you're a Sentinels fan. Place a lot of pressure on the enemy that has that shock rifle, take them out of the equation, and the rest of your squad can push through.
A double kill and even getting the melee onto the third player leads to a 3 down for Native Gaming, and Boo Boo Doo Boo cleans up the final player. Meanwhile, Barcode and Tapping Buns, the glass side spawns. It looks like Lethal and Sentinels able to recognize that, so rotating now towards the A side of the map, while Boo Boo Doo Boo does a great job of nading and zoning them out.
Love what I saw there from Lethal, just looking around, seeing, okay, where's my teammate spawning? I'm going to go ahead and rotate it to that player. That's usually going to be a telltale sign of the safest part of the map. But Native Gaming says gold is no longer a safe part of the map. They're going to run straight through, steal the shock rifle, and that's a huge heads-up rotation from Lethal. He recognized where the pressure was coming from, rotates it straight to C, and this should be an extended hold for Sentinels.
Native extending hard over toward that A side, and Lethal playing a bit of keep away, but eventually Native do force that play. Oh wait, is it on the back sword spot? Oh my goodness.
Wow, was that an error on Lethal's part? He doesn't know the strength of his own arm, threw it a little bit too far, and Barcode gonna take advantage of that. And how long is he gonna be able to hold this due to an unforced error out of Sentinels?
I mean, it's crazy. You guys talk crap about Lethal. I mean, he's jacked, you know, hangs out with the... How does that copy pasta go?
Something like that.
39-35 lead in favor of Native Gaming at the moment here. Sentinels do eventually force that play ball of their own, but not before this becomes a game here. Only 4 points separating the two, where honestly, it felt like Sentinels had firm control of the early game.
It felt that way for sure. Now Sentinels clearly putting a heavy emphasis on getting control of the gold side of the map. They're aware that Native is spawning. Here we go. We have Precision missing the 3-shot beatdown. I feel like that's a rare sight to see, usually on top of that. So this is a great push from Native. They take 3 down and now should be able to hold the ball and extend their lead. How does Sentinels respond to this? If they spawn at the C side, they're going to have to make a coordinated effort through both long haul and the tower side. So far, they've done a great job. They just immediately pushed off spawn, and Native didn't have any time to breathe to rack up any ball time.
I know for a fact that I'm getting old because I did not just see Falcade use that grapple to clear a full shields player to chase down his one shot on the spawning A side. But there's no way I just saw that. Absolutely craziness happening on the side of Sentinels, but tied up at 49 apiece right now, and Boo Boo Doo Boo finds a kill onto APG, and Gilky gonna be the final player alive for Native Gaming.
Also grabs the oddball. This is so efficient out of Boo Boo Doo Boo. Sees that 2 members of Native are dead. It's only 10 seconds before they come back to life. Got to take advantage of those moments in time to get that oddball to safety. He wastes no time at all. A lot of players in that spot would just perch up somewhere with the shock rifle. He's content to simultaneously rack up the ball time while holding the shock rifle. Now that the pressure is here, he's going to drop the ball to fight.
Tapping was the weak player, so Boo Boo Dubu takes advantage of that, and looks like Barcode APG weren't able to make it there in time. They were still coming off a spawn, so staggered spawners being created now by Sentinels, and Native Gaming on the outside looking in from the goal side, trying to find a clear lane towards this ball. Right now, Boo Boo Dubu and Sentinels are getting way too many points right now.
Boo Boo Dubu putting on a masterclass of multitasking, guys. Study what this man is doing. He's holding the shock rifle, holding the oddball, using his eyes to get information for his teammates. He's in the perfect position to see where everything is happening on the map and be an IGL while accumulating the ball time. I mean, this guy is doing it all right now, and they're about to win round 1.
149 is going to be your final score line in that round number 1, and Sentinel started off hot. Maybe a bit of a mishap with the play ball, but then kind of picked up exactly where they left off to over double the score line of the opposition. Now we're going to find out if round 2 they can keep that same energy, or will we see a bounce back now coming from Native Gaming?
Interesting opening strat here. Barcode so sneaky, just got straight to orange door without being seen. This is a massive pickup. Now they finally win the opening break. In the last round, it was all Sentinels off the beginning, but this could be the momentum. Native needs to get this round started so they can potentially win round 2.
Enemy has the ball.
Tapping buttons quick on the ball here. Meanwhile, Barcode taking height. The skill jump gonna connect, and so will the double melee. Native continue to score. And I did see a ping on a player that made it through the gold side of the map, but Barcode has more business down in the triple stacks. And while all this chaos happens, Native rotate that ball toward the A side spawners.
Native have done a great job to get this to safety, but Sentinels have other things in mind. Lethal just kind of being an annoying presence here at the Mangler door. I don't think he has any intention of going through until the rest of his squad are here. Now he finally does push through now that Boo Boo has arrived, and the teamwork is on point. Sentinels should be able to shut down Gilkey and just steal the setup right from under Native's nose.
Boo Boo Dubu being an annoying presence, which also happened to be the nickname my mother gave me while very young. 22-8 lead in favor of Native Gaming. Tapping buttons, not able to get out of that Sentinel sandwich, and 3 down go Native Gaming, leaving Gilkey by himself, and looks like Sentinels may be taking the lead with this hold.
Love the way they're extending their setup into the tower here. It's typically not a strategy employed at this level. Usually players will just kind of sit and wait in A, but to extend the setup makes that pressure felt even sooner by Native. They found a way to break through though. Boo Boo just trying to stay alive, but look at the pressure. Barcode goes in high, Gilkey down low. There's nowhere for Sentinels to go, but they do trade out multiple kills, barely any members alive on the entire map, and Sentinels look to take down Tapping and get this ball back in their hands.
31-22 lead, and that ball sitting toward the mid map. Looks like Falcon wants to make sure Gilkey does not get out with that camouflage, but he just might. He's getting his shields back here soon, and Precision has his eyes set on Barcode, but Boo Boo the Dubu coming out of nowhere gets the back smack onto that camo player, but that ball still sits on the mid map, not for long, as Native go 3 down, and Boo Boo Dubu wants to take height.
Boo Boo misses the skill jump, but it might have been intentional. Might have expected to be shot across the map, as he was. Ultimately does get taken down though. Rest of Sentinels trying to break into this gold side of the map, typically a very important part of the map to control, especially if the ball is getting reset. I feel like Native might have wanted to grab that ball before the reset, but now that Sentinels have control of gold, they look to have the advantage into the next play.
A 10-point difference, not much, but Sentinels do have that slight lead and trying to turn it into much more, and they're the ones who are just slaying out right now here in round number 2. That's another clear 3 down, and once again Sentinels quick on the ball, and the follow-up kills are starting to go down as well.
Wow, Precision just aware enough to say, hey, we haven't seen Gilkey in a while. Let me just check Catwalk real quick. Finds Gilkey there and takes him down with the 2-shot melee. Gets the double melee on Tapping. But as I say that, 2 other members of Sentinels fall. Boo Boo all by himself, and he's going to lose the 1v1 fight. The Barcode. Finally, Native look like they have some control, but Gilkey's kind of out in no man's land. Needs to find his way to safety. He does. Uses the shroud screen to get up into gold through the bat ledge. And Native look pretty strong for this setup.
I really do love the balanced attack coming out of Precision right now with kills and assists. 19 kills, 14 assists, just put his 20th on the board after taking down an APG. Native Gaming, largely the reason why they consistently find themselves on the black screen is because Precision is just involved in all of these fights, whether it's the kills or the assist, his presence is felt.
It just feels like Precision is getting better and better. I mean, so many young, talented players, and we already knew he was special a long time ago, but it just feels like the more reps that he gets in with and against these squads, he is becoming a deadlier and deadlier force on the map, and he's really been laying down some incredible damage so far today.
We're able to take down the one-shot tapping buttons, and I feel like I sound like a broken record, but we still removed from the map here for Native Gaming. They're getting wiped at every given turn, and once they try to extend to push numbers onto one side, one perimeter, now they're just getting rotated on. Sentinels playing what feels like a flawless oddball recharge game, and they're up 68-40 right now, as Gilkey wants to get aggressive here. Maybe a bit of an early play ball, but Lethal takes down Gilkey. The trades go down, and finally we start to see some clean kills out of Native Gaming, but you still got to deal with Precision.
Gotta take down Precision, man. This guy is a problem at all hours of the day. If he's alive on the map, he's gonna make your life difficult, especially with this commando. This gun skin is absolutely absurd, by the way. How does this man see anything? It's like giant, bright neon glowing on his screen, but he can somehow see his target. Finally does get taken down, and honestly, from what we've been seeing with the slaying power of Sentinels, it's a little surprising that this round is even as close as it is. I mean, Sentinels have done a great job of playing keep away, but I gotta say, Native have done an incredible job to keep this close.
When you said all hours of the day, I picture like I picture Barcode waking up at like 7 o'clock in the morning. Oh my gosh, Precision! like he's eating lunch. Oh my gosh, Precision's there! Like, dude, Precision is everywhere.
Just like creeping in the window. Just like peeking through with that commando skin on. I don't know.
69-50 lead in favor of Sentinels right now, and it feels like everybody from Sentinels are everywhere on the map. If you're Native Gaming, they haven't found a way to get some consistent slays, to get some consistent kills in order to play this ball. And with less than a minute on the clock, I feel like time is really now starting to become a factor here in this one, as Gilkey takes things into his own hands with that grapple play, and Sentinels get wiped off of the face of recharge.
That was a risky situation for Sentinels. They clearly were deciding, let's just leave the ball as bait. There's only so much time left on the clock. The problem is, they'd have made a perfect push. The collapse comes in. Boo Dubu's playing SWAT as he just finds 2 targets. One shot takes them both off the map. That was such a good push by Native, but now that APG loses the ball, they got to make another perfect push, and they do not have much time to do it. Native might have just squandered their chance to steal this round.
Fun fact, Boo Dubu and Falcated used to sign up a lot for the Halo 5 SWAT tournaments. They used to sign up as Balcated. They just combined their names together. Just a little fun fact. So he's a pretty good SWAT player. 90-66 lead in favor of Sentinels, who apparently not only can win SWAT tournaments, they could also do pretty damn good in 4v4 competitive. That is round number 2 going to Sentinels. Native Gaming fought well, but at times it felt like the firepower just wasn't there. Sentinels definitely had it.
The thing about Sentinels, man, that's gotta be, I would guess, one of their favorite game types. It feels like every roster that's included Boo Boo and Falcated on it has just been extremely comfortable on that game mode, and you add in the mix Lethal and Precision, who are both incredible on it as well. Native was fighting an uphill battle, let's be honest, when that game mode loaded in. I think throughout the rest of the series, though, Native have a much better chance to make this one interesting.
A great showing to start that series there from Sentinels. One of the things that I noticed, boys, was that it just didn't really feel like Native Gaming individually had an answer for Precision, and because of that, you end up seeing them having to expend, 2-3 people resources to get him off of the map, and that just frees up insane players like Falcated to just be a menace all over the map, because so much energy is being directed towards this guy. I mean, look at the damage numbers right here. 1,500 damage more than the highest damaging player on Native Gaming. I mean, that alone, Tony, just says so much.
It really does, and it's I always harp on this one Mickwin quote when I was interviewing him, and he said, "It's hard to be objective efficient when you're dead." And it really just felt like that type of story for Native Gaming, because they found themselves down 3 players so much. And although there was a couple of things that went their way, like Lethal, I guess, overshooting that throw off the map and ended up on the sword platform. There was a few round of slays. Gilkey made a crazy play, but for like maybe 85% of that game, it felt like just Sentinels were having their way.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like Native Gaming didn't have moments, like you said. I think of the perfect collapse on the red where they fully wiped Sentinels towards the end of that game. But then Eli, you called it out immediately after. It looked like Boo Boo was playing SWAT, right? He comes off respawn. Those players are still weak. He's just picking them off. They're not able to reset and get ready for the next engagement. Just the pace that Sentinels was playing with seemed like it was too much for Native.
I have to agree. They're just playing at a very high pace. And what stood out to me in that stat page was not just Precision's damage dealt, but also his damage taken. He had significantly more than everybody else at 7,500. So this man was just in the mix, finding ways to stay alive and output kills and damage and assists. He's just so active on the map and has to be dealt with. And if you don't have an answer for that, you're going to have a bad time.
Well, for Native, it looks like they're loading into that Game 2 Slayer now. But on the screen, we have OpTic versus Dark Inside. OpTic looking strong, Tony, like we've seen all day, about to close this out in a clean sweep. I mean, this OpTic looks like they're driven and they have a purpose for being here this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have heard me talk really highly about this Dark Inside roster, and I talk about the fact that I feel like they can upset a lot of teams, but against OpTic Gaming, especially OpTic Gaming that's getting ready for Worlds, looking to break the curse, it's damn near an impossible matchup for Dark Inside. I like them a lot. I've been a big fan of Envoy since the damn Fnatic days, but dude, OpTic are locked right now. They are sick of second place.
Well, for Native, they're fighting to be the supreme red team in this series, right? So we're going to jump into game number 2. It's going to be Slayer on Streets. Loser has to change their official org color to pink. Eli, take us away.
That would be actually some fire jerseys if either of these rosters made a switch to pink, but regardless, yeah, pretty even start here right now. Neither team really getting a significant edge. Lots of 1v1 duels happening around the map, and Precision able to miss a melee and still come out on top. So his movement just a little bit too difficult to hit there.
Ooh, Barco biting off a little bit more than he could chew on that bottom A side. Boo Boo Doo Boo. Great shots out of him from long range, and still has 50% left in the ammo with this Stalker. Up by 3 kills or Sentinels, but it could be more if they continue to take space like this.
Space is the name of the game, especially on Streets. There's really not that much space to work with, so if you can control the vast majority of it, you give the other team not many options. I think that is the plan of Native right now as they move forward on the map. Boo Boo doing a great job to land some very strong peek shots with that Stalker rifle. The gun does so much damage so quickly, and that's exactly what you need if you're gonna get out of dodge. And Precision obviously had help there, but to land those shots is massive. Now they look to apply extra pressure on Native and probably force a split spawn here as well.
How many times have we talked about this kid being special from season 1 to at one point on G1 at one point, like on complexity for a little bit, like whether it was the open bracket, whether it's pool play, no matter where he was, where he's been, he has been the real deal. It's been fun to watch Precision's journey, honestly. It really has been.
I have to agree. I feel like the Bandit meta has only made him even better. I mean, this is the Gears of War kid. He knows how to play around wall cover for sure. And he's one of the nastiest Jiggle Peak players in the league. Right now, Jiggle Peak just kind of completely overtakes the meta. There's just not really many ways to play against it. And if you're as individually talented as he is, you can land your shots almost perfectly around those corners.
Well, dude was only died 1 time so far this game, and just keeps finding that one-shot APG. An annoying player is Boo Boo Doo Boo on the map, and now looking to hightail it out of there to try to stay alive here. Meanwhile, tapping buttons aggressive along with the rest of Native Gaming, only down by 3 kills.
They've really done a fantastic job to bring this back. I want to say it was 20 to 12 at one point. and now all of a sudden Native come to life. They started to stagger Sentinel spawns. They could still continue to do so. They've got to land some kills right now, though, as these other members of Sentinels are coming off spawn. They land one, but I think the rest of Sentinels trying to reset the neutral situation. But they continue to be staggered out as APG takes out Falcated and Lethal goes down as well.
Bit of bait and switch action we just saw over toward the tower side of the map, and it works out in favor of Sentinels. A couple of trades, but now clean kills being had, and a 3-kill lead once again here as trades continue to go down to the map, and now information being gathered by Precision while Jiggle peeking his way into tapping buttons on a stretcher. 31 has been accumulated by Sentinels.
It's just commands so much space when you're so good with the Jiggle peek. He has the attention of 2 opponents who are getting shot in the back by his teammates, and those 2 players can't deal damage to Precision to kill him. So he's just dealing a ton of damage, holding their attention until the rest of Sentinels show up, and that's why they've now grown the lead even further. Native have to start coming back now, and they have to make a good push out of C, but I don't think Sentinels is going to allow it to happen. They're going to just surround the entire subway station here and give Native 0 options to work with.
They've been telling us for a while now that Slayers don't start into that 30 kill mark. Well, once Sentinels hit that 30 kills, they hit the ground running and didn't turn back. A double-digit lead as Native Gaming once again going from one spawn to another. They continue to get punished, now all on the PD side, but Sentinels are sniffing them out. They're manipulating exactly where Native are spawning and eventually going.
I've always said Halo needs to be played like you're the member of a SWAT team. You have to control all of the space in the area, work together as a unit, clear space, and Sentinels have done that perfectly through the last couple spawn cycles. You saw the way they approached the C side. They had members on the right side, on the left side, came in the front door, flushed out the back side. There was literally nowhere for Native to go. They get 4 dead and they run across the map and do it again. Sentinels playing flawlessly here in Street Slayer.
I'm telling you right now, my house is not that big. I don't have that many entrances. but if I did, Sentinel's gonna find a way to get in, slay out, and now just 5 more kills needed. Just about a gentleman's steak-tacular we're seeing right now. As I don't want to count Native Gaming out, but it's like, dude, I mean, you're down by 13 kills against the Sentinels that are just firing on all cylinders. Falcated with the commando precision, with the bandit off a screen. They just need 3 more, and Native really feel out of it.
Yeah, it does feel kind of like Native started to throw in the towel. They're just kind of like trying to force different pushes with really not a high chance of success, but I mean, you do have to increase your riskiness to make that level comeback, you could argue. However, you gotta just stay alive, man. The name of the game is Slayer, right? You gotta keep your troops alive, but in the end, Sentinels just proven to be a bit stronger and more coordinated.
A great showing from Sentinels there in game number 2. Taking a bit of a vice grip on the series, going up 2-0 there, and it just, so far from the first 2 games, it feels like Native Gaming hasn't really been able to find an answer for the Sentinels roster. It seems like a bit of a bad matchup for them. Taking a look at the stats, a really balanced effort there on the damage side from Sentinels. Falcated leading the way. Tony, you're gonna have to let me know if you agree with me or not, but for years and years and years, I feel like I keep on saying like a broken record, Falcated is one of the most underrated pros in our game.
Yeah, it's funny because I said it back. I want to say it was 100% the first tournament of the season. I was fed this information by Shotzi himself, and he's like, bro, Falcated is going to be the most underrated player in the HCS. I said it for the first event, and people said I was crazy. I'm like, bro, I got my sources, and it's been like that for a long time. You were 100% right. He, as far as slang wise, when it comes to stacking up kills and keeping his deaths low, Falcated is up there with some of the best in the league.
Yeah, I think he can slay with just about anybody, honestly, and I mean that with all sincerity. Unbelievably talented player. I've always said I think it's probably just because he's a little bit more of a soft-spoken, sweet young gentleman. You know what I mean? He doesn't get the props to some of the more loudmouth, kind of big personalities that we have in our scene, but deserves the same type of respect nonetheless. But we're having no breaks. We're jumping right into game number 3. Eli, if you're Native Gaming, you're desperate for a win now just to stay in this series. How are they going to bounce back?
honestly, they've got to start working together better, and they certainly shouldn't be going for it dead off the rip and give every item to Sentinels. The opening strats have just been so strong for Sentinels. Native had one good opening strat at the beginning of the second round of Recharge Oddball, but if that's the only opening you win and there's 2 other rounds to lose anyways, I mean, they got to find some momentum somewhere. They've got to start playing a bit closer together. They've got to tighten up their timing. They got to have an answer for these members of Sentinels.
I feel like Hunter was like complimenting Falcade a little bit, saying, hey, it's probably because he's flying the radar, you know, he's a little bit quiet, and then I feel like he was attacking me when he talked about loudmouths. I don't know what I don't know what I did to you, Hunter. That was unnecessary. Like, shots being fired for no reason. Okay, I'm catching strays over here. Meanwhile, Sentinels might just catch this first hill. Native Gaming found himself on a perimeter, and that hill is dead center, and also belongs to Sentinels.
It just feels like it's getting out of hands very fast. It's just getting more out of hand. It started, I mean, I hate to say this, but it really did feel like towards the end of game 2 that Native just kind of gave up already. And like, it just feels like it's still here. And I don't know if it's because Sentinels is playing so good. It's like Native aren't even creating good opportunities for themselves to begin to start coming back. And is that because Sentinels are playing such a strong game that it's that difficult, or are they just not taking their time? It's hard to say.
Yeah, I feel like towards the end of that game number 2, it was like, okay, down like by 13 kills, like there's no way you're gonna win this, so let's just kind of beeline challenge and die. Where in this, I feel like Sentinels are just playing so well, it's making it look, you know, quite effortless at times. I think it's more of just how clean Sentinels are right now, as they're up 1-0, about 25% of this hill already captured. It's up to Barcode and the rest of Native Gaming to step up. They're gonna have to earn every inch on the map through their slaying ability.
That's a great play from Barcode there. He saw that player on the ledge, immediately hits the double jump, chases him down, just says, I need to create an opening so my team can move off of their spawn points. And the result of that is ultimately 3 dead for Sin and finally some hill time here. They've got to get a lot of time though to make up for it, and Sentinels have a lot of time to figure out how they're going to now break the setup.
As of right now, Gilkey and Native Gaming do have some information on where Sentinels are trying to push from, but now with Sentinels starting to take space, they're not just pushing the cafe side, they have presence towards LR as well. APG does have this loop side locked down, which is huge for Native Gaming, but the rest of his team end up hitting the black screen. Don't worry, APG, you can join them.
My God, it just feels like whenever Natives start to get any level of momentum, Sentinels in the next play are just able to shut it down right away. You were right. APG had the perfect positioning. He had that entire half of the map shut down momentarily, but Ubu was just right there to stop it short, and Sentinels go up 2-0. That is not what you want to see if you're a Native Gaming fan.
And I feel like the main thing we're kind of asking ourselves here is, you know, where was the Sentinels back in SOC? This is not the Sentinels that got 3-0'd by Alpha Esports. This is not the Sentinels that got top 12 in that tournament when looking like they could be contending for top 6 easily. You know, Native Gaming, top 6 at SLC, but finally Sentinels looking angry right now, looking like they want to show everybody that they're still that dominant force in the league. You know, when it comes to that big 3 plus Shopify, big 4, whatever you want to call it, you better put Sentinels in that conversation.
The thing about this squad, man, they have a very high ceiling and a low floor, man. They, for whatever reason, they don't lock all the way in at all times, and some teams are just able to lock in all the times. SSG comes to mind. They just somehow lock in when it matters most, and maybe it's not 100% of the time, but it's certainly when it matters. And if Sentinels can find their way to lock in and hit that ceiling more consistently, I agree with you. These guys are capable of defeating literally anyone in the tournament. They've just got to figure that out.
Barcode tough as nails as he gets that double melee, gets the stick onto Lethal. Lethal will trade out his life by just running into him, but now Boo Boo Doo by himself has to navigate a 1v2 if he wants to try to clear things out here. That stick not going exactly where he wanted it to.
Boo Boo always trying to find a creative way to get a kill, but Gilkey said, I'm just going to hold forward and kill you while you go for these grenade plays, and that's a good play out of Gilkey. That's going to give them a little bit of momentum here, but I got to tell you, 3 minutes on the clock, on this hill, and you got to win 4 straight against a team that you haven't shown any real promise against. It's not feeling good if you're on the side of Native.
It really doesn't, but only you can change the narrative. And at this point, you just put Sentinels 3 down, and Lethal finds himself on the opposite side of the map. So there's a couple more times you need this to happen here for Native Gaming, and you can get right in it. 2 minutes and 44 seconds is a comfortable time to play with, but it is enough time, and you still got Lethal you got to deal with. Tapping bunch trades out.
Every trade just goes to Sentinel's favor, though, because anytime Native is off the map, they cannot comfortably get into the hill. Gilkey, as a one-shot player, tries to get some hill time, but also recognizes he needs to contest camo in some way, shape, or form. Gets some great shots onto Lethal, but look at Lethal's bodyguards just launching their body in front of him to keep him alive. Not only that, they shut down the camo player. And Native are on the brink of capturing this hill, but I think Sentinels are totally fine with letting some of this time burn off the clock.
Okay, just sliding and gliding his way through the map. Ends up putting damage onto multiple players here. Sees that there's 2 more pushing the yard side and just using that environment in order to buy as much time on the map for the rest of his teammates to move in position.
Look at the discipline here from Precision. He had a nice shot with a lot of damage, but recognized the situation. Hill's about to move to the C side of the map. The only way, that was an insane shot, by the way. The only way the Native could really get back into this is to not only cap this, but also be rotated and prepared for next. So Sentinel said, okay, you can have that. Let's just rotate to next and play keep away for the next 2 minutes.
You realize how many times I've been trying to get my teammates to do that in my ranked lobbies, you know, my platinum lobbies. I've been, hey guys, the hill's already done. Let's rotate to the next one. They're like, well, hold on, I got damage. I got to get this triple kill. Like, but you don't got to kill. What do you mean? Sorry, that sent me back. Sorry.
My bad, bro. We need to play more often. I'm always down to rotate for next, man. Y'all have that. I'm gonna just play for my future. You know what I'm saying? But here we go. Barcode's got 1 burst and a dream left in this shock rifle. And honestly, they're not looking too bad. If they get this hill without much contention and keep 2 minutes on the clock, this is 100% doable. Could this be the beginning of the reverse sweep of a reverse sweep?
Less than 2 minutes on the clock, but no time, no problem, says Native Gaming. But eventually Sentinels, they take over almost immediately, and now a quick 2 down might turn into more as Sentinels turn 1 kill into 2 into 3, and APG by himself stuck on the low ground with nowhere to go. It looked like Native were about to pull that one away, but Sentinels take it right back, and now we're about to close it out because Falcated is watching every cross, and everybody that enters towards that hill is one shot.
Wow, that was so systematic at the end there. After they get in the perfect positions, they already know what they have to do to close it out, and Native kept it at least a little bit interesting during parts of that match, but sheer dominance coming out of Sentinels. These guys are looking on fire today, and if they keep playing like this, they're going to be a problem in the rest of this bracket.
Hey, for a team like Sentinels, there's no better time to start peaking than right before Worlds, right? It's like you can take the rest of the season. If we're going to play like this heading into the biggest event of the year, I think they'll be pretty happy with that. Taking a look at the stats, Lethal looking like the Lethal of old, an absolute turret on the map. Most damage in the lobby, and you know, we point out the damage taken as well. 1,500 more damage than taken. Just super efficient. Eli, you were calling out the end there. Just the perfect positioning. The fact they knew that Native was going to have to desperate, so they were just happy to hold their positions and lay down the damage. It's looking like Native Gaming is going to have to change their color. They're going home as Team Pink. But Tony, looking at that series, man, there's not really a lot to take away from it if you're Native Gaming. That was absolute dominance.
Yeah, those first 2 games were really tough, and even like the beginning of that game 3 was as well. I mean, I was really proud of them with the way they took their first hill and then even kind of slayed out and looked like they were about to take their second hill with very little time being taken off the clock. Okay, well, this is the Native Gaming that you wanted to see, but very similar to Sentinels and SLC. It's like, well, you know, they look better now, but you gotta show that throughout the whole game. Like, and the same thing with Sentinels. Like, Sentinels, I know what you're capable of. We've seen the ups and downs, but we've seen the ups. Like, I love the fact that you just re-owed native gaming. I really do, but I'm still have a bad taste in my mouth from SLC, so I want to see more from that. I want to see you come out of pools, you know, obviously with new energy, and also see how deep you can make it within this tournament, because this really is the warm-up leading to Worlds. We're going to find how every one of these teams look in the final online event of our season here.
Yeah, Sentinels looking good, feeling good. I'm sure if you were in the room with them, they probably smell good as well. They're looking to keep this momentum going, but us here on the desk, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we'll have more action for you here on the Halo World Championship warm-up presented by Complexity.
ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has way to victory. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball out of bounds. Ball incoming. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball out of bounds. Ball incoming.
Welcome to the Halo World Championship warm-up. Once again, I'm your host, Hunter JJX, and we've had another little bit of a caster swap. We've had people coming in and out. You're stuck with me all day, unfortunately, but joining us on the desk is my good friend, Mikowski. Mikowski, how we feeling today?
Feeling good, man. Just wrapped up our baby shower. Excited to meet the little guy here in a month, but been keeping up with the games and a little surprised with the gameplay today. Some teams have showed up like they're preparing for the Halo World Championship. Others have looked like they're kind of sleepwalking through this tournament. So excited to see where this next series goes.
Yeah, and up next in this next series, we've got Complexity taking on Pure. A lot of cool leaderboard position on the line here in this series. Eli, take us away.
This is going to be a good one. Both these teams, if I'm being honest, got completely decimated by Shopify earlier. The difference is Pure not playing with their usual fourth. I think Last Shot is a major backbone to this team's success, and that's no slight at Avicii, but those are some big shoes to fill. That guy is typically their anchor player on a squad where the rest of them just like to fly at things, and Avicii being another player that likes to fly at things, I could see why this team might not be feeling full force today.
At the same time, though, Avicii, one of the nastiest substitutes you could possibly pick up. He's one of those guys that's up there with the Ezzos of the HCS that are next up. So, despite having a substitute, wouldn't be surprised if Avicii pops off, but right now it's Huss popping off with the shock rifle, dominating gold control with possession of the high ground. He'll take down Avicii rather easily. No, but there you get to see a little bit why that kid's so cracked, but on the other side, that's bait to draw him out to the middle. Ryan cleans up for the triple kill. And this is what I wanted to see, Eli. Complexity, one of the most prepared and organized teams in Halo. That's because of their coach, Ashes. They got to take advantage of having a substitute on the other side, and so far in the early goings, they have.
This is also their tournament, right? They cannot just show up lazy. They're at work right now. They're in the office. I mean, I don't know if they are for sure, but would be cool if they were actually at the Complexity HQ playing on those amazing setups and getting some LAN reps in ahead of the World Championship. Got to take advantage of that, I think. If you're on one of these orgs that has a dope setup like that, you got to go practice there. But right now, Complexity definitely looking to be in better form than they were against Shopify, and Us is moving and grooving like we're used to seeing him do.
Us is looking confident there, just absolutely holding forward on that left joystick, playing and positioning himself for this next camo. He does go down on the cuts. which opens up a chance for Cherish to defend it, but he's occupied on the A-Cross, and Breaking Shot steals it instead. Heads up play from Complexity, but can they stay alive with it? No, they do not.
Okay, they do shut down the camo, but they got to get on the board with this oddball time. It's 75-2. Complexity looking absolutely oppressive right now, just completely controlling the entire map, and doesn't really feel like Pure have been working together well at all. Right here we see Avicii try to create an opening for the squad, but when he gets taken down, the rest of Pure have to slow down, and these guys don't like to slow down.
There's us again. Left stick held forward, and it really relates into that scoreboard. The aggressiveness has paid off in spades and numbers as Complexity has put up 86 seconds to Pure's 2. Now there's still 3:30 on the clock, so they can still play for the remaining 14 seconds, but you're in a situation where you can slay out, get a little bit more warmed up for this Complexity Halo World Championship warm-up tournament, and it looks like they might need to a little bit. Rain tosses a frag grenade into his teammate's back, now looks for the bounce pass. Pollock now pushing up on that side, playing the smaller door, now peeks on through, gets a slay, but that is a little bit of bait. They'll go down, Huss cleans up, and okay, there we go. Pure with their first team wipe. 3 go down for Complexity. They got a good hold. Pollock actually makes his way from the Mauler door all the way through to the oddball, rotates it to C, and Pure set up.
Did a fantastic job to get that out to the C side, but at the same time, after Complexity spawn in A, they quickly put pressure onto Druk so he can't land the headshot with the shock rifle, and now Druk forced to push all the way through. Only 10 more seconds to go, so does not have the luxury to sit back and wait. Tries to line up the headshot, a little bit too patient though. Finally gets maybe 2. Yes, Druk stepping up in a massive way in this endgame, but is it going to be too little too late?
And I recall Trippy getting a lot of love for his shock rifle plays, but man, we gotta hand Druk some flowers, because anytime this man's posting clips on Twitter or showing us live gameplay in the feed, he is an absolute manimal with that shock. Tolic playing a little bait with that camo. Breaking Shot doesn't spot him because of his inactivity and immobility in the corner, but Tolic can't land his shots, and that's gonna open up the door for a reset. Trying to spot Tolic down to low absolute HP. A body shot will take him down, and it does as Complexity 2-2 in the feed, but again, 94-25. They're not stressed and pressed to pick up this next oddball. They'll play it for slays in the next 6 seconds to take round 1.
Very uncharacteristic out of Tolic there in that moment. I feel like this team, we've talked about it before, this team is so vibe based. Like, they gotta be kind of feeling the energy. They gotta give each other energy, and maybe Tolic playing with lower energy, missing last shot a little bit today. By the way, last shot I think in the hurricane, so hopefully he's all right. But I mean, this man plays on Starlink internet, so if it's cloudy outside, he lags. So if you can imagine what it would be like trying to play in a hurricane, it's probably not the best, but yeah, I think that's a big part of the reason why Pure is struggling here. They just, maybe the vibes are a bit off.
You're really getting a good first-hand example of what last shot brings to this team. He's the glue, and right now it looks like Pure are becoming unhinged, not able to really get anything going. We saw some points on the board, Eli, but those were superficial points. They didn't really amount to anything, and Complexity easily takes round number 1. And the early goings, though, here of round number 2, it's pretty even in the kill feed. Oddball still at the reset point. Both teams playing for slays and positioning on the map.
Happens a lot in this game mode. It's just so hard to get that ball to safety. You've got to win this fight. A nice shot come out from Tolic there, but he gets taken down. I think that shock rifle was out of ammo. Didn't see it fall out of his hands, so both teams should know the timing on that since Breaking Shot killed that player. And what is this rotation from Breaking Shot? Just cut straight through the dead center of the map. Thought he had a window of time to do so safely. He did not, because he's going to get shut down across the map, and that might be the kind of opening that Pure needs, but kind of at the Complexity's own hand.
Yeah, Breaking Shot going for the Super G slide with that grapple hook. A lot more difficult to hit in Halo when you're looking up with the reticle as opposed to going down. That momentum almost gives you an easy Super G slide. As Avicii, substitute, has the oddball now, and Pure, Eli, we're talking about how they didn't really show up in round number 1. They got the lead. They're up 30x on Complexity here in round number 2, so we're seeing a little bit of bounce back, seeing a little bit of fight. Breaking Shot makes his way through into A. A couple of weak opponents for Pure. Should mean some cleanups come through here. Tudu, Pollock, stays alive, takes down Huss, and we're seeing some more fight from Pure, and they're turning it into points.
Almost feels like Complexity's gotten a little bit lazy on some of these pushes, though. I feel like could have used each other as bait a bit better. And obviously the previous play where Breaking Shot kind of threw his life away. It's like, as long as you don't make mistakes, you should come out on top against the team with a substitute player. But if Complexity keep making mistakes, I can absolutely see Pure coming out with the W here.
Man, what a grenade toss that was from Abassi, but Us shows how high his survivability is by staying alive. Oh, thought that looked like it was going to land on the player, but I think it actually went in between their legs, so no sticky, no camo value. As 2 are down, now 3 for Complexity. That's going to get the oddball, or excuse me, for Pure. That's going to get the oddball back into Complexity's hands as Breaking Shot looks to push out in the middle of the map. And Eli, I think this is Breaking Shot's strong suit. He is a damaging bruiser through the middle of the map, and you can see him extending that line of scrimmage right now, going for another grapple play, and stays alive this time.
Wow, this man is really living on the edge right now, just somehow surviving with no shields through the fire and the flames. Shout out to Dragon Force, but he's gonna finally, like, look at this. He gets shot and then immediately rechowls, I guess, thinking that it's not gonna be expected, but there's only so many times you can make that play before it becomes expected. Like, it's kind of like what Bound got away with for a long time. Now people are not letting him get away with it as much, but I don't know. Breaking Shot kind of testing his limits right now, it feels like.
And Pure answering the test, answering the bell here in round number 2, up 60-14. It hasn't been as dominant as what we saw from Complexity in round number 1, but it all amounts to the same, and a big lead as Abassi drops down. And he is such a difficult slay, whether he's going for a G slide to add a little bit more velocity or just simply, I don't know what that strafe shake and bake was, but stays alive just long enough to allow Cherished and Druck to fill in the space on long haul and create an even 2v2 gunfight here. Tolic's got the flank, but he gets caught out. Great comms, great listening from Complexity, and Breaking Shot turns it into 3. 5 perfect shots. Out DMR for the triple kill. Pure go 4 down, and now that'll get Complexity right back in the fight.
That'll wake up Complexity for this round. Disgusting triple kill on Druck, no less, who typically doesn't lose those. And another perfect shots on the other side, though, coming out from Cherish. So Cherish answering back. Very clutch time to do so with camo coming up as well. Can they convert this into a setup break, though? Right now, Huss trying to play defense with that plasma pistol. And Cherish jumps over it. These guys are looking like Neo in the Matrix right now.
And how did Complexity not call that out? That, hey, he just jumped over my plasma pistol shot in the trippy corner. That comp clearly never came through in the Discord. And you're right, Eli. You took the words out of my mouth. Looking like Neo from the Matrix, literally dodging a plasma pistol that seemed to have his name on it. And Cherished with the camo play finds value out of it and maintains a double up lead here for Pure.
One thing I know about this Abassi guy, his movement is absolutely insane, and he is a very difficult kill on the map. Look at how smooth this guy is moving across the map. He's going to be in a perfect position to get the oddball as his team secured a few slays, but feeling the pressure, decides to play it out. I think he had more time than he realized, but some great nade placements from Complexity seem to have confused him to think they were closer than they were. Complexity going to take advantage of that. Now look to get 3 dead. They might just turn this into a 4 dead. Rhino with the late jump. The old man's got the young man tech. That was kind of impressive.
If there's any dogs in the ATS that can still learn new tricks, it's Ryan Newman. He's not only learning new tricks, he's the one who's writing the book oftentimes with new tricks. 3 do go down though for Complexity, and +1 net outcome there for Pure, but the oddball gets reset with Pure still up 31-69 as Cherished works his way through top side of tower, clearing the A cross without any shots. No, Druck does have a look at him. Excuse me, Breaking Shot has a look at him. He starts to get some attention his way. Oddball gets tossed up, and then gets thrown right back down. Rhinoobs should go down here, but no grenades for Cherish. So Rhinoob's gonna get full shields back and probably call for some help, and will Complexity answer the bell this time?
Enemy has the ball.
They cannot let Ryanoob live in situations like that. You've got to make sure he gets taken out of the equation. He finds himself bottom center. Oh! Camo might have been up. Tolic with some fantastic BR shots
Still
and
a double
survived
shot.
somehow.
Did you see that? He pulled, I mean, it might be an observer thing, Eli, but he shot the instantaneous frame that you could by switching out to the battle rifle.
Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna have to go back to the lab. If they just figured out double shot tech on the fly, I might be picking the controller back up, because that would be insane in this game. But wow, Pure looking good, man. They just got another 4 dead, and they have woken up. They are finally playing at the pace that they're used to playing at, but I feel like a lot of it is come on the back of some mistakes from Complexity, but look at this play out of Talik. Just can't land the last shot. We're not used to seeing that. This man is usually so precise.
Yeah, tough to see Talik make that just heads-up play, switching to the battle rifle, and yeah, it alerted me because the shots came out before I even saw the whole weapon on his shoulder and in his hands, as Pure are able to tie up game number 1. Eli, in a game that kind of felt like some of the games that we've seen throughout the day, it was going to waltz into a game 2 with one team just single-handedly really dominating the other. No, this one's tied now 1-1, and Pure have life.
Complexity have to right this ship. Pure have to keep the pressure up, though. I feel like once they started applying pressure to Complexity, got them off their game, that's when Complexity started to crumble a bit. Rhino, though, has a shock rifle. He's the biggest slayer in the lobby right now. 26 kills, 27 assists. Same exact stat line on the side of Cherished. But Cherished has died a little bit less, but man, both these teams are really playing pretty close so far.
Ammo control has been a big part of why Pure has gotten back into this game. We saw Cherished with the Neo Matrix dodge earlier, and then starting off round number 3, Talik takes the power up advantage. He's got it combined with the shock rifle, misses some shots, but hey, still turns it into a slay under rain, maintaining his life on the long haul, not allowing Complexity to push through on this side. You can see the decision made to take space on A. Huss is going to maybe play for C spawns with Rain, try to make this a 1v2, which he does, and that bait and switch is good for Complexity. They'll be able to now push through the long haul because of that heads-up play from Huss.
Not only that, but they also push through the gold side at the same time. There's nowhere to go. They try to play the ball out, but it lands in this whirlpool side. They try to get into A to block the spawn as quickly as possible, run into grenades in the process, though. And if Pure can win this fight, that last fight, the Complexity one won't even matter at all. But Rhino, with the grapple hook, gets behind enemy lines. And what a sick stick out of Huss. Almost turns 2 on a Cherish, but this fight has been going on for almost a whole minute now, and it's not gonna end. It's like everyone is just coming out spawn and rushing to finish up the damage from the previous play. When will the dust finally settle?
Yeah, I got to see a little bit of a observer roulette there from 99. Multiple players. Every time the camera switched, you get a death, you get a death, you get a death. And it looks like we might just head back to it. 2 trade out, the top side of A. Druck, Eli gets 2 for 2 in round number 3 on the camo. That's absolutely one of the ways that they built a lead here. They're actually up. Now it's still early, up by double, but Complexity have the oddball in their hands. But that could break soon if Druck pushes through. It's a nice play with this camo, but my God, Complexity, you can tell their attention is all eyes on him. What they can see of him, which is little. Druck now with a shot through the shroud screen, actually lands it and forces Rain to play ball.
Enemy has the ball.
Yeah, I mean, definitely used the indicator of the oddball to help him land that one, but yeah, Druck has been somehow surviving, just weathering the storm. No pun intended for last shot, but just somehow staying alive throughout all of that when Complexity seemingly knew where he was, and then just patiently works his way through the equation, gets a kill. Now he has the shock rifle and knows where the spawners are. This looks great for Pure.
Druck now still has that shock rifle we were talking about, but maybe a little cash for curse as Huss takes him down and now takes claim to the shock rifle. A full magazine plus 1 shot left to work with as all 4 are up for Complexity. 2 down for Pure, and with the oddball in their hand, they should be able to regain the lead, if not get close to tying it. But with the push coming through the long haul, they're going to drop for now and play for slays.
Okay, Huss kind of with the game in his hands for now. If he can land a couple of headshots, it'd be phenomenal for Complexity, but Avicii pushes through and they get a clean 4 dead. Avicii and Druck, last 2 players alive on the entire map, and I like what Avicii did here. He rotates to A just to block the elevator spawn momentarily. Now rotates back to Druck, try to protect him on the other side, but he just basically created an L-shaped set of spawns to give them an instant setup.
Grenade to the forehead, takes down Avicii. Huss looking to clean up more members of Pure. 2 are weak and scattering. Cherish is looking to stay alive, but that won't last much longer as Huss takes him down. Now looking to clean up the second player that he was in that initial gunfight with. It's Talik, and he's got to stay behind the pillar here. Call for help, play his life, stay alive, and he does just that. Huss having himself a game here. Stats may not reflect it in the sense that he's -4, but look at the 18 assists. That's tops in the lobby. Doesn't have much ball time, though, but I'm liking the play we're seeing from Huss, especially in the sense that he's playing very aggressively. He's really starting the plays, finishing them well, too, with the trade sticky there. And both go down. 45-54 here is Pure, still maintaining a slight lead.
Huss's playstyle does not care about stats at all. This man is just trying to create windows of opportunity for his squad to get the most out of every individual situation. He's very good at it. Somehow Rain has some help here. Of course, it's from Huss. From across the map, he just finds a way to keep his teammates alive, and it's a huge part of Complexity's success.
Breaking shot. Ooh, I'm surprised to see Cherish trade out with him there. I thought that might be a clean one. Double sticky goes out. Doesn't have the timing to insta-explode, and Truck with the G-slide just swoops on over it like a Nike logo. He now works his way to the bridge. It's called out. Huss, that's his priority. He cleans him up. Avicii picks up the oddball, but that's going to be momentarily, as he's still got attention on him. Oh, the grenade! One little frag grenade caught him in the left cheek, it looked like, and took him down. I didn't think Huss was going to die there from that nade, but he does. And that'll help Pure set up with the oddball, and breaky shots going for Jeff Steitzer 360 medals.
Oh, I mean, I think he was just doing that to check his corners. But look at the reaction time on this, man. As soon as that player was even visible, he's pulling the trigger. And now, just trying to predict the next set of spawns. Does catch Druk trying to exit A, but where does Druk go from here? He's going to try to scurry through bottom center, try to give his team a little bit of extra space to work with. It's going to work momentarily. The breaking shot gets that trade, and this is a brawl right now. Both teams fighting for the ball and camo. Cherished wins a fight he had no business winning, but that camo will get burned out, and the ball's in a precarious spot. This is going to be a interesting next set of plays.
Big play there from Cherish. The first 3 or 4 shots he took into his armor, he was stuck in the camo grab animation. Surprised that he's able to take that slay, but off the reset, it's Complexity. The much needed win. Down by 20 seconds, and Eli, we're already less than a minute to go here in a game 1, round 3. It sets the tone for this series. Druk now pushing up through the bottom middle of the map. He's got support on the trippy box. Avicii going to regain his shields, push on through. And that was such a smart Shroud Tree use there. Druk actually protects Ryanoob, who wanted to get the cheeky slay onto Avicii and take him down, shoot him in the back. Avicii does go down inside the pipes, but still like the heads-up awareness there from Druk, and it's turning into more time. 61 to a rolling 85 for Pure, with 47 left on the clock.
Complexity's last chance to win this game is right now. They have to win this break and kill this oddball player. Avicii gets the first kill of the situation, though, and I think they're going to close it out. Finally, though, Complexity does break through, shut down the oddball player and Avicii. They've got to continue winning this fight and hold the ball for at least 40 seconds uncontested. This is going to be very difficult.
Pure just 3 seconds away from a game 1 win with 36 left in regulation, as Complexity, though, with the oddball and a double kill from Ryanoob, have a chance to come back in the waning moments of game 1. Cross shots going through into Talik. That's going to make it a little bit harder for him to push through with full shields. Calls for help there. Grenade goes out onto Avicii, but my God, look at the long-range shots from the kid as he's able to back down Ryanoob and open up the lane for Pure. But with those weak shields, they do lose 1. Trade in the feed, but no, it's a +2 net outcome. Complexity go 3 down, and Pure will take game 1.
Wow, we were writing them off in that first round because Complexity was so dominant, but Pure just turned the aggression up to another level and win the next 2 straight. Very impressive stuff. Maybe finally waking up a bit. Earlier, it felt like they were a little bit sleepy. I mean, Avicii, obviously the sub, sometimes it takes a little bit of time for him to figure out how he can best support his team, and maybe he's starting to figure that out.
One thing is clear after watching that game, number 1, is that Pure got that dog in them, right? That underdog in them is something to come into a series when everyone knows that you've got a sub, everyone knows that you're not at full strength. So it kind of takes a little bit of that pressure, that burden off, right? You're able to play a little bit more free, and we saw them kind of start to find their mojo there a little bit the second 2 rounds of that oddball. And on vice versa, on the other end of the spectrum, like if you're Complexity and you lose game 1 to a team with a sub, like that can't be feeling good, Mikowski.
No, especially when you're up 85-2 in round number 1 of the oddball. Like Eli said, his post-game comments, we started to write Pure off a little bit. Just didn't look like they had what it took to win this series, but now they're up 1-0, and I gotta shout out Avicii. He's doing his best to fill in that last shot role, right, where he's getting a lot of damage. He's cycling the map, and he's also playing the objective there, and at least in this highlight in round number 2. He had the most seconds for Pure, so it's a guy that can do it all. And when you can maintain that kill-death ratio while still playing the OBJ, I mean, that's legend-esque from a guy who's a substitute in today's tournament.
Well, you want to talk about substitutes. I mean, Lethal comes to mind, right? Started off as a subbing in for Olo when he had his hand broken and whatnot, and goes on to become one of the most successful Halo players of all time. So you never know. Avicii might just be next up, you know, but a great showing here from Pure in game 1. Heading into game 2, the equalizer, the Slayer. Eli, what's the mindset like, you know, if you're Complexity going into this game 2 versus if you're Pure going into this game 2?
I mean, Complexity want to bounce back. Obviously, being down 2-0 would be really bad in this series. They've got to win it here. Ryanoob was really stepping up and was the main Slayer in that recharge game, which, you know, typically we expect maybe Breaking Shot or Huss to be that player. But I mean, if Ryan keeps slaying out the way that he has been, I can absolutely see them taking this. If you're Pure, you've got to just keep playing your game, keep playing fast and aggressive, have good communication, kind of let Avicii do his thing. I feel like this kid has good instincts naturally, and if you just kind of don't force him to play like last shot, let him play his own game, he can do just fine.
Well, you can see here on your screen, it's the series layout. Up next, we're gonna go to war on Street Slayer, a game type with the camo, with the stalker. We're not going to talk about the shotgun, obviously, but lots of tools to use there. A game type that can spiral out of control in a hurry, non-stop action. Looking forward to that one. Game 3 will be Solitude, King of the Hill, followed by Forbidden CTF. And if we get to game 5, it'll be Live Fire Slayer. Mikowski, looking at this series layout here and looking at these two teams, what stands out to you about this matchup?
Well, I think you guys both made great points. Pure looks like they're playing loose. They're having fun. They got nothing to lose. Hey man, if we lose today, it's whatever. We got Last Shot, the ringer, joining up in the squad tomorrow for bracket play. Obviously, you want to try to get advanced into the winner side of the bracket if you're Pure, which they're setting themselves up to do here. But I'd like to see Complexity maybe play a little bit more loose in the sense that they should have no concerns. They should have no anxiousness in the sense that I know that they're one of the most prepared teams for these tournaments. I want to see that here in game number 2. And again, to Eli's point, Ryanoob, sure, he can slay out. He can be the top guy for a game, but that's not Complexity's MO. It's Breaking Shot's job here. And I always say this, in game 2 Slayers or game 5s for them, if they get to that point, Breaking Shot puts up 15 slays. If he's above that mark, Complexity will win this game. So get back into your roles. Huss was playing his game. Huss was doing what I've always seen from Huss, which is play selfless Halo, where he's just playing for damage, playing to get points. So I'd like to see Complexity get back to their roles here a little bit, and I'd like to see Breaking Shot maybe pop off with 15.
I like where your head's at there, Mikowski. Get back in your role. Stop playing out of line, right? But certainly Complexity looking to sync up more and, you know, have a bounce back game here in game 2. Looks like the players are loading in now, ready to get the action going again. So Eli, I'm gonna shut up and get out of the way and let the professionals do the casting. Street Slayer, it's coming up next.
Justin, we both know you're never gonna shut up, bro. All you do is yap, man. You get on the stream, you just yap.
All right, relax.
I need more
I'm
JJX
just
in my
trying to
life.
do my job, you know.
We pay this guy to yap. It's all good. But regardless, what I'm thinking about here too about Complexity is like these guys are typically so much about controlling the map and manipulating spawns and just creating conditions that are difficult for the opposition to play out of. But when I think of Pure, I think of a team that can just make lemons out of lemonade and constantly, even when they're dealt a bad hand, can figure out some type of crazy way to get out of it. So in a lot of ways, the style that Pure plays is pretty counter to the way that Complexity plays. And that might be why Complexity's having a hard time, even though they have Avicii right now.
Yeah, speaking of Avicii, I'm not sure if people have genuine questions in the chat or if this is another copy pasta train that's going on, but a lot of questions about where is Last Shot. Guys, he's over in, I want to say Tennessee, I believe, which got hit by...
Georgia, I think?
Georgia, that's right, which got hit by torrential downpour as part of that hurricane hitting the East Coast this weekend. And that makes it nearly impossible for Last Shot, who plays on Starlink internet. And Eli alluded to it earlier, but if it's cloudy, the dude's 100 ping plus. If it's raining like it is now, it's probably in the thousands. So Avicii is a guy to watch out for. It's a guy that you'll see a lot more on your screen as we gear up for Season 4. But for now, it's the Halo World Championship warm-up. And more players, what do you know, Eli? This is not just a Scion Esports thing. We've seen a lot of players jump off the map as we switch gears here, get you guys some action between Rebellion and SWAT Lat Amp.
That Rebellion dropped a game today finally, right? They've been on an absolute terror And jumping into this series in progress here, it looks like SWAT LATAM were able to sneak a game away from him. Interesting.
Very interesting, and I gotta say, to me, it might be with Strikey and Rorsch joining the team. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first that these two players have been on this team. I want to say they played with 117 and Atso at the last tournament, and Strikey and Rorsch were on that Alpha Esports roster, the original Alpha Esports that was winning games against Tapping Button and Drift's squad that ultimately got Leor to replace Tapping Buttons, and now it's really cool to see Strikey and Rorsch. These two guys are extremely talented and underrated players out of Mexico that could absolutely be the future of Mexican Halo.
Yeah, we get to see a little bit of a hybrid squad here representing MX Halo community's finest, and Halo's like a puzzle piece, right, Eli? I mean, you jumble it up sometimes and put it back together, and the picture comes through even clearer than before. So maybe we're getting to see SWAT LATAM in a little bit of a honeymoon phase as Johan pushes up into the base, has eyes on pulling the next flag with 3 down. Soul Snipe the last hope. And it looks like SWAT LATAM with sniper position top mid should have a good chance at running. But my God, Soul Snipe, I don't know. We didn't get a chance to see what he was doing, but he held the line for quite a while, long enough to allow Rebellion to spawn up and defend their base. But Strikey with that snipe top mid, he's starting to put in some work.
Oh, I thought he landed that one too, but yeah, Strikey, this guy is very individually skilled. He got second place at, I want to say Arlington in the FFA. When Azaram won it, Strikey was a second place finisher, 1 and 2 going to Mexico at that tournament. And Strikey just, I don't know, man, this guy is so difficult to play against. He has so much individual talent. I really think he's next up.
Absolutely is. I'd say Ezo and Avicii and a couple of the guys here in this lobby for MX are really some of those guys that you consider next up. Roach with the long range grenade, short range I think does a little bit more damage to help take down Soul Snipe. Top mid positioning so crucial with the overshield up now. SWAT LATAM, despite what looked like a good setup previously, weren't able to do much with it, but this is the past couple minutes of gameplay, Eli, where SWAT LATAM have held the 50-yard line, and they've gotten many more slays than Rebellion. This is a pull brewing, and if they take down Soul Snipe, it might be even easier to do that. But look at Soul Snipe getting through into the back of the base. He's making sure to maintain his positioning as a thorn in the side of SWAT LATAM.
See that? Strikey actually started running the Rebellion flag up the ramp instead of through the tunnel after maybe it was called out that Soul Snipe was still in the base, just kind of adjusting the flag run direction on the fly. But Rebellion not only returned the flag, but also get the flag of SWAT LATAM out of the base. And looks like they weren't able to make it to the tunnel, which is typically when you know you're home free with the flag cap. It is getting picked up once again now by Mental. But after he goes down, now Soul Snipe's got to pick up the pieces if he wants a chance to cap this flag.
Cycle goes down in the gallows. 3 down though for SWAT LATAM as Magic goes the last player alive, and he just spawned up in the back of flag. So unfortunate for SWAT LATAM, who owned that 50-yard line for the past couple of minutes. They relinquished control of it, and now it's Rebellion eyeing the next touch. It's suppressed, looking across the map. 30 seconds till the next snipe is up, so gonna maybe keep an eye on that. Suppressed takes down one. Magico, who spawned up previously as the first player for SWAT LATAM, goes down and might just be the first to spawn up once again after a team wipe. Yes, he is. So Rebellion are looking in full control, but no, Magico off the spawn, gets the angle. Mental cleans him up, and eventually that flag will get up the top, man. We'll keep you guys posted on all these scores and updates here in the Halo World Championship warm-up tournament presented by Complexity as we switch gears here to our main matchup. Complexity versus Pure. Pure, a little bit of an upset in game number 1, but it's Complexity off the start, up by 1.
This game is going to be extremely fast-paced. Both these teams have really been pushing the pace of Halo, as have a majority of the top teams in this game. The pace has just only sped up as time has gone on. And I love the way Huss positions himself on the map. So sneaky. He's front C, but constantly rotating. Anytime he takes damage and knows that he's been called out, he's going to quickly go to another part of the map. But that's not going to matter if there's 3 members of Pure. Everywhere you try to go, you're probably going to get taken down. So he's going to take a visit to the black screen. And so far, we're pretty even in the early goings here.
Cherished with the stalker rifle, 50% left to work with, and that's going to be the power weapon here on the map that you want to control. No more shotgun to utilize, so this is essentially it. Works works his way through to heaven. Rain goes down to 3 quick, perfect shots. As Cherish going to hold positioning here on the B side. Pure now up by 3. As I'm a little shocked, Eli, to be completely honest. This is a Complexity roster that I feel like is coming into the Halo World Championship with a little bit of momentum, a little bit of a booster, maybe even nitrous booster after their top 6 on land just a couple of weeks ago. Not having their best day, but fortunate for them, I guess. It is pool play still.
Pool play, and in this tournament, you know, even if you somehow go last in your pool, which I don't know if Complexity is at risk of doing, but if you do go last in your pool, you're still in the tournament. You do just start in the lower bracket. Top 3 advance to the winner's side. But I have to agree with you. Complexity coming off their best placing in a while. And you'd think that they're on fire, but they could also be at the land center right now, maybe adjusting to playing side by side. You know, there's always an adjustment period going from home to a land environment. There's that, and it's also just harder to play against a team with a sub sometimes because you don't know what to expect.
Right? Yeah, you got that. We talked about honeymoon phase with SWAT Lat AM taking a game off for Rebellion, and you see that sometimes when you see a substitute come into the lobby. Complexity goes into this series. They've had plenty of matches against Pure. We know how to play against these guys, but once you throw Avicii into the mix, this is a guy that not a lot of players have had a good look at just yet. I know the community probably getting first eyes on the kid, 17 years old, so budding, young, up-and-coming talent here in the Halo community. Love to see that as Complexity have regained control of the lead, 18-17, but Pure are keeping it close.
19-17 now. Rynoob, some heavy damage output. Finally has to scurry away. Breaking shots here to reinforce. And look at the push coming in from Complexity. The cavalry has arrived, and they're suddenly winning the numbers game on this side. Looks like Pure occupying the purple side of the map, and Complexity just looked to stagger here.
Us, like the Hulk walking into a bar, kicks the table over. You must be a little angry after that game 1 upset from Pure. You'd almost queue up the LVT replay for that. That looked a little silly. As Breaking Shot pushes his way through on the streets, on the alleyways, gets 2, looking for the triple. Cherish must be weak. After that grenade goes out, yes he is. Rynoob cleans him up, and Breaking Shot, Complexity now have regained control of this match. Maybe the series.
Really starting to put the pressure on Pure, like I talked about. Typically, Pure good at playing out of disadvantage. Problem is, this is one of the hardest maps to do it. You just only have so many ways to play off of spawning back A or back C. And finally, though, they do win the fight on one side, but I have to imagine the rest of Complexity should be on their way to shut down Avicii. Yes, here comes Rain. But Avicii actually pretty free to just kind of hold Complexity out of this right side of C and let the rest of his teammates push up. But Huss getting the first pick in the engagement is massive for Complexity. They now suddenly have a lot more room to work with.
Breaking Shot in the tires, looking across the map, but it's Druck behind him who he needs to focus on. Druck throws 2 grenades at both sides of the pillars and really puts Breaking Shot into a checkmate scenario where he has no option, no positioning on the map to take advantage of as Druck take him down. Talik now in the PD. 3 members, going to be a 2-2 split now, so this could be a chance here for Pure to hold the line here on streets as Complexity make their move up the Naroba Club. Rain goes down. 2 go down for Pure. 2 go down for Complexity now in an even situation. A massive gunfight that Pure needs to win, and they do take down 3, so they're starting to chip away at it. They're finding +1s. But down by 6, they still need to find some +2s and 3s. So this next sequence, this next gunfight is going to be crucial heading to the 30s.
Rynoob gets Avicii to 1 shot, aggressively tries to move forward, knows that trades are okay right now. The problem is the bit of extra risk that they took led to a 4 dead, which means Pure suddenly have a chance to only down by 3. And you start to wonder, did Complexity start to overheat a little bit there?
Ask and you shall receive. There's the +3. Very clean sequence, very clean 4v4 Slayer gunfight, and Pure win it big. They're now in contention heading into the 30s once again. This is when Slayer starts, so a game that looked like Complexity were finding control of and maybe even running away with. As Avicii tries to run away from that frag damage, does go down. Complexity get it back to a 2-possession, 2-team wipe game, which is huge for them. And Camo's up now, Us positioning himself for it, going to allow his teammate to pick it up. Attention on the benches, and the Camo goes down. It doesn't get burned. Druck steals it instead, and Complexity are once again in danger of losing this lead.
How does Pure play this, though? They've got to be really aggressive. They know that Complexity spawning on the A side. Druk has camo and Stalker. Going to try to just go straight to the back of A. I don't think Complexity will expect this. It's not typically how you see the camo player play the situation. Ryan knows that he's lurking now, though, and he's going to try to get out of dodge, but Pure have brought it within 1, and Complexity are all spawning in the subway side of the map. This does not look good for Complexity.
It's just a 1-kill game. 1 minute ago, it was 5 + 5 for Complexity, and they continue to go down in +2, +3 scenarios where Pure are the victors in the micros, and it might just be a 2-0 series lead for them as they're up 2 in the end game. 40-42, Cherished with some shots into Breaky shot. Oh, Rain with a great grenade toss there. Not sure what angle that was from there. Okay, the caution tape. Still a nice toss nonetheless. Avicii tries to answer back with one of his own, but Pure, with less than 5 to go, are now in a situation where it's tied 42-all.
Just feels like Pure have somehow been playing more patient than Complexity. You think of Complexity as the patient squad, but Complexity have kind of rushed a few situations that got them into this position. Huss, though, gonna rush to the benches, and he gets a double kill before trading out his life. That's gonna even up the score. 45-all. How do they play this now? It's Pure that are trapped on the PD side. Druk tries to earn some space into tires, but he gets taken down. And this is looking real bad for Pure. All of a sudden, Complexity have woken up when it matters most.
Complexity regaining in the final moments here as they're up by 2 with just 2 slays needed. Rhino, though, going to be a difficult slay, difficult time staying alive, and that will do it. Rhino goes down, but Complexity still win game number 2 and tie up what felt like a must-win. That was a Pure squad. That would have been a backbreaker for Complexity. If they had lost that match, they were up and in control throughout most of it. Now, deja vu from round number 1 in that oddball where they were up 85-2 in that and somehow lost that game as well. But they do find their form here and tie up the series.
I have to agree with you there on that one, Mikowski. That was an absolute must-win scenario. However, how many times have we seen a team win the game to Slayer, right, and then go on to not win another game in the series? So we need to see if Complexity can buck that trend. But great plays out of both teams, I would say, throughout portions of that game. However, Complexity clutching up and getting it done when it mattered most. Closing that one out 50-48, now tying the series up at 1-1. But I mean, looking at the sub of Avicii over there on the side of Pure, and I mean, you got to be feeling pretty good about your pickup sub-wise when he's the one top frag and putting out the most damage, huh, Eli?
That's insane. I mean, he's doing last shot things for last shot. I mean, typically, last shot's the guy with the most damage in the lobby, but Avicii really stepping up to the occasion and making sure his teammates are getting the support they need. And yeah, they didn't come out on top, but that's got to be some extra level of confidence going into game 3.
Yeah, taking a look here at one of our side series, though, it's Mindfreak versus FaZe in game 1. And would you look at that? Mindfreak continuing their strong play, have taken around in oddball. However, FaZe, not only have they taken around, but they're also at 90 points here in round 3. So FaZe looking poised to take game 1 in the series. But man, I can't say enough about this Mindfreak roster. They've been putting on a show all day.
Yeah, Mindfreak, no stranger to adversity, and 30-hour travel days as well, as they were able to reverse sweep Eclipse in last chance qualifiers just weeks ago in Salt Lake City. They will go down here to FaZe Clan, but big up to the Aussie boys and their resolve and resiliency to still stamp a ticket to the Halo World Championship despite getting denied guaranteed access to that at the start of this year, as we are now loading into a game 3 back on our main series between Complexity and Pure.
This is the tiebreaker game here, game number 3 series, knotted up 1-1. The leader who takes this next game will take a chokehold on this series. Eli, what are some of your things to look out for here as we jump into Solitude King of the Hill?
Very curious to see how Avicii approaches this. I mean, this kid is very young and talented. He's like 17 years old. I think I saw him on Twitter the other day, which is insane. Super young, but I feel like Solitude King is one of those modes that you have to have a lot of discipline to be successful at. You got to know when to give up and go for next. I don't know if his like fast and frenetic play style is going to be as effective. Last shot typically very much an anchor player for Pure on this map and mode combination. So looking to see if he can maybe slow down a little bit for Pure here.
All right, here we go. Game number 3 is live, and despite Cherished earning a slay, he's not able to earn the camo, as that will maintain its positioning top mid. I don't think it dropped bottom mid. 3-2 dropped though for Complexity, so that should give Pure eyes on the first points.
Okay, us rotating here to driveway. This is such a good line of sight to shoot at the hill player. He will force Pure out of it, and now looking for another target. Finds Avicii, but it seemed like he was hesitant to engage. Finally hit some very nice shots with the little curb slide in the center of that fight. Now going to quickly try to go to Rain's help, follows up on some damage, and this guy's just always putting himself in positions to be helpful to his team. Tried to thrust into that dip side before being taken down, but some great shots out of Pure shut him down. Breaking Shot now left all alone, and he's probably not going to live for long here.
Pure win the opening break and turn it into the first 50% on this hill. Huss hotel positioning, but my God, Cherish picks him out. Ryan Noob does clean up on the shock rifle user though, so that could be important positioning and power weapon control that they get back. Ryan Noob trades out with Druck. Clean slay here for Breaking Shot as 3 go down for Pure, 2 for Complexity. So despite that, it's Pure who are in the hill. Okay, they dropped 3 numbers, and now we should see Complexity regain control, but Pure have already put up 75%.
Some dirty shots out of Breaking Shot, and now applying extra pressure to Druck. I do think that this half of the map is crucial to having good map position. Talik with some crucial shots though gets his revenge on Breaking Shot, who had just taken him out the life before. Cherished, seeing what he can do with the damage of his teammates. Rhino finds a double though. I just find this camo as well, but he's gonna have to just push forward and deal damage while his teammates go for it instead. But looks like it wasn't grabbed. I think it's still sitting up there. Okay, Breaking Shot was able to pick it up, and this actually looks pretty good for Complexity's chances to earn this hill. They've got to get these slays though, and Breaking Shot needs to make sure he uses his camo wisely.
This has the timing of a situation where Complexity could steal this hill and Pure could be left saying, man, we should have maybe played for next, because if they do contest this and do lose this gunfight, Complexity are going to win hill number 1 and earn the rotation to next. Because they do win that hill, we do still see enough positioning for Pure, but no, it does come to fruition. 3 go down for Pure. The Complexity are going to win hill number 1 and start the scoring on hill number 2. Awful timing, not by Pure's doing by any means, but phenomenal timing on the part of Complexity. The execution was just as on point.
So critical for Breaking Shot to have grabbed that camo and then use it to just sit in the hill comfortably. That just shows you how important the camo is. I feel like I have matchmaking teammates that pretend like it straight up doesn't exist. Like, bro, the AI in your ear is telling you that it's spawning. Why are you staring at the wall across the map? I don't understand.
It's my favorite time in a Halo cast when matchmaking lobbies and chat start catching strays from Eli the Ninja. As Huss works his way around the bend. Complexity with a double on the score here as he looks to push out that line of scrimmage, try to prevent Pure from pushing through the LR and getting good eyes into hill. But all the while, more and more time stacking up for Complexity. They sense the push, get out of the hill and start to play for slays. Look at this, everybody from Complexity rotates into the cafe. They're forming a trap here.
I don't know if Complexity has anywhere to go. Druck is watching the outside exit while looked like Talik was trying to flush out that flower side door. New camo's coming up, but okay, yes, Druck is going to actually move forward and contest it, but no, Huss with a perfectly timed assassination. He's going to apply some extra pressure, open up some space for Breaking Shot to grab yet another camo. Talik tries to stop it from happening, but all the while, looks like Pure have gotten a lot of hill time, but they're not going to close it out. Once again, it might get stolen from Complexity. Breaking Shot gonna get another point with camo.
This was all part of the plan, Eli. This is premeditated murder from Complexity. They pushed into cafe to then play for the top side of A-Ledge, then the camo, then the power weapon, as they're now in a powerful position to win game 3. Masterful work there. The risk reward from Complexity. That play doesn't work out in your favor like they were cooking up, and it's tied 1-1. Instead, Complexity take a 2-0 lead with 3:16 left on the clock. And what do you know? Another rotation to next. Complexity won all the rotations in this game despite previously scoring.
They have to be yelling Breaking Shot's name right now. This man has just been living this entire time, used the camo to cap the last 2 hills in a row, and somehow been staying alive now finally in a 2v1 situation. And he's getting a killing spree. Oh, finally Druck takes him down. That's a 4 dead for Complexity. But man, did Complexity make them work for it.
Oh, yeah, work indeed, as that was a phenomenal stretch of gameplay there from Complexity. However, Pure are able to finally get a stretch of scoring here. We haven't really seen this outside of the opening break where they won it, turn it into 75%. Looks like they're going to get back to that point, but Complexity with their timing and their decision of when and where to push have been able to break through all of these setups for Pure, and they're doing so once again. Drunk at the backside of Hotel, he's going to get called out. Lucky to get a slay there, I'd argue, on the Ryanoob, and everyone goes down for Pure. 4 up for Complexity after Ryanoob spawns, and this is the Complexity that we were expecting to see. This is the Complexity that looks like they've been preparing ever since Salt Lake City. Cluster Luck insta-explode while she slay as Breaking Shot gets the sexy double kill, and Pure are in a freaking blender. 3 go down once again. This has been all Complexity all of game 3.
This is insane, man. Every time Pure have gotten any amount of control, Complexity have the perfect timing, the perfect push to shut it down. Huss, the beautiful trade there just absolutely guarantees it. And the only good news for Pure right now is they are in decent positioning for next, but that doesn't matter if Ryanoob's got the shock rifle and he's cutting players off the map in an instant. He's also got the camo to make matters even worse. Has he just decided to not move?
No, he lagged out. Only Ryanoob would make you think that, well, did he lag out? I mean, only Ryanoob would make you think that was intentional. Okay. I thought he was just trying to get his camo back for a second. I wouldn't hold it out on Ryanoob to pull some cheeky, sneaky plays like that, but it looks like he did disconnect. Looked like a heads-up play, but he'll head back to the resetting PC screen, I guess, and we'll get him back in the lobby and resume what has been an all-out domination here from Complexity. Really impressed, Justin, with their bounce back in game 3. This is the Complexity we know and love.
Absolutely the Complexity we know and love. A little bit of a mojo in their step there, right? Their ability to turn hills around. They were down, I think, in both of those hills that they capped off rip in full control. Shout out to Ryanoob. Hope all is well. I'll have to get confirmation on whether everyone's at the facility or not. I would imagine they probably aren't, seeing as Ryanoob was the only person that lagged out there. He does live in Florida, so weather and stuff on that side of the country has been absolutely insane. But, you know, we've got more action. We've got action going down all around. FaZe Clan up on Mindfreak here. It's to be expected, right? But I'm also so happy and impressed by what we've seen from Mindfreak all day. They're also good and well in this game as well. So a great showing from the Aussie boys there. But yeah, man, that Complexity series, really happy to see the way they've been bouncing back.
This is impressive. Look at the score again, 43-41. And when we last joined them as a little ancillary match, it was round 3 of an oddball in game 1, where Mindfreak had a chance in the end game, and they do once again here in game 2. So
there comes a collapse.
Even if they don't win this game, Justin, they're gonna have some good VOD review. They're gonna see what it looks like to beat the best teams in the world. They might just be cooking a comeback here in game 2.
I just always go back to the Kobe Bryant mention in the Last Dance documentary, right, where he said he just wanted to play Michael in that All-Star game so he could feel him and touch him and see what the game feels like, right? And very similarly, I feel like this is practice that Mindfreak would never get to have, seeing as they're from such an obscure region. Wow, the shots coming there from Snakebite to put an end to that. But, I mean, look at this scoreline here, Eli. It's 49-46.
Oh, but I think they needed that last kill. That feels like that last death is really going to hurt. Now, FaZe is just going to find a target to isolate. But I tell you what, that nade damage certainly going to slow things down. Mindfreak didn't know that it happened, though. Had they known that a team nade came out, they might have decided to push. Plasma in a precarious spot, and finally it will end. But I have to agree with you guys. I mean, Mindfreak putting up such a good fight against FaZe is that's a good sign for what's to come at Worlds.
It's a great sign from them, but hopping back into our main series, Complexity was up 3-0 on King of the Hill over Pure. Mikowski looking great. However, I always mention, I'm pretty sure it's written in the Bible somewhere, when a game reset happens, whoever was winning can't win the reset, so we'll have to see. Pure's got a bit of a mountain to climb here, right, Mikowski?
Boy, it's Mount Everest with no Sherpa if Pure were to come back here in game 3. And I am so impressed. Again, I go back to where Complexity cleared the hill and put themselves in cafe. Now, typically to the naked eye, that would look like an advantage for Pure, but Complexity was cooking up a call from either the IGL Rhino or the Coach Ashes, regain control of the A ledge topside, pulled out of the hill to make sure that they grabbed the power up and camo, and it was a situational awareness play where they're at 75% or so on the hill. I don't think Pure even had a single point just yet, so it's like, all right, we're not forced to play for these final 25%. The other team doesn't even have 25%. Let's play for positioning. Let's play for the next power up. And that's exactly what Complexity did. That's the stuff, after watching and playing Halo for 20 plus years, that just really gets me excited. Like, Eli, we're so old. I don't even think we get as geeked up over hitting snipe shots. I mean, we hardly do anymore. But to see a strategy executed like that, that's what really gets me up and out of my chair. So props to Complexity for the performance that they were able to put through before the reset. Excited to see them regain their form and potentially close out this match. Not that I'm biased and that I want Complexity to win or anything like that. Might sound like it, but great organization, great team, and yeah, just full of legends, man. I just look across and I've had a chance to be at the facility. Just the way that the organization is run, it really is a special place, and we're seeing some special play calls there from Complexity too.
I was going to say, you're not biased after all the love that we've shown you? I feel like
Okay,
we've
I
bought
am.
your loyalty at this
Okay,
point.
I'm wearing my
Hashtag we are
Complexity.
Cole.
I got my Complexity t-shirt for Champ Sunday, so yeah, my bias will be on full display tomorrow. You guys can book it.
I do want to turn our attention to, one of the most important things that was said during that game, and that was Eli, opening the floodgates on roasting matchmaking teammates. You know what I mean? Like, it was, I get it, right? Like, one day I'm going to pass away, and when I do, like, I would love for my matchmaking teammates to lower me into my grave so they can let me down one last time. But hey, I mean, that's just me. I don't know. But jumping back onto this match now, FaZe up 2-0, looking to sweep Mindfreak and finish out their pool strong in first place. I mean, this is stuff we've seen time and time again, right, Eli?
It really is. I mean, FaZe, they're just powering up slowly. They are the defending world championship team, so I mean, you got to expect them coming into form a week ahead of Worlds. They've been on the grindstone. This is when you're going to see them at their best, I feel, is the world championship. They, I think, arguably might have gotten a little bit lazy sometimes throughout the season, or maybe everybody else is just getting better, but they just have not had the season that they would have liked to have, and I think they're looking to change that story a week from today, and they're going to be a force to be reckoned with at Worlds.
You know what I'm thinking about, Eli?
What are you thinking about, Hunter? It could literally be a million different things, because I don't know what goes on in that brain of yours. Anyways, go on.
Unpredictable. You brought this up the other day when we were playing matchmaking, and I think you said something in reference to like he was a D3 player that's playing like an Onyx player. That's what Mindfreak is. That's what Mindfreak is going into the Halo World Championship. And I don't say that as it relates to their skill level. They're all cracked Onyx 2000 type players, of course. But I say that in relation to having to go through the open bracket, which Mindfreak has all year. Having to play on the Xbox, which has latency for mouse and keyboard. Now, it'd be one thing if you were Into the Breach with a Woodham one player having to deal with that, but they have half the squad on mouse and keyboard. So Mindfreak are like the ringers of the Halo World Championship. They're the Diamond 3 rank that really is something like an Onyx 2000 player because of the fact that they'll be on mouse and keyboard and they'll be on PCs from the get-go. It's going to be a big advantage for them, but here in the early goings of game number 3, it's FaZe up 75% to 25%. But yeah, Eli, I'll let you rummage on some of those thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, the sad reality is Xbox is capped at 125 hertz polling rate, which is like 8 milliseconds of response delay. And if you're using a mouse, that feels terrible. I remember watching Rice's POV when he was on an Xbox, and then when he got onto the PC, he looked like a completely different player. So yeah, Scoobmeister and Rice, now that these guys are going to get to play on PCs from the time the tournament starts, and they've been practicing on PCs, I think this is going to be probably the best version of Mindfreak that we're going to see in a long time.
Yeah, 1-0 lead here for FaZe, and yeah, dude, and you think, oh, it's a buff to go from the open bracket on Xbox to PCs on the main stage, but there's still that recalibration process, and now they're going to get to go into the Pro Lounge and completely, entirely just lock in. So, Mindfreak is a sleeper team for me. I'll put it out there early, a week before the Halo World Championship. I have Mindfreak as a sleeper potential top 8 team. I think they placed top 12 at least at the Halo World Championship. Having a tough go here against FaZe. Granted, FaZe are the defending world champs, so fittingly so that they're down in this series. But boy, they've been giving them a good fight. This is probably the biggest lead we've seen from FaZe, actually, in the entire 3 games that we've witnessed when we hop back in and out.
I gotta admit, I'm a little biased for Mindfreak. Love these Aussies. They're such a fine set of gentlemen. But we're back into our main match, and like the very slick opening strat from Cherish. You saw him hit the wall bounce, get a little bit of extra momentum. I think he probably just broke the speed run world record for grabbing camo as fast as possible. And that's kind of what you need if you're Pure. You got to come back. The problem is the whole team died, and Complexity already ready to cap early. They just need one hill to close this game out.
They're already on the board early. Breaking shot with that shock rifle might just add more points to the board as 3 go down for Pure, and deja vu from the opening hill where Pure spawned on the back A wall and just were not able to break through. And they're not going to be able to. A breaking shot keeps hitting shots with the shock rifle, utilizes the entirety of that power weapon and takes down 2 series of team wipes here for Pure. This might be the fastest reset win ever.
It should be faster, honestly. They've been killing them so much. They haven't been in the hill, but it is easier to kill them from outside of this hill. Your visibility is limited, but look at this. Wow. They're like, oh, okay, they spawn. Let me just get out and slay out. And this is just pure domination out of Complexity. They have a grand total of 4 kills on the side of Pure, and that's how this game's going to end.
Complexity take game 3, and if you're just joining in, it's like, wait, what? We had a reset. Ryan lagged out, but it's almost like we never left where we started. We went right back to it as Complexity takes that one rather easily. That's the bounce back we were looking for the boys in blue.
I need to know, do those gooses count? There were 2 gooses. There were 3 gooses if you count the 0 deaths on the side of Complexity. But
I mean,
you know what I'm saying. But Complexity bucking not 1 but 2 trends in that game. The first one overcoming the reset, right? They were winning pre-reset and then 1 post-reset. And the second one, losing game 1, winning game 2, and winning game 3, not just winning the Slayer only. So Complexity really feeling themselves, and Pure just wanting to, you know, brush that one off as fast as possible. Let's get to the next game. They're jumping right into game 4.
Breaking shot, if you averaged out his damage over an entire King of the Hill, he would have put up like 10, like 11K, maybe 12. Like, that is ridiculous. He hit 1,500 damage and only in what, a minute, 2 minutes of game time? I mean, that is ridiculous. And again, it goes back to the conversation that we had, that you brought up, Justin. What does Complexity need to do to get back on the board? They need to play their roles. They have such distinguished roles for each player on the squad. There's really not many glue guys. I mean, maybe they have one in Rain, but breaking shot, being that damaging bruiser through the middle of the map and really all over the map as he dominated with the shock rifle off the reset and helps Complexity go up 2-1 in a series where things look a little shaky in rounds 2 and 3 of the oddball, but we're starting to see Complexity, and Complexity we're used to seeing.
Now, Eli, I'm going to throw things back to you, but I have one simple question. Does Pure have any shot back into the series?
I'm going to be honest, it doesn't feel good for their chances because Complexity is very good at this map. Breaking shot gets a hold of that sniper rifle. Looks like it's going to be Ryan Noob for now. He gets taken down. This is the exact opening that Pure needed to really get into the scoring position. They get several dead. They've got both snipers. They got the overshield. They should be able to get at least 1 cap, maybe even more. But Complexity, as soon as they get control, might be able to run away with it. Right now, though, I don't even see that reality being possible. Struck lands 1 snipe, and he's looking for more.
Well, as fast as we saw Complexity score after the reset, Pure are going to score that quickly in the opening break. Game number 4, and Complexity might be a good Forbidden CTF team, but when Druck is hitting shots the way he is, look how clean he is, Eli, with the no-scope damage, with the snipe, and then instantaneous cleanup. There's no shaky shots. There's no 1, 2, 3, 4. It's been bing, bang, boom. Body shot, no-scope, headshot cleanup with the DMR, and Druck is on a tear. One more slay. He's on a spree.
I like that route that he just took as well. That was perfect. I've started to see more people use that jump from the flag to that higher side platform. Oh, can you imagine if he hits that shot? Now he's going to move the flag and back up. Wait for reinforcements. Yeah, that was very close. But he's just playing masterfully, playing his life, and he knows that as long as he stays alive, Complexity have to worry about him.
Man, the aggressiveness. I mean, clearly, this is why this is so great to have this tournament provided by Complexity. Every team is going to get to see what their weaknesses are, because Pure are going to look at this and say, all right, maybe we need a little work on Solitude, King of the Hill. Granted, again, they have a substitute, but hey, man, maybe it's Forbidden CTF. That's their game mode, as they're already up 2-0. They're averaging less than a minute per score.
I tell you what, man, I've been telling people for a long time, the beginning of this game mode, if one team gets the OS and both snipers, it might as well just be GG. It looks like they're about to close it. We just hit the 10-minute mark. This might be a 2-minute game.
Oh my God. Oh my God. averaging 36 seconds per score, just about it. I lied on the math. I don't know if it's exactly 36 seconds, but it's about what it...
Don't do math, Hunter. It's fine.
All right, I'm going to leave the math up to you. JJX, we're going to bring you right back onto the mic because Pure just won that game in what felt like the blink of an eye.
Yeah, I really need to shut up, honestly. Setting Eli up to say that Pure doesn't have a shot back in this series, and then they do that. Like, I really don't feel like eating my words, you know, as biased as I am right now. I was not expecting things to go that way, but Pure rolling on all cylinders. And one thing I wanted to point out from the beginning of the game was the switch up in both teams. Pure sent Druck for snipe, and Complexity sent Ryan for snipe. Ryan's been sniping all day for Complexity, so both teams taking a little bit different of an approach in terms of who's getting what weapon. And it seems like Pure made the right game call, right? I mean, Druck was hitting every shot. They were rolling, and once they started rolling, they never stopped.
That was insane. I mean, look, you see in the top right, duration 245. 40 of those seconds were the game loading, by the way. That was the map loading took about a quarter of the total time, which is just insane. But dude,
we took longer to load into the game than we played the game. I mean, that was madness.
I mean, this is the same Druck that posted a clip that was short enough for Twitter. I want to say it was like a minute and a half, maybe a minute 45 seconds, where this roster 3-0'd FaZe in a scrim. So they're clearly very good at it. It's just, I'm gonna be honest, I kind of feel like this game mode's a bit of a dice roll because it's so oppressive. If you can win the opening extremely strong, like 3-0s in 2 minutes are very feasible. But if one team just stays alive with the sniper or like mitigates the value of the OS, you know, if one of those three things does not go to Pure's favor, the game is not 2 minutes. But because all three of the items go to them, they're able to capitalize on it with perfect gameplay and just completely sweep the floor.
I do feel like the game type is very OG. What I like about it is how predictable the spawns are and how oppressive, like you said, you can be. However, with the speed of the players in this game, once you get people on a cycle like that, we just saw it can be extremely difficult to make any sort of headroom on the map when you're constantly coming out the back corner of the flag, right, where everything else is blocked. So Pure really playing the game type to perfection. And honestly, I remember, like you said, I remember it being one of their better game types as is. And so it's interesting to see, Hunter, that, like, you know, even swapping a player out, they're still that dominant on the game type.
Well, I did do the math. I have the help of a calculator, and about 40 seconds, roughly 40 seconds, just over, were the time it took for Pure to score each flag. I mean, that is ridiculous. On a map like Forbidden, that it's not a small map, it's not a big map, it's medium size, I'd say. Reminds me of Sanctuary a lot, not only in look, but in layout. Two snipers dueling on each side, but my God, we haven't seen that rate of scoring since this map was first released in the HCS, and teams hadn't quite figured it out just yet.
It's been a very fast game type since launch. Honestly, like I said, it's just like, I mean, remember the first couple times we saw it in tournament? The matches were like 5 or 7 minutes, and then we're like, does this need to be a 5 flag game mode? But it has the potential to be super fast, and it also has the potential to go the distance. So it's a very versatile game mode. You just got to have your opening strats down to a science, because if you give up everything, you're going to get ran over, as Pure has demonstrated here. Now, granted, they had to play perfectly after they won that opening, but those conditions are so difficult to come back from, and especially at this level, these teams will take advantage of the situation.
I mean, we love a dueling sniper map, right? The downside, however, one team can end up with both snipes in their hands, and what happens then, we just saw, right? When you have two sniper rifles laying down fire on a map that is that large, it can be absolutely devastating. But I want to switch gears. I want to transition away from that game number 4 into Live Fire Slayer game number 5. Mikowski, I'm going to start with you. Give me one player from each team that you're looking to step up in order to will their team to victory here in game 5.
Well, I'm going back to it. This will probably be a tired take for me, but again, the win condition or complexity in these Slayers, if Breaking Shot, now they don't necessarily, it's not a must-have win condition, but again, when Breaking Shot gets 15 Slayers or more, it's GG's. Complexity, I've never seen them lose when Breaking Shot has that type of performance, and he's their main Slayer. He's their main damage dealer, so this is his game. This is his moment to shine. And on the other side, I want to put the spotlight on the rookie, on the young gun, Avicii, right? I mean, there's no who better to watch in this game 5 than the substitute who's playing not for this pure roster. Sure, he is today, but let's look big picture. He's playing for opportunities next season in the HCS. He pops off here in a Game 5. He pops off in the Halo World Championship warm-up tournament presented by Complexity. And that's one way you get your phone ringing afterwards.
Eli, I'm going to go to you next. I mean, you just heard him call out Avicii, you heard him call out Breaking Shot. Would you agree with those picks, or do you have someone else in mind to sort of lead the squads here?
So for me, I agree with Avicii on the side up here. He's the guy that's filling the shoes. He's on the come up, super young, talented player, 17 years old, trying to prove that he belongs here, right? I mean, if he shows up and shows out today, like, he kind of proves that he could play on one of these teams later on. So that just bodes well for his chances to find himself on a great roster. On the other side, though, I'm not looking at Breaking Shot as much as I'm looking at Huss. So while a lot of people would say Ryanoob is the brain of this team, Huss is the heart. He is literally the heart of this team, because every single play, I feel like either starts with him or is finished by him. And the way that he enters into fights and then exits and just uses himself to draw attention, if he's playing his game and he's finding those openings, this team will be very successful.
I love both of you guys' takes. I'm actually going to go a completely different direction. For me, on Cobra, aka Pure, anyone that's followed the Money 8 scene for a while knows that Game 5 Druk is different, honestly. When there's something on the line, there's something about a Game 5 that just... Druk takes his game to another level, so I'm looking at him to potentially be the one to put his stamp on this series, right? To have a signature Game 5 performance. But on the side of Complexity, for me, it's all about Rain. I think we know what we're going to get with Huss and Breaking Shot and Ryan to an extent. But what version of Tim Rain are we going to get, right? Are we going to get the one who grabs a sniper and doesn't miss a bullet? I would say if Rain drops 12 kills or more, I think Complexity wins this handedly, right? And everyone knows him as the quote-unquote support player, but like I always say, at the highest level, you got to be fluid. You got to be able to switch roles into whatever the situation calls for. And for me, I'm looking at Rain to see if he can bring what this squad needs to get the dub.
That is a great way to put it. Rain was off the scene for a little bit, but it hasn't taken him long to come back into form. I mean, you look at this guy's Halo wiki, you wouldn't even, maybe without knowing Halo history, you'd be surprised to see how many first through fourth place finishes this man has. He was a force as long as he's been playing Halo. So yeah, this is going to be a good one, man. Live Fire, I feel like we've been playing it literally since beta. Some would argue the game might still be in beta, but we've been playing this map for a long time. So if these guys know their way around a map, it's going to be Live Fire. This is going to be a good one.
One last match here of pool play before we jump into bracket play. Still a lot on the line in terms of positioning inside the pool. Mikowski, I'm going to go back to you. Coming out of this pool, you know, we talked about the first place teams end up in winners bracket round 2, right? And then the second and third end up in winners bracket round 1. I don't know, part of me kind of wants to be in that second or third position, right? To start from winners round 1, to build some momentum. What's the advantage that you see, Mikowski, out of waiting in winners round 2 for your matchup versus grinding it out from the bottom?
Well, I think if you're looking at this holistically, you've got to say that, okay, it's Game 5. It's an important tournament. $5,000 are on the line, but there's no consequence in the sense that it looks like, regardless of the results, both of these two teams are going to go to winners round 1. So again, it goes back to my mention of Complexity looking a little tight in that game number 1, where they allowed Pure back into it, despite being up 85-2 in that oddball round number 1. So I'd like to see some Complexity play like they understand, like, hey guys, let's build towards a better bracket. Let's build towards a better performance. We know we're going into winners round 1. It looks like the fourth place team was all but certain to start off in the lower bracket, which I love that format, by the way. Props to Complexity. As we take a little bit more scan and look at the rest of the pools. Shopify been on top. Complexity Pure, it does look like, yes, in fact, they will both go to winners round 1. So yeah, let's play loose. Let's take some momentum from these guys going into bracket play, right? Let's not try to make this more than what it is.
Going back over to Eli, one of the top rated Metafly coaches in Halo Infinite, absolutely crushing on the coaching side. If you want to up your game, see this guy. But we're looking at Live Fire Slayer. Eli, give us the breakdown. Keys to victory for each team. How are they going to win this game?
I mean, honestly, when it comes to Slayer on any map, especially the smaller and 3-lane maps like Live Fire and Streets, it's all about space. If you have 75% of the map to occupy, you know that the next set of spawns is only in that remaining 25%. When you get into an advantage state, you press your advantage to the maximum. You want to spread out. You want to take enough space to predict the next spawn and then collapse on it from multiple sides. As soon as you get to 3 or 4 dead, you turn around, you spread back out, force the spawn, and collapse again. So the biggest mistake you can make in Live Fire Slayer is when you get into advantage, you don't move. You have to be moving constantly. You have to be very aggressive, and all the while kind of manage the items on the map at the same time. You've got to make sure you have control of the snipers. You're getting these camos, use that QT, but aggression's the name of the game.
Chat, I hope you just clipped that. This guy just took you from Platinum all the way to Onyx. Give him all of your money. Great tips here from Eli, but we're locked and loaded. We're loading into Game 5, deciding game here in our last pool play match. It's Complexity taking on Pure. Mikowski, take us away.
All right, here we go. In a day that's been full of short and sweet series, this one has gone the distance and really provided a lot of drama and intrigue as we get set to kick things off. Game number 5 between Complexity and Pure. We've talked about the win conditions. We've talked about the key players. Eli, there's nothing left to do but to play the game. I can't wait.
Yeah, these guys, I'm sure can't wait either. This is always one of the most exciting moments as a player. If your adrenaline doesn't get going in a game 5, you're not in the right line of work, because this is always going to be the most exciting game as a competitor. Breaking Shot gonna slip away with the sniper rifle, and if he can start to land some shots, Complexity can start rolling into the advantage state we talked about.
Breaking Shot nifty with the repulsor, gets up quickly to the top side of Snipe to provide some support, and they're just trying to find that member of Pure that seems to have snuck away. It's Talik. Almost as if he has camo. Obviously, it spawns up here in the next 5 seconds, but Talik playing sneaky. I wonder if they hear this jump up. No, it does catch Breaking Shot by surprise, but not enough to avoid the no-scope. Truck takes a couple of DMR shots to the body afterwards and ends up with the assist. This is where Complexity are set up for success. They can take this next camo. They have the 4-kill lead, and they've got Breaking Shot right where they want him, and he's not content to play for the setup. They want to push the gas down.
They're doing exactly what I talked about. They started to surround on both the left and the right. They waited for the spawners to spawn in A first and started to move, but as soon as one of them died, they decided to stop the push. That's another thing. You got to be able to adjust your strategy on the fly. If the collapse is not going to be successful, you might as well stop it short. You don't want to let the situation flip out of control. Also, while you got the sniper rifle, why not sit on the highest ground of the map? This tower, so important. Breaking Shot lands another body shot, but that's the re-dead for Complexity, and Pure have brought it to within 3.
Yeah, props to Pure for not allowing this thing to snowball and spiral out of control. Definitely saw a path to it for Complexity, and see Ryan trying to find his path up the Snipe. Really making sure he's careful and safe. He expects someone for Pure to be here, it feels like. Wanted to make sure he got the sniper uncontested and safely, and now I think with the little heads up there from Rain, no, you're good. Nobody top Snipe. Go for it. He's got the Snipe now in his hand. Body shot into Talik, takes him down to low HP. Calls for some help over the right shoulder. But Talik, again, like he did in the early goings, Eli, just won't die. His survivability is why Pure are still within 1.
Honestly, Complexity feeling a bit hesitant here. They're trying to gather more information before they make their next move, which is typically correct. But against a team like Pure, you want to make sure you're playing to their speed. And nice little jump there from Talik's going to find a trade. Camo's coming up, though. Both teams are going to now rotate. I like this play from Breaking Shot. He's not going to just go straight for camo from sandbags. Wants to get some pressure on this other side of it while his teammates rush in through the screen side, but he shows up with no help, and Pure going to cut him out of the equation and should get this camo here shortly.
Still just a 1-kill game, now tied after the slay from Truck as he works his way down. Ace grenades going out, really more of a preventative grenade going out. Doesn't want to get pushed while he's down to 3 or 4 shots. Now regained up to full shields. Us, though, with the camo, already putting it to work. Sticky lands on the hip of Talik. That takes him down, and with Snipe up, Us is going to double up on his advantage and should take down 1 more, but that's a spike grenade that goes out. Rain will clean it up, though. As Huss, what can he do? A full stack of Snipe. And still some camo left to it. I thought that Snipe went through the wall. It's a wall bang for Huss, and makes sense from the former Call of Duty pro.
I think that was just the observer, but yeah, it was very close to that wall as he lands the shot. A lot of ammo still left in it. Breaking Shot knows that. Doesn't pull the trigger before switching guns. He wanted to land the no-scope body shot and switch to his bandit, but you could tell he pressed the switch weapon button a little bit too early. Shot doesn't come out. Now Druck's going to be the guy with the snipe, and he's going to need to hit some shots if he's going to bring his team back into it. Quick repulse to get out of that situation. Must have known that the pressure was pushing in from that A side, and the player just kind of explodes in his face. Let's see if he can find a kill here, but man, Complexity are putting the pressure on this man.
25-20, 10 kills ago, it was tight. The 1-kill lead even tied. Oh my God, Druck though is bringing Pure back with the no-scope, use of the repulsor. Can't really hit any more pancakes, Eli, so why not do it the way we just saw from Druck? Gets that absolute body shot on the Breaking Shot to take him down, and what do you know, it busted open to a 5-kill lead for Complexity, but it's right back where we started at 1.
It's such a close game. Somebody in chat asked, what's the lore on Avicii? So according to his Twitter profile, he's 17 years old. He's also LeBron James, according to a recent tweet when he won a series. But this kid, I mean, he's been on the come up. He was teaming with like Ezo, Ivanized, those kind of players, and they were making waves until Ezo recently got a chance on Dead Inside, and I feel like Avicii is kind of along the same lines, trying to work his way up the Halo ladder. Young and talented player that has a lot of upside.
Avicii, Ezo, Looney. There's no shortage of young, up-and-coming talent here in the Halo community, which going into year 4 and year 3 Halo World Championship, it's exciting to see as a fan of Halo. It's Breaking Shot looking to stay alive here on the cuts. Takes down the young gun, Avicii. More action on the cuts, but that results in a trade-out, as Complexity are now down by 4. Eli Pure have flipped this match on its head, and it might just go from bad to worse as Druck sneaks away with that camo and stays alive momentarily with it.
And trying to predict Druck's next route. I think he went back this way, looking to see where Druck ended up, but we don't even know where he went up. The player marker has disappeared. Rain can't stay alive. That's another 2 dead. They might make it 4 dead.
Oh!
They do. Clean 4 dead. Avicii, the only player to go down. By the way, he's 11-7. The substitute player stepping up in a massive way. They're up by 7. They know the next round of spawns are going to be on this B side. Just like we talked about, they're applying pressure to these players, cutting off all of their escape options. Cherish trying to use some grenades to cover his avenue to the sniper, but doesn't even need it. Teammate is here to help, and Pure look to close this out.
I love Cherish's stat line here. 7, 15, and 11. So he's not getting as many kills as we're used to seeing from the young legend, but man, is he almost filling in that Huss-like role for Pure against Complexity, where Cherish is just, my God, he's like Jason Kidd out there on the court, dishing assists left and right. Double the most in the lobby. Look at everybody else for his team. 2, 5, and 3. So Cherish is an unsung hero in this game 5 for Pure, a guy that we didn't talk about in the pregame. So tip of the cap to Cherish as Pure have control of the snipe tower, but after 2 go down,
yes,
Avicii's going to rotate into the lower rat tunnel, take down 2 potentially with the no-scope body. Oh, making a headshot for the double kill, triple. Oh, Rhino barely stays alive, but I don't know if Complexity are going to stay alive in this series. This looks like Pure's game to win.
If I'm last shot watching this in the Hurricane, I'm a bit nervous about my spot on the team. This Avicii guy is really stepping up. This guy's looking like he's him right now. He is, in fact, LeBron James, according to his Twitter. And he's showing why.
He's a bussy with the bussy, as he has been absolutely dominant here in game 5. Bussy with the bussy. I didn't get to see that in game 5. 42-49. This series is all but over. Pure should take it. One final camo play for Talik, and Talik, another guy. I mean, it feels like unsung heroes abound here for Pure. Talik could be 16 and 14. I mean, I noticed 4 times in this game where he should have gone down. And think about that. It would be 47-49 if not for Talik's survivability. And it would be fitting if he ended the game. A little shaky with the shots, but not enough to prevent Pure from taking the series.
Cherished 17 assists. Are you kidding me? I just want to go back and watch the game from his POVs. Must just be everywhere, outputting max damage. That is absolutely incredible stuff. He was not the player that we shouted out to watch out for. We talked about Avicii quite a bit, but Cherish was the next guy I want to talk about. I feel like this guy as the game was loading in, I was talking about, if you're a competitor, this is the most adrenaline that you feel is playing a game 5. I feel like Cherish is the type of human being that has maximum adrenaline flowing through his body in moments like this. And that level of passion really comes out on display.
Not to mention, not only does he have maximum adrenaline, but he knows exactly how to play with that adrenaline, right? He knows how to channel it and turn it into plays made on the map. But I got to bring up Tolic, man. None of us picked Hunter as our player to watch out for on Pure going to that game 5, and the leader, the silent killer, getting the job done. Almost 1,000 damage more than the next guy up on his squad, leading the team by example. You love to see that out of the captain. There ain't nothing like watching your captain go off, your leader go off when it matters the most. And likewise on the other side, Ryan was having quite a game himself. Unfortunately, not enough to get the job done. What are we waiting a second for here, Mr. Eli?
They won by 7 kills with less damage in total than Complexity. That means that when Complexity took damage, they were finished by another player. They were not allowed the opportunity to earn their shields back. That's actually insane optimization out of Pure. To literally have dealt less damage and came out that far ahead is insane.
And
significantly less damage if you look at it. It's not close.
And Eli, that goes back to the play that Tolic made in the beginning of Game 5 when Breaking Shot took control of the sniper in the snipe tower. Complexity went up by a full team wipe. It was 6-2, still early, of course, but that's a strong advantage state to take into the very beginning. And Tolic stayed alive. Tolic worked his way through underneath the snipe tower and just could not be found. So tip of the cap to Tolic, and an anomaly on the stat sheet for Pure as they'll take the series. Let's take a look at our pool play results here. As you see, OpTic Gaming. This is an OpTic Gaming that doesn't always take their pools 3-0. More often than not, they do, but it's not a foregone conclusion. We saw last tournament where they actually got upset by Complexity. So this is a good turning of the page for OpTic, and this is what I want to see at the Halo World Championship. I want to see OpTic in Sunday form, or at least Saturday form on Friday. I think that's going to be a big key for the boys of the Green Wall.
And moving on to the next pool's results, Space Station coming out really strong with a 3-0 performance there. Native Gaming coming in 3rd and Sentinels in 2nd there. Moving along, Shopify. I mean, that's the team of the day for me when it comes to the pool play matches. They came out 3-0. They dropped 1 game. Complexity is going to drop to 3rd in that pool, but still going to winners bracket round 1, baby. Let's move on to pool number 3. We see FaZe Clan real strong. Another team dropping only 1 map there in first. Cloud9, though, in 2nd. And the boys on Mindfreak in 3rd. An excellent showing from them, Eli.
Yeah, Mindfreak, not only, they went 1 and 2, but they really did put a good fight up in all 3 of the games against FaZe Clan. Yes, it was a 3-0, but Mindfreak really put themselves in a decent spot to close. The problem is FaZe Clan, one of the best teams in the world at closing a series. So, we got our bracket is going to be populated here shortly. And I can't wait to get into these matches. This is where it's going to really start heating up.
Right, and in a condensed format like this, like it's not a 3-day event, it's only a 2-day event. You got to be ready to put the pedal to the metal immediately to lock in, right? We're going straight from pool matches into bracket matches. And Mikowski, talk to the viewers, talk to the chat a little bit about the difference in mindset from going from pools where you're kind of feeling each other out to bracket where it's do or die time.
Well, this is where the real tournament begins. And again, I love the format that Complexity put together here because everybody's going to get to take that token into their back pocket. So everybody's going to get a chance to put their best foot forward, starting from the winner's side, starting at least in championship bracket play. So 4th place in pools drops down to lower brackets. So those teams will have that token taken from them. That's SWAT LATAM. Dark Inside, who a little bit of a sleeper underdog pick at the Halo World Championship, Akave and Eclipse Solar, who was 1 game and maybe even 1 team wipe away from qualifying for the Halo World Championship. I think so. Those are most of the teams that we expected, give or take, Dark Inside to make it down in the lower portion of the bracket. But yeah, everybody up top can wipe the slate clean, put that in the past. Pool plays over. The real tournament begins now.
And Eli, looking at this bracket, what I absolutely love to see is our bona fide top 4 actually performing in pools. So there's no odd round 1, round 2 matchups, right? The top dogs are all waiting, and those other teams are about to go to war to see who gets an opportunity to take one of them down.
I was noticing the same thing. I mean, it's so funny. We had all these crazy upsets at Salt Lake City. Guess who ended up in the top 4. It was the same top 4 as it was in the prior tournament. So these guys do show up in pools, like you said, but I'm looking at some of these other matchups. That round 1 Cloud9 versus Complexity, I could see that one going the distance. I could also see Into the Breach and Native Gaming going the distance. Mindfreak have been playing pretty good, but I don't know, Pure looking pretty strong after that last series and showing that Abasy's here to play. Every single one of these round 1 matchups look like they are going to be banger matchups.
Yeah, looking at those middle 2 matchups, right? Complexity versus Cloud9 for an opportunity to take on OpTic Gaming. It almost bodes more in the favor of Complexity, right? We have already taken on OpTic Gaming and taken them down on land, right? So it's a little bit more of a favorable matchup than if Complexity were to go up against Space Station in that round 2. But so many great matches to look forward to. Obviously, I can't wait for Cloud9 versus Complexity, hoping that'll be on broadcast, but I'm extremely biased. I'm just going to be open about it right now. But before we do that, we're going to throw things to a quick commercial break, let the players recharge for a moment, let us get our waters filled up before we bring you some more action. Don't go anywhere. The Halo World Championship warm-up part 2, presented by Complexity. We'll be right back.
ball. Enemy halfway to victory. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. 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 Incoming. Enemy has the ball. Enemy team nearing victory. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Incoming. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Welcome back to the Halo World Championship warm-up. It's day one, presented by Complexity. Once again, I'm your host, Hunter J. Jax, and I am joined by my brothers, Eli the Ninja, as well as Mikowski, getting ready for Winners Bracket round one, our first matchup. Cloud9 taking on Complexity. Eli, off the rip, what are your initial thoughts when you see these two teams lining up to go to battle on this this series here?
I feel like Cloud9 is like the story that just didn't really get to be finished being told at Salt Lake City. They were literally 2 kills away from knocking out SSG in top 12 in that game 5. As fate would have it, SSG barely survive and hold on, win that match, and go on to win the whole tournament. But it's everyone then forgets about Cloud9, and I feel like Cloud9 looks so good in Salt Lake City. I think that they are one of the teams to look out for at Worlds. And Complexity in a similar boat, but you know, they've now gotten top 6 twice now, and they look to continue that trend, but haven't looked so great in this tournament so far already.
And Complexity so eager to bounce back after the last series we watched that they just immediately have decided to jump into this game. So we're going to kick things off here. Live fire, Oddball. Mikowski, take it away.
All right, here we go. And what it feels like a grudge match between Complexity and Cloud9. These two teams have routinely faced off against each other as Breaking Shot rips a face. It's been a great start. Right where Breaking Shot left off, we saw him with the snipe on live fire to start off that Slayer game 5, and he's putting it back to work. 5-2-0. Cloud9's got to do something about Breaking Shot.
I mean, when we saw that reset on Solitude, the man literally went 8-0 with 2 assists as well. So, I mean, this guy is definitely playing on fire today. That's one of the keys to victory for Complexity, no matter who they're playing against. Interesting decision there. I almost felt like he thought he had a repulse, but shoots the snipe shot instead. That was a very interesting thing to watch there, but it's going to lead to Cloud9, yeah, with the ball, and Ryan was going to try to break his way in. That is a huge opening slay as Breaking Shot comes off spawn. He's going to be able to move a little bit faster, and Complexity should be able to force this ball reset.
Yeah, Breaking Shot hits 5 snipes and overheats. I get 1 and make a play like that. So, yeah, I think I'm getting baited a little bit into the situation where Breaking Shot felt like he could do no wrong, and now back-to-back sequences where he goes back to the respawn screen, and it opens up some ball time here for Cloud9. Looks like we observer does not have the score below, so we'll do our best to take a guess as to what the score is. But for now, 3 going down for Complexity. Cloud9 going to get a little bit more time, but not before Ryan Noob drops off into the drink and resets.
Yeah, the score is at the top of the screen. I know you're really scared of Math Hunter, but you're gonna have to add the numbers together. Do you remember? Okay, so like if there's a 9 and a 5 on the right, you carry the 1, right? Like 9 plus 5 is, you add the 1 to the.
Writing this down. What is that?
Yeah. So 9 plus 5 is 14, right?
Yeah.
So you take the 4 and you leave it on the right. Then you carry the 1 to the next column on the left. And then you add those numbers together.
Okay, and then you add it up together. Okay, all right.
So it's 54 on the left.
Okay.
Can you do the other one?
54-21 here as Complexity have doubled up on Cloud9 in the early goings. I can count 4 going down as Complexity earns a team wipe. Us in an apocalyptic wasteland, the only player surviving in this lobby. It's always one of my favorite sequences. It really goes to show the level of carnage when 7 out of 8 are dead.
So impressive. Just was your math as well. While they earn the team wipe, you earn a golden star, my friend. Aww. And Breaking Shot earns the sniper rifle, but can he earn a slay with it? No, he is not going to land that one. Going to try to reposition through top center, but yeah, he's just going to get hunted down. Cloud9 fearless right now, playing very aggressive as they should.
Complexity in a situation where they had a great start. Cloud9 able to take down Breaking Shot and then turn that into some time. Now have the oddball back in their hand and potentially the snipe as well. Excuse me, the snipe will go to Complexity, it looks like, but Ryan Noob is not worried about that. I'm spending too much time trying to do math in my head. I just need to cast the gameplay. It's on my screen. As Ryan Noob goes back for the snipe, but Eli, did it reset or did Sab steal it? I think Sab stole it.
Sab most likely stole it. Yeah. He is certainly liable to do that. This is probably his favorite gun in the game, as it should be. Very underrated sniper is Sab. And he's going to be content to get the oddball time while holding the sniper. His team certainly needs to come back into this. Complexity already have 78 seconds. Sab, though, unable to prove my point about his sniper skills because he is facing heavy pressure from Complexity. That snipe ammo will get burned out. Skeptify trying to clean up the situation, has 3 dead on his team, but getting a double kill while your whole team is dead is a pretty big deal. That means when they come off spawn, they can play a bit more aggressive. What can Manny do with this here?
First melee advantage goes to Complexity in that situation as they've got the oddball in their hands once again. Final seconds ticking away. And I don't know if anyone's close enough. Yes, they are. Sab pushes up, tip of the spear, and is able to force a reset. And Complexity go 4 down. Complexity in a situation where I think they're at... I'm not going to do the math, Eli. You can do that right now for me. All right, what, the 99?
They need less than 10 seconds for sure. It's like, yeah, they're at... I think they need 3 seconds to close it out, maybe 5. The thing is, the number is actually incongruent with the score, by the way, because like there's some times that you hold the ball for a certain amount of time, but it doesn't reflect in this step. Anyways, they only need a couple seconds. That's all you guys need to know.
Okay. All right. Well, it's good to see even mathematicians Ammunition Wizards can get stuck up on the time, as Complexity have more of it than Cloud9 in this scenario, but Cloud9 with the oddball in their hands, going to get much more of it though, as Complexity forced the reset, and we assume if they win this next break, should win round 1.
Okay, breaking shot. Instead of grabbing the ball for the last couple seconds, plays forward to guarantee the slays, just being a little bit extra careful there when they only need a couple seconds. So they will win round number 1. Looking pretty good so far against Cloud9. We've got our nice picture-in-picture. So much action happening right now. These are all the winners round 1 matchups. As we have breaks in the action here, we will jump into other matches so you guys can keep up to date with everything going on.
Oh, this is great for the chat, because I was going to my notebook, which I have never used actually before. I was about to, because I was going to write down all the numbers so we could do the math differential to assume what the time was here in round number 2. But we got the scoreboard back on your screen. Rain taking faces with a double kill. Almost lines up a filthy triple. Had to reload though. No ammunition left in the tank. So he gets a little stuck in that animation. Gives the snipe back up to Sab. And can Sab find some revenge arc? No, he does not. And you said it yourself, Eli. Sab, one of the nastiest snipers on live fire. But he hasn't really done much with that opportunity.
I mean, the problem is when you got 3 guys sprinting at you and shooting you in the face, it's pretty difficult to land a shot. It's been the case both times Sab has picked the gun up. Breaking shot gonna expend the last bit of ammo here as his teammate does rack up ball time. It's gonna be Ryan Noob here, and they're able to shut down Sab quickly. I think Sab is just about to use that quantum translocator, get back to safety, but don't even allow the opportunity. That's a huge trade there. While one shot to find a trade on a player that's got more shields than you, that's a massive win for Breaking Shot and the rest of Complexity.
Enemy has the ball.
Rain now on the nest. Oh, great recognition of the push. Usually the nest is a lockdown location you want to hold, but not when 3 players are pushing through the camo. So Rain redirects his sights and his positioning to the cuts, trying to stop this push, and he's pushed back to the line of scrimmage. He's taken down Suspector, and now you can see him continue to push all the way out to A. He's about to flip the spawns.
I really feel like Suspector got a blank melee there. Rain should not be alive right now. That should have been a trade, I think. But look at him go. He's taking advantage of his good fortune, and he's continued to roll. He's now going to grab the ball and throw it back to his spawning teammates. Rain putting on a clinic so far this game.
And he goes down. Septify goes down. And now Sab is the last player alive for Cloud9. Does he overextend, hold the line, or just die? He goes down. A little staggered out too, so Cloud9 are gonna have to push off their back foot with a 3-person push. Oh, but they thwart that push through the garage door, expecting that play from Rain, and they got the oddball right back. So wow, Cloud9, tip of the cap. The fact that they were able to regain control of the oddball in a situation where Complexity could have run away with this round 2 and this game was extremely impressive. Cloud9 are right back in it.
Suspector just doing his best to be a nuisance here, but not a nuisance enough. Rain able to comfortably grab this camo and rotate out. Now he's grabbing the repulsor and the oddball. I think got a little impatient there. Probably didn't need to reveal his location by picking up the ball there, but thought that perhaps he was best positioned to do so. Selfless thought, but to lose the camo, I think is worse than the value that he could have gotten out of that situation.
Great utilization of the QT from Ryanu. Breaking shot,
Gross.
body shot, headshot. Combines to take down Suspector as Septify spawns in the back of Mud. He's already down to 1 shot after another body shot from Breaking Shot. Gonna go for another one. Oh, Septify, great timing to get back in the action to where Breaking Shot couldn't take him down with the double tap, but he does land another no-scope onto Sab, and my God, we're getting to see a little bit of that damage that we're used to from Breaking Shot stack up. How much has he done in the last 10 seconds? Misses a couple shots there. A couple more shots into Septify, but the 2 push is strong enough on the cuts to take him down. And now Cloud9 are making their move, but is it too little too late? Complexity already up 78-14, looking to shut the door on game 1.
That looked like Cloud9 was pushing together, but their timing was actually slightly off. You don't want one player to take such a forward position that they take the brunt of the damage. They get taken down before even having the opportunity to bait and switch. So Cloud9 kind of showing signs of what they're capable of, but they really got to tighten up that timing if they're going to make some better pushes here.
Breaking Shot going to close the door on a chance for a comeback here from Cloud9. To be honest, Eli, as far as the visibility of the path to a comeback here, I'm just not seeing it for Cloud9. I hate to count a team out before the game is over, but this feels like GG.
Double kill.
Single digits left for Complexity to secure this one. Huss just seemingly looking for a player to fight and get into a little bit of action with, expecting the overextension from Cloud9, but again, there was no path to a comeback, much less the back of A.
Love the way Breaking Shot played that map overall, just constantly in the face of Cloud9, being a nuisance to deal with, just letting his ball player rack up time comfortably on the other side of the map, and just playing so forward that even if he does die, you know, he's taken down enough shields from Cloud9 that they can't comfortably move forward, which is just even more ball time. So, I mean, Breaking Shot really imposing his will in that match. And like I said, Cloud9 kind of tighten up their timings a bit. It felt like they were starting to make plays, but one player would be maybe a couple paces in front of their teammate that was making the push with them. If they can tighten that up, they can make this a more interesting series. But for now, Complexity look to have the stronger teamwork.
An absolute statement of a game one there from Complexity, right? It's like they've heard all the hype we've been giving that Cloud9 roster and decided, you know what? Let's show you guys. Let's remind you guys really fast the type of Halo we can play when we're focused up. And wow, Lethal Fox here tying up this series with Sentinels 1-1. They do take the Slayer. As you see our split screen setup here, our big picture view. Lots of epic matches underway, but again, Complexity with a strong showing there in game one. I'm really looking at this series though. Out of the four, winners round one matchups, this is the one I had circled, Mikowski, and it just really feels like it's prime for the taking for either of these squads.
Yeah, both these two teams are going to have to face each other in 1 week in Seattle if they want to get top 8 or maybe even top 6. These two teams are going to be in the way of each other. As we switch gears here, the LVT split screen presented by, I don't know, if you're a sponsor looking to support LVT and Halo, hit up Brandon Perez, the owner of LVT, because I'd love to get some support from the community. As we're tied here, 81-all in round number 2. Into the breach, though. Up 1-0 in this game already, so they're looking to seal the deal here. But Barcode has second thoughts. Nice shots. APG with the camo. Native Gaming are primed to tie up this, not series, but game.
Every player in this lobby with at least 20 kills, and we're only in round 2. Now that Native win this one, this is going to be a high kill match. This one's going the distance across the stat page. Chick, the big performance. I feel like Chick gotta be one of the most comfortable players on live fire, always putting on a clinic. In the bottom left, we got Pure versus Mindfreak. That's going to be a good one as well. For now, we'll stay on board with this while we wait for our feature matchup to restart.
Chick primed for a 40 piece. I mean, the guy is going off. Nice stick there from Gilkey. We saw Gilkey with some woes earlier on in the day, but looks like he's starting to find himself at the right time, sitting at 27 and 23 here. Yeah, what a matchup. Let's jump back on board with our Complexity versus Cloud9, though. It's game 2. It's going to be Slayer on Aquarius. Eli, take us away.
Here we go. Opening strategy, very strong by Complexity. Ryanoob goes straight for the OS, has cover from a teammate as well, and he does not hesitate to push into the base, trying to get all the way around the situation. Probably has a call out about this player, but he's got players in front and behind him. Trusts the teammate's damage to follow up and cleans up a second kill. It is a tie game in the early goings.
Momentarily lead there for Cloud9, but after the 3 down, Complexity are able to tie it. Cloud9 get back in the lead, but only by 1 as we hop on board here with Suspector. Chase grenade goes out, but there's nobody chasing. Gets the sight towards the yellow spawns. Finally gets into a fight with us. They're both down to 1 shot, both repositioning on the map. Who's got the better chess match style play here, as Huss will go down. Spectre maintains his life, and that's the difference in high-level Halo.
Spectre chasing it down, breaking shot, making sure that man does not scurry away and regenerate his shields. He is always a problem on the map. Ryanoob, by the way, has been slaying out today. 4-1 already to start this game. And he's been, I mean, even in the game 5 against Pure earlier was the #1 Slayer for Complexity. He has been popping off today, and that's all the while that we've seen Breaking Shot hitting some highlights. So shout outs to him. Guy's been competing for what, 15 years now, and he's still putting up the numbers.
Oh, look how smooth he is with his movement there. Most players in matchmaking tools lobbies has to clamber up, right? So Ryanoob just 1 step, 1 second faster than the competition, and it's pretty impressive for an old dog putting up new tricks as he works his way to the P Street. 2 players pushing, but Rain can absolutely help out here. A little delayed, it felt like, from Rain to get back in that, but Ryu backs up far enough, gets enough damage onto Cloud9 that allows Rain to clean up on that. It's a +2 net outcome in that situation as Complexity have regained control of the lead, but only by 1 now, 15-14.
What I'm noticing about Rhinu's playstyle too, he's been speeding up so much. It almost feels like, despite some of the players that used to call him, you know, slowpoke on the map or whatever, I feel like it's just an easy target if you're the oldest guy in the lobby for people to say you're slower. But man, this guy is playing with the same speed that a lot of these young guns are playing with, and he is applying maximum pressure, almost to his detriment at times. But such a close game here. The overshield went to Complexity again, so it's now a 2 overshield to 0 situation, but it's Cloud9 with the 1 kill lead. So if they can continue playing with this level of proficiency, they should come out with the W.
No, that's a good point, Eli. It looked like Rhino might get left in the dust of a more fast-paced Halo here and Halo Infinite. The old guard of Halo 3 still alive in Rhino, as Complexity down by 2, now 1. After breaking shot, earns the assist. Ryanoob gets another slay. And what do you know, Eli? Ryanoob already has 8. He's already at the top of the lobby, not just his team. So he's more known for being the IGL, maybe even the objective. But here in these Slayers, he's fragging out.
It's doing what you got to do to win the game. I mean, that's his game plan, right? In objective modes, you got to cap flag. So he's probably running a flag. In a Slayer, you got to get kills. So he's probably getting kills. This guy just knows how to find the W and lead his team along the charge. He's also had 7 assists, by the way. He's just being a menace, outputting lots of damage, and now trying to outthink his opponents here. Maybe expects a player to rotate through our side. Thinks that after he shoots a couple of shots that maybe the push would be coming, but no member of Cloud9 moving just yet. We've got ourselves down to a bit of a standstill, but Huss's location must be known when we see that plasma fall in his face.
Yeah, as the great Hunter JJX always says, in Slayers, you are the objective, and Rhino, a heady objective player throughout his career, is still so. You can make the case in the Slayer 10. He's already in the double digits. Huss, with that damage, with those slays that Rhino is opening up, time and space on the map for Complexity. Huss, no cares in the world, will take that team grenade. As long as he's able to take 1 more down for Cloud9, still has a shimmer of overshield left to work with. I'd like to see him play aggressive here, get up in the face with a little bit more of an advantage. And he does get some shots on his Sab, but Cloud9 do a pretty good job avoiding any of that overshield damage.
You can almost hear the comms coming in there. Huss saying, "I'm behind you." Ryan gets in a fight, he backs up. By the way, in the bottom right of the screen, it was Native that won that round 3. I think that was Barcode with 35 kills. Pretty massive performance. Also a bit faster round of Oddball compared to the the first two. So very impressive there, but back to our match on hand. This has been neck and neck. It is now finally Complexity's first lead, but as soon as I get done saying that, Suspector ties it back up.
Yeah, Huss gets his neck snapped by Suspector with a little bit of a over-the-shoulder melee mini ninja as he now works his way through the P Street, just looking to press the spawns here for Complexity, keep them in the generator, keep them in the yellow base, and they've done a decent job of that now. Complexity looking to push out of yellow and into P, but Suspector's holding the line, anticipates those grenades, takes none of the damage, times his push perfectly, and earns what could have been a double kill, but Huss, great play to stay alive and trade that out. Trickles down to the scoreboard as well, 34-34, but Complexity take a narrow edge, and after 3 go down for Cloud9. Wow is right, Eli. It's 37-34, Complexity up 3.
Very impressive team fight there. Out of Complexity to take the lead. Cloud9 certainly not out of this, but they are in not a great position. Forced to kind of play their way through this car side, and they sent all 4 players. Typically, you expect them to send at least 1 person to cover or draw attention to the other side, and we're starting to see why. It is a lot easier to kill 4 people in the same spot than it is to kill 4 people on different parts of the map. Complexity take advantage of that, and the risk reward does not pay off for Cloud9.
Yeah, just look at the spacing there for Cloud9. 3 players in the generator. Septify's not watching his back, and Ryanoob has it, looking to do more damage with that overshield. Instantly looks towards Rain's red X, and the blue X for us, red X for him. Just find more damage, find more slays, find more assists. 15, 11, and 8. Ryanoob, have yourself a game 2.
He's just in the mix. I mean, this man is not afraid of anything right now. He's just pedal to the metal, in their face constantly. Trust that his team has his back, and for good reason. They do. They have been keeping him alive so that he can go on this tear. And look at him, always playing within his teammate's sightline, always aware of the invisible line of scrimmage. If you ever watch Ryan Noob talk about this game, shout out to Clutch Academy. He was on there for a little Metafy session, and he's talked about that line of scrimmage. There's a part of the map that you just simply do not cross, and it's typically past where your teammates can see. And him playing within that, I guess, green zone, comfort zone, is what makes it so easy for him to slay out 18 and 9, 11 assists.
Man, a dismantling of Cloud9 as Complexity. Felt like a steak-tacular. 50-39 is your final score. I had to take a quick double look at it because it really felt like Complexity could have had a steak dinner on the table. 6:50 Central Standard Time here in Dallas, Texas. I'm a little hungry. And so too are Complexity. For a series win here, we saw them trip up in pool play, but they're making it count in champ bracket.
I mean, if you'll recall, they were tied at 33 all. And then it ends 50-39. So
that's where it felt like then.
Yeah, as Complexity get their last 17 kills, Cloud9 only got 6. So very impressive playing that advantage state that we talk about. And that's part of playing advantage state is holding forward, foot to the gas as Ryan Noob flies around the map to that victory. Now Cloud9 in a position that they really need something here. They need an answer right here, right now, or they're going to take a quick and early trip to that lower bracket.
What a showing there from Complexity. Like you said, you blink and you miss it, right? Went from being pretty tightly contested to not. Complexity taking control of that game in the later stages. And now taking a firm lead here in this series, another 2-0 series lead. I feel like this has been the story all day, Mikowski. Teams coming either extremely hot, extremely cold, or a bit of both.
Yeah, it's been very interesting to watch today. Some teams have really brought it. It's an all or nothing day of Halo. It feels like as we'll have a reset. I'm sure Manny's not showing us some new strategies here. Eli, I don't know. Have you worked on that in any of your Metafy coaching sessions as we switch gears here? Or are you gonna say, yeah, I actually have?
Yeah, I mean that's the Easter egg. You throw 2 grenades right there, and then a bunny with a rocket launcher pops out and starts shooting all your opponents. It's crazy. Crazy game design, honestly.
The MLG Grandma pops out of the stacks if you hit yourself off the start of a recharge game.
Yeah, exactly.
As we got more action for you guys. No worries, no sweat. LVT split screen and the production team and the admins behind the scenes keep the action rolling. 160 to 119 here as Sentinels and Team Lethal Fox, they're in a dogfight, tied 1-0.
And Lethal Fox, one of those teams, kind of, we've seen teams like this throughout the years, right, where they're kind of stuck in that top 12 kind of area, trying to break through into that top 8, right? Constantly getting gate kept. And one of the things about Halo, if you approach your practice with the right mindset and you're productive every time, like it's only a matter of time, right, before you have that breakthrough moment. Team Lethal Fox hoping that it'll be at Worlds this year.
They look good. I'll be honest. I've been keeping an eye on their scrims. I now work with their coach, Thug Nasty, so shout out to him. I'm sure he's very excited, and they've been putting up a good fight against a lot of teams. They actually beat Complexity in scrims recently, or put up a good fight at least. I can't remember the exact score line, but Yaxon, when I looked at that page, he was by far their standout performer. This guy is pretty new to this kind of scene here, but he has really grown into a fantastic player.
An absolutely fearless player as well. No fear in pushing the other team, being the entry guy, getting the damage in there, and then whether or not he gets out with his life, it's it's whatever to him. The damage has been done. So Mikowski, through the years, we've seen lots of up-and-coming players kind of burst onto the scene. Who does that remind you of, just being truly fearless on the map?
I guess Yaxon kind of reminds me of maybe like a T-squared, honestly. Maybe even more so in his personality and his energy outside of the game, but having competed and created for 20 years now, that's just as important as Sentinels are able to take game number 3, take the edge in this series. But yeah, when we sat down with Yaxon on the couch, it reminded me of when we did the podcast with T-Squared. Very brash, very brave, very sure of himself.
Yeah, not scared to ruffle a few feathers, right? Got that swag, got that, a little extra mojo in his step. Love seeing his progression on the scene, but we got tons of Halo being played. On your screen right now, it's Game 2, Native Gaming versus Into the Breach. Into the Breach trying to tie this series up at 1 game apiece as well. Currently in the lead, 23-20.
Mighty's with an interesting stat line. Breadstick in the kill column, but 9 in the assist column. So it's been a KDA of 2.0, but a KD of 0.1. That's pretty big differential there. But
Will you take that, Eli, as long as you're keeping your death count low? What's your thoughts on that?
yeah, I mean, he's certainly been a part of the mix. Like, just because you aren't the guy that finished the kill doesn't mean you weren't a big part of it, right? Like, you could have a teammate that literally is just playing SWAT while you do all the work. So, I mean, assists just as important as kills. And he should be totally fine with his stat line. Now, he's only -2, but with 10 assists to add to it, make it -1.
Yeah, he's... Yeah.
Together and just use that as one number. So currently to me, Mighty's is 14 and 6. So far, you know, really active on the map, being a part of the engagements, and yeah, who cares who gets the kill at the end of the day in Slayer, right? As long as the player's dead.
I totally agree with that. And, you know, it'd be one thing if it was 1, 10, and 9 or something like that. Wow. That changes things a little bit. It's got Jimbo's changing the complexion of this match. Running away with it now are into the breach after Jimbo's triple kill. Topped off with a Hail Mary for the team wipe. Oh, man, the veteran having himself a great game.
Jimbo's incredible, man. He does not get enough credit. Sorry to cut you off.
No, you're great.
I mean, Woodham, by the way, when I think of this team on Aqua Slayer, I just have flashbacks to Woodham having that insane game 5 against, they were Proton at the time, now Cloud9 essentially, when they got top 6. It was that insane game 5, and Woodham got an overshield and just went into God mode and went on a crazy killing spree. Him and Mighty, Z Mighties. So they were kind of picking up where they left off.
Yeah, one of the things I wanted to bring up and get both of you guys' thoughts on, but I'll start with you, Mikowski. With some of these rosters, for example, Jimbo on Into the Breach, an all-timer, right? You know, one of the most decorated European Halo players, if not the most decorated European Halo player in history. A lot of these guys are now sort of reinventing themselves with new roles, right? Like Jimbo's kind of taken on that mentorship role with the new Young Guns and Mighties and Woodham, who are absolutely insane in the game, but every so often we get a performance like this where they absolutely pop off. So I wanted to throw it to you, Mikowski, first and talk a little bit about building a balanced Halo roster and what that looks like in terms of, you know, veteranship versus raw talent, you know, all those things and how they factor in.
Yeah, building a good Halo team from a philosophical standpoint is like putting together a good sandwich, right? Everything's got to complement each other, and you need to keep it simple, right? Go to Jersey Mike's or, you know, Firehouse Subs if you want to get it tricky with it. You know, at home though, I'm keeping it simple. I'm trying to put together a PB&J. So you need the bread. The bread needs to be buttered and then toasted, and then the peanut butter needs to be slathered on in equal levels to the jelly on the other side to come together and form a complementary pairing of flavors. That's what I'm usually thinking about when I'm building teams.
Guys, Mikowski's hungry.
Dude,
Can somebody DoorDash this man some food? Because, like, the analogy is off the charts. I can't even stand this man. Like,
it's facts.
You're like, so with the same analogy, is Tools like putting mayonnaise on a PB&J?
No,
he's just the mayonnaise.
That's not a complementary flavor, Eli. You can't just stack flavors
that's
up.
what I'm saying. Because Tools is never mind.
I don't know. If you toast it the right way, you could probably get away with mayo, because when you make a grilled cheese, you get a little mayo on the side.
I'm going to stop there right there.
Just stop.
If Tools is mayo, he's not going to be a complimentary piece to many things, honestly. I'm just going to go ahead and say it right off the rip. Mayo is a dying condiment, and I'll die on that hill.
It's better than ketchup for French fries, if I'm being honest.
But we're jumping over, dude. We got to mention Pure right now Mindfreak up on Pure in game 1, obviously down here in round number 2, but a great hot start so far from this Mindfreak squad looking to make a run into this bracket.
Mindfreak, gotta step up. I'll tell you what, I think on this roster, and I've said it before, SWAT is definitely their X factor. This guy, when he is on point, like, he has an extremely high ceiling, but I do know might have a few like health things that mess with him sometimes, and if he's just maybe a bit uncomfortable, we don't see the sways that we're typically used to seeing. So I think that if they can keep him healthy and comfortable and get him locked in the zone, like, Mindfreak absolutely has a chance to make some upsets at Worlds. I want to see him really rise to the occasion.
Well, we're going to jump back to our main series here to see if Complexity can close things out with a clean 3-0 sweep, or will Cloud9 extend this series? Mikowski, the mic's all yours.
All right, here we go. Having some fun, just glancing over at the chat and just thinking about the fun times 3 buddies have, man. Me, Eli, and Hunter JGX, well, we go back like 10 plus years, so this is like a reunion, it feels like. Love being on the mic, love the opportunity thanks to Complexity. As we kick things off here, our main match, Complexity versus Cloud9. Complexity have looked dominant after looking a little shaky in pool play. They've been on fire here in Winners Round 1 against their quasi-rival in Cloud9, and they're already in a big lead situation. Potential up 25 and rolling with control of BC.
I'm having fun too, Hunter, but I got some bad news for you, man.
What's up?
You said that we go back 10 years? Bro, it's been 20.
Oh,
We're so old, bro. It's been 2 decades of us three. Like, I don't know if you were aware of how time works, but I just had to give you the wake-up call real quick.
yeah, you're right. It's like a space-time continuum hopping in on the mic with you guys. You're right. At 20 years, excuse me, guys. I didn't want to age ourselves here as we sound like a couple boomers now on the mic, wheezing and popping and laughing into the mic. 50 and rolling for Complexity to Cloud9 0. And Eli, Hunter JGX, actually, I'll toss this your way. Justin, you know, going down 0-2 in a series, game 3 in the comms, the coach, the IGL, all 4 players are saying, let's get off the floor, let's get off the mat early in game 3 and show some fight. We haven't seen that here from Cloud9.
Yeah, when you're in a bounce back situation, being down 0-2 in a series, there's 2 things, in my opinion, that are key. The first thing is those first 2 games didn't happen. Like, I don't want to hear anybody talking about them. We're not going over them. Like, don't bring them up even after the games are over and just ended. Like, we're on next game up mentality from there on out, 1 game at a time. And the second thing is, you just view it as a 1-game series, right? You just keep on view. Okay, we won that 1-game series. Let's go to the next 1-game series. Boom, 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 boom. You know what I mean? And you just you really just have to brush off your shoulders of those first 2 games, and it almost frees you up, right? Play loose. What we were doing doesn't work clearly, so let's just send it and see what happens.
I think it is definitely important to have the memory of a goldfish and just forget what happens. You know,
Is that a dig? Is that am I catching strays?
I mean, you certainly do. The most faded individual I know in my life. I still love you, though. But still, these guys got to have a short memory. And I feel like it helps to have a player like Suspector on the team. We all know Aiden pretty well, and he is a good vibe generator. Like, this guy should be able to get his team back locked in. But at the same time, there's only so much one person can do when it comes to generating vibes. It's got to be a team effort. And I think that... you know, he's probably going to lead the charge in that front, but the whole team needs to shake it off and get back into control. So far, Complexity seem to be the ones that are vibing out, though.
Yeah. You know, I'm supposed to shut up and get out of the way, but you brought up Suspector, and honestly, like, that dude, Aiden, is easily one of the biggest gems of the scene, so to speak. He's like the living embodiment
100%.
of that song, like, I got sunshine. You know what I mean? Like, nothing can get that guy down, dude. Like, it doesn't matter what's going on, if they won or lost. He's always smiling. He's always bringing good vibes. He's always, you know, encouraging his teammates and the people around him. And so, yeah, had to give a quick shout out to Suspector. I'm going to go now. You guys go ahead and handle this match. Looking forward to, well, I guess it may be over pretty soon here. Complexity looking at triple cap. But, Mikowski, let's lock back in. Take it away.
No, you're exactly right, Hunter and Eli. Suspector is a very reassuring force in the feed, in the comms. He's a great player, great vibes, great mindset, and he's strategical too. He can usually come up with a game plan. All the times I got to work with him were very enjoyable. So yeah, this is tough, man. As a fan of not any team in particular, right? We're not biased for teams, but I am fans of all of these players, and it kind of hurts to see Cloud9 just not putting up a performance. Or again, we call this a grudge match. We were talking about the rivalry and how these 2 teams will likely face each other in 1 week to get top 6 or top 8. Complexity has answered the bell in this series. Cloud9 haven't even answered the alarm yet.
I mean, this is just one of those cases of, like, one team is playing close to their peak at the very least, and the other team is certainly playing below their average. And this is kind of the result of it, right? It just feels like what could be a close matchup in this exact moment in time, in this parallel universe that we're currently living. Like, in this one, Complexity just, it's their day, right? Cloud9 can maybe try to change the story here, but it just feels like if they did get any momentum, it might be too little too late. But there's always another day, right? These guys should be able to bounce back, assuming they're still in the tournament tomorrow, which they should be. I think everybody will still move on to tomorrow. Lower bracket starts tomorrow, so they'll have another chance and maybe wake up on a different note. But so far, Complexity are certainly playing their game.
That's a good point. And it looks like at this point, Cloud9 just need a full reset. They're begging for it, it feels like, as Spectre not able to land enough shots to take down his opponent. Does get an assist, it looked like, as Breaking Shot did go down in the corner, but man, this has been all complexity. They're already soaring into the 200-point threshold, and Cloud9 have just crossed the 1 minute mark. Excuse me, they might not even get there.
Yeah, B's now finally being converted. No, so B's been hotly contested. Cloud9 able to secure it, which is massive. They should at least score for now. Camo's coming up though. Will Complexity take advantage of the camo coming up as a distraction to capture B? That looks like they're going to actually multitask. They're going to get both the camo and B. And now Cloud9 are in a position where you got to play out of C. This is the harder part of the map to play out. They're actually doing the quadrant strat of old, forcing the split spawn. They let one of the players spawn in gold and now have made the entire map quite mixy. And they're the ones navigating the situation where Cloud9 are kind of trying to figure things out.
Rhino with a nice nade toss. Breaking Shot goes left of that, but it's Rain who actually cleans up with the frag. My God, I mean, Complexity are just all over Cloud9. Four go down. Zeptify does get a remote detonation slay off of Rain, but really the only highlight for Cloud9 in this game, and maybe that turns into more. Yeah, Rhino going to the corner like he's lagging out. He's fooling us once again, but he's in the game, locked in fact, as Manny pushes up. The explode takes him down to one shot. Rhino continues to push out on the damage. Does Manny go down here? This would be a huge win for Rhino, but he seemed to be a little in between weaponry there, as I think he pulled out the plasma pistol in a situation where he just needed one more shot.
Definitely an awkward fight to say the least, but Rhino certainly bought time for his teammates to make other things happen on other parts of the map. Manny with a massive kill on Breaking Shot there. I don't know how he died so fast. I think Skeptify must have helped him with that fight. And we're seeing numbers from Skeptify we're not used to seeing. He's usually one of their primary slayers, but I feel like when he's having an off day, this team is having an off day. He's still got a chance to get himself back into it, as Cloud9 have suddenly come to life. Problem is, I feel like it's only a matter of time before Complexity just win one of these openings and close out the game.
Yeah, it's a tough hold to maintain. AC split, right? You're getting some of those disadvantageous C spawns, makes it hard to push out the long haul, especially when the other team has position gold in the B hill. As Breaking Shot looks to make his way into the back of C, spots a weak Skeptify there. Grenade toss goes down, and it should go down. Yes, it does. Skeptify cannot run, cannot hide. The chase nade goes out, and now Complexity, 10 more seconds. And they've won this series 3-0.
Us just being an absolute nuisance, keeping himself alive as long as possible. Cloud9 able to push Rain out of the equation as well, though. 3 dead. And Complexity are having to earn this one. I mean, it's still just 5 seconds to go, but Cloud9 are putting up a fight at the very least. How does Complexity play this, though? Breaking Shot gets the camo, and that really feels like the tale of this series is just... I'm pretty sure Complexity have had almost every single power-up. They had every OS on Aquarius. They seem to have gotten every camo on Recharge. And Halo Infinite's a hard game to win if the other team has every power-up. I'll say that much.
As a wise philosopher once told me, it's hard to score points when all 4 players are dead. I think you might be
Double kill.
That's Socrates.
Oh, Socrates, my bad.
Yeah.
Elicrates, maybe, as Sab finds the capture onto C. And all right, we've been writing the will of Cloud9, getting ready to read off their eulogy, but Complexity in a situation where they would give up a massive comeback to Cloud9 if they're able to come through with this. Cloud9 only down by 100 points. 3 more go down for Complexity, but all 4 go down for Cloud9, and hard to see a little bit of a comeback ruin. But Eli, Cloud9 just didn't give themselves enough time in the beginning, it feels like.
Yeah.
The end game looked great. You could actually argue the end game was stronger for Cloud9 than Complexity, but Complexity took too big of a lead throughout that game, and they'll take this series 3-0.
Complexity waking up here in their winners bracket round 1 matchup, looking good with the 3-0 sweep over Cloud9. Cloud9 showing some signs of life towards the end of that last game. However, it was too little too late. As you look at the series layout here, it was all Complexity all the time, with a 2-0 victory on the live fire oddball, followed by 50-39 on Slayer, closing things out 250-148. Fun little fact though, Eli, I was texting Ashes a little bit. He, coach of Complexity, also happens to be my manager, and let's just say the heat was turned up a little bit in between these last couple series, if you know what I mean. A little bit of a little kick in the rear there to get the boys going, but man, this looks like a different roster.
Yeah, I mean, that's the power that a coach like Ashes has, right? The man knows how to use his words and energy to shift the vibe of the team. We talked about vibes being so important. It feels like the vibe might have been a bit off for Cloud9, and perhaps, the drill sergeant had kicked the troops into gear per se when it came to complexity. So love to hear that. Love to hear that Ashes is in there making sure these guys are prepared, and it's a good time to do so, man. There's a pretty important tournament coming up in a week. You better get your act together if you're any of these squads.
Sometimes you got to have that player in your locker room that's going to be the catalyst. And hey, if it's the coach, more power to him, right? So
even better.
Yeah, right. Even better the
because
outside perspective to say, hey, dude, I can see everything you guys are doing, right? You can't hide nothing from me.
Even better for it to be a guy like Ashes or the coach for a Halo team, because it's all energy distribution at the end of the day. And if you take that off of someone's plate, it would likely be Ryanoob, I would imagine, for complexity. And now Ryanoob still has that ability and that power and the experience to step up and say the right things. I'm sure he had something to say after that poor performance in pools, but yeah, to have your coach, to know your coach has your back like that, it's just a plus 5% energy that goes back into the gameplay and the sticks, as opposed to trying to come up with what you want to say in between matches. So Ashes, man, cannot speak enough to how valuable he is to not only complexity, but let's just be honest, console esports history.
Yeah, and that's not to say things are over for Cloud9, right? They're going to drop to the lower bracket where it looks like they're going to be playing against Dark Inside, a team that's basically filled with X Factors. So that could go either way. But for Cloud9, if they want any hopes of securing the money in this event, the run starts now. Losers bracket round 1. Complexity will be moving on to the winners quarterfinals, taking on OpTic Gaming. You see it here on your screen. This is a match that Complexity wakes up in the morning for, right? They circle on the calendar every chance they get to go up against OpTic Game. We've seen it go either way against the green wall, but also on the bottom side of the bracket, you see Sentinels taking care of business there against Team Lethal Fox. So they move on to play FaZe Clan, but Pure and Mindfreak, as well as Breach and Native Gaming, those two matches are still in the trenches. Into the Breach, actually taking a lead over Native Gaming 2-1 in that series. Would love to jump in over there. Eli, when you look at that matchup, when you look at Breach versus Native Gaming, you know how hungry Native Gaming is. What is it about this Into the Breach squad that makes it so hard to put them away?
I mean, they're just damn good, if I'm being honest. These guys have been underrated forever, I feel like. They took FaZe to game 5. Like, these guys made top 6. I mean, people thought that top 6 was a fluke because they, quote-unquote, had an easier bracket. Guess what? They came back 2 events later and got top 6 again. They're a very good squad. Yes, they're very close with Quadrant, who I think gets most of the spotlight when it comes to the European rosters, but they've had basically the same results as Quadrant, just at different times. So I think that it's kind of time for people to wake up and realize that ITP is a damn good roster, especially with a kid like Wootum, who is still kind of learning and getting his feet into competitive Halo. He's still finding his play style, so he's only going to get better.
And on your screen now, we're taking a look at Pure versus Mindfreak. Pure currently up 1-0 here in this series, looking to take a commanding 2-0 lead here. Mikowski, doesn't really matter to me whether or not they got a sub. Pure is a roster to not overlook.
Is he Super Saiyan? Do you see that?
Yeah, he's like sparking.
Overshield player was like sparking like he's a damn Saiyan. What the hell am I watching?
And Talik hit multiple times again. I'm like, is this an observer thing, or is it just Talik? Talik seems to have been able to work damage faster than the frames are showing us in the game. Like, he's popping off plasma pistol shots faster. He pulled out his battle rifle and switched from the DMR previously, and it looked like he was still shooting the DMR. It was that instantaneous and that smooth. So I don't know what Talik's been cooking up in his custom games, practicing for the Halo World Championship, but he's shown me a few things today. Insane
mechanics and shots there from Cherish as well. One of the things about Cherish that just always has stood out to me is the fact that he wants that smoke, right? He's like, fight me, and let's not back down. Fight me all the way to the death, and let's see who comes out ahead. And more often than not, he's getting those kills. He's sitting right now at 6 kills, 2 assists, 4 deaths on the board. Eli, have you had much experience playing against these Pure guys in matchmaking? Because let me tell you, it's a miserable experience.
Yeah, I've played against Talik and Cherished more times than I have wanted to, that's for sure. But you're exactly right. I mean, the guy he has battle tested himself in every engagement. I know it's always going to be a very difficult match, especially playing against Tolic, it just feels so oppressive at all times, honestly. Like, he could be literally anywhere on the map at any given point in time. He's not going to miss any shots. He's going to steal your sniper rifle if it's a 2-flag map. Like, the man just makes life difficult for the other team, and anytime you can make your opponent's life difficult is a recipe for success in a shooter.
And I need to figure out some more analogies for speed instead of just always going straight to the car. But it's like Tolic just has more gears than most players, right? Like, he's able to play slow if the moment calls for it. And disciplined. He can play, you know, somewhat curious, scoping the map out and taking space for information. And then he could also just be downright in your base, wrecking you off spawn. So just one of those players that I've always kind of respected from the beginning. Seeing his game, you could tell this is someone who is a student of the game.
Have to agree. The guy's an absolute monster and always has been. I feel like him sticking it out with Druck as well. Like, these two just have such a symbiotic play style with one another where they're just always have each other's back. They're speeding up to get each other's help. They're following up on each other's damage. And when two players have like that kind of chemistry and cohesion, it makes it that much more difficult to manage the fight. But we're taking another changed look here at the ITB versus Native matchup. Looks like ITB are best positioned to cap this first hill.
One of the things I wanted to bring up about Native, just, you know, every once in a while I feel like it's important to re-educate the chat here, Mikowski. Seen a lot of interesting comments all day long about Native Gaming. Let me remind you guys that this team just got top 6 at the last LAN, right? Where it matters the most. So I don't want to hear any slander versus, you know, with online performances. However, we do know that there's some powerhouses on this team, right? Mikowski, Gilkey, Barco, these guys can go off at any time.
Yeah, they're just having an off day, and what better day to have off than the week before the Halo World Championship, right? So get all your, get your bad days out early. So not necessarily a bad thing to have those surprising and even sometimes quick and fast 3-0s that not only we've seen against Native Gaming, but there's been a few teams that have just simply not showed up in series. And of course, in the micro, that sucks because, you know, you want to win games. But looking big picture, this gives you film. This gives you VOD review. This gives you the priority on what you need to focus on before next week's Halo World Championship, which is the real deal. So this is why I think this is why Complexity wanted to host this tournament today.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Native struggles because I know, like I mentioned earlier, I really do believe that out of the teams, you know, at this high of a level in Halo esports, I do think they are one of the more hungry teams. Like, they put in the work. We see APG on the grind, streaming every day, then getting off and then getting back on for scrims in the evening. Gilkey, it feels like he lives on matchmaking. There's not really any point in time during the day that's safe to search matchmaking without running into him. And similarly with Barcode and Tapping for the longest time and Barcode actually were the highest ranked players in Onyx matchmaking. So these guys all put in the work. Matter of fact, a couple nights ago I was in a Discord call randomly with Hoaxer, who is the coach of Native Gaming. And, you know, we always, going back years, we've always chatted about, you know, what games we're playing and what's happening. And I was like, you know, Hoax, tell me what you've been playing lately. Like, what games you've been into? He was like, nah, dude, like, I'm just grinding Halo. Like, and when even your coach is just on nonstop in matchmaking, getting in the mix, I mean, that's got to do wonders to your team as well. It's like, we can't get outworked by our coach, right? So everybody on Native Gaming putting in the work and the time, we're just hoping to see it pan out in a bigger way than it has so far today.
Yeah, I mean, I've got the pleasure of spending a lot of time with Hoaxer as well. And one thing that he kind of talked to me about with this roster is, like, he said, I just need to get tapping buttons to lean forward. Like, you know, the lean forward meme, like, you're finally caring and trying. It's like, there was a period of time where he didn't feel like he was getting that effort out of him. And then there was a series where they had played against the alpha guys, so Tapping's former teammates, and Tapping just evolved into like a different type of beast because he never wanted to lose to them. He's like, I never lose to them. I can't lose. And like, they came back and made this crazy comeback all off of Tapping's back. And he talked to Tapping afterwards. He's like, I need that version of you in every single series. You need to pretend like you're playing against those guys, because he just does have another gear where he can just be absolutely incredible. And shout out to Hoaxer for kind of recognizing that and knowing how to get the most out of his players.
Yeah, I feel like understanding and knowing that threshold for all your different players, right? Like, what does it take to get for this player to get up, or like you said, to lean in? I know for me, I just like hate losing so much. It doesn't matter what I'm playing. If I'm playing matchmaking, social, BTB, I'm trying, and if I'm losing, I'm mad, you know. But Mikowski, how about you, man? Like, what does it take for you to lean in or lock in a game?
I just need my duo Eli next to me. I do not want to let him down, and I'm only partially kidding. I feel like that with tools too, but to a lesser degree. But yeah, no, I mean, dude,
Favoritism, biased caster.
Biased caster. But yeah, I mean, dude, you should have that sense of ownership and accountability to say, not only do I want to prove myself right, but the three players and the coach and the organization behind me believe in me. I want to show that they made the right decision to stick with me and have me on the team. So there's just so much to play for if you just work it out in your mind.
Tools in chat says otherwise. He says, I say Mac, let's push big door. He goes A. Sag. Hey, big door connects to A.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's all connected.
I was looking big door.
He's just thinking multiple steps ahead of you. Your plat brain wouldn't understand tools. It's all good. By the way, I wanted to shout out White Sedge, who dropped 25 gifted, started this hype train. Oh no, bad timing for me to say that. Sorry, tapping. That was a sick overkill though. But how often do we see tapping get overkills on this map, by the way? I feel like it's so frequently.
Bad time for me to say. No, there's never a bad time to.
It's a little different though when you trade the over though. You know what I mean? Like
right,
Eli,
right.
You and I both have similar upbringings, like montage kids and stuff at heart. Like I'm not saving that. Like I can't die in my own montage. You know what I mean?
That's not making it to Twitter. It's never making it to Twitter.
It's not getting on the Twitter clips. No.
Yeah.
You're the anti-Dodge, essentially.
Well, not because of the casting, but because he died at the same time he got the overkill. It's like, I want to look invincible in my montage. I don't want to look like I have a weakness. Like,
That's right. That's right.
I never died in any of the games that you watched in this montage.
Exactly. You know? I've always said, like, what are the keys to? There's a lot of keys, but two that I can think of is you never die in your montage. Like a trade is just like the biggest dagger, honestly, no matter how sick the over it was. And then the other one is anyone on your screen. Like we just saw there from Mighty's, anyone that's on your screen in your Taj should die. Like, if I don't want to see the clip transition to the next clip, and I like, what about that guy that was just on your screen? He should be dead.
That guy killed the player that you're watching. That's why.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
the guy that's running past the screen. It's like, hold up. I need everyone exterminated. Do you know how this works? But yeah, as we said,
no one survives.
I did want to shout out earlier. You know, we were giving mad props to Woodham, so well deserved, insane mouse keyboard player. But for me, Mighty's is just a menace, dude. Like I play this guy early morning matchmaking just about every day. When he was grinding like that, because of the time change, I'm on early for Eve. It's their afternoon or whatever. But you can tell when someone just kind of has their way on the map. You know what I mean? It's very like Bound-esque, where it's like, man, he's just always picking the right routes and getting the best timing, and man, he's destroying my whole team. Like, man, I just got him no shields and watched him kill two more of my teammates. Wake up, matchmaking teammates, what are you doing? You know, he's just a menace, and absolutely shown up and shown out here in this game and in this series, and we saw some sick shock shots out of him earlier.
Yeah, he's been incredible. I think does not get talked about enough, but I'm sure most of the EU fans at the very least know what he brings to this roster. And yeah, 17 and 12. Woodham also was 17.
Enemy team took the hill.
And Into the Breach looking pretty good here. They've got the lead, and they've got great map positioning. I don't know if Native have the timing to break this. They're going to have to push right now, and everything's going to have to go right for them.
Mighty's here. Looking to make it a 3-1 game, and with 1:15 on the clock, that would shut the door on Native Gaming in this series. APG takes claim to the hill. Chick, the only player alive for Into the Breach. So Native Gaming not down enough on this particular hill to where you think that they can't come back.
It's always such a hotly contested one. It's so difficult to just comfortably get into this hill. That's why you see them just fighting and fighting and fighting, and then only after 3 opponents are dead do they actually set foot in the hill. But honestly, with how close ITB are to capping it, I'd kind of like to see some multitasking go down. Yeah, let's get the hill time and with the fight at the same time. They do exactly that. And with just 55 seconds on the clock, this looks like a trip to the lower bracket for Native. I wanted to piggyback on what Hunter was saying earlier. Well, you're both Hunter, aren't you? Justin was saying.
Hunter, baby.
where he's talking about how good this native roster is. Like, he's not wrong. Every player on this team are insanely talented at the game, but they definitely have different highs and lows. And while it feels like they've been hitting form lately, it's still not all the time. And I feel like there's still a lot of turmoil on this squad. I get the chance to talk to Barcode quite a bit, and he was saying there's a lot of kind of internal strife the team was dealing with at Salt Lake City. They still get top 6, but they're kind of bickering with each other. They're holding each other accountable, and I think that's a good thing with the squad, but they've got to also get on the same page.
You know what's insane is I wanted to actually open the conversation up and ask you what your thoughts were on that team and what their woes are, and you just kind of read my mind and did it. So now I'm just stumped and I have no idea what to say. Just kidding. We have Complexity on the screen. This is our final round that we're gonna be broadcasting here today. It is winners bracket round 2, a big time matchup here for Complexity taking on the Green Wall. So to kick things off, Eli, it's Aquarius CTF. Bring us into the series.
Aqua CTF. This is one of the fastest CTF mode. It has to be the fastest CTF mode that we play. This is going to be incredibly difficult for either of these teams to come out on top. But I tell you what, the player to watch today, it's got to be Formal. This guy, since the tournament started, has been putting up insane numbers. Would not be surprised if he has the highest KD in the tournament. They went undefeated in their pools, didn't drop a single map. Granted, they had possibly one of the easier pools to do that in for the level of talent of OpTic Gaming, but if they can keep playing the way they were earlier today in pools, this is going to be difficult for Complexity.
All right, here we go in a pool play rematch from HCS Salt Lake City, where Complexity jump-started their run to top 6 with a 3-0 sweep over OpTic Gaming. OpTic looking to change the tone that was put in into the airwaves and airspace in that tournament. That was a shocker that got sent through the venue at the Salt Palace. As Formal now down to P1, down to 1 shot, gets taken down, cleaned up by Rain, who now has the overshield to work with as well. We could see Complexity with a pull here soon, but they've got to find some value out of it.
OS always so critical here. Rain doing his best to hold off the pressure, but he gets taken down. Flag gets pulled, but I don't think it's going anywhere. 3 dead for OpTic. It's now Ryan uses the curb slide into thrust tech to get right back in the base, block the spawns, wants to secure the map a little bit further before moving this flag. Also wants to give his teammates a chance to move forward. This is such a powerful position on the map. If you're ever able to control the other team's car bridge in this game type, you are not only controlling their spawns, but also shooting them in the back while they try to do anything else on the map, as we see Ryan just being such a nuisance. And even though the flag gets returned, he's still alive and will give them another chance.
Zane healed up from that Salt Lake City trip as he works his way out of the base, trying to push out that line of scrimmage. But Huss has good positioning in the fridge. You can see Zane. I'm not really sure which way Huss is going. He's giving him the fits here, and Huss might win that from the low ground. He at least trades out. I'd say that's a net advantage outcome for Huss, because he seemed like he had the disadvantage, but still found the trade.
That's one of those guys that I feel like prefers the low grounds, even though high ground traditionally in FPS shooters is always advantageous. If it's Huss on the low ground, I don't really doubt his ability to come out on top, as he is a very scrappy player. Look at the movement. Oh. This man Spartan does not move like other people, man. What
the dude? Oh my god, I just watched it back. He was like, that's the latest late jump I've ever seen in Halo Infinite.
He's doing it while jitter strafing as well. That left stick, he better have a warranty on that controller, because that thing is not gonna last very long.
All right, here we go. A reminder, OpTic got first place in their pools with a 3-0 over the competition, so they advanced automatically to winners round 2. Complexity just earned their way here after a 3-0 sweep against Cloud9, but after going 4 down, OpTic are assuredly gonna score first and make it 1-0.
Wow, despite some great efforts out of Complexity, OpTic's process too strong. One thing you'll notice, players like Dead Zone and Lucid, look how intentional they are with every little movement that they make. It's just so calculated at all times. They are waiting until they have mid-map presence before they advance to the other side of the map. They're waiting for teammates to take certain angles before they expose themselves to other angles. It's also calculated, and this is the type of OpTic that we saw win the World Championship in Season 1. They're starting to kind of show that level of form that we saw back then.
Yeah, absolutely. OpTic working into World Championship form after a disciplining World Championship 1 year ago where they were up in this series 2-0 against FaZe. From the winner bracket did OpTic come from, and plus 8 games in a row to give FaZe and the boys another ring as Lucid works his way to top mid. Overshield's up in 27 seconds, so the positioning going to be crucial here. Breaky Shot takes down the Season 1 MVP. Breaky Shot works his way into the blue generator, but the aggressiveness from Formal is too strong. He does trade out shortly after that, though, but again, it looks like OpTic has the edge on the next OS.
I like that Formal burned both of those plasma grenades before dying, gave himself a chance to get a lucky stick, but also denied that resource to Complexity, similar to burning snipe shots out of a sniper before being taken out. I don't think Formal wants Complexity to have those items. Now, with the overshield up, I like Dead Zone's positioning. He's actually in the Complexity base, just shooting him in the back, going to give them no opportunity to safely go forward, and Trippy is pushing them at the same time. This looks very good for OpTic's chances to not only get this OS, but get the flag out and cap it, as they are now going to be in a spawn trap.
This could be a double cap. If Lucid extends enough on the map, does so with the use of the thrust, tricks up the timing from Huss. Looking to take down Rhino for the double kill, but because of Lucid's positioning, because of the overshield from OpTic, we might just see an attempt at a double cap, but likely not after Formal and Trippy go down. Lucid just going to be a thorn in the back of the base. He goes down, but not before trading out, and now Complexity have a little bit longer walk up to top mid.
OpTic are looking very clean, as is the movement from Rain. Nice little slip and slide through car 1 to get all the way to the OpTic base. As he makes his traversal, sees 2 dead OpTic players in the kill feed, but wow, the other 2 remaining OpTic players make sure he goes down in a hurry. Great defensive effort from OpTic for a situation that looked like it could have led to a flag cap. OpTic just shut it down in an instant.
Trippy trades out. Now Dead Zone inside of OpTic's base, looking to play some defense here. Got bait and switch potential with Lucid, but it's a little precarious as both are down to low HP. Oh, but the timing is strong. It's better. They're better. They take down 2. Unbelievable. Rhinib goes down. Huss goes down. So too does Rain. After what looked like was going to be a pull for Complexity and maybe even a score, they don't even get the flag out of the base. Instead, it's OpTic who might just go up 3-0. And Eli, you said this earlier. This is looking like an OpTic Gaming that is realizing the opportunity to win the World Championship, and the work, the effort, the preparation. This is a big part of it here with this tournament this weekend.
Also think these guys are just mad, man. They've gotten second 5 straight lands in a row. Now, to most people, that would be a phenomenal achievement. To these guys, it is not. They want to close out these tournaments. They are tired of being the bridesmaid. They want to be the bride. And this tournament, it kind of feels like they are maybe bringing another level of energy, and it feels like they already play so well. So if they're able to hit another gear and kind of play like the OpTic that was so coordinated, so pristine, so calculated and cohesive, like this could be one of their best performances yet going into next week.
Yeah, OpTic are used to being the final boss of Halo Infinite, the raid boss, not the level 1 boss. More like a level 4 or 5 boss, right? Like you got to get a little bit through the puzzle, at least, since OpTic are always
at least have upgraded armor, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's right.
A couple items in the inventory.
Exactly. A couple potions and heals at the ready, because OpTic have been good, but haven't been great by their standards. So this is an impressive performance that we're witnessing here. Oh, look at the toss up. Wow. Dead Zone to Trippy. That was nice. That was clean, and it puts OpTic up 4-0 with 2:45 left on the clock. Everything else in this match just feels like a technicality.
This is just clinical. I mean, I don't want to jinx it because we literally saw Quadrant in this position just rattle off 4 flag caps in a row versus OpTic to defeat them in a very similar situation. Sorry, OpTic fans. I know Todini in chat wants to forget about that, but it's always possible. The thing is, this looks like a different OpTic, man. I don't know. There's something special about the way they're moving. I'd love to hear their communication right now, because it's probably pristine.
I just pissed on him. Probably says Formal. Formal went down though. So maybe an
These
inverse.
kids suck.
This kid sucks. I mean, I probably still said that, honestly. Even though Formal died, he probably still said that, and that's just the level of confidence when you're the multi FPS champ. I'd put Formal on my Mount Rushmore, but we're showing our bias a little bit here as Lucid shows us his use of the overshield, has 75% left to work with, dominating mid-map control, dominating complexity here in this one, and they'll lose a fourth, but I don't think we reset and go back to game one. This one's over. Put a fork in it.
This is pretty bad, man. I mean, this also reminds me of the, if you could call it beef or drama between Formal and Rynoob. Like, I think there was a tournament that Rynoob like teabagged Formal, and then Formal's just like, this kid sucks. Why is he teabagging me or something in this interview?
I mean, to say the kid sucks is putting it gently, the words that he used in that interview.
That's true.
But OpTic coming in with a statement here, game number 1, 5-0 on Aquarius. And one of the things I wanted to bring up, Mikowski, is it's so fascinating to me to take a look at some of these game types that have been in since year 1, being played in year 3 versus year 1. You know, whereas it used to be kind of strict, like, we're holding car, running at util. Now, like during that game type, I saw multiple times OpTic coordinating the timing where they were pushing into P and car at the same time on a split push to force the back of the flag spawn after the flag had come out, so the players are super far away with no lanes. And just playing the game at such an insane high level and the way the meta's evolved, it's suffocating.
Yeah, no, they were also working the middle of the map, and when you dominate the 50-yard line like we saw from Lucid, you can not only turn that into overshield control, but you can allow yourself the fastest route. It's not like taking a flight to Seattle where you got a little curvature. It's a straight line. That's the fastest way to score, and you toss it up like we saw there between Dead Zone and Trippy, and that's the recipe for success as we move into another matchup here. It looks like FaZe Clan take game number 1, 2-1, and this is an intriguing series. I was looking at, Hunter. The Sentinels, man, God, are they a top 12 team or a top 2 team? Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, we don't know what we're getting series to series, let alone game to game. However, I will say 2-1 is a lot closer to 5-0, so it looks like there was at least some fight there from the boys on Sentinels, and you know, knowing them, they could easily bounce back in a Slayer game too. Pure looking to close things out against Mindfreak, but Mindfreak up in this game number 4, 1-0, currently with control of the hill, so they're looking poised to potentially force the game 5 here. Would love to see one on the broadcast, right, Eli?
Absolutely. I mean, the Aussies are here. They've came across the pond, I think, a couple of weeks ago and started practicing shortly after getting home from Salt Lake City. I know they're excited. They don't want to squander this opportunity. These guys understand the gravity of the situation, want to represent their country in the best way possible. And to get a win here against Pure would be monumental. Pure, though, look pretty good to close this out. If not for this crazy Herculean push out of Mindfreak, they somehow win that. Plasma doing a little dance, making sure he doesn't get hit by the headshot there, and that little dance might have just won them the second hill.
Now it's locked down in yard. Such a hard hill to break when the other team gets full control. Looking like Mindfreak now, turning things around. 2 big kills there. That's certainly going to lead to a score, and it does now, going up 2-0 here. This is the thing about this yard hill is, like, it's so hard to break in. However, if you're able to get in there, it doesn't matter how badly down you are on that hill. You can cap it in one hole.
It's the most lockdown hill on this map for sure. The next closest would be Snipe, and it's not even close. I mean, you could lock down the Snipe hill, but it's still so exposed comparatively to the yard, which is so enclosed. There's only so many ways in. As long as you're watching all the angles, you can cap it in one go, like you said. But Mindfreak have done a good job. There's still a ton of time left on the clock, though, so it does mean that Pure have a lot of time to work with. They don't have to get, you know, overzealous. They don't have to get impatient. They can kind of play their process, see if they can eke the victory out over the long term.
Avicii, the sub. Oh, it's unfortunate. He fell into the lift, but still finds. I imagine it was a headshot. My face cam is covering that up, so okay, glad to get the confirmation from Eli. That's difficult, man. I don't know if he was, he looked a little surprised to have taken the lift that way, but still found the headshot as we move our way towards game number 2 here in this series. Complexity with a bounce back 3 over Cloud9, but OpTic Gaming, after getting 3-0'd by Complexity inside of the Salt Palace, seem like they're out for revenge.
And we learned 2 things about Mikowski there in that statement. We learned that A, he can't tell the difference between a headshot and a body shot, and B, he loves himself so much he'd rather cover the gameplay up with his cam than be able to watch. But hey, to each their own.
I gotta adjust for the LVT split screen because we go 4 cams so much here. LVT go to with the production, 4 more go down for complexity. Yeah, so it was just in that rare occurrence where we go to the split screen. I couldn't see the bottom left feed. So but you're right. I'm pretty faded.
I mean, you just like the way you look. It's all good. You're just staring at yourself instead of the gameplay. Like, we get it.
We get it. Fixing the hair, doing the makeup, doing what you got to do. But let's jump back into this series now. It's game 2. Complexity looking to tie things up here going into game number 3. However, they got their work cut out from Eli, currently trailing 10-4 here in Slayer on Recharge.
Dude, OpTic looking strong, to say the least. I feel like if we had a listen in right now, they would be like perfectly communicating with each other. It just feels like everything's going their way. Even when things are not going their way, they're managing the situation well. Dead zone here. Last player alive on the team. He's gonna burn that last snipe shot and see if he can stay alive using the chase grenade. Right now, if any member of Complexity go out to try to kill him, I feel like they're gonna meet other members of OpTic. But no, Complexity, as I've been saying how good OpTic has been playing, Complexity did get several kills, and then now another 3 dead for Complexity. How does OpTic play off of their advantage? If they can stagger the death of Ryanoob as they have, they will likely be aggressive on this next round of spawners. And look at the sneaky positioning from Dead Zone. I don't think they know he's here.
I do not. And if I had to play off that thought, Eli, if we were to listen in with OpTic Gaming, it would sound like Lunchbox is on the sticks. I think when Lunchbox is at his peak of coaching, it sounds like he's playing the video game, the way he's IGLing and calling for this OpTic Gaming roster as Complexity are able to take down 3. Dead Zone last Spartan standing, but look at the patience playing for the spawns inside of A, which is not as bad as spawning back at C and getting funneled and forced into the long haul. So nice play here from Zane as the last Spartan standing. Despite going down, he does set up OpTic off of these A spawns, but Complexity are starting to put the pinch down. Complexity are starting to take advantage of their position.
Yeah, but the damage is being followed up on by OpTic. That is a recipe for success. Never let your opponent get their shield back. If your teammate gets them to 1 shot, cut them off so they can't get their shield back. That's a recipe for success. 8-kill lead early on here for OpTic. I think this shock rifle likely to be up now as well, so members of OpTic with Lunchbox in their ear telling them that it's on spawn, I expect them to go for it. Looks like Dead Zone sees that it's actually been taken off the rack, so it looks like he now just figured out some member of Complexity likely has it.
Ryanoob backing up, looking to reroute his way to top C and work his way to tower to help out. No, he's working his way down to the Mauler pit. Ryanoob, you can never really guess where he's going. I shouldn't even try. As Rain drops to clean up Trippy, does that. I assume Lucid might be weak. He is now after the melee, but Dead Zone cleans it up for the double kill. Dead Zone's been patient. Dead Zone's been methodical with his gameplay and his style in this series, often throughout HCS Season 3, but feels like when we're switching gears, even when we switch POVs to Ryanoob, it's like, wow, it looks like he's sprinting forward. Us looks like he's always holding forward. We swap over to Dead Zone, and he's just taking what the game gives to him.
He's really just playing his process. He's taking in intel before making decisions, which I really feel like my teammates in matchmaking need to learn from as well. They will just send it off of 0 intel for no like, bro, you need to at least know what's happening on the map before you make a decision. If you're just making blind decisions, like, that's how houses get burned down. Like, it's bad things will happen if you just make decisions without thinking about it. But Dead Zone, every decision that he makes is intentional and has a reason behind it.
Well, there you have it, guys. There are real-life consequences for throwing in matchmaking, especially, it sounds like, if you team up with Eli. As Huss, couple frag tosses out, wants to protect the space. He looks to push through momentarily after as he takes down Formal, picks up the shock. Got to make a play here. Complexity down big. Huss does stay alive, does earn the assist. So maybe after 3 go down for OpTic, this is their chance. But Dead Zone says, "Oh, you guys have been talking about my play today. Here's another one."
He looks very confident on the map right now, just playing through open space. Maybe a little bit too confident. Complexity will cut him down in that moment. I think he could have taken a safer route, but with the way they've been playing, I don't blame him for having that level of confidence here. Trippy, let's see if he can finish Huss, who always makes himself a difficult kill. Looks like he got a little bit lost in the sauce. Huss somehow was alive that long, but Lucid's gonna delete him from existence with the shock rifle. It seems like it's only a matter of time before OpTic closes this out, up by 8 going into the end game.
Lucid with his sidekick, no pistol. It's the shock rifle in his hands, and he's looking to line up a perfect 3 burst. Doesn't need to. Breaking shot's already weak enough. Whips out the DMR, takes him down, maintains his shield, maintains his life. Knows that the attention is on other members of OpTic Gaming. That's why with low shields, he still peeks, he still pushes, and he still finds slays. Lucid, looking like he's back in MVP form. I know we saw assist pop up on your screen, but it's the process that I'm most impressed with.
What I was impressed with there was Lucid didn't even have to be the guy that finished that kill. Another player showed up, Megler Door, to save Trippy's life, to make sure, like, all members of OpTic are flowing with one another, like we said, in the way that we were used to seeing them in Season 1. Maybe finally reaching that level of cohesion that we missed from them in recent tournaments.
Look at OpTic when they go 3 down. It's of no consequence. Yeah, whatever. We're up by 10, we're up by 7. They don't... It's not like they're letting complexity back in it. OpTic, when they get 3 down, they're building on their lead, and it's been a big difference that I've noted in this one. 48-37 here as this one is all but over. Formal might go down, but OpTic won't.
Breaking shot, trying to make it interesting, but Trippy has a very interesting elbow for the face of Ryanoob, and that is going to do it for a game at 2. Wow, I mean, these guys came to play today, have yet to drop a map. Honestly, none of the games have even looked close. That one was one of the closer ones that we've seen yet, and they still won by 10.
Well, I think you mentioned earlier before the series a little bit about the history, so to speak, between these two teams, which is naturally something you're going to get up for a little bit more if you're OpTic Gaming and, you know, lean in, so to speak. You factor that in with the fact that OpTic Gaming remembers this complexity team just beat them on land not too long ago, right? And so you also don't want to take an opponent lightly that has had the ability to best you in the past. So OpTic having all the reasons to lock in on this series, and so far they've done just that with a 5-0 beating in game number 1 and now 50-40 in game number 2. Mikowski, if you're complexity, you're down 0-2. The games have been kind of hard. How are you bouncing back mentally into the series?
Well, I think you got to be excited about the series layout. King of the Hill, I think, lends itself to Complexity's setup, almost play calling oriented style of Halo, where they see something, they call for it, and then they set up around it. And again, it speaks to we've been talking about the evolution of Ryanoob. It speaks to how much Ryanoob has grown throughout Halo Infinite. He used to try to set up on, it seems like, every game mode and game type or map. Now he moves around the map a little bit faster, and now he gets going when he needs to, and I think King of the Hill sets up for Ryanoob and Complexity. So this one's not over just yet. OpTic are going to have to earn it in game 3, but it looks like we're switching gears here to a 2-2 tie between Shopify and Into the Breach.
Yeah, and you can see the way both these teams playing with so much respect for one another, right? Not just like fully sending it, kind of feeling out the situation on the map. A 2-2 tie here. I do want to bring up also, we tuned into Pure versus Mindfreak for a moment. Mindfreak were up 2-0, looking to force that series to game 5. Pure actually ended up closing that out in a 3-1 fashion. So Pure able to bounce back in that game and move on to winners bracket round 2 as well. We're gonna let the gameplay do the talking. I'm gonna give the casters here a short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll keep the gameplay locked and loaded for you guys at home. Thank you once again for tuning in to the Halo World Championship warm-up presented by Complexity.
Enemy flag returned. Enemy flag returned.
I lied. We're not going anywhere. Also, too, the series breakdown was incorrect. We are in game 5. Mindfreak did close out game number 4, and so we decided, you know what? Who needs a break? We'll take a break when we're dead. It's game number 5. Pure taking on Mindfreak. Mikowski, take it away.
All right, here we go in a series where, well, we're going to have to reset. But nonetheless, I think this is a big series. This is a big game. I'd almost say this is bigger for Mindfreak because, again, Pure playing with a substitute. You know, you're really just trying to get to game 2 or day 2 and get last shot back in there. Not that Abasi hasn't played incredibly well, but for Mindfreak, it's just stacking up confidence against any competition, and that's on the table regardless of who their 4th is, as it looks like after that reset. We'll switch gears here. I saw in chat, Hunter, It said Sentinels staked FaZe Clan. Well, that may or may not be true. You know, chat 50-50 whether or not they're trolling or spitting facts. But hey, nonetheless, they got the dub in game 2, and precision with 2 shots. Takes down 2 more, and they're already up 1-0 in this game 3. The momentum swinging towards Sent.
Yeah, and we did mention earlier just how good of a Slayer team Sentinels is, so no surprise that they won that game. However, to win in stake fashion is a bit shocking. As we jump back into our series, Complexity versus OpTic Gaming, I really do hope we get to see that game 5 of Pure versus Mindfreak when that's ready. Some great shots coming in from Dead Zone, though. Eli, it's King of the Hill on live fire. Let's go for a little coaching session. Give us the keys to victory here on this game type.
This is one of my favorite game types, King of the Hill. The primary means to success is there's always a part of the map that you should want to spawn and control during the hill, and it's always a specific side of the hill, maybe both sides of the hill. But Dead Zone is going to interrupt my Metafine session to bring you a montage as he is popping off with the snipe. But yeah, for this hill, you want to have exactly where Dead Zone is. He's here to ensure that people don't spawn next to him. You want a player at the tower, where I imagine Lucid or Formal are right now. Yep, both of them, in fact. You want to have a guy in the hill and maybe a guy in nest as well. As long as you control the space around the hill, you're gonna have a good time.
He snuck in the body shot there too on the clavicle of Complexity as Dead Zone starts off 4-1-1. A great start here. Tops in the lobby so far, but Complexity are able to break control of the garage and back B to take down 3 for OpTic Gaming. As Dead Zone, last Spartan standing, he goes down. It's a team wipe for Complexity, and they're turning it into a lead.
Lucid finally gets taken down. Trippy, last player alive for OpTic, and although it looked like OpTic had strong control, Complexity made a great push through the tower side. If you are gonna make a push to break this hill, you need to have presence at both sides as well, and probably send a guy through pillar door. But Complexity, they turn that great push into a hill capture. Trippy shows up, looks like a second too late. He's gonna hang out here and wait for this quantum translocator to use it for the next play. And this one's pretty obvious. For this hill, we want tower control. You also got a guy at nest side, and you'd like to have a guy that's watching cuts as well. You can play a little bit closer together during this hill as long as you've got all the lanes watched.
When you're great at holding setups, you're usually pretty talented at breaking them too, and this is what we talked about in the pregame when Hunter asked what the keys were and what the optimism could look like for a Complexity team down 0-2 in the series. They got exactly what they asked for. QT used from Trippy. Oh, I thought he used the QT to get the double kill. I was about to lose my mind. Nonetheless, it's a tricky play from Trippy as he gains control of the hill, breaks down all of the hold that Complexity had of the snipe tower, and now Breaking Shot looks to work his way through the nest, but Trippy has help. But Trippy has a flanking Ryanoob behind him, and Ryanoob takes down Formal. Ryanoob takes down Lucid as well for the triple kill, looking like he's in a SWAT lobby.
Absolutely unreal, the level of gameplay that we're seeing out of Ryanoob today. He's been on fire. No shocker that they find themselves in winners round 2. But facing their toughest opponent yet. Yeah, that's a nice play, but what do you do now? How do you hold off OpTic from making a good push of their own? We've got Formal gets taken down on the cuts, and then Trippy gets taken down sandbags. That's a huge opening step for Complexity to finish this hill, but they've got one more push to hold off.
Man, Ryanoob. That triple is what opens up the scoring for Breaking Shot, and Breaking Shot picks up where Ryanoob left off with a no-scope double tap. Ryanoob now in a 1v1 with Dead Zone. Both players repositioning, reshielding, but Ryanoob's more aggressive. Ryanoob has the beat on him. My God, Ryanoob is having himself a game 3, and that's why you can't just look at stats. 7-5. It's not like he's outrageous, like 2.0 KD or anything like that, but my God, the eye test. Ryanoob's got an A+ in that regard.
Huge bounce back as well. I mean, we just talked about how lopsided the first 2 games were. I mean, they lost 5-0 on Aqua. Wasn't even close. The Slayer was a little bit closer, but Complexity not giving up. They are bringing the heat in this game. They've now got a 2-0 lead. But I tell you what, this is where things change, because the first 2 hills, if you're in position to get the B hill, you're typically in position to get the next hill as well. Now is where things change. Now OpTic spawning by A hill. Complexity are going to have to work a little bit harder if they're going to earn this one. And I'm curious to see how OpTic choose to set up around it.
More snipe ammo left, but Ryanoob still putting down damage, still earning more assists, and finally goes down. Man, it's been fun to watch him here, but OpTic are in the hill now, 25% and then some on the board. Numbers advantage for Complexity. They're going to roll on that, taking down 3, make it all 4. Eli, again, good team. When you're good at holding a setup, you're likely good at breaking it as well. And every single time, OpTic has held the hill and looked like they had control of it. Complexity come in with the leg sweep.
Look at that. Clearly the communication's on point. Breaking shot pre-nading Lucid there on the rat tunnel. He's not walling, folks. He's got good intel from his teammate in the A side. Look at the patience as well. Knew that a member of OpTic would definitely try to go there. Gets the remote detonation. Yeah, and they once again stopped the push. I mean, Complexity are playing this so well right now.
One of the most setup-oriented teams in the HCS, one of the best with the setup in this King of the Hill. On live fire, hell, I don't care what map you put them on. Complexity usually come out on top. One of the best King of the Hill teams in HCS. 3 more go down. Pick another team wipe, why don't you?
Wow.
4 more go down. Complexity goes 3 up in the scoreboard. And this one might be over with 3 minutes left.
Uncharacteristic death from Formal there, and look at this. This is the Ryan Noob day 1 hill strategy, by the way. They are purposefully not capping this until they get a couple more slays so they can rotate more easily for next. They also, because they have the lead, by burning more time off the clock, further increase their win conditions throughout the rest of the game. This is masterful play. They are really putting the vice grip on OpTic.
Oh, and in the bottom right corner, King of the Hill, it looks like Sentinels will find another upset victory in game number 3. Hard to call it an upset, but against the defending world champs. The way Sentinels has looked this season, I think that's fair to say, as they'll take a 2-1 edge in that matchup. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, the games are heating up here in the Halo World Championship warm-up presented by Complexity. Back on board here with Complexity's own Ryan Noob. He's got 4 shots left in the snipe, been deadly with him so far. I think he thought he landed the body shot, tried to clean up on a headshot that wasn't quite there, but he gets out and he avoids any more damage there from dead zone, despite what looked like maybe a little bit of missed timing. I'm talking nanoseconds here. Formal now, down to low HP. Ryan Noob wanted to throw that frag up there to potentially take him down, but he's got no resources. Does have help and support in the tunnel. He's going to make a new push with breaking shot.
Interesting rotation here, deciding to get a different angle on the hill. Want to give themselves at least one half of the map to work with leading into the top center hill. I would argue the tower side, certainly the better half of the map to approach this hill. However, Complexity recognizing their presence was a bit too strong on that side and would be risky to try to take it. Might as well just take the side that you've already got allotted to you.
Trippy and OpTic Gaming have shown a little bit of fight back, going to previous hill, making it 1-3 and have 25% on the board, and 3 go down for Complexity. This is looking like a role reversal here. And Eli, this is why Complexity, not only were they working for the rotation to the next hill, but they were trying to burn some time off the clock. Complexity, so efficient in their first 3 scores, they left OpTic Gaming plenty of time to come back.
They did. OpTic basically forced Complexity to cap it by just applying extra pressure. Complexity no longer could wait, and now, ever since getting control, OpTic have been punishing Complexity over and over. And now, how do they play this situation? Lucid gets the camo basically for free. This hill should be capped, and now OpTic's going to be rotated onto the nest side for the B hill. They also have some presence over on the screens, and unless Dead Zone gets taken down, they're in great positions to earn control of this hill as well.
Oh my God, this feels like the battle of the blenders. Which team could put together a better smoothie right now, because it's been back and forth, but when one team is on, boy, are they on fire. As Huss tosses a sticky grenade out, thought maybe he could clean up on the damage on Huss, but instead, Ryan Noob does as he earns the slay. 1 down for OpTic. Complexity still holding the line and holding a lot of time on this hill. I feel like I just blinked and they're already at the halfway mark.
Enemy team took the hill.
Complexity would like to close this out. Yes, the last 2 hills have not gone in their favor, but did they create enough different victory variables for themselves to win this one? Looks like they have to break the setup. We've talked about how good they've been at breaking setups this entire game, but this is the most important one for them to break.
Trippy lining up that reticle at head level. Nobody's pushing, gets the call that they're coming on the mud. Oh, Trippy with the double kill. Yeah, potential triple there on the green wall. No pun intended. No shots connected either. He does earn the body shot on the rain. Goes down shortly after, so maybe that's their chance to regain control of the nest bridge positioning. Crucial on this B hill.
Enemy team
Trippy stepping up in a big way here, but Formal gets caught off guard for another time this game. It feels like he's been
enemy team
kind of shut down in more situations than we've been used to seeing today in this game specifically. And Complexity are close to closing this out. OpTic last chance.
Oh, Ryanu with the body shot, no scope, but the remote detonation, it looked like it. Maybe it's just a frag grenade. Nonetheless, so many bodies are going down left and right. You can hardly keep up with it. And OpTic Gaming have scored 3 hills in a row to tie up this game. Sudden death is on the line.
What a clutch moment. That looked like it was definitely going to Complexity, but at the last second, somehow Lucid sneaks into the back of Green and earns it. Also has 1 bullet left. They're in perfect positions for this hill. This is one of the hardest ones to break. And the Complexity are reeling.
I can't believe my mental state is where I don't know how Complexity come back from this. In a game where it looked like they're about to steamroll OpTic the way they steamrolled Complexity in game 1, winning 5-0. This feels like a 4 unanswered hill comeback brewing for OpTic Gaming, and it is at the 10 percentile, going up into 15 or so. Now they wait to play for positioning, play for more slays. Lucid with the crucial position on the map, has to hold the snipe tower, and if he does, OpTic might just complete one hell of a reverse sweep here in this game 3.
Lucid towering over the entire map here from the snipe tower, checking the back of the tower as well. Knows that people are lurking, but he cannot be taken down. Complexity are now going to be disjointed from their team. A little bit of lag there. It looked like the hurricane just... I thought to myself, I know he's in Florida, right? That might be the problem.
Yeah, I thought to myself, Tommy doesn't make plays like that. That looked like he lagged out. Okay, and he did. I was about to say, because why push, right, Eli? Like, why push mud when 2 of your teammates are pushing up the dummy ramp to take the positioning? Anyways, Lucid's in his, correct state of mind or in a correct state of internet would have just maintained positioning and eyesight on top mid. So we will have a reset, and that's unfortunate because, man, that game was getting good. But on your LVT split screen, you can see 2-2, Pure and Mindfreak, 0-1 into the breach, brewing an upset over Shopify Rebellion, and Sentinels brewing an upset over FaZe Clan. What's happening?
It seems like these teams are finally starting to wake up, right? People are starting to finally put on a show for us here. I wanted to comment briefly, Eli, because I know you noticed this as well, and you're a sucker for the details like myself, but when Lucid was playing Tower there, the way he was playing it was flawless in the sense that he was looking at his teammate who was C-plat right in front of him, and whichever side his teammate rotated to on the plat, he was watching through the wall, and he was also rotating to that angle on tower. So there was always a double angle happening for every engagement. So when they came nest, they were getting double teamed. When they came towards dummies, they were getting double teamed. If they went middle, they were getting double teamed at minimum. And just like masterful knowledge of the details and how to be a good teammate in that situation, and understanding the role of tower. It really is a support position.
Absolutely, you don't have to be finishing the kills from that spot. Go ahead.
Let me ask you guys. I don't expect a full reset, but I almost imagine we'll take on OT reset rules where you got to score 2. It would just be a little weird to have 1 hill needed. I don't know. I guess we saw that earlier, man. I don't know which way that goes. What are y'all's thoughts?
I would say,
yeah, go ahead, Eli. Go ahead.
Probably a full reset, I think, is what they might decide to do, because I mean, typically if the score is tied, they go to a full reset, but it was like they did 6 hills, and it might be a waste of time to do another full game when they could just play to 2. I don't know.
I would also say, we're going to comment on this in a second, Mikowski, but I would briefly say full reset, just because a 1 hill situation is so dependent, like opening breaks, who gets the first set of power weapons, power-ups, you could easily just kind of run away with it. And that's not what that game was. That game was a grinder, right? So you want to try to simulate that as well. I would say full reset, or like you said, first to 2, but we got to talk about this. Sentinels up 2-1 on FaZe Clan, and also up big in game number 4, looking to present us with our first big upset of the weekend here, Mikowski.
Man, ever since London, where FaZe won the whole tournament, FaZe just hasn't looked like FaZe, and it's not to say that the individuals haven't looked like the 4 GOATs that they are, but I don't know, man. Eli, I can't quite put my thumb on why FaZe Clan has underperformed this season and even potentially in this tournament.
Kind of agree. It's like hard to say what's going on because it does feel like individually, whenever you watch their POV, they're doing FaZe things. I think that the problem is not that they're playing bad. It's just everybody else is getting really good, and they're like it's almost like everybody else has learned from the style that made FaZe so successful, that like hyper aggressive, like slay out and then play for objective kind of mentality. And I don't know if sometimes being the first one to master something isn't good for you in the long term because you've shown everybody else how to win.
Yeah.
The one thing that I will say I've noticed about FaZe, and I'm not knocking them in any way, shape, or form, they're the reigning world champs, and until someone else, you know, gets that specific trophy, that's what they will be to me. So they deserve all the respect in the world as the world champs. You got to knock them off. I have noticed a little bit of a slow step, Eli, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but it seems like they've been just like a half step behind when it comes to being efficient on OBJ, right? Like they can get all the kills in the world, but like if it's not turning into, you know, OBJ dominance, OBJ efficiency, it's really easy in Halo Infinite to waste time.
Yeah, and it goes back to I think it goes back to the PB&J analogy earlier. It sounded a little silly, but it really does go to show you have to have 4 complementary players. That's why I always used to say I wouldn't take 4 Lucids on a team or 4 Frosties on a team, because those playstyles just can't complement each other. And the objective inefficiency hunter has been present from the very first series we ever saw from FaZe Clan, and it's still an issue at times today.
I do also want to pop in and say, you know, it wouldn't shock me if they come back and win this game and the series, because unfortunately, and I really don't want to come across as just like a clown saying this, but unfortunately, Sentinels is probably the biggest choking team we have in the entire scene, right? Like we've seen, how many times have we seen Sentinels in a situation where all they got to do is just close out strong, right? Foot on the gas pedal all the way through the finish line, and they just kind of flounder and, you know, end up losing the series. So even though they were up big in this game by 100, take a look. FaZe Clan clawing their way right back in, Eli.
I mean, I think it's more of a tale of this, just the way this game type functions than anything else at the moment. I mean, typically when one team gets control, we do often see 100-point swings. So I think if Sentinels can get back into their comfort zone, they could absolutely come back. But I think the objective inefficiency thing is certainly an issue. I've done a lot of study of the stats of these top teams, and a lot of teams are like pretty even across the board. There's like one guy that's like clearly the Slayer, one guy that's like clearly does a little bit more objective. When you look at a team like SSG, it's like very, very even across the board for the whole squad, which I think is what makes them so good. But then you look at FaZe, and it's like Snakebite has like 7 times as much oddball time as everybody else, and it just feels like,
My goodness.
someone else has to hold the oddball. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
there's a point where it becomes kind of ridiculous, right? Like,
Yeah.
there's obviously a margin for error, and, you know, we always talk about different players in different situations, but if it's that big of a discrepancy, there's definitely some things that need to be addressed and worked on.
Have to agree.
All right.
But FaZe are looking good here.
FaZe are coming back on top and on the road to a potential Game 5 as we have a trip cap C going to Sentinels. But man, Sentinels really let go of what felt like a chance to steamroll. And I don't say that lightly against FaZe Clan, but on this map, this particular game mode, you do have that opportunity when you go up, and FaZe Clan were able to take it right back. And once you get going, you usually don't let it go on interference, and that's what it looks like we're seeing here as FaZe Clan moments away from securing Game 5, and it looks like we're back on board with our main matchup between OpTic Gaming and Complexity. Complexity scoring 3 hills in a row, and then OpTic Gaming had an answer back to that, 3 of their own, and off the reset. It's OpTic already going up 1-0, and it looks like, to answer some of y'all's questions, looks like we're going to full re.
Full reset is absolutely the right call here. To go back briefly to the Sentinels phase, I know they're heading into Game 5. It's for me as a fan of the game, it's almost kind of painful, like, because I would genuinely say that more than most of the other teams in the league, like, I am a huge Sentinels fan. Like the way that roster is constructed, to me, it's just so underrated, and you know, a team that at any moment could be great. It's just, there's a hump there, right? There's some kind of mental block there that they just, whenever we see it's gonna be a big moment for them, they somehow manage to fall short by inches usually. So hopefully with something like this World's warm-up, it can help, you know, kind of iron out some of those kinks in the armor before Worlds next weekend. But Eli jumping back here into this game number 3 replay, looking like a full replay. Complexity versus OpTic Gaming. If you're Complexity, how do you sort of stop the green train that's just been rolling through the last 4 hills in a row?
I mean, they just got to tap into whatever they were on at the beginning of the last game. It's been, you're right, a 4th hill. But they're looking good for this. Lucid last player alive. They've been kind of staggering him out. This is the 2nd time in a row Lucid has found himself the last player alive and kind of forced to fight. Breaking Shot kills the first spawner as well, which is massive. If you ever get 4 dead and then immediately spawn kill, and then throw perfect grenades at the next spawner, rotate for next, like this is kind of the recipe for Complexity to pull this game to a game 4.
Ragdoll physics and a little Hail Mary grenade toss there from Breaking Shot ties things up at 1 as we now hop on board here with Formal. Rain with the camo does not have the jump on Matt as he's able to take him down, but Us does, cleaning up on that damage. Nade goes out, picks the shields of Dead Zone, and now looking to clean up on that initial damage. Look at that, bringing back the OG strafe peek and pop shot there as it looked like both were engaged in a duel of that variety, and Huss gets the better of Zane.
So far, OpTic looking good, but not as dominant as they had previously. These 2 teams have so much history, man. I do feel like that Salt Lake City series, Complexity beat OpTic in pools. Still fresh on all of these guys' minds. Complexity want to prove that it wasn't a fluke. OpTic want to prove that it was.
Enemy team took the hit.
And I can't decide either way right now. I mean, OpTic looked really strong in the first 2 games of the series, but Complexity have looked entirely different into this game.
Ooh, body shot, breaking shot. Oh, headshot, 3. Okay, breaking shot. What's his sense? Like check him sensitivity because he is routinely earning 360 medals earlier. Eli, remember I said, hey, it looks like he's trying to get tricky with it and go for the medal, and you said no, he's just checking his corners. No, he's just repulsing and skipping across the map. Breaking shot is filthy at maintaining a stabilization despite his reticle spinning at 360 degree. Get to see a little bit of that from Dead Zone as well.
I feel like he's got to play on like 4.79 or something, like on the higher side for sure. Maybe even higher than that. He might play on 5 acceleration. And the way he's able to kind of spin around in a 360 so quickly and control it very effectively. Wait, no, wait. Oh, they were playing to 2?
Oh, they were playing to 2. All right, we got ourselves a series. Complexity take game number 3, and they're not dead yet.
Yeah, I think playing to 2 is probably the best of both worlds in that scenario, right? It's not the instant pop off of if they were just playing a sudden death hill. Playing to 2 gives you a little bit more opportunity to see which team is truly more consistent. And when you do the math there, Complexity capped, how many hills is that? 5 hills to OpTic's 4. So Complexity pulling that one out and extending the series. You know, Ryan is absolutely thrilled to get another piece of these guys here on OpTic as we move now into game number 4. And like you said, Hunter, we absolutely have a series now. Complexity getting their footing here, heading into an interference, aka the rig strongholds for game number 4. OpTic Gaming, you know, oftentimes they need a little chip on their shoulder, right, Eli, to kind of get themselves going. So that could, I mean, you might have just woken up the beast.
Yeah, no, it's exactly what it feels like, and kind of what I was thinking as well is like, that's the first game they've dropped all day. It was starting to feel maybe too easy for them, and now that's the wake-up call they needed. Like, okay, these guys are starting to fight back. We got to lock back in, because the difference in like just cohesion that we saw between games 1 and game 3 was pretty massive for OpTic. In that Aquarius game, it felt like they were playing basically flawlessly, and then not that they were playing bad per se in that live fire game, but they just did not have that same level of cohesion.
It felt a little basic. Compared to what we're used to seeing out of them, but we're not wasting any time. We're hopping on board with, you know, who in my opinion has been the OpTic MVP of the day. It is Formal. Mikowski, guide us through this game type, guide us through this series, and let the people know what's good on how OpTic, you know, could potentially close it out here.
Well, Tools pointed out some simple strategy in the chat previously. He said, win condition, just stop Formal. And it seemed pretty brain dead at the time, but I think he's right. Just stop Formal, as Dead Zone's going to stop anybody from grabbing the overshield. But what a great way to start the match to take down Formal, but not turn it into anything? I don't know. Maybe they will. If Complexity are able to take back A, they can domino down on that takedown of Formal. And I think Tools is right to a degree. Formal, when he's on fire, he's got a different level of takeover ability in Halo.
That was an interesting play by Dead Zone that I'm thinking about, because he certainly could have stayed on the map, I think, but maybe didn't want to take the risk of dropping it and handing it off. And then also, if he dies quicker, he respawns with better timing of his teammates. I don't know if it was that deep or if I'm just adding layers to it that don't exist, but either way, looked like a pretty smart play in the moment. And now OpTic look to control the whole map. They've got 3 dead. Breaking Shot, last guy alive. His presence is known. And we got a trip cap here. Can they hold it for very long? We'll have to see.
Oh, it is so important to win the opening break here on Interference. And it's a little bit longer opening break here. Both teams get to 30, but I do believe after the trip cap from OpTic Gaming, they might just run into the 100s before Complexity are able to score again because of the snowball nature of this map and game type. As we hop on board here with Formal, pushing his way through T1 to the security. Spots no players and just playing for space here, playing for high ground, playing to help out his teammate Lucid. Lucid finds the trade on Huz. Oh my god, Formal, look what I found. What? Look what I found again. What the? Look what I found, double kill, and there's OpTic Gaming into the 100s before Complexity does cap a single point.
Look at the timing and awareness. Formal was already looking at that spawn point before Breaking Shot appeared there. Granted, he has comms from his squad to know like what's being blocked and what spawns are open. But he was so close to that spawn to like still have the presence of mind to be like, okay, I'm not close enough to actually block this. And I trust what my teammates are saying, so I'm going to continue to look at this spot and immediately get the spawn kill. I mean, that's just another level of spawn manipulation.
Only Formal could get that type of double kill where even though we're on his POV, you still don't really see what the hell happened, man. It's just Matt doing Formal things as Formal finds another cap, finds another slay, finds another assist, impacting so much in this match. Gets another assist, and even when he goes down, Eli, he makes sure to jab an elbow into your chin to make sure you're an easy cleanup. Formal, he's the GOAT for a reason.
Guy's playing absolutely lights out and at good timing. I mean, this man, does he like just only care if there's a world championship on the line? This guy's won so many tournaments and different games now that like he's at the point where it's like, man, the only time I'm gonna get out of bed is if it's for a world championship. Like this guy, he is really playing at a different level.
Dude, Formal's such a gamer. He's like, yeah, you know, if it's not for a world championship, like, just play some Valorant or something. Like, dude is just an absolute dog. He just wants to win any game, any input device, any FPS. Formal's gunning for your throat. As Eli, we said it would get into the 100s before Complexity scored. It's into the 200s, and Complexity just now got control of A and B. And if they don't run off a similar run that we saw from OpTic Gaming, the series is over.
Trippy
Enemy team score.
capturing A. This guy always has so many cap points, puts his body on the line. I feel like he doesn't get enough highlight. I mean, it's hard to be highlighted with these guys on your team, but I mean, Trippy's really doing the dirty work for this squad. I feel like he's kind of assumed that role ever since the team change, and he's done a good job of it and really kind of playing within his comfort zone this tournament.
Lucid drops down. I think he thought he got the final shot on the Rain, but ooh, Rain almost got a double kill he shouldn't have. Double kill in the feed, and on your screen for Dead Zone, it's a killing spree at that. Breaking Shot with the bunker spawn. Disadvantageous in the positioning, but advantageous to take down Zane. As Trippy goes down, drops into the pit. His dead body will too. Formal in the snipe tower, looking to score one more, but hey, Complexity are regaining their form a little bit here, so they haven't quite built up the same run that we saw from OpTic Gaming, but this is the best they've looked. Game 4.
Complexity finally putting up a good fight in this game, but is it going to be too little too late? It's just going to take one good break for Complexity, or sorry, for OpTic to close this one out. Looks like they have secured C for now. Now, how does the push work? You see Formal taking heavy left side presence. 2 players push through the center. We've got a player swinging out through the catwalk as well. This is the type of OpTic push that we got accustomed to seeing. All 4 players pushing from one side of the map through a line across the center at the same time. Complexity had nowhere to go, and that's exactly why OpTic played it that way.
It's good to be GG's. B and A go in favor of OpTic Gaming, but Complexity are putting up a fight here. Respect to that. Even if they end up going down in this match and in this series, they've not just lied down. As 2 will go down for OpTic. Only 1 for Complexity. Trip cap for Complexity. And all right, this might be a little comeback brewing.
Oh, that OS kill was massive because, like you said, comeback was starting to come together, but Dead Zone forcing Ryanoob off the map so they don't get that overshield completely changes the complexion of this game. But at the same time, Complexity haven't needed the OS to keep the trip cap in order. It looks like A will get flipped, but Complexity have earned a lot of time out of that play.
Big sticky indeed. 224 to rolling 150 here as Complexity have gotten back in the fight, but can they finish it? Ryanoob heads off the map. Lucid trying to help his teammate here in the long haul. Us hopping over his right shoulder. He knows exactly where he is. He knows he's close, but he doesn't know exactly where Huss is. Huss is giving him trouble here. Huss has the high ground now, but OpTic say, okay, you can take the high ground. We'll take C, and the scoring right back.
Is Huss still alive over here? Yes, he's playing so sneaky. What? How does man? Okay, he ends up not getting much out of it, but yeah, if he had a little bit of help, he was buying so much time for somebody to show up. Problem is, teammates are spawning way too far away for them to be impactful in his play. Lucid now just going to perch up here like a gargoyle overlooking Gotham City. He gets taken down. And wow, Complexity really putting up a great fight. 4 dead again for OpTic.
Oh, and it's the carbine and maybe even the yard spawns, but not so with Huss pushing that out. I don't think we'll see any yard spawns. It's just going to be all carbine and C. Folks are somewhere. Excited about that. As Huss works his way through the short haul. Spiker, wow, you saw red on his screen, but no health taken off, Eli. What the hell's that?
Game sucks, I don't know. So Huss is gonna get another kill and continue this run for Complexity.
All right, Eli was just trying. He's just joking. Clearly, we've committed 20 years of our life to this game. We love this game, and we love this comeback here. 232 to 220. Complexity are coming right back, and the next round of slays could determine the winner and whether or not we go to a game 5. 232, 226. Complexity are about to do it.
This is insane. This resolve. They are holding off wave after wave of OpTic aggression, somehow weathering the storm. They only need 10 seconds. With Dead Zone dead early in this fight, that bodes well for them. Lucid hits the trick jump to get to top tower, but it's covered. And Formal last to die. I think that's gonna do it. Dead Zone forced to rush to B, but he doesn't have time.
It was 206 to 56, and Complexity have fought their way back to force a game 5. OpTic Gaming, you have to get the sense, Eli, that they don't want to meet up against Complexity at the Halo World Championship. They don't want to see him in pool play. They don't want to see him in the champ bracket. They don't even want to see him in the Halo 3 side tournament because Complexity has something figured out against OpTic that other teams have not. Maybe outside of SSG, and they're the odds-on favorite to win the whole thing. This is something incredible that we're witnessing before us.
I mean, that man on your screen right there, Ryanoob, is and has always been, in my opinion, the ultimate thorn in the side of many giants, many dynasties, right, that have come and gone throughout Halo's history. He's just been a steady just annoyance, right? Always finding his way back into series against teams that on paper have him clearly outmatched, right? But Complexity with an insane comeback there. You said it yourself, down 200 to 50-ish, 150-point comeback. Perfect rotations, getting the slays when they mattered. So we're getting a game 5 there, but on our screen, we already have one in progress. It's Sentinels versus FaZe Clan, and Sentinels up at the moment here in game 5. I mean, will they be able to finally close one of these things out? Eli, how are we feeling?
I mean, to blow a lead like this would be absolutely tragic, but
it'd be on brand, though.
It would be on brand, unfortunately. And Royal 2 has snuck away with the camo as well.
I love this team, but I'm just saying. I just gotta see it. I gotta say it as I see it, right? It's just.
It was hashtag Sed City, not hashtag Choke City. But you're right. If they drop this game at one point up by seven kills or so, 6 at this point, yeah, this would be a choke. Let's just call it what it is.
I mean, FaZe Clan have the tools to make it happen. Rossi staying alive. It's pretty massive in that moment as well. So what was previously an 8-kill lead down to 6. I don't think Royal 2 got much value out of his camo though, so that tells me that Sentinels have been kind of playing their process, playing cautiously, making sure they're watching different angles, but the damage has been dealt and the curb slides are out. That was a slick play out of, I think, Renegade. And all of a sudden, it's a 2-kill game. I think we might have cursed him.
I blame Hunter JJX. Send your feedback to him on Twitter. This is not our doing. 28-26. Sentinels haven't got a slay since we brought up just even the thought or prospect of them not taking control of this match. And oh my goodness,
no,
it's now
dude.
tied. I'm nervous for them. How did they feel?
Awful. It's one of the worst feelings. Trust. It's just like, I mean, there's no worse. They literally have got 1 kill since we came on board and have died 12 times.
Brandon like, pulls up the OpTic Game 5. Yeah, let's just switch here because this might not be Sentinels match for watching. Lucid with the triple kill. Starts off Game 5 the way Lucid usually does, going for the over. Oh, but Ryan says, don't try me.
All these teams playing with so much fire right now. We've got the picture-in-picture on screen. Want to definitely see what happens in the Sentinels FaZe match, but they're now down by 3. The FaZe has continued to roll. Looks like they've started to equalize the situation. Can they press their advantage state in that bottom right? Snakebite, though, with the sneaky positioning, gets the killing spree. Must be a big part of how they've come back.
Man, I'm having the best PTSD of Salt Lake City when we had Sentinels and SSG's match, both in picture-in-picture, both Game 5s. We're back in the mix here on the LBT split screen as we're hopping on board here with Breaking Shot in the FA side. Not picking up a latte, trying to pick up some more slays, but Rain with the grenade takes him down instead. Trying to push out potential C spawns, but it's all driveway and B instead. Breaking Shot picks up on that instantaneously. Kind of fumbling his footing in there a little bit through the B rail and might have disrupted his energy and his pacing on the next play as Ryanoob, though, picks up where he left off. Double kill for him. More slays for Ryanoob. Is he going to be the main slayer again, Eli?
I mean, he's been the main slayer all day somehow, despite seeing insane plays out of Breaking Shot. Just captain. He's just seen so much Halo, man. He's got to have twice the level of experience of everybody else in this lobby, seemingly. And he's really put it on display today.
Oh, I love it. This is chaos. This is madness. There's so much happening. We're here for it. Dead zone. Here with the camo. Starts to make his way towards the front of A, trying to draw attention towards his teammates on the cafe side while he works a flank. You got to be careful with camo in Season 3. Gets spotted out rather quickly. And Complexity, knowing that Dead Zone has the camo, try to work their way away from where they think he went, and they seem to have won that little chess match, but Us kind of slides right into Dead Zone, and Dead Zone's only able to get 1, so not too much doing there from that camo. 15-18 as Complexity. We're up early in game 5.
Hell, the while the walls are starting to close in on Sentinels. It's only 2 more kills for FaZe. It had the Stalker rifle.
Oh no.
New camo came up and it's, oh man. Hunter, why'd you do this to him, man?
I'm not gonna say it. Never mind.
JJX, what did you do?
I just saved myself.
That's it.
This man is sucking on a Jolly Rancher and just talking shit at the same time. That's incredible. He just doesn't even care, man.
Yeah. Man, how did? Yeah, it's a little hard
I think it's because I care that like I end up just roasting them because, like I said, I love that freaking roster. When they put that roster together and picked a precision, I literally was predicting like this team could be in the grand finals. This team could win. I wouldn't be surprised. You know what I mean? And so to see them go against the Juggernauts and every time push it to the absolute limit and then throw it away.
Oh man!
At some point in time, it's just like, come on, boys. Like, what are we doing here?
But Hunter, this was happening even in Season 1 when they let Mick win in that native gaming squad from the open bracket win a Game 5 Slayer on Streets where they were up 6. So it doesn't have to do with Spartan, doesn't have to do with precision. It seems to be there's snake bit, no PJ.
And it's surprising to me, alarming because I mean, coming out of Halo 5, I made the prediction. I said, I'm going to watch Boo win multiple championships in Halo Infinite. Like, he seemed to be peaking. Yeah. He was becoming the absolute greatest version of himself, both in and outside of the game. And so to see it not pan out in the way that, you know, I was expecting is kind of shocking, because we've seen it time and time again with players, right? Like, we saw Formal, you know, he comes out in Halo 3, has a couple good events, you know, in Reach or whatever, then he starts peaking, and all of a sudden it's like championship after championship, he's just in the mix, you know. And I was really expecting to see something similar out of Boo and especially out of Falcon. Like we talk about, one of the most underrated players in the whole scene, can slay with the best of them. And so a little bit disappointed there, but once again, it's just been the tail of the tape when it comes to the Sentinels roster, and they've got to figure out how to ice up these games, especially these game 5s heading in the Worlds.
Yeah.
All right,
well,
let's shift our focus, man.
Yeah,
agreed.
Heated debate and discussion after Sentinels dropped that series, but we're dropping back into our main match of the day, or of the moment. 29-33. When Slayers unofficially start, we are right back in the mix. Dead zone dropping down to the bottom side of B-Rail. The push coming on strong here from Complexity. Look at all 3, if not 4. Oh, the Huss flank is not good enough. Dead zone through communication or game sense spots that out. 2 go down for OpTic, though. 2 go down for Complexity, and this one's close. And what do you know? It's another picture-in-picture split screen. I hope you guys like Halo, because we're getting more game 5 action.
Is every winner's round 2 match in a game 5 on Streets? What is going on? This is insane. Into the breach for Shopify game 5. OpTic versus Complexity game 5. Sentinels versus FaZe game. Dude, if you guys are not excited for Worlds, like, oh my god, the competition is insane.
Just got chills thinking about the Halo World Championship in 1 week, but for now, it's these game 5s that have our attention. Rain is the last player alive. Certainly he doesn't make it away with camo. No, he does not, but he does burn that advantage that OpTic Gaming could have taken in a situation where they need to find some advantages. Complexity are up 3, going into the 40s. Will we find another upset? Will Complexity show the Halo world that they have the answer to one of the best teams in the world, looking for another Halo World Championship, but they won't if Complexity's in their way?
This has got to feel bad for OpTic. They need to ice up in this moment, though. For Complexity, take those bragging rights into the next tournament as well. Somehow, Complexity have had the number of OpTic. OpTic, we were saying, looked to be in World Championship form literally at the beginning of the series.
2 seconds ago.
But it's Complexity up by 5 in the in-game, and Breaking Shot is looking like a demon on the map.
It's busted open to 7 slays, multiple possessions needed. OpTic Gaming would need a miracle at this point. And Complexity off of a reverse sweep. They swept OpTic Gaming on land 2 weeks ago, and now they're looking at a reverse sweep in winners round 2 to advance to the semis.
Not in great positions here, though. Looks like they have one player kind of isolated over on purple side. If OpTic are aware of this, they could. Oh my god, Ryan Noob, 16 and 9 with 10 assists. Ryan Noob has ascended.
Raya Butsy is absolutely frying here in game number 5, leading this roster Complexity to another upset victory over OpTic Gaming. And Eli, how many times are they gonna have to beat OpTic before we stop calling it an upset?
I can't believe you just said Raya Bussy on the broadcast, man.
That's what he's doing. 16, 10, and 9. Most slays, most assists, least deaths. This would be incredible in pool play. This would be incredible against an open bracket team that just got to pools. But this is against OpTic Gaming, the Season 1 World Champs, and Complexity have pulled the upset of the tournament. But like I said, I don't know if this is an upset anymore.
You know, I was going to say I'm shocked, but you know, over here, hashtag we are Cole, we just expect things like this to happen, right? Stringing together 3 games in a row against OpTic is just what we do. I'm just going to say it. It's what we do. We just done it on broadcast again. The reverse sweep comes through. Ryan Noob, though, today, Eli, we have to talk about this. You've been around as long as I have, actually longer. You've seen this side of Ryan Noob, but we haven't seen this in probably, what, 15 years?
This guy is playing on a whole nother level. It's almost like he feels like he's got to prove a point. Like, yes, I am still that dude. He has proven that he is absolutely still that dude.
46-41, Shopify looking to take the series in Game 5 against Into the Breach. We'd love to break down all of these Game 5s, but we still got another one live in the mix. Up by 5 in this Game 5 are Shopify, and if Into the Breach lose any more lives, they'll probably lose this series. Just I say that 3 go down. Shopify look to advance to the semis.
Minutes remaining.
I feel like this has been the story of ITB as well. They keep taking top teams to game 5s and then just can't seal the deal. Wonderboy, we've had a chance to cast with him a few times recently, and he's just like, we got to figure out our game 5s. But okay, that doesn't trade. Somehow Cycle tries to force the trade, but it does not go through. This is still technically doable, but it's got to be perfect Halo from here on out.
So Eli, I've got a question for you then. As big of a brain as you've got, ITB and Sentinels walk into a game 5 against each other. Who's winning?
Dude, it's going to be 50-49 for sure, and some kind of fluky end of the game, I would imagine. But
Might
I
just
don't.
be a 50-50 tie.
Could be. By the way, they just jumped Suppressed. Suppressed had
got
no
deleted.
options there.
He
He
got
literally
deleted.
just. I think 3 players meleeed him. They only needed to send 2 to melee, but they sent 3 just in case. Next camo's going to be bait, though. I don't expect anyone to go for this unless they have the Shroud. They do have the Shroud. Shopify might just use this to seal the game. Some grenades come out, though.
Oh my
Wait
God.
a second.
They kill him.
They
kill
took him down.
Wait, how does
Into
he
the
have
breach.
assist, but they didn't win the game?
Into the
No,
breach.
mental got,
Mental
got
went
dropped
down.
with camo. Yeah, mental
okay,
got
okay,
Mental
okay,
went down with camo.
The observer switch. I thought Suppress got the assist. My bad.
Oh, you're good, boo.
Yeah, you were seeing the assist from right before the switch, but it was like a milliseconds of a difference. But yeah, mental gets taken down there with camo.
Dude.
Bro, what are you, Mikowski, bro? You faded as hell, bro.
I'm
Come on,
so faded,
49-47. Lock the F in. Suppressed to the top side of A with the battle rifle out. Looks for some long-range advantages into the breach, down by 2. Have a chance in one fell swoop to steal this game for Shopify. But how do they push out of C? How do they work off of this spawn? You could say the advantage in the scoreboard and the positioning is in favor of Shopify, but this game's not just done yet.
I mean, Suppress just can lay down fire and tell his teammates when to go, right? Like he's laying down the damage, but the problem is Shopify is not ready to be mobilized. They're kind of in very passive positioning, which is surprising. But I guess that they've died a few times in a row now, and they're starting to get a little bit scared about this.
They're tightening it up. They're turtling up.
How does Breach respond to this? Because they were previously getting these slays off of overextensions from Shopify, but if Shopify chooses to not overextend, I mean, literally time could start becoming a factor here. But I expect them to force the issue.
Red gun though in the hand of Chick. This could be huge. This is the difference maker.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's
Now
playing
moving.
ballsy.
Yeah, he's pushing his way up. He's trying to create an opening now. Sees mental. Is he going to get some shots onto the foot there?
Oh my God.
This is a ballsy position.
He sees him, and he's weak. He's weak enough to where he can clean him up.
He wasn't going for the shot. He was going for the info. So now he's backing up. One of the things I got to point out right here, Mikowski, if you look at Into the Breach, every single one of the players on their team is buddied up, right? So there's always coverage. So even when they take damage and they're backing down, they're being held by someone else. They're literally playing it like perfect defense. But defense isn't going to win you a game when you're down by 2. 2 minutes to go, though, so there is some time. We'll have to wait and see. This camo, I believe, is going to be the catalyst to end this game.
And it should be Shopify Rebellion able to right their wrongs with the previous Shroud screenplay that did not work out in their favor. Imbo on the B rail, got to be careful here. And it looks like Cycle is going to sneak away with that camo. And now into the breach. Know the push is coming, but where from?
This is so sus right now for ITB. No, you're way too exposed. Oh, he survives.
Oh, he survives! How does Mighty stay alive?
Whoa.
And they're going to push out. They're going to try to chase up this damage, but it could be a trap. Oh, Jimbo takes down Suppressed. And oh my God, Shopify lose 2 at the very end. That would have tied the game up at 50. Oh my God. Somebody, I need a drink, man. I need some water because 3 game 5s back
You need
to
a
back
bourbon,
to back.
brother.
That was
Oh my.
ridiculous.
Someone check on Mighty. I don't know what that decision was. That was. It's
was a little
insane that he
sus.
lived as long as he did, right? But I
Pure-
felt like.
Pure
just
up
beat
over
Space
Space
Station. What is
with
happening?
Avicii. Avicii's LeBron James.
Avicii's playing for a contract. Let's be honest now. Eli, we got to have a real conversation. Actual question. What would it take from Avicii, theoretically speaking, for, Pure to just be like, you know what, Lash Out, like, just take tomorrow off, bro. Like, we're good. Like, we're already rolling. I'm not saying they're going to drop him for Avicii, but,
Whoa.
like, if you're on that team, like, if someone's, like, on fire, like, what would it take for you to just be like, let's let him ride?
I think if Lashot wakes up and he's like, I'm on 70 ping, they're like, yeah, that's a little too high. Like, I think we're going to play with Avicii.
Man, what's
he's
the over-under there? 60, 65?
Yeah, if he's on like 50 ping, like they'll go with Lashot, but any higher than that, like, sorry, bro, Starlink's too risky. I think Avicii's all right, man. Like, let's just
Yeah, like for me, it's like if you beat Space Station, right, with the sub, then you're just like, you know what, let's just like, we'll run it out. Like, give the guy a chance to show what he's made of even more and like potentially, you know, get picked up by someone else after Worlds, you know. I don't know. They seem to be rolling right now, at least. They just won game 1 against Space Station. I mean, Mikowski, I can hear it in your voice. You're shocked.
I love Halo, man. I live for these broadcast days. It's just so fun to just be even just like a viewer of this. It's just like the ultimate satisfaction. Like, this has been incredible. But let's take a deep breath. Let's focus up and lock in on Complexity. Not only winning the series, not just sweeping in fashion, right? Like they did at Salt Lake City, winning 3 in a row, but reverse sweeping an OpTic who in games 1 and 2 looked like they were about to take another win. Would have been an undefeated day for them. They'd already be at Chipotle building out their burrito bowl, but instead, they're crying tears into their Dr. Pepper. I mean, this is just insane what Complexity has been able to do to OpTic Gaming in the last couple of weeks. I mean, this is giving those guys nightmares.
Yeah, and if I'm coach, if I'm Lunchbox, like, boys, we're not getting Chipotle for dinner. Like, we're going to White Castle. Sorry. Like, you don't get that satisfaction after that.
Well, you don't want to have the
performance.
runs tomorrow morning when you start your lower bracket run. So.
True. But taking a look here at our bracket for tomorrow, we have another rematch of Complexity versus Shopify in the winner's semis. I feel like these two are just on a constant collision course, and Complexity's got to go do some studying tonight. They got to figure out what it is about the Shopify Rebellion team that they just can't seem to overcome. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the bracket, we see FaZe waiting for the winner between these two teams, Pure and Space Station. Pure already up 1-0 in this series, and now 1-0 with camo control in game number 2. Eli, what is going on here with this Pure roster?
I mean, Avicii said it himself. He's literally LeBron James. I mean, I don't know what else there is to say. He's just going to be that dude. And he's playing against some players that also probably think they're LeBron James in the name of Bound. And I don't know. This guy's got a lot to prove right now. I think you're right. He's playing for a contract in a sense to where, like, he knows that he's not going to have that many opportunities to show exactly what he's made of. And he's showing what he's made of.
Unbelievable. Now, Eli, your mic broke out a little bit in Discord there, so just making sure you're still here.
I'm still here. Don't worry.
Cool. All right, 5-6 here. Space Station down by 1 in this series and this match as we hop on board here with Legend, the European, looking to make more history in North America. As he's just playing for a little intel here, expecting to push onto the C platform, but nothing's coming. I think with the shock rifle in the hands of Stellar, they're trying to use Legend as bait. Bound and Avicii trade out in the feed. For now, Cherish stays alive, trades out with Legend in the feed. It's been all trades back and forth, but Pure have actually been able to build on their lead. Back to 1 after the Stellar snipe from, well, Stellar.
That was a clothesline, man. He's mid curb slide and just gets deleted from existence. Like, watch out when this man has the shock rifle. It does not matter your speed or momentum. He's finding a way to hit a shot. He hits another shot strong enough to get that player to no shields, but every one of these trades were in favor of Pure, but now with the score tied, these guys are going to want to start getting some slays without trading out.
Eco now, the veteran, vying for his first MVP potentially. So we now switch gears here with Legend, waiting for his roommate Bound to force this bait and switch, but I don't think Bound got any shots into Cherish, so it's now just a 1v1, all things considered. Pollock looking to turn it into a bait and switch 1v2. Bound goes down. Oh, the domino collapses. Eco goes down, Stellar goes down, and now Legend just has to play his life.
Legend has been playing his positioning perfectly here. He's never in danger of actually dying, but also always in position to output damage. I mean, you're starting to see why his damage differential is always off the charts, but at the same time, Pure just slowly give Space Station less and less options to work with and continue to press forward, and now have built a 4-kill lead. Tell you what though, Space Station often not the same team in the winners bracket as they are in the losers, often not the same team on a Saturday than a Sunday. But I mean, this is not the type of upset you expect with a substitute player on the team.
Absolutely not. The substitute has the chance to look like a starter, or at least be a starter on one of the top 12 or so teams in the HCS next year. We're seeing more players get their shot, more players get their opportunity that a bunch of people in chat look like, wait, who's Abbacy, and how do you even say his name? So this is exciting to see new blood in the Halo community as Space Station have been able to tie things back up. No, excuse me, I had a little squiggle on my screen. 20-24 as Pure have maintained a team-wide lead here in a situation where they could go up 2-0 in the series.
This has been incredible, man. Look at the kill spread on the side of Pure, by the way. 7-7-7-5. Guys are all playing together very well. Space Station finally with a bit of an answer back. They get a +1 net outcome in the last fight. Talik with a trade does not benefit his squad whatsoever. But they do actually earn control of gold. So while it wasn't beneficial in the score department, it did open up some map space that's important here. New camo coming up. Pure in better positioning to grab it. Eco's trying to change that from the Mangler door. And Abbacy, nice trade on Legend. Feel like he probably could have got away with his life there, but either way, trading with the lead is always a good thing.
Talik now with the camo, looking to be that ghost in the night for Pure, trying to find intel. Excuse me, intel first before he finds the slays. As Space Station content to play on their heels for the next 20 seconds to deplete this camo, but Stellar's not. Eco gets a shot. And I don't know if Eco anticipates where this push is going, especially if the camo player has help on the C platform. That could spell trouble for him, and it does. You can see in the feed. Eco goes down. Abbacy works his way to a double kill on the Legend, and that's what we were assuming might just happen, and it did.
Stellar really not in a great spot here. He's caught with no help, and out of nowhere, Abbacy swinging in like a bat out of hell. He's still outputting damage. Look at this guy's jiggle peek. He's looking at like precision out here. Somehow finds a way to kill Bound, and he's still alive.
In a day where we thought we just witnessed the upset of the day, this would be the upset of the day. SSG forming a mini dynasty here in Halo history, going into the Halo World Championship. Might lose to a top 8 or so team, top 4 based on land. With the, oh my god, with the substitute, but Cherish, before I can even finish my thought, finishes off 2 players, now has control of the shock. 39-33, Eli. Space Station seem to have no answers.
I just got to jump in here really quick, Mikowski. You forced my hand. I got to remind you, Complexity taking down OpTic is not an upset. That's just one of the things we do. Carry on.
That's what I agree. I agree. We had to catch ourselves in that. I think that is just a.
Just gotta make sure you don't get it twisted. You know what I mean?
Charge to the game. That's right.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
I was gonna correct him and say is Pure really a top 8 team? Like, are we really at the level of competition that they're the 7th or 8th best team? That just sounds insane. Like,
what's their seed?
I mean, you're probably right. It might be right around there, but it's just like kind of insane to think about.
Top 4 and then a top 12 puts them at top 8 just mathematically. You know, and I'm pretty good at math, so.
I don't know if I consider top 4 and then a top, would you say top 12 as a top 8? I don't know. If your ceiling is top 4,
like they could literally beat just about anyone. They've 3-0'd FaZe.
I'm not really willing to say you're a top 8 team at that point, but I also understand the math checks out. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong at all, Mikowski. It's hard to think like if a team gets 4th that they could ever be considered anything less than, you know, top 6 maybe at worst. I don't know.
I can see that. And 6 is a differential here. 38-44. It's a 6-kill lead for Pure. As, oh my god, Pure are going to take a 2-0 lead over SSG, if not for a tear of a comeback here in the endgame. No bait and switch trades are going to work. Stellar plays for that, it looked like even, and that's not going to be the answer. That's not going to be the strategy as Pure. What? Oh my god, I thought Legend was going to play for another one of those trades that doesn't benefit SSG, but Druck gets it outright. We're going to a game 3 with Pure up 2-0 on SSG with a substitute.
And by the way, the substitute is the top dog in the lobby. 16 kills, 10 deaths, 3 assists to add with it. This guy is really showing up and showing what he's made of.
I think Sparty's on the phone with him right now, actually. You know, texting him, hey, next season, bro, you know, like,
for real.
Let's bring, I mean, the cogs are turning, believe that. Nothing at this level of Halo goes unnoticed, and so for someone to just, you know, kind of pop onto the scene and be popping off in this fashion up against the current reigning LAN champs, he's making a statement, and I'm absolutely stoked for him.
Here's the thing. Oh man, it's hard to be a Halo pro in the sense that there are so many talented people gunning for your spot. You have a target on your back as a new entry into the pro scene, if you will. And Avicii is just one of several guys that probably felt like they could have had that spot. And people in the community feel like, oh, they picked up Avicii? Like, why not XYZ player instead? Well, I think Avicii's showed us why. He got the call, and he's been getting the call. In the last couple of weeks, all these tournaments we've casted, Avicii's finding his way onto top teams as the substitute. So clearly the top guard of Halo sees something in this kid that others just haven't found quite yet. But it feels like we're watching something. I don't know what we're seeing, but we're watching something. Something's happening. I just can't tell what, because this has been really fun to watch as a kind of like a side quest storyline before the Halo World Championship.
It's also worth mentioning, and I think Eli brought this up earlier, we are seeing Space Station on a non-Sunday, right? Like, it is worth saying that they just wake up and come different when it comes to Championship Sundays. However, you still got to defend your own, right? Like, why take the hard path when, maybe if you just locked in a little harder for one more series, you can end up in a better winner's situation. But, I mean, that's not to take anything away from Pure, Eli. They're playing absolutely lights out right now.
I think Hunter said, like, maybe they just love to play Halo. So they're like, you know what, let's just drop to lower bracket, make sure we can play a few more games. Well, why not go to a game 5? Like, let's just reverse sweep Pure real quick to make sure we can get some more games in. Like,
that's what it's going to take.
I mean, that's what they're going to have to do. They're forced in that position, or they're forced to wake up coming different tomorrow. Those are their two choices right now. But, man, Pure is just playing lights out. It feels like what felt like maybe a lack of energy earlier in the day. Maybe these guys are just gremlins and their sleep timers are completely off, and like this is peak hours for them now. So now they're playing their best and vibing high.
What it looks like. This looks like a Pure roster that nobody has quite figured out. Even in the other series that we watched, the Pure versus Complexity series, where Pure won a game 5 over Complexity, who we thought came into that series as the heavy favorite. Into this series, you'd think of SSG as the heavy favorite, all things considered, with, again, Avicii having an opportunity to step in and fill in the shoes of, well, another guy who's top up and coming. I mean, it's just, I don't think we really give credit to Halo and all of the up and coming players that are in the scene. Like, it's honestly incredible. The focus is always going to be on the Frosties and the Formals and the Renegades and the Ecos and guys like that. But man, let's show some love. Let's give some flowers to the guys who are breaking through that brick wall that's been perceived as one that you just can't break through, or you have to climb over, and it's 100 foot high. I don't know. Some certain players have proven that may not be the case recently.
One thing I want to reevaluate and talk a little bit more about with this team Pure that I mentioned earlier. Obviously, taking a look here at our bracket, we have Pure. They're putting on a show right now against Space Station. And the thing about these players that, as much as I want to say every pro player is like this, the reality is they aren't, is that there are 4 dogs on that team. Like, nobody on Pure, I mean, I don't know Avicii. Obviously, I haven't had an interaction with him, but just from the way he's playing, I could also presume he's this way as well. But nobody on that Pure roster is trying to duck anybody, right? Like, they don't care who they have to go through, who they have to match up against. They're not looking for the easy bracket or the handout. They're like, no, if it has to be OpTic, it has to be OpTic. If it has to be Space Station, so be it. They got to go down. They just have a underdog, go get it attitude about them, and they're not afraid of anyone. And we're seeing that in the way they're playing right now. Currently up 2-1, Mikowski.
I also love the fact that they look like a metal band.
I mean, that hits me a certain kind of way. Let's be honest. You know what I'm saying? They do look good. The intro's looking good. But yeah, I mean, swag on the outside does lead to a little bit of swag in the game.
Absolutely. You got to be a dog, man. There's a certain mental fortitude. Again, going back to just like the trials and tribulations of being a Halo professional, you got to have a ironclad mental to compete at this level, and then to hold on to it. That's a whole nother game itself.
I just wanted to say shout out to the bracket structure for this tournament as well. A lot of these matches would not even be possible. Think about it. Pure beats Complexity 3-2, and then Complexity finished 3rd in the pool. In a normal HCS tournament, that would mean they start in lower bracket, but no, they still get a chance in winner's bracket, being one of the 2 or 3 seeds. And then they beat OpTic in a game 5. So now this kind of shows that, like, just because you lost your pool play match doesn't mean you should start in lower bracket, because maybe Complexity and Pure are just both super good right now. Pure beats Complexity, Complexity beats OpTic. And now Pure is looking like they can beat Space Station. You see what I'm saying?
Nobody should travel across the world as a top 16, again, Halo professional, and not get a chance to play in, we'll call it the professional bracket, right? It's called champ bracket, sure, but again, nobody should fly across the country to compete in these tournaments and then not get their chance in pool play. Again, big ups to Complexity for putting together, I'd argue, the best tournament format all season.
I'm going to pivot also. We mentioned earlier, Eli, on matchups and how both Complexity and Pure kind of benefited from Pure beating Complexity, right? Like, we know Complexity is a better matchup for OpTic than Pure would have been. And Pure, from what we're seeing here, is a better matchup against Space Station than what they would have been had they, lost to Complexity. And so it's a situation where even though both those teams, met in pools and it went, Pure's way, both teams kind of came out ahead at the end of the day. Complexity's sitting pretty, waiting for tomorrow for the winners bracket semifinals. And Pure right now, I think it's the style of play where, when Space Station can sense when you give them a little bit too much room, a little bit too much respect, and they walk all over you. Whereas with Pure, they're like, no, like, you're not pushing me around. Like, I'm holding my ground. I'm holding the objective. I'm going to no-scope you in your face. Like, there's a different type of attitude about this team, and I think it matches up well against Space Station. Eli, would you agree with that?
No, I'd have to agree. I mean, Pure and Space Station play very similar brands of Halo, where it's just like, I'm just going to play super fast in your face, win a piv with some crazy movement, and then continue about my day and make an opening off of that and then get max value out of that opening. Like, these guys play a very similar brand of Halo, and that means they match pretty well against each other, but they also can like kind of predict what each other are going to go for and maybe predict certain plays that are being made ahead of time. Space Station are used to playing against teams that don't play the same way they do and taking advantage of that, so I think Pure is probably a good matchup for them.
That being said, Pure is up 2-0. The series isn't over until you put your foot on their neck and choke them out. We've seen this movie play out so many times with Space Station where they're down 2-0 and they just, lean in a little bit. And all of a sudden it's game 5 and they dominate you.
You took the words out of my mouth. For Pure, you can't be, and I know they aren't, but you can't be, oh man, this is so exciting. We're up 2-0 on Space Station Gaming. They're such a great team. They've won all the lands this year. No. You got to go into this game like you're down 0-2. I want to see the same sense of urgency like you're down 0-2, up 2-0. This is your game 5, because let's just be real. Like you said, we've seen this story before. When an underdog team goes up against a big dog like a big 3 team in Space Station, they go up 2-0. If OpTic, FaZe, or SSG win that next game 3, they go ahead and win the whole series. So this is Pure's game 5 coming up.
It does feel that way. When Space Station start rolling, they don't really stop rolling. That ball is going to continue rolling down the hill. So don't let them wake up. End it right here, right now. It's easier said than done. A little bit of ice being displayed here and it's going to continue to be iced out because we've got a false start.
I think Elamite's just given a longer pep talk or something like that. I mean, this has been a long in between games 2 and 3. I gotta imagine the coach has something for the boys. Just like we talked about Ashes earlier, I think of a guy like Elamite in the same regard. Man, we are just so lucky and blessed to have some of the best coaches in all of esports. Like the Halo coaches really are some OGs and some legends in their own right.
You sure Kyle's not just like checking his Tinder profile and ordering something on DoorDash right now? Like, I feel like he's not. It's a $5,000 tournament. He's probably not that locked in. I'm just to be honest.
Does he get out of bed for anything less than 6 figures? I don't know. I've heard otherwise. But with that being said, I saw in the chat, Moses FPS, shout out to him. He put it perfectly. If you don't 3-0 SSG, you're getting reverse swept. So, like you guys said, this is their game 5 here. This is their opportunity to close this out because SSG, you did say that. I also saw it in the chat. I'm just giving the chat some props. Let me do that.
Chat is
never
thing. Right. Chat never has the first word on it, all right?
It's my first time hosting. I got to get some brownie points with the chat. You know what I'm saying? I got to show some love to the people, right? I want love in return. I got to show love out there. But with this SSG roster, we saw from the last LAN, I want to bring it up, a huge point. This team is built for extended, long battles, right? Like, if this series starts to go to game 3, game 4, game 5, like, they get better as series go on. They figure you out and they make adjustments as it goes on. So this game 3, if you're Pure, is urgent. Matter of fact, like, I just gotta text the coach Trey. I let him know, hey, lock in for this game right here, or it's over for you, because Space Station's coming, and they're not going to go down without a fight.
Lolly in chat confirms that he's on Tinder, but he's gonna lock in now. So
Okay, good.
they not like us, you know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, no phones allowed either. You know, whip out the clipboard, not the phone, not whatever degenerate apps you got up there. As Space Station and the coach Elamite will need to find an answer. Down 0-2 to a Pure with the substitute, the young gun, Avicii. Woo! Popping off here today, and man, he's been leading the way.
This guy is trying to prove a point, I think, to the Halo community in general. Is hey, I'm here, by the way, and I feel like I just can only see upside to this young man's career. He's only 17. He recently also filled in for, it was either Team Lethal Fox or Dead Inside. I think it was Dead Inside, and he was absolutely popping off on that roster as well. So just proving that he can hang with the best of them no matter the roster he finds himself on.
No scopes ringing out. And Stellar, that was a clean up. Ooh, thought maybe that was going to line up on the headshot. Repulsor mind the gap. Watch out for that. You saw Legend last week. QT back on the map, but I don't think Avicii had that utility in his back pocket. But off the opening start, it's Pure who have tripled up on this lead. Sure, they haven't scored 1-0 just yet, but my God, what is happening?
This is Halo Infinite Year 3, man. Everyone knows how to play. Everyone's super good. Nothing's for free anymore. You've got to earn every single kill, every single point, every single second of oddball time. It must be earned at this stage in the game. Everyone's so good, man. And if you're one of these top teams, you better not be caught slipping, because everyone is hungry to take your spot. Cherish with a double kill in the kill feed, by the way.
Enemy team took the hill.
Rigo down for SSG, and they might as well just go GG, play for next. Don't push that. Stellar does, and he goes down easily, and now Cherish plays for next. Collapsing of strategy right now as SSG should go down 1-0. Bounce pushing this out, but there's no hope. They're going to get far out A spawns, and Pure have the rotation already set up. Preemptive positioning and premeditated murder against SSG. Does Pure go up 1-0, and Cherish has had the play call and the execution from the jump.
This man was already top tower well before this moved. He's gonna force Space Station to spawn far away from it, and then also have the best vantage point to stop them from approaching. But look at the way SSG have approached. They send through the dummy door and through top center and nest simultaneously, and still somehow not enough. What looks to be a great push, they still lose 2 players in the process, and Avicii gets the camo.
Enemy team took the hill.
This is an unraveling. Avicii does go down with that camo, and someone's got to make a play. Someone's got to step up, and right now it looks like Legend might just be that dude. As 3 go down for Pure, Space Station should be able to, at the very least, tie up hill number 2, but they're already staring at a 1-0 deficit.
Sniper is up. Both teams more concerned with hill time right now. Bound kind of using the sniper as bait, it seems. A little bit dangerous, though. Avicii tries to grab it and hit the no-scope, but the bait is going to work out. Bound should be the one with that sniper rifle now, as Legend picks up the double. And SSG looking the best they've looked in recent memory, but as I say that, Bound dies with the sniper again. Not sure if it stayed on the map. And all hell is broken loose. This is such a chaotic hill.
SSG with a narrow lead on hill number 2. A crucial gunfight occurs through the middle of the map, and now Stellar is stepping up, but 2 go down. Numbers advantage here for Pure. I expect him to push up on it. Stellar expects the sneaky jump here. Druck goes for it, but I think misses it. Now he's just got to sprint through the back of mud. Legend down to 1 HP. Chase grenade goes out. Melee trade fist. Oh, Stellar plays like he's playing for the fist in the trade, but backs up, takes a little step back, hits the headshot. Cherish does take him down. SSG just need a few more seconds, but they've lost all their members.
I don't know if they have the timing to possibly make this happen. I think they've got to go ahead and settle for next. Yes, it looks like that's the play call. They're going to now just kind of set up shop in A, but Avicii hits a snipe and did not look like he had much visibility. We saw it in third person. But I'm impressed with this kid's discipline as well. There's been multiple times, I didn't get a chance to say it earlier because you were just yapping way too hard at the moment, but like he had the sniper and saw a target that he could have challenged, but this completely disengaged from the situation. I mean, for a 17-year-old to have discipline and decide that he's not going to just piv every single thing in the world is kind of impressive.
God, and just, I know that's an easy slay there. His opponent's not even looking at him, but golly, the reticle discipline is that of a guy who's been playing Halo for 17 years. As Avicii, the substitute, the young gun, the man who's next up in the HCS community, tries to take down 2 OGs in Stellar and Eco, bites off a little bit more than he can chew, but with that damage, might just allow Tolic to earn the double. He goes for it. This is big. 2 go down for Pure, 2 go down for SSG, but it would have been a collapse of the numbers for Pure. Instead, numbers are collapsing for SSG. Found gets the camo, but I don't know if he's going to be able to do much with it with all those grenades chasing out his life. Just getting away seems like a win condition right now for SSG.
Yeah, Pure, like, okay, you can have the camo. We got 70% of the hill done already, by the way. They do get out now to try to stop the push coming in from Space Station. I don't know if they're going to be able to 2v4 situation. Now it's a clean 4 dead. Okay, this is the test for Pure. Are they going to decide to push here, or are they going to give Space Station the respect that their setup is likely too strong for them to break in? They don't have much time to decide. 15 seconds till they finish this cap.
Avicii goes down. Cherished finds a win top mid. Now looking to push up. Legend goes down to 1 HP. So too does Cherished. Final bits of hill time being scored here. With less than 3 on the clock. You go down 3-0 and it's all but over for SSG. This is a must-win hill. But Pure continue to ice up. Pure have again a numbers advantage and they're going to push out on it. Avicii pushes out on Legend with the snipe in his hands.
Wow.
Druck might just secure it. Pure are going to go up 3-0.
Druck just hit some nasty snipes off screen before the observer switched to him. He hit a double, and that's exactly what opened the door for them to take this 3-0 lead now. Can't get too ahead of ourselves. We did see a 3-0 lead in favor of Complexity earlier, and OpTic ended up rattling off 3 hills in a row. Can Space Station find the same level of success? I would say that was an outlier, so I don't know if we should expect it.
And this moment, really quick to butt in, I apologize, but you guys are absolutely crushing. But this is the moment. I would say there's more pressure on Pure right now being up 3-0 than there is on Space Station. This is the foot on neck situation. You got to put this team away now. You're up 3-0. You're up 2-0 in the series. They got to get it done right here and right now.
Is that a Mikowski faded take from 100 JJX there, Eli, or what do you think?
No, because he said it's not faded.
You hear that, Mikowski? That's what you call good, love right there. That's what you call love. But like I said, look, I mean, Space Station just rattled off a hill and did it pretty much flawlessly. A full 40-second hold, didn't lose any time on the clock. Like I said, if you're Pure, this is the moment of the match that matters the most. How are you going to close out against, our current reigning champs?
That grenade stuck into the right nostril of Legend. What a toss there from Tolic as Pure up 2, and this is a tough hill. We saw no time come off the board on the tops on the previous hill, but here top middle you should see a lot of time. And look at this, Pure aren't playing for time, they're going for the score, and they might just get it if not for Legend, who finds the reversal. A spawns for SSG. That could have forced a pinch if Legend was able to stay alive, but Pure have eyes on the opponent's bound. Does fill in the space that Legend strategically was looking to. Instead, gets the flank, gets the hill, and now SSG have a little bit of a comeback brewing, but oh my god, Druck off the wall. Read 18 finds the sticky, and oh my god, more are going down for SSG. Are Pure about to do it?
That was perfect positioning to not be visible while he threw that nade and knew exactly where that player was. That was either perfect comms or a perfect read from Druck. And it could be exactly what they needed to kind of seal the deal. Bound was in a great position to get a lot of hill time there, but Druck nullifies that in an instant. Eco now going to be in the hill. But Pure, I mean, they just got to keep aggressing. Bound is going to make it difficult here from top tower.
My god. Bound drops down to mud. Trying to take down Tolic. SSG do have the positioning, do have the numbers to make this a 1-score game with 2 minutes left. There's still plenty of time, and that's definitely not a faded take from JJX. We're seeing why he said the pressure's on Pure, and you can kind of see him tightening up a little bit, knowing that the situation is right there before him. Will they take it? Bound looking to take down 3. He's going to play his life, just going to stay alive. Repositions to the box, gets up to the crucial nest positioning, and sniped in the hands of Eco. This could be where Space Station make their move.
Bound with a very clutch kill there. He's probably going to rotate and grab that sniper. No, he's more focused on making sure his hill player stays alive. I like this. Somebody should go get that sniper, though. Maybe it was Stellar. Stellar ninjas Tolic? But he dies immediately after. I don't know if that was a legit ninja or what exactly transpired there. I think the sniper is still down sandbags here, or maybe top cuts if no one picked it up earlier. Somebody does have it.
Who has it though? I think someone for SSG. Well, it's not going to be a too clear out. They do. Oh my God! Pure! Clear out the hill, and just as it looked like Space Station, we're about to tie up this game. They find the 3 slays they need. There's the snipe. Eco wants it, but he's not going to get it. He goes down, but he'll get cleaned up. But Avicii, right? No! Avicii turns on Stellar and takes the snipe, takes the camo, might just take this series.
They got to kill Bound, though. Bound's back green. Talik fighting him. Wow, the damage output is insane.
Took the hill.
Can he clutch up here? Okay, it's a 2v1 situation. They should be able to take out Stellar. Where are the spawners, though? They've got to predict the next round of spawners and be ready for them. You know Space Station will be coming very fast off spawn.
Avicii's reticle discipline looks like he's been playing Halo since birth. My God, just that slay onto Stellar, just like he's in a he's doing the waltz or something. I mean, this is unbelievable. Avicii about to combine for 2. It doesn't matter. Pure upset SSG, and not only do they upset SSG, they do it in 3-0 fashion.
Insane close to that game. I was starting to get pretty freaking nervous for Pure, if I'm being real. SSG started to roll. However, it was too little too late. You can't allow yourselves to be down that big in the game and in the series, giving yourself no margin for error. And we saw Pure capitalize, winning that last game 4-2 and taking the series 3-0. I don't think any of us going in would have predicted Pure to be in the situation they're in, yet here they are now poised to take on FaZe tomorrow in the winners bracket semifinals. What a showing from those boys. Eli, if you could, try to encapsulate a little bit of what we saw in that series, what made this Pure roster so successful?
I mean, where to start? Like, they were just winning their pivs. They're working together. They're keeping each other alive. They're making themselves extremely difficult targets. They're playing extremely objective efficient. I mean, let's actually just go back in time to like a week ago. Was it that Pure resets the grand finals in that other tournament and beat Space Station? Granted, that was a tournament that didn't have all these other heavy hitters, but I mean, they're proving that not only was it not a fluke, but they can also do it with a substitute. Like, that's just crazy. At this level of Halo Infinite, the skill gap is all in teamwork. Like, most everybody can shoot their gun, everybody can hit the curb slide, but like, to still have that core of teamwork so powerful with a substitute and defeat the reigning champions, like, I know it's just one series and it's online, but that's still like an incredible feat.
And Avicii, top fragging in the law, basically. Damage output through the roof. If I'm Trey, Coach Trey, I got to make a tough phone call tonight. I got to say, you know what, dog? Like, we love you. You're not dropped last shot. You're awesome. You're what we need. But I'm going to need you to sit out tomorrow because we're rolling right now. You know what I'm saying? The team's got some momentum and just punched their ticket to the winners bracket semifinals. Mikowski, I mean, what stood out to you about this squad? What made them just kind of have that edge here in this series?
Hey, man, Avicii, the substitute teacher, taking a professor salary, like Harvard level shit. I mean, this is just, I am blown away. We've seen some guys like this. We've seen guys like this who finally get their opportunity to break through in 4v4 competition. And I don't know if we've ever seen anybody perform better. I don't know if anybody's taken our breath away like the performance that we saw here today from Avicii. And my God, the sky's the limit. Speaking of professor salary, this guy might just have a contract going into season 4.
Yeah, so great showing out of him. He couldn't be happier for the kid to have an opportunity like that and to just absolutely crush. They say luck is when opportunity meets preparation, right? You gotta be. Everyone can cry about, I just want a shot. Oh, I would just, if I was just on the top team, this and that. Like, I don't want to hear it. Like, if the opportunity in the moment presents itself, would you be ready? And clearly he has stayed ready. His team didn't qualify for Worlds, so he had no reason to keep his game at the level that it's at, other than pride in his own game. And because of that, when the opportunity presented itself, he absolutely crushed it, Eli. And this is kind of a dream scenario.
It really is. I had to double check his Twitter real quick to see the incoming LeBron James tweet, but don't see that. I did see something I didn't see on his profile before, ex-Rainbow Six console professional. So I did not know that. Apparently he used to compete in Rainbow Six. How can you be an ex-professional at age 17? Was he a pro at 14? Like, I'm trying to figure out this timeline. It's kind of insane, but regardless, let's take a look at the bracket here. We got Shopify versus Complexity and Pure versus FaZe Clan in the winter semifinals. We got Space Station and OpTic both in the lower bracket, as are Sentinels and Into the Breach. Can the level of Halo get any higher than it is right now?
I mean, we talked about our top 4 teams kind of being in their proper positions, you know, coming out of pools, but since then it's kind of all just like gone to hell. You know what I mean? You got OpTic and SSG, 2 out of our top 3 sitting in the losers bracket round 2, waiting to see who they're going to play against tomorrow. But with OpTic and SSG, we know how this goes. They live for Sunday, right? It doesn't excuse a poor performance on a Saturday, but we know that we're going to get a different version of those guys tomorrow. Mikowski, didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Nah, you're good. I was just going to keep, on the note of year 3. Guys, year 3, if this is your first Halo, and I know a lot of people have been watching and playing Halo forever, but if this was your first Halo, buckle the F up for the next week, because we got the grand finals tomorrow, we got Championship Sunday tomorrow, and in 1 week we have the Halo World Championship. Year 3 has always been the craziest. In Halo 2 we had Final Boss and Carbon going back and forth, Final Boss cementing their dynasty going into Halo 3. In Halo 3 we had the likes of Ola, Snipe Down, Roy, Lunchbox, it was Instinct, it was Final Boss still in the mix. I mean, the best Snipe Down, guys like that, straight ripping. I mean, the level of play going into year 3 is so high. Not only do the guys have the game figured out like Eli always says, but the shots are on point. You hardly ever see anybody miss anymore. So I just can't wait. The next week, oh man, it's I can't wait.
You know, I got to make a couple comments really quick. Mikowski, got to watch you in full screen. It was quite wonderful. 2 things. Periphery shirt, sick, my dude. Great wardrobe choice for the day. Second thing, you like Halo. I mean,
you know, it's okay.
He's got the dual wield energy
right,
swords back there. He's got every version of Master Chief
2
and
water
every
bottles.
different, every different type of armor. But shout out to Mikowski you have in the room. Eli, hit us with your closing thoughts from the day as well as the last series we just got to watch.
Hey, hit us with the full cam. I want to see this man's cute face all up in person on my screen. There we go.
Nobody wants that. No, this was so much fun, man. I'm just glad that we got to cast with you again, Hunter. I mean, you don't even know which one I'm talking to when I say this because you're both Hunter, but
We just need Eli X to complete the
yeah, could you imagine a Hunter Eli X Eli stream? Like, that would be over the top. Where Eli X is watching this in chat, probably doing a watch party. But no, man, this was so much fun. The level of play that these guys are bringing is absolutely incredible. I can't wait to see more games tomorrow. I know that Mikowski and I are going to open the show tomorrow, so I think we're going to do those 2 winner semis matches. And dude, we're literally days away from traveling to Seattle to see it all happen again in way more dramatic fashion.
Yeah, an absolutely amazing first day to our Halo World Championship warm-up. Obviously presented by Complexity. Really excited to keep the action going tomorrow. Just an honor for me to be here with you boys. Obviously, 2 dudes in the scene that mean so much to me, as well as our amazing production crew behind the scenes. I also want to give a shout out to the chat, being so kind and gracious to me all day. My first time ever hosting a show. I've never hosted before outside of Halo 2 Online. Let's be honest, I did that quite a bit.
What?
I enjoyed that.
Bro, you killed it.
But yeah, first time hosting. I don't know who decided to give me this much power. It's honestly way too much fun, but really appreciate you guys tuning in. As always, like I say, be kind to one another. It costs nothing to be kind. It costs nothing to be a positive impact everywhere you go and every lobby you join in online. We'll catch you guys tomorrow with some more epic Halo action. So this is Hunter JJX, your host, joined once again by Mikowski and Eli, closing out the night 1 of the Halo World Championship warm-up presented by Complexity.